Chapter 462 Coeli. The oil tea led the way. And the journey was not what it called a little far, but quite far. The journey took 9 days at a trot. Common subtropical hilly landforms in the north. The plants growing there are mainly walnut trees of various colors, among which walnut, cotton walnut and iron walnut trees are the most common. And there are oaks, pines, cypresses, maples and other trees, among the countless hills and dense jungles. The raw stone vein is located on a very ordinary hill. Bamboo couldn't understand how the oil tea could find such an inconspicuous place in 2 years across a distance of more than 3,000 kilometers. Bamboo. There used to be warriors living nearby, but it was later abandoned. Yucha flicked his tail and pointed to the cave in front of him, saying, I thought it was a living cave. So I went in to take a look, and unexpectedly found it was a mine cave. I looked around, and all the living caves and mine caves collapsed. Well, it may be too old. And it was abandoned and forgotten before the continent's original force was exhausted. The mine tunnel collapsed, but it didn't collapse completely. Yucha dug it according to his body size, and entered the depths of the mine. Without instructions, Xiao Baizhu got into the mine first. Bamboo couldn't get in, so he checked the surrounding soil. Well, it's mainly red shale and gray sandstone, which is a bit easy to collapse. Bamboo walked around the mountain and made another judgment. Bamboo. There are a lot of walnut trees nearby, Yucha reminded. I know, Bamboo said, but the tree species don't look good. There are a lot of subtropical cypress, eucalyptus, and cycads in the northern hemisphere. In the subtropical areas of the southern hemisphere, walnuts, cherry trees, and ash trees are the most abundant, all of which are undomesticated native species. They have strong survival ability in the wild, but the number of fruits, fruit size, and sweetness of the flesh are not good. Ordinary tree species have long been out of bamboo's eyes. Yucha said again, Bamboo. I also found a chestnut forest, which is particularly tall. Yucha doesn't like to learn knowledge, and has no knowledge of plants. When it comes to practical use, he can only use some vague words to modify and describe. Bamboo asked casually, how high is it? Yucha thought seriously and said, about 100 meters. What? Are you sure? So exaggerated? Bamboo asked again and again. Is it far? Yucha said, not very far. Bamboo waved his tentacles, pointed to the mine entrance, and said, go in and ask Xiao Baizhu what's going on. You can let it look carefully. Yucha muttered, went into the mine, and after a while, came out with Xiao Baizhu. Bamboo asked, how? Xiao Baizhu replied, only a few low-quality ores were found. The ore vein should have been abandoned before the original force of this continent was exhausted, and the low-quality raw stone ore was formed later. Bamboo said, then it is not ruled out that there is a possibility that new high-quality raw stone ore was formed in this ore vein due to later geological movements. Xiao Baizhu said, there is nothing nearby. I will look for it somewhere else. Yucha immediately said, look carefully. Bamboo nodded his tentacles to express his agreement. The original force concentration on both sides of the canyon is too low. 1 which cherry God-given seed and 10 live seeds all need raw stones to supplement the original force in order to grow well. Transporting them from the continent of 10,000 countries here is not only costly, but also labor-intensive. It would be nice to be able to dig out some scraps from this abandoned mine. Xiao Baizhu. Take your time to look. Yucha. Where is the chestnut forest you mentioned? Lead the way. Let's go and have a look. Yucha's concept of distance and length is extremely inaccurate. It said a little far, which is very far in Bamboo's concept of distance. It said not very far, which must be very far. It took 3 days and 2 nights to get to the place. It was still the common mountainous landform, but the difference was that the chestnut forest in front was indeed much taller than the common chestnut trees. However, it was not as exaggerated as Yucha said. Trees 100 meters high? In the subtropical region, only a few special trees can grow to a height of 100 meters. And chestnut trees are not among them. Chestnut trees absolutely cannot grow to this height, no matter how good the growth environment is or how long the growth time is. It will not help. It is a genetic limitation of the tree species. Bamboo. There is a particularly tall tree over there. Yucha swung its tail to point the way. Don't look at it. It should be an old chestnut tree that has grown for more than 100 years. You got the height wrong. Yucha. This time when you go back, you need to re-understand the length unit. You can't be so ignorant and confused. You are worse than Baiju Daxiong. Bambu gave a simple lesson and started looking on the ground. At this time in winter, the chestnut fruit naturally matured and fell to the ground not long ago, and has not yet sprouted. The outer wall of the cupule is covered with dense thorns. Peel it off, and you will find a smooth chestnut inside. The shells of common wild or cultivated chestnuts are all brown-red, and a few are brown-black. This chestnut forest looks unusual, and the fruits are also unusual. The chestnuts produced have a shiny black shell with a metallic texture, and are one size larger than regular chestnuts. Bambu picked up a chestnut, closed his toes, and slowly cut the shell. The shell is very hard and thick. Yucha noticed that Bambu was not in a good mood, and asked, Bambu, what kind of chestnut tree is this? Kuili, the top species among chestnut trees. It seems that no race in the Wangwa continent has mastered this tree species. We could open up the sea of chestnut trees in Jinping Mountains. Bambu answered solemnly, and then said, it should have been cultivated by a certain insect tribe. This is a native species. Yucha, you can carefully identify it and look for it. Maybe there are still high-quality derivatives that continue to this day. Look for traces of warriors living together. I will send Baiyu and Xiaobai. Bring all the bamboo here. If you are lucky, you may find the remains of the divine product buried underground. Then Yucha asked, what about the abandoned mineral veins? Do you still dig? A top-level tree species can support a tribe and can replace 10 mineral veins. Why dig it? Bambu calmed down a little and gave detailed instructions. Yucha, you focus on finding chestnut derivatives and find warrior settlements along the way. Just mark the approximate range. Bamboo rat warriors are the best at underground detection and excavation. Understood. Yucha acted quickly. Bambu flapped his wings and flew low, over 2 hills. His eyes were immediately attracted by an ancient tree that grew unusually tall. This should be the tall ancient tree that Yucha mentioned. When he got closer and took a closer look, his wings trembled, his body lost balance, and he almost fell into the forest. The concept of length of loyalty is terrible. The height of this ancient chestnut tree is not only 100 meters, but also about 150 meters. The trunk is aging. The branches are mostly dry and have traces of insects. And the branches and leaves are sparse. There should be a long branch broken at the top of the crown. Otherwise the height of the tree is more than 150 meters. How high is it exactly? It is difficult to estimate. An aging, dying 1,000-year-old chestnut tree. Look closely. It looks a bit like a Kuwait chestnut, and it is hard to tell whether it is a native species or a derivative species. Check other chestnut trees nearby. Identify carefully, and confirm that it is a high-quality derivative species. But the height of the tree is in the normal range of 10 to 40 meters. The tallest one is only a little over 40 meters. When it grows to this height, the tree trunk begins to show signs of aging. The tree in front of me is actually more than 150 meters. How did it do it? Super high-quality derivative species? Exaggerated. Unfortunately, there are no chestnuts on the ground or on the tree. This old tree is too old to bloom and bear fruit. Bambu was somewhat certain that this old tree had broken through the category of high-quality derivative species and should be the unexpected result of gene mutation. There are no descendants of the same tree species around, which is a pity. Perhaps this mutant cannot adapt to the natural environment and cannot survive without the care of the warriors. Maybe it can be rescued. Take good care of it. Bloom once, and harvest a batch of seeds to make a fortune. Bambu thought. The breath of the princess-level original creature was released, and it emitted angry and intimidating emotions. He planned to get rid of the various pests attached to the tree first. At the same time, he thought in his heart, let Baiju come to take care of it closely. The soil is solid and needs to be loosened urgently. The weeds are rampant and must be eradicated. The soil fertility is not good, and a biogas pool needs to be built for irrigation and fertilization. Suddenly, a weak and vague thought came from underground. You are a warrior of the Cockroach tribe? How many years have passed? You finally returned. Chapter 463 Noisy. Bambu was frightened by the sudden thought, and then his soul jumped, and he keenly sensed that deep underground, a force of vitality was reviving. Natural force has not revived. You are a princess-level warrior. What woke up was the tree spirit. The unusually tall chestnut tree in front of him was not an ordinary plant at all, but a divine product that has stood to this day. It has survived to this day, and has unique abilities. All its force vitality is gathered in the underground roots and condensed in the tree heart. But the trunk and branches have never withered. The sleeping tree spirit was stimulated by the breath of the force released by bamboo and woke up. In a daze, he realized that he had made many mistakes. You are not a warrior of the cockroach tribe. The force has not revived. You are the only warrior. You did not return from the starry sky. Where did you come from? I came from another continent. Bamboo felt that the tree spirit was about to go berserk, and quickly explained, there are many longhorn beetle larvae parasitizing on the tree. I just want to scare them to death. Idiot. You disturbed my sleep. Sure enough, the tree spirit reacted and became angry, and then asked in panic, has the power of the gods' protection been exhausted? Is the fantasy barrier that isolates the continent gone? That's not the case. Bamboo's thoughts turned quickly, and he spoke quickly. Before the tree spirit got angry again, he explained, I come from a continent where the force is still there and is relatively abundant. I have the special ability to shuttle through the fantasy barrier freely. You can cross the fantasy barrier. The tree spirit was shocked and asked, you survived the colorful barrier? Bamboo replied affirmatively, yes. The tree spirit asked, can you go back? Are you sure the continent where you live is still full of force? Bamboo said, sure. The tree spirit asked, can you go back? Bamboo said, I have traveled back and forth through the colorful barrier and visited several continents. There is no problem. The tree spirit said, I sleep in the form of a tree heart. Once awakened, I must grow in the force environment. Do you understand? Bamboo was delighted and said, I understand. The tree spirit said, you are responsible for this, and take me back to the continent where you live safely. Bamboo readily agreed, that's a must. Humph. This is also good for you. The tree spirit asked, the gods still didn't return? Bamboo asked back, what gods? Didn't the gods fall? It seems that you are just a little black cockroach who knows nothing. After the tree spirit finished speaking, he corrected himself. You are not a black cockroach. Your shell is just black. The breath of shell flame. You are from the fire cockroach tribe? There is no cockroach as thin as you. Right? Bamboo said, the derivative tribe of the fire cockroach tribe. The red cockroach tribe. The tree spirit asked, which derivative tribe of the fire cockroach tribe? From the tone, it seems that he is another knowledgeable tree spirit who knows a lot. Bamboo patiently explained, the continent where I live is called the 10,000 Races continent. The fire cockroach kingdom was originally ruled by the fire cockroach tribe, but it became extinct a long time ago, and the derivative tribe, the flying fire cockroach tribe, replaced it as the ruling kingdom. As the name suggests, the flying fire lotus tribe is an evolution of the pulse wings, and is better at flying in the air. The tree spirit asked, what about the red bladdish tribe? Of all two abilities of fire and metal, turned black? Bamboo said, that's not the case. I am special, and have awakened a second elemental ability. No wonder I look like a black cockroach warrior. The tree spirit's mind suddenly weakened, and asked, do you have a raw stone? My vitality is extremely weak, which leads to a weak soul, and I urgently need to replenish the original force. This, yes. Bamboo said, I'll get it for you. The tree spirit said, go. Little black cockroach. Hurry up. Bamboo corrected, it's a red cockroach. My name is Bamboo. The black one is called black blattle. The fiery red one is called fire lotus. And the red one should be red. Right? The tree spirit seemed to be very talkative, but it didn't have the energy to talk more with Bamboo now. So it said briefly, my name is Tide Ankueli. Okay. Bamboo replied, flapped his wings and took off, first heading for the abandoned raw stone mountain range. Flying low, he soon found a large area of fresh soil and rocks. Landed to check. Little Baiju was digging the mine tunnel hard. When he sensed Bamboo's arrival, he quickly drilled out and shouted in surprise, Bamboo! I'm rich. Raw stones. The kind with high purity. Oh, what a surprise! Bamboo originally planned to let Baiju follow Yucha to Tide Ankueli's place, collect some, and then return to the canyon to get a force crystal. It seems that the plan needs to be changed again. Bamboo asked, is the number large? Little Baiju replied, there are not many mountains on the surface, and they are very scattered. They are left over from digging. The other party is not professional, and did not dig them clean. I need to dig deeper. There should be rich mines deep underground. After saying this, Xiao Baiju went into the newly excavated mine tunnel and soon ran out with another piece of raw stone, which was crystal clear, and had a very charming agate red color. Bamboo. Beautiful blood raw stone? This piece is of high purity, and can be weighed and cut directly as a universal currency. The original force properties of the raw stones are the same, and they show different colors due to different impurities. However, this gorgeous red raw stone is indeed very rare. Many insect warriors, especially some red-shelled insect warriors, like to collect it as decoration. Bamboo nodded his tentacles and said, "Well, then you continue to dig." Xiao Baizhu asked Bamboo, "Do you have something to ask me?" Bamboo said, "I'll ask Yucha to come over later. You let it wait first." Xiao Baizhu asked, "What else?" Bamboo said, "I found a living divine God-given seed. It is very weak, and needs to replenish the original force. I will return to the canyon first, and get a piece of original force crystal." "A living divine God-given seed?" Little Baizhu jumped up happily and exclaimed, "Bamboo, Liju Peak is rich again. We are in urgent need of raw stones now." "Little Baizhu, you keep digging." Bamboo gave an order, spread his wings, and disappeared into the air. Returned to the canyon, called Baizhu, and made simple preparations. Baizhu put on a backpack, which contained a force crystal storage box and a force crystal. Bamboo carried Baizhu and flew in the air, hurrying in a straight line. When they arrived at the hills where the God-given seeds of Tide and Kueli took root, Yucha was already waiting under the tree. As soon as they landed, before Bamboo had time to speak, the Tide and Kueli tree spirit couldn't help but say a few words. "What is this?" "A rat warrior." "Bamboo, did you raise this Sidit warrior?" "It's cute. It seems that the Wangua continent where you live is very rich in force. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have the time to raise beast warriors. When the force is exhausted, you will know how precious resources are, and you will know how to cherish them." Baizhu stared, quickly took off his backpack, and took out the metal box and force crystal. "What is this again?" The Tide and Kueli tree spirit frequently transmitted thoughts, and was extremely weak at this time, but he couldn't help being curious. Bamboo replied, "The force crystal and the force crystal storage box are metal debris that fell from the sky. Tide and Kueli, you are in a very bad condition. Don't communicate for the time being." Then he ordered Baizhu, "Hurry up." "Okay." Baizhu carefully sensed the distribution of the underground roots, and began to dig. Tide and Kueli tree spirit was silent for a few seconds, and couldn't hold it in any longer. So he asked, "Metal debris that fell from the sky? What is that?" "The force crystal contains a lot of force." "From the sky?" "I can tell you. It's the starry sky." Yes, I know. The starry sky." "Tide and Kueli, you are too weak. It's very dangerous. Don't use your mind to communicate for the time being." Bamboo turned sideways and asked Yucha, "Why are you here? Is there something?" Yucha replied, "Xiao Baizhu dug up a raw stone mine with a very high purity, which is a qualified ore. There are quite a few." Tide and Kueli tree spirit explained, "It must be the vein that Tongli found. It said that there are still a lot of raw stones left, and they haven't been dug out." Bamboo asked, "Tongli?" Tide and Kueli tree spirit said, "The last warrior. You tell the rat warrior, you can dig up some tree roots appropriately. Be careful not to hurt the tree heart." The tree spirit woke up, but not only did it not get the force replenishment, it also kept using its mind to communicate. Slowly, it spoke in a discontinuous manner, and then there was no more. Bamboo activated his celestial eye, but could not see the tree spirit through the thick and solid soil layer. He felt that it seemed that its soul was weak, and it had fainted. "Another chatterbox," Bamboo urged Baizhu. "Hurry up." Baizhu dug hard and dug out a passage leading directly to the heart of the tree. Already, Bamboo used his metal ability to control the lid of the force crystal storage box to float, and waited attentively. Baizhu cut the force crystal into pieces, and quickly put them into the box. Clang! Click! 2 light sounds, and the lid closed. The force crystal storage box leaked the force at a slow and constant rate. Baizhu held the box, got into the passage neatly, and placed the box next to the heart of the tree. Bamboo. What is the starry sky? Baizhu has a habit of snooping into secrets. When working, he always listens carefully. He caught the key words in the conversation and asked curiously. Bamboo warned seriously, "The gods and the starry sky are taboos." Baizhu. Yucha. You too should remember this, and don't spread it to others. I'm not that boring. I don't like this tree spirit, It's noisy. Yucha wagged his tail as a farewell and said, I'll go see how many raw stones Xiao Baiju has dug out. Chapter 464 Preparation. Return. Alas, my soul is too weak. I can't communicate too much. Little black cockroach. Where were we just now? When the Tide and Kueli tree spirit woke up, the first thing it did was to check if Banbu was there. When it found that he was still there, it immediately opened its mouth. Tide and Kueli, you need to rest. Banbu emphasized again and corrected, not just now. It was 3 days ago. You are not sleeping this time. But your soul is too weak and you fainted. It's very dangerous for you to be like this. I know. The Tide and Kueli tree spirit agreed and sighed. The taste of the force is really good. What is that metal box made of? It's a strange thing. It is constantly releasing the force. Bamba felt that if he stayed here all the time, the tree spirit would always nag uncontrollably. And it would play him to death. Hydrogen gold. The cheapest and most commonly used metal material in the starry sky. Bamboo explained briefly and called out, Baiju. Let's go to the vein and take a look. During the conversation with Tide and Kueli, it was roughly confirmed that this raw stone vein was discovered by a black cockroach warrior named Tongli, when the continent's original force was exhausted or almost exhausted. At that time, all the warriors of the same tribe were gone. And the wild god-given species also died, and there were only a few left. Only Tongli was left alone. And the raw stone could not play a big role. So this vein was not dug too thoroughly. Xiao Baizu was digging deep underground. Yucha was carrying a small spider silk bag and carrying it out one bag at a time. Big chunks of raw stones, as red as blood, were spread out, forming a large area of bright red. Baiju went into the mine, checked it out, and immediately returned to introduce the situation in a very professional tone. Banbu. There is a rich mine deep underground. According to my preliminary exploration, at least 2 million raw stones can be dug out. Due to the dense distribution and the weak stone structure of the mountain, it is easy to collapse. The solution can be imitated by the northern wilderness beast tribe we have seen, digging while backfilling soil and rocks, and using soil and rock capabilities to reinforce. Baiju took the initiative to propose, Banbu. My soil and rock capabilities are not bad. I will be responsible for backfilling and mine reinforcement. Xiao Baiyu is responsible for digging, and Yucha will move out. Banbu. You will be responsible for long-distance transportation and transport the excavated or back to the canyon. You have learned to command. You are also commanding me. Bamba waved his tentacles and hit Baiju's head hard. He thought to himself that this seemed to be the only arrangement. The tentacles swung again, knocking on Baiju's head, urging, work faster. The raw stones are heavy, and the abandoned mines are too far from the canyon. Bamboo carries 20 bags each time. About 200,000 raw stones. And a round trip takes a whole month. Just in time. Tide and Kueli Tree Heart has absorbed the force of the first force crystal. And the second force crystal is on. Bamboo carried another trip and stored 400,000 raw stones in the canyon for backup. In the next 2 years, the normal growth of the God-given seeds of the wedge thorn cherry and the 10 live seeds should not be a problem. According to the time, the little ant king wedge thorn ate all the flower snake fruits, and also ate a lot of other force foods that strengthened the physique, and successfully promoted to L3 Junior Warrior, with a significant improvement in comprehensive physique. Only then can it withstand the long journey. The heart of the Tide and Kueli tree absorbed 2 force crystals, equivalent to 200,000 force, and the tree spirit barely managed to get rid of the weak state. Tide and Kueli, we should leave. Are we finally leaving? The journey is 160 days and nights long. We have to cross the sea and cross the continent without force. You were too weak before, and I was worried that you couldn't make it. It's much better now. The Tide and Kueli tree spirit is full of confidence. Seeing that the tree spirit did not return, Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, You two be careful and take out the tree heart. Baiju and Xiaobezu acted immediately. It was not the first time to take the tree heart, and their movements were very skillful. Bamboo looked at the tree in front of him and asked in confusion, Iron Gall Kueli, your body is not dead, but it seems that you have lost all the force properties and have become an ordinary Kueli tree. There are really many insects parasitizing and eating your trunk. I know. Iron Gall Kueli replied, I am born different, with a particularly developed root system and special abilities. Before condensing the tree heart, I completely transferred all the force properties into the main root system, concentrated you, and hid deep underground. Before Tongli died of old age, he dug a vein and hid the ore deep underground. My main root system can actively absorb the force from the original stone and replenish the tree heart. If the natural force is revived, I can be resurrected directly. Unfortunately, it should be a long time since the original stone was exhausted, and the main root system has already died. Bamboo, you'd better help me dig it out and take it away. Sure enough, the divine product, God-given seeds that have survived to this day must have unique life-saving abilities. Ben said, we can't take everything away for now, but we can carry a small amount. The heart of the iron chestnut is a cylindrical section, about 18 centimeters in diameter and about 1.3 meters long. Because it is active and well preserved, it is not in the way, but it is quite heavy. A main root system goes straight to 200 meters deep underground. It is hard and tough, with high density, and is very heavy. At most, we can only carry 10 bags, which will delay the journey. After some preparation, we set off. This is an ant warrior. Where did it come from? Bamboo. Why do you bring it? Do you plan to take it back? What do you want to do? I warn you, don't invade other insect kingdoms recklessly. Is this the southern tropics? It's not hot at all, and it's a bit cold. Wow. Is this the sea? Sure enough. It's all water. This is metal. Can it float on the water? It can also move by itself? So this is how you cross the sea. Incredible. Smart little black cockroach. Bamboo. Do you feel a little shaky? Will it flip over? Now I understand. I think if this thing flips over, it will definitely sink. Yucha took the little ant king of the wedge thorn and 20 ordinary worker ants and hid in the cabin. The boat has a total of 3 cabins, and the other 2 are for storing food, and the other is for storing 2 bags of raw stones and 10 bags of debris. For safety reasons, Bamboo sealed the heart of the iron gall chestnut tree with metal and tied it to his carapace. The tree spirit is actually very weak, and currently exists in the state of tree heart, without any external supplements, and is in danger of death at any time. Bamboo still has many doubts and many questions, but he has been holding back and not saying a word because he is worried that too much communication will hurt the soul of the tree spirit. As a result, this guy kept nagging all the way. Seeing that Bamboo ignored him, he became more energetic. After a few days, he fainted from weakness. Bamboo was speechless and could only unload it from the carapace and throw it into the cabin, letting Yucha crush the raw stones to prolong its life. He only brought 2 bags of raw stones, 20,000 in total, to temporarily save his life. If he died again, he would be dead. Tide and Kueli Shuling was very smart and knew the situation. Only then did he calm down. Dragon Bamboo Continent. Outside the colorful barrier, a 5-kilometer-long flat road was successfully opened up. Various materials were transported and piled up into mountains. The Chiwu Ghost King and the Leiju Ghost King were both present in person, commanding more than 50 Ghost Locust warriors to lay gravel, sleepers, and rails. The sleepers were embedded with prefabricated metal parts, and the warriors who awakened the metal ability came forward to weld the rails to the sleepers firmly, and the rails were seamlessly connected. The most difficult part of the whole huge project is to open up the road and prefabricate the materials, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. The road digging and paving work is not very difficult. In front, the warriors of Leiju Peak, such as Big Bear, Rat King, Torreya Grandis, and all the warriors of Chiwu Mountain and Black and White Lotus Tribe, who have eaten the giant dragon bamboo fruit, are busy working. They are responsible for the work of opening up the road. When encountering peaks or hills blocking the road, Chiwu Mountain will dispatch the Ghost King warriors, who have awakened the earth and stone ability to jointly use their abilities to forcibly open tunnels or crack hills. When encountering gullies and rivers, Chiwu Mountain's Ghost King level warriors, or even a large number of county level warriors, are also needed to assist, and jointly use the earth and stone and metal abilities to build a strong enough bridge. Chapter 465. 5 generations have passed. Everyone started construction in the spring of the 77th year of Bamboo according to the agreed time. Bamboo was delayed for 2 months, and finally returned. Bamboo! Rat King was the first to discover Bamboo's arrival. Bamboo! Bamboo! Big Bear! Torreya and other warriors came upon hearing the news. Bamboo asked, Rat King, is the construction started as scheduled? Have all the materials been delivered? Rat King replied, the materials have been prepared according to your requirements. The Chiwu Ghost King couldn't wait and personally entered the Longzhou continent to command the laying of the track. I don't know if they did it right. Bambu glanced forward and his mind scanned. The road he had opened was basically flat and straight. There was no problem paving along the road. It was just the beginning. So even if there were problems, it didn't matter. At worst, he would tear it down and start over. Is this the little ant king of the explosive ants? Why is there only one worker ant? So weak. Big Bear looked at the bamboo carapace curiously. The little ant king, the wedge ant, lay listlessly on the spider silk bag. If it weren't for the waving antennae, it would be easy to misunderstand that it was dead. Along the way, only one of the 20 worker ants who took care of the wedge ant's food remained, and it was now half dead. The other worker ants died on the road. In an environment without the original force, the wedge ant was in a very bad state after a long journey. The Rat King had a keen sense of smell. He had eaten the Magnolia denudata and was particularly sensitive to the perception of souls. He asked, Bamboo, what are you carrying on your back? A living divine product God-given seed? Yes. It's dying and needs to be sown urgently. Bamboo simply said, Rat King, Big Bear, Torreya Grandis, Peach, Camellia, Square Bamboo, Red Bamboo. Follow me and return to Liju Peak. Maju, you stay and continue to open up the road. We will come again in the fall of this year. Bamboo gave a simple explanation and took Li Zhufeng and his group on the road. The Chiwu Ghost King was at the edge of the illusion barrier. There was no way to get around it. After careful consideration, they had been working together for 40 or 50 years, and there was no need to hide it all the time. A divine product seed that strengthened metal ability was not so precious and valuable. So they just stepped forward generously. Princess Bamboo. The Chiwu Ghost King shouted from afar. Princess Bamboo. You returned more than 2 months later than agreed. What's on your back armor? Isn't it the remains of the God-given seed again? Hey. You mean the exploding ant king? It's in very bad condition. Send it out of the Dragon Bamboo continent. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King learned his lesson this time. While asking questions, he spread his mental power and swept across the spotted carapace. After a quick glance, he immediately realized something was wrong and jumped in shock. The magical patterns on his forehead that formed the heavenly eye lit up instantly, and he looked at the dark iron pillar on the spotted carapace. Tree heart. Haha. Princess Bamboo. Congratulations. Another remains of a God-given seed were found. What are you doing here? It's just a little ant king. What's so strange about it? Go away. Go to work. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King said, waving his antennae to drive away the nearby ghost locust warriors, who were attracted by the explosive little ant king and surrounded him. The Red Crow Ghost King also noticed something was wrong and scolded. The little ant king is in a bad state. Don't disturb it. Go to work. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King said anxiously, Princess Bamboo. Hurry up. Send the little ant king away from the Dragon Bamboo continent. It urgently needs to replenish its original force. In the Northern Hemisphere continent, the explosive ants have been extinct for a long time, and a little explosive ant king is indeed rare. The curious ghost locust warriors were driven away before they could get close. The Chiwu Ghost King and Princess Leiju led the way. Bamboo and his party followed. Quickly passed through the illusion barrier, entered the 10,000 races continent, went straight to the trading square, unloaded the goods, arranged for the Rat King and Oil Tea to take care of the Wedge Thorn Ant King to recover, and followed him up the mountain. Princess Bamboo. This is a... The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King suddenly became excited, and his antennae trembled a little. Divine product God-given seed. Entering the forest environment. The Tide Ankueli tree spirit revived with residual blood, silently observing all the way, confirming that the Chiwu Ghost King and the Leiju Ghost King noticed his existence and had no hostility towards Bamboo. After gathering his strength for a while, he began to speak and took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Tide Ankueli. Chestnut tree. The original species is Kueli, and the specific derivative species is Tide Ankueli. However, I was not born by God, but was born naturally. The condensed chestnut is to strengthen the metal ability, and more specifically, it is the metal strengthening among the metal strengthening abilities. To be more specific, it can not only strengthen the shell, but also strengthen the muscle strength. Your mountain is great. The natural force is so abundant. I have never heard of such a treasure land. It must be very rare. Right? But then again, Bamboo, how is your Leju Peak? How is the natural force? I am tired of the poor life with a lack of force. Bamboo, find a sunny place and plant me. I have come all the way through water and mountains. My stored nutrients are almost used up. It is really hard to communicate with you. The Chiwu Ghost King and the Leju Ghost King, who were originally very curious and excited and planned to communicate well, were a little dazed and stunned at the same time. After a few seconds of silence, the Chiwu Ghost King introduced himself simply. My name is Chiwu Ghost King, the current lord of Chiwu Mountain. Leju Ghost King said, my name is Leju, the next lord of Chiwu Mountain. We belong to the Ghost-Face Katita tribe. Ghost-Face Katita tribe? I've heard of it. A tribe with strong ground combat power. Tide and Kuili emphasized again, Bamboo, find a good place. Peel off the iron skin on my body and plant it. I urgently need to replenish nutrients. Otherwise I can't communicate with you. Tide and Kuili, let's not communicate for the time being. Bamboo decisively refused. The Ghost King Chiwu and the Ghost King Leju stared at Bamboo blankly, their emotions full of doubts and questions. How did you find such a top-quality divine product God-given seed? Bamboo simply explained, naturally born divine product God-given seeds are special and have special life-saving abilities. The uniqueness of the iron gallbladder Kuei chestnut lies in its root system, which happens to be the key to its survival. The root system is extremely long and developed. The Ghost King Chiwu asked, how many years does the flowering and fruiting cycle last? How many fruits can be condensed each time? The iron gallbladder Kuei chestnut tree spirit answered, the flowering and fruiting cycle is 7 years, and 7 chestnuts are condensed each time. After the second metamorphosis of the divine product God-given seeds, the yield remains constant. A place as big as yours should also have its own divine products. Is that clear? I understand. The Ghost King Chiwu replied. Tide and Kuili took the initiative to introduce, I was born naturally, and the chestnuts I condensed are of extremely high quality, different from those divine products and seeds bestowed by God. If you, the Ghost-Face Katita tribe, want to exchange or buy them, the price may be different. I know this. 2. The Chiwu Ghost King was not used to communicating with such a tree spirit. There were many divine creatures in Chiwu Mountain. Each of them was extremely smart, calm and steady, or arrogant and indifferent. None of them were so enthusiastic and proactive, which made him feel very awkward. The Ghost King Chiwu hesitated for 2 seconds before asking, Tide and Kuili, you must have experienced quite a long time, right? How did the force disappear on the continent where you live? Speaking of this, Tide and Kuili's excitement and joy of regaining his life suddenly disappeared, replaced by deep sadness, and slowly said, I can't remember how many years I have existed. When I was born, the natural force was not as abundant as this continent, but it could still survive. The Black Cockroach tribe of Hanwha County that supported me became prosperous and strong because of me, and experienced 5 generations of Cockroach Kings. The first generation of the Lord of Hanwha County was named Kuili Cockroach King, but from that time on, the natural force became less and less sufficient from generation to generation. After 5 generations, the force was extremely thin. The continent's original stones were exhausted, and the Cockroach King could no longer be born. All races gradually declined and perished, until one day, the force suddenly disappeared. Bamboo had guessed it long ago. For the Ghost King Chiwu and Ghost King Leju, this was the expected answer. However, after hearing it, they still couldn't help but feel sad and worried. Tide and Kuili said, I have witnessed with my own eyes that the number of warriors in Hanwha County is getting smaller and smaller. They are either looking for mineral veins everywhere, or waiting for death and destruction in despair. I remember that for a long time, no warrior talked to me. I could see them, and I could feel their sadness and fear. Don't spread the news that Tide and Kuili exhausted his original force and disappeared. It's better not to let ordinary soldiers know many things. Bamboo was also in a bad mood after hearing this, and didn't know how to comfort him. He kept silent. After a while, he said, I'll get some soil and make a metal basin. You can take root and sprout first. I'll carry you, and we'll slowly return to Leju Peak. Okay. Tide and Kuili suddenly lost interest in communication and began to speak briefly. Bamboo continued, Chiwu Ghost King, I plan to rest for one night and set off tomorrow morning for many current affairs. I will settle Tide and Kuili and come to Chiwu Mountain to discuss them in detail. Okay. Chiwu Ghost King was also concise and lightly tapped his tentacles. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King asked, "Princess Bamboo, a divine seed given by God is too precious. Just in case, do you need me to escort you?" Bamboo thought for a moment, then flicked his antennae and said, "Okay. Go down the mountain and rest for a night." After the little ant king Xiejing ate some force food, his condition improved slightly, and the worker ant who took care of him survived miraculously. With a worker ant taking care of him, the situation is much better, and the next journey should be fine. Chapter 466 Perfect Transplant. Bamboo made a metal square basin with a length of 2 meters, a width of 1 meter, and a depth of 1 meter. Fixed it on his carapace. Prepared nutrient soil. Planted the heart of the iron gall chestnut tree, and carried it on the road. The heart of the tree was planted in a flower pot, watered appropriately, and new buds emerged that night. The next morning, it grew in the sun. Before digging out the heart of the tree spirit drained all the nutrients of the original tree that was still alive. So there was still some plant vitality in the heart of the tree, and the state was many times stronger than the original 9-leaf red lotus. Under the sunlight, the growth changes were visible to the naked eye. In just one morning, the seedling reached a height of 20 centimeters, and 6 leaves unfolded, efficiently absorbing light energy and natural force. In the soil of the flower pot, the changes were even faster. In just half a day, the heart of the tree completely degenerated and disappeared, and the roots grew wildly instead, covering the entire flower pot. Under normal circumstances, the root scale of a tree should be in a 1-to-1 coordinated ratio with the scale of the plant on the ground. The uniqueness of the iron gallbladder chestnut is that its root system is extremely developed, about 3 times that of the trees on the ground, and all nutrients are gathered in the roots, which is similar to the bamboo and the 9-leaf red lotus. Prepare the nutrient soil. Use up a bag of debris, and give the remaining 9 bags to several Torreya warriors to carry and transport, all using medium-sized spider silk bags. After being dispersed, each person's load is about 100 kilograms. The Big Bear and the Rat King followed back to Liju Peak, and they were preparing to be promoted to the princess-level warriors. After completing the promotion, the Big Bear will stay in Liju Peak to guard the mountain gate. The Rat King will decide based on the situation. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King followed, carrying 5 bags of raw stones himself, so that he could replenish the original power for the iron gallbladder Kueli anytime and anywhere on the road. However, the Kueli plant stopped growing after it reached a height of 1 meter and branched out several branches, and only used up less than 1 bag of the raw stones it carried. The timeline of the iron gallbladder Kueli tree spirit seemed to be particularly long. It could say that it had just been unconscious for 3 days. When talking about the past, he suddenly felt bad and depressed. Bamboo thought it would pass quickly, but he didn't expect that this guy was immersed in the grief of the past all the way, depressed, and had no interest in communication. It was not until Liju Feng that the situation suddenly improved. "Bamboo, your Liju Peak is not good. It is far inferior to Chiwu Mountain. There are not many vacancies in Liju Peak. I will arrange for you to go to a better place." "There is no place here?" "Ah, Butterfly Warrior. What's wrong with your Liju Peak?" "It's a mess. It is the Hibiscus Butterfly King from Chiwu Mountain. Liju Peak is harassed by the Northern Wilderness Beast Tribe. Please ask it to come and help temporarily," Bamboo explained to the Tide and Kueli tree spirit. At the same time, the Hibiscus Butterfly King had already landed from the mountain in a flash and landed in the trading square. His eyes were attracted by the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King and the Kueli seedlings carried on Bamboo's back armor. "Liju, why are you here? Divine product God-given seed? It's sprouted? This is not a new plant, a relic." Liju Ghost King quickly explained, "Yes. A tree of the Kueli type divine product God-given seed that has condensed its tree heart and survived by chance was found on Qijian continent, strengthening its metal ability. This is the blessing of the true God of nature. I hope there are more divine products surviving on the deserted continent." The Hibiscus Butterfly King's forehead was shining with his eyes, locking onto the tree spirit. He kept looking at it, marveling at it, and then he found something strange. He suddenly realized and said, "Its root system is unusually developed." "Yes?" Bamboo asked. "Hibiscus Butterfly King. Where is the Wax Apple Ghost King?" "The giant dragon bamboo god gave it to bear fruit, and it helped to guard the bamboo forest." Hibiscus Butterfly King tapped his tentacles and asked, "You really know how to think of a way to transport it back like this?" Where do you plan to plant it? Liju Peak is full of things, so it can't accommodate it. Right, Bamboo said. Beside the lake, with the 9-leaf red lotus. Hibiscus Butterfly King has been in charge of Liju Peak for a year, and has long noticed the existence of the Tata tree and the 9-leaf red lotus. He usually likes to communicate with the 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit. He tapped his tentacles and said, "It's a very good arrangement." At this time, Belly Bamboo, Red Rice, Pyracantha, Crown Pear, and Cattail heard the news and rushed to the trading square one after another, greeting them one after another. After a simple arrangement, Bamboo first carried Tide and Kuili to the lake. Jui Honglian, have you been doing well in recent years? Bamboo greeted. Very well. Bamboo, what do you have on your back armor? Jui Honglian asked. Since they were far apart, Tide and Kuili could feel the communication from Jui Honglian. But his soul was weak, and he could not transmit his thoughts yet. He asked anxiously. Bamboo, is it Jui Honglian? Yes. Bamboo answered and explained to Jui Honglian. It's called Tide and Kuili, from Qijin continent. Like you, it has survived hard in an environment with depleted original power. Oh, then it must have a unique way to survive. Jui Honglian was not very interested, and did not have any sympathy. He reminded casually. Chestnut tree? Planted on the south side. Chestnut trees like to bask in the sun. They need a place where the sun shines in the morning and evening. Thanks for the reminder. Bamboo had been followed by a long line of warriors, eager to try. After obtaining 9-leaf red lotus's consent, they immediately began to act. Tide and Kuili was still very sensitive and said, Bamboo, 9-leaf red lotus doesn't seem to like me. Unlike the wildness of other God-given tree spirits, the divine God-given tree spirits are no different from normal intelligent life, and are even smarter. They will not reject and hate other intelligent life for no reason. The emotions of the Tide and Kuili tree spirit are full of loneliness and unwillingness to be lonely, as well as fear of loneliness. 9-leaf red lotus doesn't like to communicate. Bamboo comforted, Iron Gall tree spirit. I will come to accompany you often when I am free, chat with you, and teach you knowledge you have never been exposed to before. Oh, okay. Bamboo, I think the greatest pleasure of life is communication. How can you feel alive without communicating with other lives? I think 9-leaf red lotus should have a more positive attitude towards life. Tide and Kuili said a very philosophical words, and then complained, Bamboo, this place is not good. The abundance of the original force is seriously insufficient. Worse than Liju Peak. It is completely incomparable with Chiwu Mountain. I shouldn't bring this guy close to Chiwu Mountain. Bamboo had a headache and comforted, don't worry. Liju Peak is very rich, and has a large reserve of raw stones. If the original force is insufficient, there will be soldiers to help you replenish it in time. The site is 100 meters away from the lake. First, a large deep pit with a diameter of 30 meters needs to be dug. The excavated soil is mixed with the root remains of the chestnut, sludge, wood ash, sawdust, and a small amount of boundary tree remains and oak tree remains to make nutritious soil for backfilling. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King and the Wax Apple Ghost King, who came after hearing the news, all followed to help. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King was the most enthusiastic, using his earth and stone abilities to change the soil texture structure, making it more suitable for the growth of the iron gallbladder chestnut. The transplanting project, which was originally quite a big one, was completed in half a day after all the busy work. At this time, Bamboo unloaded the flower pot on his carapace, activated his metal manipulation ability, and flew into the pit. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King then activated his earth and stone abilities to transform the metal that made up the flower pot into soft soil. The iron gallbladder chestnut began to stretch its roots, absorb nutrients, and enter the rapid growth mode for the second time. Perfect planting. At this time, the Oil Tea and the Mountain Camellia also took the little ant King Xiejing to visit Liju Peak and came to the lakeside. Yucha said helplessly, Bamboo, the repulsion between the ant colonies is too strong. The worker ants under Datu instinctively hate Xiejing, and this poor little worker ant. The only little worker ant left in Xiejing's ant colony is still alive. Xiejing himself was surprised and speculated, Bamboo, I think it's because it has eaten some blue blood apricots or flower snake fruits. Yeah. Bamboo tapped his antennae and said, Liz Yufeng is quite wealthy. In the future, when you develop the ant colony, you can give the important worker ants appropriate amounts of force food produced by the God-given seeds. Bamboo thought for a while and added, You could also ask Xiangpu for some royal nectar to cultivate a few particularly powerful combat soldier ants. Xijing didn't know much about royal nectar yet, and looked at Yucha in confusion. Yucha said, when the seeds of God bloom, bees collect nectar and brew royal honey. Feeding bee and ant larvae can breed strong combat bees and combat soldier ants. Oh, that's amazing. Wedge Thorn was surprised. Ants are naturally interested in fighting and combat effectiveness. Bamboo ordered, Camellia, Yucha, Red Rice, Rat King. You guys should follow us. Let's set off now, and go to Yunwu Mountain first to settle down Wedge Thorn. Chapter 467 Settling in Yunwu Peak. Hui Tao. Hui Tao. As they approached Yunwu Peak, Shansha summoned her spiritual power to call out. Several warriors, who were busy in the mountains, showed up one after another. Shansha. You're back. Bamboo. Hongdao. Is this the exploding Ant King? The other 4 warriors who lived in Yunwu Peak arrived one after another, and greeted Bamboo and Yucha. Shansha was born in Fingling's territory. Fengling was away all year round, so she was brought up by Bamboo, and was considered Bamboo's half-direct descendant. Huidao was born in Shansha's territory. She liked peach trees, and was supposed to be said to be Tao Peak, but Shansha forced her to stay. Time passed in a flash, and Huidao was already a L4 senior warrior. Bamboo briefly introduced the arrival of the little ant king Xijing and his future plans to them. Shansha was a little anxious. When Bamboo finished speaking, he immediately waved his antennae and said, Bamboo, Hongdao, you take the little ant king around the mountain and find a suitable habitat. I'll go back to the territory first. Huidao. Let's go. Oh. Huidao was a little confused. After walking a distance, Shansha lowered her mental power and asked, Huidao, are all my raw stones missing? No. Huidao answered weakly. After Bamboo briefly introduced the situation, he asked the other soldiers to disperse and turned back to ask, Wedge Jing, what kind of terrain do you explosive ants usually live in? Wedge Jing answered, mountainous. Big mountains. We explosive ants are used to digging caves inside the mountain to build nests. When building a dark reservoir on the top of the mountain, the ant nest needs to maintain a certain humidity. Wedge Jing is a fighting ant species. It is much larger than Taifa and Bighead. The ant nest must be larger, so the mountain it needs is naturally large, and the structural stone must be particularly strong. Bamboo asked, Xijing, Yunwu Peak is okay? Yes. Xijing said, it is too steep and dangerous, and it is inconvenient for worker ants to climb. They can only live at the foot of the mountain. Okay. Bamboo said, then let's go down the mountain. The group went down the mountain. Bamboo instructed the Rat King, I'm afraid you will need to be busy for a while to dig a passage through Yunwu Mountain. While digging, use earth and stone to reinforce it. In the future, when the ant colony expands in size, it will be convenient for north-south travel. Yufeng is tall and steep, and it is really troublesome to climb. Bamboo continued to introduce to Xijing, to the south of the mountain is my Jinping Mountain Range. To the north is the Iron Bladowed Mountain Range of the Bladow tribe, and to the west is the Jinping Mountain Range, which will soon be merged into my Jinping Mountain Range to form a county. To the northwest of the mountain is the Dian Mountain Range, which is also the territory of the Bladow tribe. The insect population is sparse, and it is likely to be abandoned, with the mountain as the center. The southeast, northwest, and northeast are all vast jungles that our Bladow tribe cannot control. You can command the ant colony to forage at will. Food is not a problem. Remember to hunt wild animals. I understand. Xijing replied. Bamboo continued, Xijing, in the future, your ant colony will expand and branch out, mainly to the south and north, to form a sniper line to prevent beast warriors from crossing into the Taidao and Jinping Mountains. You can also branch out along the mountains to the northwest to help the Jinping Mountains defend their territory. As a newcomer to the mountains, Xijing was not clear about the geographical environment and insect population distribution. He was a little confused and thought for a long time before answering, I remember it. Just remember it. I will personally guide you. Rat King, you help Xijing dig a cave to live in first. Yucha, you stay and protect Xijing's safety. Bamboo made simple arrangements and called to Hongdao. Let's go to Lonling Peak. The Dian Mountains can be abandoned, but the Jinping Mountains cannot be abandoned. There are currently 7 warriors on Lonling Peak, all of whom settled there early, when they were high-level warriors. Liju Peak provided each warrior with a fixed amount of 3,000 to 5,000 raw stones every year. In addition, they cultivated 3 wind bellflower seeds given by the gods, which provided them with a good income. All warriors have reached the level of mountain masters. In addition, along the mountain range towards Yunwu Peak, 4 peaks were occupied along the way. Currently, 14 high-level warriors have settled there, and 2 mountain master-level warriors have a certain ability to protect themselves. There is no doubt about Lanling's command and management capabilities. The only problem is that it and Fengling have developed 4 warriors who like wind bellflowers through various channels, and they occupy a mountain specifically, named Yiling Peak. It cultivates wind bells extensively. More and more warriors like to plant wind bells, and they have begun to expand outside the mountain. From Yunwu Peak to Lanling Peak, all the steep places along the mountain range have been dug out and planted with wind bells of various colors. Colorful and colorful. One after another, Bamboo made a round of inspection, mainly to visit the wind bells, and formally announce the settlement of the explosive ant king Xiejing in Yunwu Peak. In the future, when the ant colony develops, the mountain warriors of Jinping Mountain Range will also need to go there regularly to let the ant colony get familiar with their breath and distinguish between enemies and friends to avoid accidental injuries. However, when Xiejing is promoted to the mountain master, the overall IQ level of the ant colony will be greatly improved, and it will be able to distinguish the red cockroach tribe by body shape and shell color. So there is no need to bother. Bamboo returned to Liju Peak this time, and planting the seeds of the god-given iron gallstone chestnut ranked second. The chestnuts condensed by this thing strengthen the ability of metal elements. It only produces 7 copies in 7 years, and the income generated is not as good as the seeds of the god-given holy bamboo. It also requires a certain amount of labor to transport its remains back, and it takes a certain amount of time to grow. The most important thing is to settle the little king of the wedge-thorn ant and strengthen the defense and combat capabilities of the entire red cockroach tribe. Hongdao returned to Liju Peak and continued to preside over various matters. Bamboo stayed and taught the wedge-thorn personally. In addition to various basic scientific knowledge, he mainly taught the knowledge of war that he learned in the military academy when he was a human. After settling down, the wedge-thorn laid eggs once, which lasted for 2 months, and the first batch of ordinary worker ants broke out of the pupa. There are 20 in total, with a very small body size of only 5 centimeters, which is equivalent to the clone of the wedge-thorn. It inherits complete genetic genes, but some genes will be suppressed and cannot be dominant. It inherits a small amount of force genes related to physique, so it belongs to the category of half-force creatures. The life cycle of ordinary worker ants can be as long as 2 to 5 years, depending on how much work they do. Heavy labor will overdraw their lives. If they eat well and don't work, they can live a long time. With these 20 small worker ants as the basis, the loyalty usually helps to find food, and the wedging thorn begins to lay eggs frequently, cultivating medium and large worker ants, as well as combat soldier ants and explosive soldier ants. After sleeping and evolving once, they are promoted to L4 intermediate warriors. Shansha stays and sits in Yunwu Mountain. Bamboo returns to Liju Peak and takes Torreya Grandis, peach, square bamboo, and red bamboo to Chiwu Mountain. The Chiwu Ghost King personally supervised the construction. The steel rails have been laid for 11 kilometers. They are straight and flat, and the roadbed is very solid. The tests confirmed that there are no problems. Bamboo came here this time mainly to manufacture the EMU. The most critical part of the EMU is the motor and line arrangement in the power locomotive. The design of electrical engineering knowledge can only be done by hand. The transportation of metal materials to Longzhou continent consumes a lot of the original force stored in the first heart position. Various components are manufactured on site, spliced together, and steel rails are installed. The carriage is designed to be 16 meters long and 3 meters wide, with 8 pairs of 16 wheels. Just follow it. Due to freight, it has a simple open-top design and a relatively simple structure. Bamboo made a model of a carriage, and other warriors in Chiwu Mountain who mastered metal abilities could do it. According to the proportion, it was manufactured in Chiwu Mountain, and then transported to Longzhou continent. They were assembled piece by piece according to the model, and the metal abilities were seamlessly welded. This busy work took more than half a year. The front and rear locomotives and 8 carriages were all manufactured. Simple operation buttons are set up, divided into 0 to 4 gears, 5 gears, equipped with corresponding emergency brakes. No other complex configurations. and no other configurations are required. The most troublesome thing is to enter the wasteland, hunt beast warriors, and refine grease as a lubricant for the EMU bearings to reduce friction loss. Select 2 Mountain Master level Ghost Locust warriors, who have awakened metal abilities, and put them into use directly after simple training. Their metal abilities control the gears and brake buttons, and their tentacles have unlimited communication functions, which can communicate with each other. After a simple test, Bamboo roughly calculated that when the empty car is running on flat ground, the speed can reach about 100 kilometers per second in the 4th gear. In the 1st gear, the speed is about 20 kilometers per second. The speed of cargo is different, depending on the weight of the cargo. The rails are laid all the way, and the EMU follows to transport materials, which is very labor-saving and highly efficient. The only trouble left is that the number of electric boxes is not enough. Bamboo returned to the East region again, secretly entered the colorful maze without telling the Down Mantis tribe, and dismantled all the useful structures on the wreckage of the spacecraft. Chapter 468 Red Flower. With unlimited supply of various high-quality force foods, the growth of the little ant king of the wedge thorn can be said to be smooth sailing. In just 1.5 years, his strength reached the level of L8 Intermediate Warrior, not far from the Advanced Warrior. The development of the ant colony has also entered the right track, and combat soldier ants and explosive ants have been born, so there is no need to worry about the threat of ordinary beasts in the jungle. Rat King, Big Bear, Cattail, and Big Head have successively been promoted to princesses. The combat effectiveness of Big Head's ant colony is not very good, and he is responsible for work, and his management ability has improved. After all, the red-ringed acid bee to which Cattail belongs is a race protected by the gods. As the scale of the bee colony expands, its combat effectiveness soars. In case of a battle, the bee colony can also participate in the battle, and it is a good aerial combat force. Big Bear stays in the bamboo forest, guarding the seeds given by the giant dragon bamboo god. After the Rat King ate a little original heart and was promoted to princess, his ability to generate force increased accordingly, and he could barely survive in an environment without force. So the Rat King continued to go to the dragon bamboo continent. The growth of the wedgethorn chestnut was not very good, and the tree trunk reached a height of about 10 meters, and then suddenly slowed down. It is difficult for a tree to grow, and only its original root remains can promote rapid growth. After much thought, Bamboo asked the Chiwu Ghost King for help, and they worked together to transport a batch of metal materials in the form of a wheeled cart to the coast of Longzhou continent. It took a lot of effort and a year to rebuild the ship. The length of the hull is 16 meters. The width at the widest point is 6 meters, and it uses 4 first-level electric boxes to drive the navigation, which greatly improves the carrying capacity. This time, Bamboo brought Torreya Grandis to go to sea with him. Bring 40 bags of top-quality force food for Baidu and Xiaobezu, which is their rations for the next 5 years. 10 force crystals, to replenish force when the breakthrough evolution occurs. On the return trip, 40 bags of iron gallbladder Koei chestnut root debris were transported at one time and sent back to Liju Peak with difficulty. This batch of debris helped the iron gallbladder Koei chestnut grow quickly to 15 meters, and its weak soul began to recover to its heyday. However, a round trip to Qijian continent is too far away. Before the high-speed rail is connected to Longzhou continent, Bamboo does not plan to bring back more debris for it. The last time the northern wilderness grassland wolf spied on Liju Peak, the news spread, and the Princess of Yutao in Changsheng County sought communication with the 2 countries of Wolf Scorpion and Pincer Scorpion in the northern border. And then, nothing happened. At least Liju Peak did not receive any relevant news. Changsheng County did not have the energy it had before, and could not take care of the Red Blighton tribe. In recent years, Bamboo has been running around and has no time to grow. He needs to rest for a few years to make up for it. So he personally sits in Yumu Peak. Brown Chestnut Peak takes the native species of Koei chestnut and iron gallbladder Koei chestnut as the core to open up a sea of chestnut trees. Brown Chestnut has no experience and his brain is not very good, so Bamboo needs to go over and guide him from time to time. Time flies. Year after year, the little ant King Xiejing is promoted to a senior warrior, and Bamboo needs to continue to teach him how to arrange the nest. Explosive ants are different from big-headed ants. The most important thing for the development of explosive ant colonies is nesting. Big-headed ants are omnivorous, eating meat, fruits, seeds, grass seeds, and everything. Moreover, the scale of the colony has always been small. The rice fields managed by Red Rice alone produce enough rice for their food every year. So there is no problem with food. The scale of the explosive ant colony is large. Generally speaking, the soldier ants are quite large in size, mainly meat, and can only eat high-sweetness fruits in moderation. As the strength of the ant king increases, the size of the ant colony increases dramatically. When the main nest reaches a certain number, it will split out in batches, occupying a wider territory while dispersing the food pressure. Splitting nests has another advantage, which is to form the defense line that Bamboo wants. All ants have the marching nature, and marching ants are particularly strong, followed by strong ants such as explosive ants. Among their ant colony differentiation, there is the scout soldier ant species. Scout soldier ants are slender in shape, run fast, have sharp eyesight and sense of smell, and have high IQs and know how to act according to circumstances. During wartime, the main role of scout soldier ants is to be responsible for reconnaissance and do some service work. In normal times, scout soldier ants are centered on the split nest, dispersed, wandering around, patrolling the territory, and locking prey. When the colony needs food, the foraging combat soldier ants will follow the signals left by the scout soldier ants to go out and encircle and hunt. Therefore, as long as the explosive ant nests are reasonably distributed, there is no need to be on guard at ordinary times. Once an animal warrior attempts to enter the territory of Taidao or Jinping Mountains from the east, he will not escape the patrol of the scout ants. The Bamboo plan. The nests are distributed in an S shape, from the Taidao Mountains in the north to Xinjiang in the south. When there is nothing to do, I will take Xiejing out to investigate and familiarize myself with the terrain, and arrange the specific location of each nest in advance. During this period, there was an incomprehensible accident. The little worker ant that followed Xiejing and came across the ocean has been busy working, but there is no sign of aging and death. This little worker ant seems to have lived for more than 5 years. Xiejing himself can't explain what happened. There is no relevant record in his inherited memory. Bamboo suddenly had an idea and fed the little worker ant a portion of royal nectar, the amount needed to cultivate a combat worker bee. As a result, miraculously, the little worker ant actually shed its shell and evolved. The life level jumped from semi-force creature to force creature, gaining the ability to evolve infinitely. But unlike the ant king, it cannot breed life seeds without a life capsule, and does not have the ability to lay eggs. The wax apple ghost king and the hibiscus butterfly king have been sitting in Liju Peak. Baba has been hiding in Shueli's living cave pretending to be dead for several years. For the time being, Baba cannot help to check the specific cause. After the little worker ant shed its shell and evolved once, it not only grew in size, but also obviously gained independent consciousness and complete insect grid wisdom, possessed a complete soul, and gave birth to spiritual power. In this case, it should belong to an independent intelligent life form, and Bamboo named it Red Flower. The Red Flower County described by Taidan Kuili also planted and operated a sea of cherry trees. Before obtaining the native species of Kuili, red flower cherries were their iconic plants. Honghua County disappeared a long time ago. It was named Honghua to commemorate the ancestors of the Cockroach tribe. There is also a plan to open up a small-scale cherry blossom sea in Yunwu Peak in the future and hand it over to Xiejing to manage. This is Xinjiang. To the south of Xinjiang is the kingdom of flower cockroaches, the territory of the black and white flower cockroach tribe, which is considered to be an ally with whom we have a good relationship. On the other side, to be more specific, it is the Yabai mountain range. Princess Huabai comes to Liju Peak to purchase every year. Bamboo led Xiejing and explained along the way. Yucha followed with little interest, and behind him, Honghua followed happily. This little guy is only a L2 intermediate warrior now, and his growth rate is a little slow, somewhat clumsy, like a follower. Like to follow behind the wedge thorn or the oil tea. Away from the two of them, it becomes confused and at a loss. During the commentary, Bamboo suddenly raised his antennae and shook them gently, catching a ray of radio waves. Bamboo, the Chiwu Ghost King is visiting. The information of Pyracantha came from a far distance. Yucha, you should pay attention and protect the wedge thorn back to Yunwu Peak, Bamboo said, flapped his wings and flew into the air, shaking his antennae at the same time, sending a signal. Got it. The Chiwu Ghost King never and cannot leave Chiwu Mountain easily. The Bloodthorn was sent out to find himself. Is it urgent? Bamboo couldn't figure out what the urgent matter was, and rushed back to Liju Peak. The begonia butterfly king followed him, and Guanli was taking it to visit its own sea of trees, as well as the young plant of the flame-crowned pear god-given seed that had just been planted last spring. Lakeside, under the Tide Ankue chestnut tree, the Chiwu Ghost King was communicating with the tree spirit. Chiwu Ghost King. Bamboo landed and greeted. Chiwu Ghost King waved his tentacles, pointed at the god-given seed of Tide Ankueli, and asked, Princess Bamboo, don't you plan to transport the debris back as soon as possible to help it grow and recover? Bamboo said, there are too many debris, and it is too troublesome to transport them once. Let's consider it after the steel rails are laid. The spirit of Tide Ankueli said leisurely, I just heard that it will take another 10 years. The progress of laying steel rails was much slower than expected. The main reason was that the Ghost Kings in Chiwu Mountain were not powerful enough. After using the earth and stone ability once, they had to run out of Longju continent and return to Chiwu Mountain to recuperate for a period of time before they could continue the second time. Bamboo immediately changed his words and said, a new batch of giant dragon bamboo fruits will mature soon. And then I will go to Qijing continent. I can bring 2 warriors with me, spend more time, and transport more debris back. Move more. Tide Ankueli emphasized. In the distance, Shinju played with a group of little warriors, and the little guys looked over here curiously. After spending more time together, I found that Tide Ankueli was not a nagging person. He liked to communicate and chat, and he especially liked to chat with the little soldiers, talking about some irrelevant topics. Shinju, bring them over to play under the tree. Bamboo greeted, saying, Chiwu Ghost King. Let's go up the mountain to talk. Chapter 469 Friendly Reminder. The Lord of Chiwu Mountain. Chiwu Ghost King is definitely the most distinguished guest Liju Peak has ever received. Data commanded the ant colony to bring out all the good things that could be brought out on the mountain and put them on display. He also took out some rare things such as nutrient solution, compressed biscuits, and drinks that were stored in the cold storage on the top of the mountain. At the same time, the Wax Apple Ghost King and the Hibiscus Butterfly King, who had been stationed in Liju Peak, came over. The entrance of Bamboo's living cave could barely accommodate these big insects, and it was even a bit crowded. Hongdao and Duju came over to join in the fun, but were directly driven away. I and the Begonia Butterfly King set out in early spring, walking along the coastal jungle and the Jinjiang River, visiting each kingdom along the way. In recent years, there has been no transportation, and various rumors have spread more and more. I simply told them clearly that there is an important trade cooperation between Chiwu Mountain and the Chi Cockroach tribe and the Black and White Blatella tribe to prevent them from having wild thoughts and then harming your transportation team. I am also thinking about whether to get a ship and transport along the Jinjiang River. Thank you, Chiwu Ghost King. Bamboo said gratefully. There are 3 divine product wreckages found in Liju Peak waiting to be transported. After the rails are laid, it will immediately enter a peak period for wreckage transportation. Chiwu Ghost King said, there is another important matter to be officially notified to you. Liju Peak, Haitang Butterfly King and I will retire in advance. About 10 years, when the high-speed rail tracks are laid. At that time, the Chiwu Mountain Bamboo Sea should also be initially built, and Liju Ghost King will officially succeed as the master of Chiwu Mountain. The main purpose of Haitang Butterfly King and I on this trip is to travel around the continent, visit various kingdoms and tribes, see their prosperity, and also to get to know each other better. So anxious. Bamboo tapped his antennae to show that he understood. Tide Ankueli had mentioned starry sky and return. Without asking too much, Bamboo could guess the general idea. They probably didn't know the specific details. Leiju was successfully promoted to the second age Ghost King last winter. Time flies. Before we know it, we are old. Chiwu Ghost King sighed and said, Bamboo, you have eaten a lot of various divine products. You should also concentrate on growing up and become the Cockroach King as soon as possible. Yes. So I rested in the mountains for a few years. Bamboo asked again. Chiwu Ghost King, do you have a way to get the divine product force food that enhances speed? Currently, Bamboo has eaten various divine products force food that enhance strength, shell strength, muscle strength, internal organs, soul, and elemental abilities. The comprehensive combat power is almost extreme. According to Baba, it only lacks a crucial speed enhancement to form a complete set. The Chiwu Ghost King shook his tentacles gently and said, I did have one when I was young, but it was a pity that it was bred into a life seed and has long been gone. As for other tribes on the mainland that have unfamiliar relations, it is difficult to get information, and is not very clear. Gone. Bamboo turned and said, Chiwugo's king. The divine spruce God-given seed in Yuanshan County can strengthen the shell's force veins, improve elemental abilities, and greatly increase the success rate of molting and growth. You are traveling around the mainland this time, mainly in the east region. Right? Yushan County is a famous county. You must visit it. Right? Really? You can't miss it. The Chiwugo's king understood Bamboo's meaning and smiled. I can ask along the way, and exchange it with the things of Chiwu Mountain to see how many I can exchange. If it is suitable, I can leave it for you. The quantity cannot be too much. Bamboo smiled and said, 2 or 3 will be enough. As usual, Li Zhufeng will exchange with the giant dragon bamboo fruit. Okay. The Red Krogo's king tapped his tentacles and asked, I see that warrior named Hongdao. Do you plan to promote him to the Cockroach King? Bamboo said. Yes. The Wax Apple Ghost King couldn't help but say, that little fellow named Hongdao is indeed smart. But he is not a pure red cockroach tribe warrior. Right? Bamboo said. It doesn't matter much. The Hibiscus Butterfly King asked, Princess Bamboo, you don't plan to promote the Black Bear warrior named Daxiong and the Rat King to the Beast King, do you? Bamboo said awkwardly. No. For now. The Red Krogo's king said. I basically understand the situation in Li Zhufeng. The 2 holy bamboo seeds given by God are, and a 9-leaf red lotus seed bestowed by God. The annual income of raw stones is really not small. However, based on our experience in Chiwu Mountain, we have to remind you that it is best to reserve the rich raw stones. And the number of king-level warriors should not be too large. The Wax Apple Ghost King added, You cannot guarantee that every generation of Liju Peak will be as rich as during your reign. But you must ensure that at least one Cockroach King can grow up in each generation. Excellent wild seeds bestowed by God, and abundant raw stone reserves are the most powerful guarantees. Bamboo moved his tentacles seriously, and said, I have thought about this kind of problem. Thank you 2 Ghost Kings for reminding me. The Chiwu Ghost King smiled and said, Don't thank me all the time. Thanks to you, Chiwu Mountain can do such a big thing in our generation. And the development of the tribe will reach a new level. Time, early summer of the 82nd year of Bamboo. The Chiwu Ghost King and the Begonia Butterfly King stayed in Liju Peak for 1 day, and then set off to visit Changsheng County. They wanted to travel around the East region, and visit all the famous counties. The 6 Chuishan who came with them stayed in the Dragon Bamboo Forest, helping to defend, while waiting for the bamboo fruits to mature. The development of the chestnut tree cannot be completed in 2 or 3 years. So there is no rush. The education of the little ant king of the wedge thorn is almost complete. Now it is the busy season for the Dragon Bamboo Forest, and the 9-leaf red lotus lake. So Bamboo simply stayed in Liju Peak. The Chiwu Ghost King reminded Bamboo to carefully count the current raw stone reserves in Liju Peak. There are 327 force crystals, mainly from the Chonglu and Yuzhu caravans selling the 9-leaf red lotus seeds from various rich counties on the mainland. The reserve of ordinary raw stones is more than 60 million. At present, the dragon bamboo fruit is in the ripening period, and the raw stones are being consumed in large quantities. The 9-leaf red lotus consumes a lot every year. It is estimated that the remaining amount will not exceed 50 million. In total, the total reserve is more than 80 million. Among them, the main source of income is the sale of 9-leaf red lotus seeds and holy bamboo fruits, which can bring nearly 10 million net income every year. Adding the output of other ordinary God-given seeds, the total income exceeds 10 million. The number of mountain warriors is increasing rapidly, and the current increase in expenses is actually very small. A senior warrior is funded with a fixed quota of 3,000 to 5,000 raw stones every year. Even if the number of warriors reaches 100, the annual expenditure is only 400,000 raw stones, which is just a drizzle. The mountain master level warriors continue to grow, and the expenditure is slightly higher, but it is not a big burden. The biggest cost is the growth of the princess level warriors. The growth of bamboo and duju costs more than 2 million raw stones each year. Datu, Hongdao, and Xiangpu are promoted to princesses. The 3 of them are confirmed to be promoted to Cockroach Kings. At present, the annual cost for each of them is set at 300,000, 400,000, and 500,000 raw stones, which can maintain a relatively fast and stable growth. As for Big Bear and Rat King, Bamboo has not yet figured out whether to let them be promoted to Beast Kings. The annual cost is set at 150,000 raw stones. They have not given up their growth, but they are growing at the slowest speed. Soon, Hongmi, Longyu, Pyracantha, Huaju, Danju, Guanli, and Qinggang will be promoted to princesses one after another. Baiju and Yucha should also be promoted to princesses. Bamboo wants to support them all to be promoted to kings. But unfortunately, he does not have the financial resources and is powerless. Which ones continue to grow? Which ones give up? This is another difficult decision. The Chiwugo's king was right in reminding him. Considering the long-term development of the tribe, Bamboo should take advantage of the wealth of this generation to hoard as many raw stones as possible for the next generation. After all, after Bamboo, Li Zhufeng will lose the most important giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds. After belly bamboo and fire bamboo, Li Zhufeng will lose the two most profitable holy bamboo God-given seeds. The overall income has dropped sharply. The situation in Changsheng County is right in front of us. The arrangement of Changsheng Cockroach King is perfect. It has accumulated enough foundation and is considered a successful case. Today's Changsheng County is still rich and prosperous. But the appeal is not as good as before. Changsheng Cockroach King has only cultivated 2 Cockroach Kings and 2 Bee Queens. According to the current income ratio, it is reasonable for Bamboo's Li Zhufeng to cultivate 8 kings. Or even a little too much. Chapter 470 Jinzhu Peak. As Li Zhu Peak developed, it gradually became a big family with more and more troubles. At the same time, there were also many good news. Especially in April every year. Especially this year. There were constant good news from various mountains. Starting from mid-April, the young warriors born this year in various mountains began to be promoted to L4 junior warriors one after another, and chose their favorite plants. Among them, a warrior from Bitao Peak liked bamboo, and named it Jianigangzhu. To be more concise, it was called Jianzhu. In addition, the number of warriors in Taidao mountain range exceeded 100. And the Princess Taidao was no longer so urgent to save the young warriors. Moreover, Bamboo had planned it long ago, and often gave away high-quality bamboo species. Almost every warrior in Taidao mountain range had a few bamboo species planted in their territory. This year, it finally paid off. A young warrior who liked bamboo appeared. Bamboo learned the news, and went to talk to him. Princess Taidao agreed to send him to Li Zhu Peak to settle down. This young warrior was named Shilizu, or Green Bamboo for short. There are already many young warriors who like bamboo in the bamboo sea of Li Zhu Peak. In addition to the main peak Li Zhu Peak, there is a Dabolo living in the Dragon Bamboo Forest, and the quota of 5 warriors in Huaju Mountain has been full. In recent years, 2 young warriors who like bamboo have been born and sent to Shengyin Mountain, which is also full of 5 warriors. This year, 2 more young warriors will be added, and we can consider opening up a 3rd Bamboo Sea Peak. The increase in the number of peaks means that the scale of the Bamboo Sea will expand accordingly. This time, Bamboo chose to expand to the southeast, which is a little far away, 19 kilometers east of Huaju Mountain, and farther from Li Zhu Peak, about 30 kilometers southeast. An isolated peak, named Jianzhu Mountain, is large in size and moderate in height, about 700 meters, with 2 small hills. The natural force is not ideal, slightly inferior to Huaju Mountain. The advantage is that the mountain has a large capacity and plans to house 10 warriors. A large area of open space can be reserved on the mountain as a nursery and breeding base. This winter, warriors can be summoned to work together to reclaim the mountain. In the spring of next year, Jianzhu and Luzhu can go to choose to live in the cave and sow life plants. In the future, when there are more warriors, Torreya Grandis can separate a colony and settle in Jianzhu Peak, and transfer the cultivation of bamboo species related to Jingxianzu, Saiwozu and Gixianzu. Li Zhu Peak completely gave up the management and cultivation of these 3 bamboo species. This year, a God-given seed unexpectedly appeared on Guijia Peak, which was born naturally under a very low probability. Only Guijia Tendon Vine and Guijia Dragon Vine are planting Guijia Vine, a special plant from the western region of Longzhou continent. On the entire mountain, these 2 guys are not very diligent and not very smart. And without the support of Bamboo, they have only sown a small area. Bamboo carefully checked and confirmed that it was the blessing of the true God of nature. And the luck was off the charts. And it was born unexpectedly. The seeds mature in autumn, and can be given to the turtle shell tendon vine for nurturing. With its own income, Li Zhufeng does not need to spend too much resources to support its promotion to the princess. There is also better news from the Qingyang Mountains. The various oak seeds that Bamboo brought back from the Qingyang continent last time have been planted. This year is the first time they have bloomed. And a God-given seed has also appeared. And it is preliminarily determined that it strengthens the ability of the fire element. Qingyang seems to have a special perception like a cat, and feels that a derivative species of the red oak is extraordinary. Wakaiji led the mountain warriors to squat in the woods overnight, confirming that it triggered the stars in the sky, which is a God-given reward. Bamboo speculated that it was probably because of the superior natural environment in the southern hemisphere that the tree species still maintained a benign evolutionary process of survival of the fittest in the wild environment. This seed is difficult to deal with. Qingyang Peak Mountain Master. Qingyang already has a God-given seed, so there is no need to breed a second one. After several days of discussion, this God-given seed was lent to Peach Peak, and it was given to Peach to breed into a life seed. In the future, the sea of trees at Peach Peak will obtain peach-like God-given seeds, and one will be returned to Qingyang Peak. In this way, among the several peaks that plan to open up the sea of trees, only brown chestnut lacks a high-quality God-given seed. In addition, Torreya Grandis at Torreya Grandis Peak and Camellia at Yunmu Peak each need one. If possible, the little ant King Xiejing should also get one. In recent years, the number of mountain warriors has increased. Every winter when they have free time, some warriors will enter the wild jungle to look for God-given seeds. A little warrior from the Wangua continent found one. However, according to tribal tradition, the seeds of God are favored by the true God of nature. Whoever finds them will own them. Bamboo, the master of the mountain, has no say. The little warrior will breed them himself. It is destined to be a year of great harvest. The sunshine in May is the strongest, and it is the most comfortable to bask in the sun. It is a season when farm work is relatively leisurely. There are also Snow Peak golden rails and various peach fruits that ripen one after another. They are sent to the top of the mountain to be chilled and then brought down to be eaten. It is a hot summer day with a comfortable body. However, there is another headache. In recent years, the seeds of God of Kerosene tea have been strengthened with plant gene fluid and various debris. The tree size has increased. The number of fruits and the quality of fruits have improved. And the fruit period has been extended by 1 month. And they will mature in May. For every tea fruit, Bamba paid the kerosene tea tree spirit 1 raw stone. Over the past few decades, he had accumulated nearly 500,000 raw stones without realizing it. Ordinary raw stones, standard medium-sized spider silk bags, 10,000 pieces in one bag, take up a lot of space. Placing them under the tree will compress the soil, which is not conducive to the growth of the root system. It will also affect the usual loosening and irrigation. Dadu has complained about this more than once. Bamboo decided to solve the problem and came to the door with a box of force crystals. Huicha, Bamboo, where is my raw stone this year? Bamboo raised the metal box and asked, Force crystal, do you know it? Of course I know it, Huicha replied, a little dissatisfied, saying, I'm not stupid. It's good that I know it. Bamboo opened the metal box and carefully picked up a force crystal, saying, Huicha, look, is it beautiful? Huicha said, beautiful. Bamboo asked, do you want it? Huicha said, you can't give it to me innocently. Bamboo said, Huicha, I will exchange the force crystal with you for the raw stone. How about it? Not very good. Huicha asked, where is Yucha? Why hasn't it come back? It's in Yunmu Peak, and will come back to see you when it is time. The spirit of the kerosene tea tree has gradually become smarter, and is not easy to fool. Bamboo sighed inwardly and asked, Huicha, why don't you change it? Your Liz Yufeng is not safe. Huicha analyzed seriously. The force crystal is too small, and it was snatched away in a short time. Ordinary raw stones are safer. There are many and heavy. Put together, no one can snatch them away. Who said Liz Yufeng is not safe? Why is Liz Yufeng not safe? Bamboo couldn't understand the inexplicable sense of crisis of the ignorant tree spirit. He thought about it, and came up with a solution. Activate the metal ability. And the soil and stones formed a thick steel cable. Bamboo picked up the raw stones in the metal box one by one and asked, Huicha, look, 5, right? Huicha replied, yes. 500,000 raw stones. It was a little tempting. Bamboo emptied the other force crystals in the box. Put the 5 back. Used the metal ability. Sealed the box. and tied it to the trunk of Hoocha with a steel cable. Hoocha. Look. Isn't this enough? No one can take it away except me. Bamboo. You want to take my raw stones? Hoocha was getting richer and richer, and was particularly sensitive to the word robbery, and suddenly became furious. Bamboo was about to distinguish, and a force wave came from afar. The warrior of the Red Blatten tribe was very familiar with the nature of the force. Princess Avocado was rushing over, circling low in the sky, and landing next to the God-given seed of the oil tea. Looking at the ants busy harvesting on the tree, she sighed. This God-given seed of the oil tea tree is growing more and more vigorously. The yield has already exceeded 10,000. Right? Huh? Princess Avocado looked under the tree. Not only were there bags of raw stones, but there was also a force crystal storage box tied to it, and 18 force crystals were placed on the ground. Bamboo. What are you doing? Are you showing off your wealth to the tree spirit? Bamboo. Why is this old guy here again? Get rid of it. The oil tea tree spirit shouted angrily. No. Alas. Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, Princess Avocado, please wait a moment. Let me solve the problem of the tree spirit. Chapter 471. Princess Avocado felt that the tree spirit was angry and moved away. Okay. Hoocha. I'll drive it away. Bamboo turned to the tree spirit and said his thoughts, saying, the total amount of raw stones I own is several hundred million. Do you know what that means? All the raw stones piled up into a mountain, taller than you. Hoocha was unhappy and interrupted. What does it have to do with me? You won't give me one more. Bamboo said, what I want to make clear is that I can't steal your raw stones. Hoocha. Be straightforward. One word. Do you want to change? If not, I'll be busy with other things. You tie the box here first. Hoocha prefers the ultra-high purity force crystals, and hesitated. Let me think about it for a few days. Also, I condensed 13,544 crystals this year. Fruit. You asked the big-headed ant to send my raw stones over quickly. Bamboo said, what are you still considering? Including this year's income. You have 500,000 orders and less than 3,000 raw stones. Right? Hoocha said seriously, it's 502,857. Bamboo said, let's exchange. I'll make it an integer for you. 5 force crystals, 500,000, and leave you a whole bag, which is equivalent to you having 510,000 raw stones at once. This? What a tempting condition. It's a big profit. The kerosene tea tree spirit said without hesitation, deal. Bamboo used a spider silk bag to collect the remaining 18 force crystals, handed it to a combat soldier ant, and told it to send it back to the ant nest and hide it. He also ordered several other soldier ants to command the ant colony to drag away the bags of raw stones placed under the tree, and send them to the warehouse at the foot of the mountain for storage. When Princess Yoli saw Bamboo finish his work, she laughed and said, Bamboo, the spirit of your tea tree is getting more and more interesting. The spirits are cunning and weird, and every one of them is a headache. Bamboo shook his antennae helplessly and emphasized, the tea tree spirit is the weirdest, and the most troublesome for insects. You have too many God-given seeds. Too much is not a good thing. Princess Yoli asked, what about the God-given seeds of Sunko? I remember that it has an even worse temper. Tree spirits need to communicate. You should pay attention to it, and take care of every one of them. Bamboo said, Princess Yoli, let's not talk about this today. Let's go to Yunwu Peak to talk. Princess Yoli was surprised and asked, Bamboo, why did you ask me to come here? Bamboo said, it's a little thing. Princess Yoli, I'll show you something. The foot of the mountain on the south side of Yunwu Peak, not far from the entrance of the ant nest of Xiejing, is a wide open flat land with neat forests in all directions. 5 years ago, Bamboo brought back cherry tree seeds from Xiejing continent and sowed them. Now the seedlings are half grown and will bloom and bear fruit in 2 or 3 years. After a loud bang, the irritable ant colony calmed down. Hongwa, evolved from a small worker ant, quickly drilled out of the ant nest and drove away the ant colony that surrounded the Princess of Oil Pear. Bamboo! Hongwa greeted and shook its antennae uncomfortably. It always had some awe of Bamboo. Bamboo asked, where is Xiejing? Hongwa replied, it went out hunting with Yucha. Bamboo waved his antennae and ordered, constrain the ant colony. Is this the exploding ant that the Red Blatten King mentioned to me? When the Avocado Princess landed, she was not careful, and was accidentally scratched by the fragments of the exploding shell. She was a little embarrassed and sighed, "What a fierce guy. And he is also very mean. There is no force fluctuation. It is hard to find him lying still." The avocado princess has a thick shell, and it is impossible for her to be injured by the exploding ant corresponding to the advanced warrior level. She shook her wings to resolve the embarrassment, looked at the woods, and continued to ask, "Wedge cherry. Is this a derivative species? Is this a black cherry? What is this?" The avocado princess searched for the inherited memory. The avocado princess planted many tree species. Initially, with the support of the Changsheng Blatten King, she planted peach trees. Unfortunately, Changsheng County could not share the top tree species such as longevity peach. After hundreds of years of operation, their peach tree forest has achieved little success, seeking a way out for development. The avocado county has also managed apricot trees, chestnut trees, orange trees, pear trees, and other tree species. In recent decades, it has been tossing tea trees. In fact, the sea of trees lacks top-level tree species. It takes great luck and a long time to achieve great success. This is a high-quality derivative of the red cherry and topaz cherry. Bamboo explained and reminded, topaz cherry is a high-quality native species second only to the top-level tree species. Topaz cherry. High-quality derivative species. Native species are hard to find. And cultivation is even harder? Where did you get it? Could it be Chiwu Mountain? Princess Avocado. Don't ask where they came from. Just tell me whether you like these cherry tree species. Don't like them? What do you mean? Princess Avocado asked back, then realized what Bamboo meant and was overjoyed. Both the red cherry and the wedge cherry have been cultivated very well. If they are planted on a large scale, it is easy for the God-given seeds to be born naturally. Even if ordinary seeds are cultivated into life seeds, they are not comparable to ordinary tree species. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, "If you want to naturally give birth to the God-given seeds, the premise is large-scale planting. This is extremely difficult and requires a large number of warriors to work together. However, ordinary seeds are really good as live seeds." Bamboo paused and added, "The cherry fruit tastes very good, especially the cliff honey cherry." Princess Avocado. Look, this is also a high-quality derivative species, just slightly worse than the red cherry. His. Princess Avocado said, "Good stuff. Good tree species." Bamboo. You little guy is very capable. You got back 3 high-quality species at once. 4? 8. Bamboo said, "The other tree species are not as good as the red cherry and the wedge cherry, but the fruit is very good. Eat." Princess Avocado thought quickly and asked, "You specially asked me to come here for the purpose of?" Bamboo sighed, "Princess Avocado, the tree species that you Princess Avocado are struggling with lack the core native species. I don't know when we can achieve something. You see, there is a shortcut here. Right? I can share these 8 high-quality cherry tree species with you, without any other conditions. I plan to open up a sea of cherry trees around Yunwu Peak, and we will cooperate and plant together, and cultivate better derivative species in the future, and share with each other." Princess Avocado is an old bug with rich social experience. She first understood that Bamboo was helping Avocado County from the foundation of the tribe, and the so-called conditions were not conditions at all. At the same time, from Bamboo's tone of mind, it can be felt that Bamboo does not care much about these precious and rare high-quality cherry tree species. It can be seen that if he cares, he will not plant them in such a remote place as Yunwu Peak. Bamboo. Chijian County has 5 more high-quality Chijian tree derivatives. Are they all brought back by you? The Oil Pear Princess carefully asked. You went through the colorful maze and got them from the opposite continent of Chiwu Mountain? Is there any way to bring back some top-level tree species, like the longevity peaches? I understand. It must be like this. Your dragon bamboo was brought back from there. The Oil Pear Princess talks a lot, and she is careless and outspoken. She is old, but she does not have the maturity and stability that an old insect should have. It is precisely because of this that Bamboo and the Red Blatten King are reluctant to tell her too many secrets, because she cannot keep secrets. Princess Avocado. Don't ask too many questions, and don't think too much. Bamboo said, what do you think of these cherry tree species? If possible, select the land in advance, cultivate the nursery, and come back in 2 or 3 years to take some seeds back. Nonsense! How can I refuse it if it's given for free? Princess Avocado waved her tentacles, smiled, and said, okay, I'll arrange it when I get back. Chapter 472 Turbulence. Bamboo took Princess Avocado to the Bluebell Peak for a walk, and then went to the Great Eucalyptus Mountains for a check. In recent years, the activities of beast warriors have become more rampant, and they discussed the defense of the Red Blatten tribe. After walking and stopping for half a month, they finally returned to Yunwu Peak to introduce Princess Avocado to the King of Wheat Ants. In the future, cherry trees will be planted, and the exchanges between Avocado County and Yunwu Peak will be more frequent. Bamboo. Are these tree species traded with raw stones? Bought back? Or exchanged with holy bamboo fruits? Your Liju Peak is rich. Can you find a way to get a few top tree species from the opposite continent? I think it is not unacceptable even if it costs tens of millions of raw stones. On the way back, Princess Avocado enthusiastically proposed to Bamboo. Princess Avocado is indeed old, and sometimes her brain is obviously not very good. It has mentioned the matter of top tree species in various ways for no less than 10 times. Bamboo was speechless about this. There are only about 300 top-level tree species recorded in the inherited memory, and almost all of them are endangered. How can they be so easy to get? The wasteland continent has been treasure hunting for decades. So far, Li Zhufeng has only obtained 3 top-level tree species: dragon bamboo, cave crown pear, and kueli. Princess Yoli's understanding of the value of top-level tree species is also insufficient. No matter where it is placed, it is impossible to buy top-level tree species at the price of tens of millions of raw stones. Flying along the mountains, returning to Li Zhufeng. In the air, looking around, I found that a large number of caravans stopped at the trading square. Looking carefully, Flame Cluster Spotted Grass and Princess Tidal were there. What season? The caravan is coming? Princess Yoli was confused at first. Bamboo carefully sensed the fluctuations of the force, and then identified that it was Chong Lu and Yuju's caravan. It seems that something has happened. Bamboo said, Princess Yoli, I have something to deal with first. You go slowly. What is it? Let me see. Princess Yoli didn't realize it at all, and rushed to land in the trading square. After a round of greetings, Yinshu Banmao said solemnly, Bamboo. The Central Territory Mole Armor Kingdom, the Purple Stem Armor Tribe, and the Purple Crystal County were besieged by the Northern Wilderness Beast Warriors, and were robbed. Purple Crystal County. It sounded very familiar. Bamboo thought back, and then suddenly realized, saying, Purple Crystal Grapes. There were warriors from the Purple Stem Armor Tribe who came to Liju Peak to buy longevity peaches. Bamboo saw them once, and had a good impression. Awakening the ability of fire. Purple red shells, born particularly gorgeous and beautiful, is a particularly vain race. The Purple Stem Armor Tribe is similar to the Red Blathog Tribe. They are both relatively weak tribes, and depend on the Mole Beetle Tribe for survival. Amethyst County is also very famous on the mainland. It cultivates vine grapes, and has made great achievements. Among them, amethyst grapes and scarlet grapes are not inferior to any high-quality tree species. The biggest feature is that the fruits are crystal clear and extremely beautiful. The caravan sells 9-leaf lotus seeds, and it seems that it has always had dealings with Amethyst County. Bamboo looked at Chong Lu. Chong Lu said depressedly, I didn't expect that Amethyst County also has divine products God-given seeds. The news that our caravan didn't know was known to the Northern Wilderness Beast Tribe. Not only were things robbed, soldiers were killed and injured, and plants were damaged. The matter was very fierce. The soldiers of the Mole Armor Kingdom and the Bumblebee Kingdom went crazy and searched and hunted everywhere. Yuju explained, it is said that the name is amethyst grapes. It has existed for many years. The fruits produced are exchanged with the Kingdom of Mole Armor and the Kingdom of Bumblebee on a regular basis. It has always been very secretive. The attackers are the Northern Wilderness Snow Leopards and Snow Sculpture Warriors, as well as the local Cloud Leopard Warriors and Forest Wolf Warriors. There are more than 500 of them. They suddenly launched a sneak attack when the time is ripe. The battle was fierce, affecting the divine amethyst grape God-given seeds. The frost ability froze most of the vines. I don't know if this kind of injury can be recovered. Even if it can, I don't know how many years it will take. Yuju said depressedly, we originally planned to go straight to Zijin County. There is a big deal to do. Now, the 3 kingdoms of Wolf Scorpion, Frost Centipede, and Emperor Scorpion have received the news and blocked the mountain border. Those beasts have no way to escape back to the northern wilderness. They must be hiding in the wilderness jungle of the central region. Our caravan dare not move around randomly. When leaving Liju Peak in spring, the Chonglu and Yuzhu caravans carried 10 packages of 9-leaf red lotus seeds, as well as goods worth more than 3 million raw stones, and 2 million raw stone cash. 2 county-level caravans, carrying tens of millions of wealth. Wealth and strength are not equal, so they are extra careful when moving around. Chonglu said. Yuzhu and I turned around immediately after hearing the news and rushed to Liju Peak. We plan to go in the opposite direction. I'm afraid some of this year's transactions will be stranded. Yuzhu said. It's a bit too late to change the route at this time of year. We need to speed up the journey. Therefore, Chonglu and I discussed and temporarily stored the heaviest raw stones in Liju Peak. No problem. Bamboo thought for a while and added, we could also put some of the original force food we are carrying in Liju Peak. We can directly purchase a batch from Liju Peak to reduce the load. After a busy day at the trading square, the caravan set off with light luggage. Their original route was roughly counterclockwise, but they turned around temporarily and changed to clockwise. Li Zhufeng purchased sufficient force food for all the warriors in the spring. After the caravan passed, there was an extra 1 million raw stones of goods, which was a bit too much to handle. Princess Yoli caught up with the trip and picked 2 bags of high-quality goods and left. Some were sent to Taidao, Hongju, and Dian Mountains. There was still some surplus, which was divided among the tops of Jinping Mountain and Jinping Mountain, and the rest was sent to the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain to entertain the 6 young warriors of Chiwu Mountain. In fact, in recent years, there have been frequent reports of beast warriors attacking the territory of Zerg warriors, but they were all small forces, not big or small, and no one took it to heart. The attack on Zhejiang County was unprecedentedly bad. A divine product, God-given seed was severely damaged, and life and death were uncertain. This was an unbearable loss for any tribe. What's more, a large number of tribal warriors died in the battle, which is an absolutely unforgivable crime. The key to the attack is the siege of more than 500 beast warriors. There are beast warriors from the northern wilderness, and a large number of native beast warriors participated. This matter reminded Banbu, and he consulted with Hongdao, Duzhu, and Guanli. Starting from this year, some adjustments should be made in the arrangement of warriors. All the young warriors sent by the caravan will stay. Those young warriors, who don't like any of the major plantings currently managed by Lizufeng, can be arranged to live in the jungle near Lizufeng. Let these young warriors form a defense circle around Lizufeng. In the absence of natural force, Lizufeng issued raw stone subsidies. Usually, the Sea of Trees can mobilize them to help with farm work that is too busy. It doesn't matter if they are idle. When a battle breaks out, these warriors can be used. Oil Tea, who had been stranded at Yunwu Peak, returned to Liju Peak, and patrolled the nearby territory with Capsule, one in the south and one in the north. A few days later, the news that Zhejiang County was attacked spread throughout the continent. Yoli County and Qijin County each sent 100 senior warriors to Liju Peak to help garrison. Half a month later, after the dry season, the Silver Fir County Lord personally came to Yuanshan County. The holy bamboo fruit trees that extend their lifespans are very popular, and they are very worried about the safety of Liju Peak. In the bamboo fruit ripening season 2 years later, Yuanshan County will send 10 County Lord level warriors and 30 Mountain Lord level warriors to come a month in advance to help guard until the bamboo fruit is picked. After decades of exchanges between the two sides, this is the first time that Liju Peak has taken advantage of their Dao Mantis tribe. Amethyst County was attacked in the hot summer of May. The situation did not subside until the beginning of autumn in mid-August. Instead, it intensified. Several kingdoms around the kingdom of Mole Armor joined in. After the autumn harvest, they organized warriors to jointly sweep and investigate the border territories. Then, the whole continent set off a trend of encircling and suppressing local beast warriors. The Fire Cockroach Kingdom was mobilized. The Red Cockroach King and the Princess of Avocado organized warriors to conduct a cleanup of the 2 mountain territories of Dian and Jinping, where the tribe had the weakest control. Li Zufeng was quite calm. The giant dragon bamboo fruit and 9-leaf red lotus were harvested smoothly. The Chiwu Ghost King and the Begonia Butterfly King who traveled in the east region returned and led the 6 small warriors, who had eaten bamboo fruit in the tribe back to Chiwu Mountain. On the Li Zufeng side, the selected 9 small warriors also set off. They went to Chiwu Mountain, completed a metamorphosis and growth, and then enter the Dragon Bamboo continent to participate in the laying of steel rails. Bamboo's plan changed. He originally planned to follow the departure and go to Chijin continent. In the turbulent period, he had to stay at Liju Peak to defend himself, and mainly deal with various affairs. Beside the canyon of Chijin continent, there is a divine seed of wedgethorn cherry, with 10 wedgethorn ant king's life-giving plants. In the former Honghua County territory, there is also a raw stone vein that has not been dug up. Even if it is a year or two later, Baizu and Xiaobezu will not starve to death, but their growth will be slightly delayed. Chapter 473 Frosty White Longevity Peach. The attack on Amethyst County has caused panic among insects on the entire continent. The culprit is missing, and many beast warriors who live in the wilderness have suffered from the disaster. After nearly 2 years of turmoil, the storm has gradually subsided. During this period, Yucha, Hongmi, and Pyracantha have successively been promoted to county-level warriors. In the 74th year of Bamboo, early summer in April, the rumbling thunder cut through the night sky. Bamboo woke up from his sleep, and with a move of his mental power, 3 warriors were guarding outside the cave in the heavy rain. The big bear was arranged by Bamboo to guard the sleeping. There is also the flame cluster of spotted grass, and the blood peach princess, who has not been seen for many years. The huge bear head poked into the cave. His eyes rolled, and then he said happily, "Bamboo, wake up! The blood peach princess is looking for you. I'll go down the mountain to hunt." After saying that, he hurried away. Bamboo had an idea, and the drawer opened. Energy drinks and compressed biscuits flew out. He ate quickly, recovered a little, and got out of the cave. Princess Bamboo, Princess Shuetao, flame-clustered spotted grass, is there something urgent? If there was no urgent matter, he would definitely be resting in the nest room of the trading square at the foot of the mountain, instead of waiting outside the cave in the rain. Bamboo, you are finally awake. Princess Shuetao has also reached the age of aging, but she is still the same. She bumped into flame-clustered spotted grass, who was about to speak, and said, "The Nectarine Cockroach King asked me to come here and invite me to participate in the Longevity Peach Feast held by Changsheng County this year." Princess Shuetao said, emphasizing, "Please be sure to go at least half a month in advance. There is something important to discuss." Without the Changsheng Longevity Peach, the Changsheng Longevity Feast was cancelled and renamed Longevity Peach Feast, and the cycle was shortened to once every 3 years. Bamboo has never been there, but Princess Yoli goes there every time, and King Qijian occasionally attends. According to them, only the Spider King level caravans that once had good relations with Changsheng County insist on attending, while the number of other caravans decreases year by year, and the banquet is becoming less and less lively and prosperous year by year. The main selling point of the Longevity Peach Feast is the peach fruit condensed from the ordinary Longevity Peach live seed. Li Zufeng has exchanged many of them, and they have already begun to bloom and bear fruit. If you want to eat peach fruit, you can produce it yourself. In addition, there are bamboo fruits condensed from ordinary holy bamboo live seeds that can also prolong life. So why do you need to attend? What's the important matter? Bamboo asked casually, and began to think about how to shirk. Baizu and Xiaobezu are still in Chijin continent, waiting for her to transport supplies over. Princess Shuetao said proudly, "Another Frostwhite Longevity Peach in Changsheng County has completed its second transformation and growth. This year is the first batch of fruit ripening, so I specially invited you to come over." Frostwhite Longevity Peach. Bamboo looked at the flame-clustered spotted grass. Flame-cluster spotted grass said, "It's not a divine product. I just learned that it is said that it has been more than 200 years since the birth of the divine gift from the sky. It also prolongs life and has a better effect than the holy bamboo fruit." The Blood Peach Princess added, "The flowering and fruiting cycle is also 3 years, and it matures at the same time as the holy bamboo fruit of our Liju Peak. The quantity is fixed. Not too much or too little. 13 portions." Bamboo pondered for a moment and said, "I'll go there in a few days." Changsheng County has obtained the original species of Longevity Peach for more than the year before last. After 1,000 years of operation, it should have cultivated many derivative species. It is not surprising that there is a seed of the Longevity Peach gifted by the gods that has the effect of prolonging life. 200 years is not long enough. It should be after the Changsheng Cockroach King that they used the remains of the Changsheng Longevity Peach to promote birth and strengthen, and completed the second metamorphosis and evolution ahead of time. It can also be speculated that the Nectarine Cockroach King originally did not intend to sell the longevity peaches to the outside world, but had to take them out due to the situation in recent years. Bamboo's promotion to L6 Princess this time was quite smooth. After waking up, he did not feel weak. After 2 days of rest, he fully recovered and set off immediately. First, go to Qijin County. In the Qijin Forest, the Qijin Cockroach King was checking a forest of half-finished Qijin saplings. Qijin Cockroach King. How about the 5 Qijin tree species? Qijin Cockroach King said, they are all very good derivative species. In another 10 years, they should be able to bloom and bear fruit. I hope I can have the luck of Qinging Peak and get a God-given seed directly. The growth of Qijin trees is much slower than that of oak trees. The general height is only a little over 4 meters. It needs to grow to 7 or 8 meters before it can start to year and bloom. Bamboo glanced around and saw that they were all normal. Judging from the growth of the seedlings, the possibility of triggering the god's gift is very small. Silent. No more words. The Red Bladdish King knew Bamboo's intention and asked, "Are you going to Changshan County?" Bamboo asked. King Qijin Bladdish. "Do you want to go with me?" The Red Bladdish King shook his antennae and said, "The supply of the force food that prolongs life is in short supply, and it does not affect Li Zhufeng's fortune. I know the Nectarine Bladdish King very well. He has been mean and stingy since he was a child. This matter is nothing more than proposing a union, unifying the price of peach and bamboo fruits, and unifying the distribution of sales shares. The Red Bladdish King and the Nectarine Bladdish King are of similar age. The two sides dislike each other. Unless they have to deal with important matters, they usually don't meet and avoid each other." Bamboo set off alone. It took some twists and turns to enter the sea of peach trees. After all, they are half of the same clan. In recent years, with the sale of holy bamboo fruits, Li Zhufeng and Bamboo have become quite famous. The flying fire cockroach warriors guarding the sea of trees were not on high alert and let them go directly without arranging a guide. Following the route in memory, they found the residence of the Fire Peach Cockroach King. Without waiting for Bamboo to call, the Fire Peach Cockroach King's divine thoughts came from the depths of the peach forest. "Huh? Bamboo! This little guy is already a 6-year-old princess. So fast. Hello, Fire Cockroach King. Why are you here? Where is Qijin?" The Fire Peach Cockroach King failed in the election for the Lord of Changshan County. But he is still a Cockroach King after all. He shouldn't be so miserable. Right? He didn't know about the big thing that all insects knew? The Nectarine Cockroach King invited me to come here to discuss matters. Bamboo's heart moved, and he secretly used his heavenly eyes to observe, counting the souls of the plants, sweeping through them, and counting the number in an instant. 2 more ordinary longevity peach plants. 2 consecutive molts and evolutions? That means L6 Cockroach King? Not only is it not miserable, on the contrary, it is very nourishing. Bamboo suddenly realized that the tokens were distributed by the Longevity Cockroach King, and the so-called fair election was probably full of water. Just a formality to win the support of the public. The Longevity Cockroach King actually likes the Fire Peach Cockroach King more. It has been arranged long ago that the Fire Peach Cockroach King should fade out of the sight of the insects, grow and evolve silently, and then leave silently. As for the Nectarine Cockroach King, looking for nectarines? The Fire Peach Cockroach King said, "Wait a moment." "Yes," Bamboo replied. Soon, a county-level warrior hurried over, greeted him, and led Bamboo along the peach forest path to the residence of the Fire Peach Cockroach King, which is also located at the foot of the Longevity Mountain Range. The third eye moved, scanned the area, counted the number of species, and concluded that the Nectarine Cockroach King was only a L1 Cockroach King and had not grown at all. It must have given up growing. "The Tianmu of Chiwu Mountain?" The Nectarine Cockroach King said unhappily. "Is this guy measuring my strength? It seems that he knows a lot. Hee. I know a thing or two." Bamboo covered up with an awkward smile and quickened his pace through the peach forest path. "Hello, Nectarine Cockroach King." As Bamboo greeted him, his eyes were already looking at the mountain range. There were 6 extremely tall trees in a neat row, all of which were God-given species. 3 fire-tongue trees and 3 peach trees. The peach fruit is about to enter the ripening season. One of the fruits is as red as fire. It must be the fire nectarine God-given species of the Nectarine Princess. There is also a small number of fruits, white with a bit of frost and transparent charm, which should be the frost white longevity peach. I never expected that Cheongshung County also had 5 wild God-given species in another location of the mountain range. One of the fire-tongue trees looked extraordinary. The leaves of the tree were broad and faintly glowed with a red halo of fire. The fruit was still very small, and the shell was fiery red. Divine product? Bamboo couldn't help it, and he used his heavenly eyes to observe. The soul of the tree spirit was condensed like a solid entity, strong and sturdy. It was indeed a divine fire-tongue oil seed, and it had already completed 3 transformations and evolutions. Humph! The nectarine cockroach king snorted in dissatisfaction and scolded, just like that old Gaioli. You don't know etiquette. Nectarine cockroach king. That is a divine fire-tongue oil seed. Bamboo pretended to be shocked, and smiled awkwardly. This is the first time I have seen the legendary divine seed. I couldn't help it. First time seeing it? The nectarine cockroach king sneered. The so-called fire lotus seeds and 9-leaf red lotus seeds are all from our Leisure Peak. Right? They are basically the same thing. Don't think you can cover it up by changing a few names. The 2 caravans of Chonglu and Yuzhou are helping to sell. They are being clever. The kingdoms have close or distant relationships. The close forces have exchanges of important things. If they are sold, they will definitely be exposed. The smarter ones let the caravan sell to a few forces regularly. They will only help keep the secrets, and will not publicize it after getting the benefits. The nectarine cockroach king paused and said sarcastically, What I am afraid of is that the news will spread to the northern wilderness beast tribe. They are weak but have 2 top-level force foods: the holy bamboo fruit and the fire lotus seed. Who else should they rob? The words are unpleasant, but the information revealed is very important. Bamboo asked solemnly, Nectarine cockroach king, how did the northern wilderness beast tribe know that Amethyst County has a divine amethyst grape God-given seed? The caravan. The nectarine cockroach king answered very confidently and warned, manage more strictly, and don't let the messy caravans get close to Leisure Peak. Chapter 474 Price Increase. The nectarine cockroach king did not want to talk more about the attack on Amethyst County, so he simply asked, What is the name of that divine lotus? Bamboo answered truthfully, 9-leaf red lotus. The nectarine cockroach king asked, What is the yield? Bamboo considered and said, The yield is very high. The flowering and fruiting cycle is 3 years, and each time it produces 11 portions. So many! No wonder they are selling them everywhere. The nectarine cockroach king said, You can consider trading them in Cheongshung County. The divine fire tongue oil God-given seeds also enhance the ability of the fire element. The flowering and fruiting cycle is 7 years, and 9 copies are produced each time. Sure. Bamboo agreed without hesitation, and asked, Nectarine cockroach king, which other tribes have divine God-given seeds? Can you tell me? The nectarine cockroach king shook his antennae and said, The divine God-given seeds have the most elemental enhancements, but the utility value is relatively low, so they are actually nothing. After the Cheongshung cockroach king, Cheongshung County had no good things to sell for exchange, and it was basically gone. After the withdrawal, your 9-leaf red lotus is still not enough. The nectarine cockroach king said again, As for the relevant information, the lesson of Amethyst County is profound enough. I can't disclose it casually. Li Zhufeng found the extinct bamboo species of dragon bamboo. Master the top planting species. You will get the second divine product sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Oh, Bamboo said, Chiwu Mountain has been looking for a divine product God-given species that can enhance speed. The nectarine cockroach king still shook his antennae and said, Chiwu Go's king has been to Cheongshung County, and he has inquired about it himself. Unfortunately, I don't know much, and there is no such type. Bamboo wanted to ask more. The nectarine cockroach king snorted coldly, Take care of yourself first. Why bother with these trivial matters? Do you think Chiwu Mountain is your backer? When they need you, they will help you and give you some benefits. When you are of no use, they will abandon you without hesitation. Do you think Tianmu Magnolia is precious? As far as I know, there are at least 5 divine species of Chiwu Mountain. How many do you know? Tianmu Magnolia is the worst one. I don't know how many times it has been exchanged with foreign countries. You still show off the cheap things you take out to fool you. How stupid. Remember, the only people you can really trust are your own kind. The others are all false and hypocritical. Bamboo held back for a long time and said hesitantly, I've learned your lesson. The nectarine cockroach king has a bad temper. Is ruthless. and acts impatiently. The nectarine cockroach king turned sideways, pointed at the frost-white longevity peach on the mountain with his antennae, and said, "The first time the peach matures, it also prolongs life. A large amount of the remains of the longevity peach are used to complete the second transformation and growth. The quality is second only to the divine product, and it is definitely much better than the holy bamboo fruit of your Liju Peak. I asked you to come here this time mainly to discuss the selling price of the frost-white longevity peach and the holy bamboo fruit. We are half of the same tribe, so it is necessary to discuss unified treatment." The nectarine cockroach king said leisurely, "The development of the tribe continues. The same tribe is reliable, and the original stone is more reliable than the same tribe." Bamboo did not speak, waiting for the next words. The nectarine cockroach king said, "I heard that the 2 holy bamboo seeds given by God in your Liju Peak were bred by 2 little warriors respectively? A small price increase once. Are you planning to increase the price significantly after they are promoted to cockroach kings?" "That's right." Bamboo asked, "You mean?" Nectarine cockroach king said, "The cockroach king is far away, so let's just raise the price this time. Calculated on an annual basis, it can extend life by 1 year, and the selling price is 15,000 raw stones. Judging from experience, a piece of frost-white longevity peach can extend life by 100 years at most. And there are 13 pieces in total. I plan to learn from your Li Zhufeng's method and split it into 18 pieces. Each piece can still extend life by about 80 years. And the price is 1.2 million raw stones per piece." Bamboo was quick-witted and understood why the nectarine cockroach king had to come early. He laughed and said, "Then I'll stay." The nectarine cockroach king said, "The distribution of the sales shares should also be unified. Those who are close to our fire cockroach kingdom can buy frost-white longevity peach." Secondly, Bamboo understood and added, "Secondly, the great sage bamboo fruit. Then, the holy bamboo fruit." The nectarine cockroach king has a more thorough understanding of insects and the ways of the world than the longevity cockroach king. The nectarine cockroach king is quite ruthless. Bamboo is the same. The holy bamboo fruit bred by the belly bamboo can extend life by 52 to 53 years. The price will first increase from 600,000 to 700,000. Danju is currently only a mountain master. The great sage bamboo fruit can extend life by about 55 years. The price will increase from 700,000 to 800,000. It will not be long before she is promoted to a princess. Then she will increase the price significantly again. At present, only Changsheng County and Li Zhufeng in the whole continent have the force food that can greatly extend lifespan. The alliance means monopoly. There is no other choice. Bamboo stayed in the territory of the nectarine cockroach king. In the next half a month, foreign tribesmen who received the news came to buy the frost-white longevity peaches. The nectarine cockroach king and Bamboo announced the new customized price and shared distribution method together. For warriors who possess God-given seeds. At the mountain master level, even if they possess herbaceous God-given seeds, their territory will at least have an income of 100,000 raw stones every year. At the county master level, the territory income is at least 200,000. If it is a tree God-given seed of slightly better quality and higher value. At the county master level, the territory's annual income is at least 400,000 to 500,000 raw stones. Spending money to buy life. 15,000 raw stones a year. No matter how you calculate it, you will make money as long as you buy it. In the Wanzhou continent, there are more than 10,000 warriors who possess God-given seeds. But the production of frost-white longevity peaches and holy bamboo fruits is only so much. As for the price increase, no matter how angry you are, you still have to spend raw stones to buy it. After a few years, you will adapt to the new pricing and still rush to buy it. The income has increased dramatically, and it is a very pleasant cooperation. Bamboo returned to Liju Peak and immediately sent the news to Chuirong County. The big yellow fruit banyan has an indirect effect of prolonging life, reminding them that they can increase the price appropriately in the next year. The original plan to go to Qijing continent was postponed again. The holy bamboo fruit and the frosty white peach happened to mature in the same year. After the peach feast in Changsheng County, the holy bamboo fruit matured in autumn. Bamboo stayed and explained the price increase to the tribes that came to buy. Changsheng County forced the price increase, and the nectarine cockroach king forced it. The red cockroach tribe was a vassal tribe and dared not disobey the decision of the ruling tribe. After dealing with the holy bamboo fruit that year, Bamboo finally had time to go to Chiwu Mountain. The eastern region of Longzhou continent has many dangerous peaks and mountains. The laying of steel rails finally penetrated the most difficult 3,000 kilometers. Continuing to the west, there are more hills and plains, and the efficiency is suddenly improved. Catch the train to transport materials and take a ride. The rhythm of the clang-clang sound gradually becomes stable. The wheels turn and fly along the railway. It is a very pleasant journey, lying comfortably in the carriage, without any effort. In just 3 days, we arrived at the forefront of the rail engineering, which is already the central region. The soldiers of Lizhu Peak are all busy here. Bambu called Xiangquan and Huitao to set off with the materials, walk through the Longzhou continent, cross the ocean, and set foot on the Qijin continent. The time is not too coincidental. The South Road has just entered autumn. We experienced strong winds and waves on the sea, and we encountered heavy rains frequently when walking on land. Canyon. Little Baizhu lay under the seeds given by the wedge-thorn god to avoid the rain, fiddling with a piece of raw stone boardly. Baizhu huddled in the cave and slept soundly. Bambu! Toreya Grandis. You are finally here. Seeing the line full of goods, Xiao Baizu jumped up excitedly, his eyes rolling and tears streaming down. Bambu! Baiju's roar came from the bottom of the canyon, and then he was seen running up the cliff. Bambu, you are 3 years late. The two of us. 8 years? Baizu and Xiao Baizhu followed Bambu's instructions and carved the symbol to count the time. The time that had passed was too long and vague, and they could not count it. Little White Bambu cried. The force food you left behind has been eaten up a long time ago, and we are almost starving to death. Isn't he still alive and well? Little White Bambu. Didn't you successfully become the mountain master? You two should stop talking nonsense. Bambu said seriously. A lot of things have happened in recent years, and it has been delayed. Xiang Tereya saw Baidu and Little White Bambu complaining around Bambu, and helped explain. Zijing County was ambushed and besieged by beast warriors, and many warriors died in the battle. The output of a divine seed given by God was all robbed that year, and the plant was almost killed by the frost ability. The divine force food was stolen? Baiju's eyes widened, and he was a little angry. He asked, Is Li Zhufeng okay? Nothing for now. Banbi used his metal ability to unload the cargo and said, Baizhu, come back to Li Zhufeng with me. This little warrior is called Huitao, born in Yunwu Peak, and is a direct descendant of Shan Sha. He will stay. Little Baizhu, you also stay and keep Huitao company. This rain is falling all the way. You should store the things in the cave first. Bambu ordered. Walk to the edge of the cliff and look down. The vertical deep well should be more than 100 meters deep. Looking down from a high place, you can't see the bottom, because it is too deep. The water pump equipment and the hanging basket equipment are difficult to use, so they were dismantled and thrown aside. The deeper we go, the more trouble we have, Bambu muttered, and asked, Baizhu, still no discovery? Yes, Baiyu replied, water leak. The water pump is no longer needed. Little Baizhu immediately added, Bambu, there is a crack deep underground. Every time it rains, the accumulated water will leak out through the crack. Baizhu glared at Little Baizhu and continued, the force also flows out from deep underground through the crack. Chapter 475 Lizhu County. Baizhu has been delayed for more than 10 years as an L9 senior warrior. He is over 100 years old and has only eaten 16 holy bamboo fruits. He is about to enter the middle-age period with a decline in comprehensive physical fitness. He must be promoted to a princess as soon as possible. Bambu's plan is very simple. Baizhu returns to Longzhou continent and works for 2 years. With sufficient supply of force food, he will be promoted to a princess as soon as possible. Xiao Baizhu and Huitao stay in the canyon to take care of the God-given seeds of the wedge thorn cherry and the 10 life-giving plants of the wedge thorn. When they are free, they can dig deep wells casually. In the future, when the steel rails are completed and run through Longzhou continent, Bambu will bring Rat King and Baizhu here and personally participate in the digging together. It will take 2 or 3 years to go deep into the Earth's crust to find out. The plan is quite thorough, but in recent decades, plans have always failed to keep up with changes, and the actual situation has changed again. Bambu carefully measured that the vertical depth of the deep well is about 120 meters. Baiyu and Xiaobeiza did not slack off. When the winch basket cable was not long enough, they carried the excavated gravel out bag by bag and dug it out to this depth. They were also very smart. The excavated soil was scattered near the wellhead and compacted to form a crater-like highland to drain rainwater and reduce water seepage from the well wall. The bottom of the well is a hard rock layer, and it is 100% certain that there is no raw stone mine. There is a very small gap, 0.5 to 2 centimeters, and the gap gradually increases as you dig deeper. It may be caused by the tearing of the crust movement, or it may be caused by the earthquake. The latter is more likely. It is probably close to the source of the earthquake, and some equipment was damaged. Therefore, the original force still penetrates outward. Dig down? After about 100 or 200 meters, the gap will expand to a passable width, and you can go deep into the ground to find out what's going on and solve a puzzle in your heart. However, before leaving, Bamboo carefully told Li Zhufeng and Chuishan to transport supplies, dig up some root remains of the iron gall chestnut, and return immediately. Bamboo is already a L6 county lord. The population of Li Zhufeng is growing year by year, and promotion to county is the top priority at the moment. After 2 days of rest, the heavy rain stopped. Bamboo arranged for Xiang Tereya, Hui Tao, and Xiao Baiju to go to Honghua County first to dig 40 bags of iron gall chestnut remains. He stayed behind and continued to dig deep wells with Baiju. The accumulated water will seep and flow through the gap, and the water pump made before will not be used. The ready-made metal materials are remade into a larger winch with a longer chain. Baiju is digging at the bottom of the well, and Bamboo is waiting at the wellhead, pulling up baskets of gravel and dumping them. They were busy for nearly 2 months. Xiao Baiju and the others dug up 40 pieces of the remains of the iron gallstone kuei chestnut and transported them back. However, the deep well was only dug down to a depth of about 30 meters. The gap expanded, but it was still only 1 to 3 centimeters, and the rate of force penetration outward did not change. The mental power explored the depth along the gap, and there were traces of soul and stone power strengthening. The rock was hard, and Baiju's claws might not be able to cut it. It had to be promoted to the level of a princess to be efficient. There was no need to waste time. Instructed Xiao Baiju and Hui Tao to take good care of the life of the wedge thorn and plant the plants. Take the Chinese Tereya and Baizu. Return to the coastline. Set sail. And return. The debris transported back was made into nutrient soil, and the iron gallstone kuei chestnut tree reached a height of 40 meters, quickly completing the first metamorphosis and evolution. In the same year, Bai Tao was promoted to L6 Mountain Master, and the red oak God-given seed was bred. The oak debris that was previously transported back came in handy, and was used in large quantities to make nutrient soil. The seeds were sown in spring and grew rapidly. It only takes about 5 years to grow initially and bear fruit. This red oak God-given seed has strong innate genes, coupled with the acquired God quality debris. The quality of the acorns condensed in the future will definitely be top quality, second only to the God quality, which is another considerable fortune. The bamboo sea, pear tree sea, and Qinggang tree sea are advancing in parallel and expanding. The chestnut tree sea of the brown chestnut peak is slowly taking shape. The mountain with more than 100 warriors is busy in an orderly manner and developing prosperously. Bamboo stayed at Liju Peak and no longer left easily. Time flies, and another year has passed. This spring, Jinping Mountain Range was very lucky, and 5 little warriors were born one after another. The caravan brought 8 young warriors born in Longzhou continent, and all of them stayed. Jinping Mountains are very compatible, as long as you like any of the plants among bamboo, pear trees, peach trees, Torreya grandis, oak trees, cycads, chestnut trees, tea oil, cherry, and tortoiseshell vine. There is a good place. It doesn't matter if you don't like any of them. You can live in the jungle near Liju Peak in groups of 3 or 5, forming a defense circle around the peak. So far, the number of young warriors in Jinping Mountains has reached 161. Jinping Mountains also gave birth to a young warrior this year, and the number of warriors has reached 40 integers. The number of warriors in the 2 mountains, combined, is 201, which meets the minimum requirements for promotion to a county. Today, Liju Peak has a certain status in the mainland kingdom, and promotion to a county is a big deal. It can be imagined that when the news spreads, even if they are not invited, a large number of foreign warriors will come to congratulate. We need to make various preparations in advance. Very busy. First of all, the most important thing is the change of the trading square. Invite the warriors of the Qijian tribe and the Jiaoluo tribe to help build a larger trading square in the flat bamboo sea 5 kilometers southeast of Liju Peak. Name it Bamboo Sea Trading Square. The trading square previously built on the mountain range on the southwest side of Liju Peak was demolished in half and planted into a pear tree forest. Named Mountain Trading Square. The original trade road and plank road must be overturned, and a winding path will be led from the Bamboo Sea Trading Square. In the future, the Mountain Trading Square will only be used to receive the 4 caravans of Chonglu, Yuzhou, Xianghuan, and Zijing that have always had close contacts and can be trusted. In addition, foreign visitors are not allowed to approach unless they are discussing important matters or warriors with a particularly high status in the tribe. The trading square changed, and the trade roads and plank roads built earlier were all changed accordingly. This was a large and urgent infrastructure project. The Red Blatten King received the news and immediately led 50 warriors to help. Bamboo commanded, first digging the earth and leveling the road in the territory of the Iron Blade Mountains on the north side of the mountain range, planning to build a wide plank road, and then interplanting bamboo, black mulberry, pear trees, and cycads to form a large mixed forest. After hearing the news, the Bitter Pear Princess of the Horned Blatten tribe came in person, passing by the Oil Pear County. The Oil Pear Princess followed and joined in the fun. They met at the old plank road under the mountain range. When they met, the Oil Pear Princess asked, Bamboo, have you thought about it? How do you plan to name your county? Dragon Bamboo County? Holy Bamboo County? It can't be Bamboo County? It doesn't sound very impressive. Bamboo laughed and said, I discussed with the King Chijin Cockroach, and it's a good idea to name it Liju County. The King Chijin Cockroach said, the development of Liju Peak has caught up with the best heyday, and it is also the worst period of the turmoil in the northern wilderness. Low-key. Just keep a low profile. Liju Peak has had raw stones for a long time. And now we have warriors. If we develop for another 10 or 20 years, will we still be afraid of the beast in the northern wilderness? The Princess of Oil Pear said contemptuously, Shijian, you are the king of cockroaches, and you are aging faster than me? Your heart is old, and you have lost your courage at a young age. Be careful, Bamboo said. If it weren't for the Wax Apple Ghost King and Hibiscus Butterfly King of Chiwu Mountain sitting in Liju Peak these years, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. It is better to be cautious. Yes, the 2 insect kings of Chiwu Mountain cannot always stay in Liju Peak. Princess Cooley also said, based on past experience, during wartime, unknown large counties are the least likely to be attacked by beast warriors. That's right, Bamboo said, Princess Cooley. You have worked hard. Please follow me to the mountain to rest first. Chijin Cockroach King also said, the trading square that needs to be hardened this time is very large, and there are many wide plank roads that need to be hardened. Time is tight, and I am afraid that everyone in Wudong County will have to work hard. It's not hard, Princess Cooley added. I received the raw stones and worked for you, so it's worth the hard work. The group walked along the old plank road towards the mountains. A young soldier from the Red Blattish tribe came running over in a panic, and everyone shouted excitedly from a distance, Bamboo! Bamboo! The God-given seed! It's blooming! Another God-given seed! As he got closer, the young soldier saw that there were a large group of soldiers from the Horned Blattish tribe following him, and he shook his antennae nervously, not daring to say much. Bamboo racked his brains to think, who is this little soldier? From which mountain? I felt like I had seen him before, but I couldn't remember for a moment. The little guy was quite clever and reminded Bamboo, my name is Chrysanthemum, from Turtleshell Peak. Bamboo suddenly realized, a few years ago, there was only one soldier, Turtleshell Tendon, living on Turtleshell Peak, and he was worried. So he picked a little soldier who liked Chrysanthemum, a plant with no future, and sent him there to keep company so that they could take care of each other. Later, there was another Turtleshell Dragon Vine on Turtleshell Peak, which was born in Liju Peak. The little soldier Chrysanthemum was almost forgotten. Bamboo asked, Chrysanthemum, what kind of God-given seed is Chrysanthemum? Could it be the chrysanthemum you got? No. Chrysanthemum replied in a stammer, it's Turtleshell Vine again. Chapter 476 Decadent Insect Heart. The God-given seed bred by the tortoiseshell tendon vine is still in the life capsule, and has not yet been fully bred. Suddenly, another one appeared. This is not a normal phenomenon. Hong Dao has mentioned to Bamboo more than once that the tortoiseshell tendon vine and the tortoiseshell dragon vine are lazy bugs. Typical second-generation bugs. They can't manage their own territories well. And they look forward to subsidies from Li Zhufeng all year round. The last time a God-given seed was born, it was just an accident and did not inspire any enthusiasm. In the past 2 years, only 2 more gardens with a side length of 300 meters were opened up, and they were not managed at all on weekdays. Fortunately, the tortoiseshell tendon vine has a strong survival ability. It survives after sowing and survives the weakest seedling period. There is no native plant that can suppress it. Even if it is not taken care of, it still grows vigorously and is very good. Bamboo! Bamboo! The tortoiseshell tendon vine and the tortoiseshell dragon vine are guarding a clump of dense vines. Seeing Bamboo and Princess Avocado coming, they greeted them one after another. They didn't know the Princess of Avocado. It was originally a wax tree, which was ruthlessly peeled and died. And then, the tortoiseshell vines that were sown climbed up. The vines climbed upwards, absorbed more sunlight, and grew better. At the top of the vine, a small pink and white flower emitted a faint force fluctuation. Hey, it turned out to be this thing. Bamboo. I remember that you planted 2 trees in front of your living cave last time you came. And then you dug them up? Yes. Bamboo's mental power scanned the ground and found that the diameter of the hemispherical tuber reached about 0.4 meters. There are 2 types of tortoiseshell vines, large and small. The one that continuously gave birth to the seeds bestowed by God is the one with particularly large tubers, which is simply named large tortoiseshell vine, probably due to the environment. The tortoiseshell vine planted in this garden grew particularly well. Bamboo began to check the soil again and introduced, "This is the Princess of Avocado County." "Hello, Princess Avocado." The tortoiseshell vine and the tortoiseshell dragon vine greeted her immediately. The Princess Avocado praised, "You 2 smart little guys. You are really amazing. I heard that this is the second God-given seed you have cultivated." The tortoiseshell vine and the tortoiseshell dragon vine were still somewhat self-aware and kept silent. These are 2 lazy guys. The older one is called tortoiseshell tendon vine. He is my direct descendant and was brought up by Datu. He was very diligent when he was young. The younger one is called tortoiseshell dragon vine and was born in the nearby brown chestnut peak. Brown chestnut was born in the territory of Pyracantha. The laziness was passed down from Pyracantha. The clear blood relationship and logical order left Princess Avocado speechless and asked, "Bamboo, there is no such vine in my inherited memory." Bamboo said, "It was brought back from another continent and named tortoiseshell vine." Princess Avocado said, "The tuber is very beautiful, and it is a very interesting plant." "Yes, it is very interesting." Bamboo carefully checked the soil while chatting. It was the most common sandy yellow soil near the mountain area, and he did not find anything special. Then he began to carefully sense the breath of the force emitted by the pink and white flowers. With more experience, he could distinguish it with a little effort. It should be a very common fire element ability. The previous one, which is the God-given seed that the tortoiseshell tendon vine is nurturing now, has the elemental power of earth and stone. The value of elemental enhancement is not high. The development potential of vine plants is not high. Bamboo gently waved his antennae, symbolically teaching him, "You 2 should be careful and guard carefully." As a direct descendant, the turtleshell tendon vine had no fear of Bamboo, and waved his antennae casually, saying, "I am here. It is very stable. Bamboo, you can rest assured." The turtleshell tendon vine suddenly remembered, and trembled its antennae, and asked, "Bamboo, I asked Chrysanthemum to inform you? Where is it?" Bamboo said, "Li Zhufeng is repairing the road, and there are not enough soldiers. I asked it to stay to help." "Oh!" The turtleshell tendon vine responded and reminded, "Give it more high-quality force food." The turtleshell dragon vine said depressedly, "Bamboo, I just promoted to the 5th age advanced warrior last winter. I can't be promoted in 2 or 3 years. I am afraid I will miss this God-given seed." The turtleshell tendon vine said, "Chrysanthemum has stayed in the 8th age advanced warrior for 5 years. Just right. They have already decided the ownership of the God-given seed in front of them." Bamboo could not say much, so he moved his tentacles and said, "Then I will ask Chrysanthemum to come back and have a good rest, and prepare to shed its shell and evolve once this winter or next spring." After that, he called Princess Avocado to walk around the vine garden of Turtleshell Peak to check. After a closer look, he found that the situation was even worse than what Hongdao said. All the gardens were not taken care of at all. There was no trace of fertilization or loosening the soil. and there were even weeds growing in the middle. Going up the mountain to check, the situation was even worse. Turtle Shell Peak was far away from Leju Peak, and Bamboo usually had no time to manage it. The three guys living on the mountain lived a very chic life. The bamboo forests that were required to be sown were sparse and half-dead, and they were completely left alone. There is a large area of chrysanthemum grass that is well managed, lush and green. It is early summer, and the chrysanthemum seedlings are almost 1 meter high. It should be managed privately by the little soldier chrysanthemum. Checking the biogas tanks on the mountain. The biogas tanks of the tortoiseshell tendon vine and the tortoiseshell dragon vine are full of natural rainwater, and there is even moss growing at the wellhead. It is estimated that they have not been used for many years. The plants in the territory have not been loosened or fertilized, and even the weeds have not been removed in time. The territory of chrysanthemum is slightly better, with loose soil and fertilizer, and the biogas tank is also in use. But the work is done casually, or not carefully and meticulously. However, there are many small cockroaches in their territory. It can be imagined that the three guys usually have nothing to do and go into the jungle to hunt, feed the small cockroaches, and play for fun. The tortoiseshell tendon vine was very diligent when it was young. Bamboo lamented. This kind of decadent and barren phenomenon was seen in the Iron Knife Mountains when I was a child. Back then, the territories of flame-clustered spotted grass and wind bell were like this. This is a manifestation of a mentality of having no hope for the future and living a muddle-headed life. Bamboo manages Leju Peak, and every job is done carefully and meticulously, striving for excellence, presenting another kind of vigorous and positive prosperity. Moreover, the Torreya grandis, crown pear, peach, brown chestnut, fire bamboo, holy sound, sword bamboo, and even camellia that were separated from Leju Peak all adhere to the spirit of hard work, and the territory is developing rapidly. Bamboo felt uncomfortable, reflected carefully, and realized that the problem was with himself and Hongdao. Back then, the tortoiseshell dragon vine was born, and Hongdao proposed to remove all the tortoiseshell vine outside the tortoiseshell peak. Bamboo was not optimistic about this plant, and was worried that another warrior who liked this kind of plant would be born. So he agreed. This decision is a denial of the tortoiseshell vine, which is more hurtful to the tortoiseshell vine than denying it itself. Princess Avocado, please go back to Leju Peak to rest first. I will stay and go back in a few days. Princess Avocado followed and watched all the way. But she didn't think there was anything wrong with this phenomenon, and she had seen it many times, because they like planting. Most of the warriors who survived outside the core forest are discouraged, silently and casually take care of their territories, and then die in obscurity. Only a few warriors will still maintain a sunny attitude, work tirelessly, and look forward to achieving something one day. Bamboo, you have to get used to it. After all, there are too many young warriors, and not everyone can take care of them. Princess Avocado simply said a word and flapped her wings to leave. Bamboo stayed on the mountain, and the metal ability made a small shovel and hoe, and controlled it to remove the weeds in the territory of the tortoiseshell vine and the tortoiseshell dragon vine. Turn the soil, loosen the soil, renovate the biogas pool, harvest the weeds, and put them into the pool. The tortoiseshell tendon vine and the tortoiseshell dragon vine noticed it and came forward to help silently. Together, they cleaned up the garden where the giant tortoiseshell vine was planted at the foot of the mountain. Finally, Bamboo used his metal ability to directly transform the soil and rocks into metal, and condense metal brackets for the vines to climb and grow. It took nearly a month to finish everything. Bamboo explained, I remember that there are several varieties of tortoiseshell vines in the eastern region of the dragon bamboo continent. The next time the giant dragon bamboo fruit matures, you can eat one of the tortoiseshell dragon vines, and go to find it yourself. It turns out that planting tortoiseshell vines is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Turtleshell tendon vine. You take the tortoiseshell dragon vine and chrysanthemum, open up some open space, and sow a batch of giant tortoiseshell vine seeds. In a few years, Maju and the others will return to Leju Peak to be promoted to the lord of the county. At that time, I will arrange for them to mine iron ore, smelt steel, and mass-produce metal brackets to help you open up a small sea of tortoiseshell vine trees. There is also the issue of seed selection. When Xiejing is promoted to the master of the mountain in the future, I will arrange for it to set up a branch nest in the sea of tortoiseshell vine trees. Use royal honey and bamboo rice to cultivate more smart worker ants and help you select seeds. Sea of trees? Really? Bamboo! Bamboo has been busy for nearly a month and has not spoken a word. The tortoiseshell tendon vine and tortoiseshell dragon vine, who were originally a little uneasy, were surprised to hear this. Turtleshell tendon vine, I am very disappointed in you. Bamboo said, I was born in the Iron Blade Mountains and was sent to Leju Peak. I lived alone and had nothing. When I was young, I had to face the threat of wild beasts. When I was a little older, I had to face the threat of beast warriors. I never gave up. I developed Leju Peak into what it is today through my own efforts. Pay attention to the emotional fluctuations of the two guys. Inspirational poison chicken soup seems to be ineffective. Bamboo changed his mind and said, I discovered the extraordinariness of bamboo in the past, which led to my later achievements. Turtleshell vine must have its extraordinary features. Turtleshell tendon vine. Turtleshell dragon vine. You two should work harder, and you will definitely achieve extraordinary achievements. Do you understand? I know. I understand. This time, the two guys agreed very actively. Chapter 477, Rule by Doing Nothing. After teaching the two guys, Turtleshell tendon vine and Turtleshell dragon vine a lesson, Bamboo went to Yuwu Peak to check again. Shanshaw has no major problems except that he has a special liking for raw stones. On Yuwu Peak, many places suitable for growing oil tea have been opened up and planted with oil tea trees. There is the same problem. The other three little warriors on the mountain don't like good plants, namely peas, white leaves, and silvergrass. It can be felt that these three little guys are not very motivated to work, and their territory is also poorly managed. Shanshaw, as the owner of Yuwu Peak, is very strict and forces these three little warriors to follow him to plant oil tea trees, and does not allow them to plant plants they like. This approach is exactly the same as the original Tidal Mountain Master, who did not allow Feng Ling to plant wind chimes, because the flame-clustered spotted grass is too bad. It was sent to the most marginal mountain to survive. Facts have proved that the flame-clustered spotted grass is not bad. Feng Ling went to Lanling Peak and became obsessed with planting wind bells, which was quite a success. Thinking about it again, when I first planted bamboo, it was not a good plant because bamboo would not bloom and produce seeds until it died. The plants recorded in the inherited memory have more than 300,000 detailed species, which are divided into about 5,000 major species. In Jinping Mountains, there are more than 10,000 detailed plant species, nearly 200 major species. There are only a few excellent native species, or derivative species, that are planned to be cultivated on a large scale. In terms of proportion, this means that most of the young warriors born will not like the mainstream plantings. Are these young warriors sloppily treated and left alone? Or are they forced to change their preferences? That is equivalent to giving up. If most of the warriors are decadent, what is the point of increasing the number of mountain warriors in this careless way? Simply increasing the number without paying attention to quality. The prosperity presented is doomed to be empty. Bamboo suddenly woke up and realized that this was a hidden danger, a waste, and a common problem among all insect tribes. Oil Tea, who had returned from hunting, found Bamboo, greeted him, and asked, Bamboo, what do you want to talk to me about? Bamboo asked Shanshaw, are you doing well recently? Very good. Shanshaw then said vigilantly, Bamboo, is there something wrong? You are not going to send me to Longzhou continent again, are you? Yuwu Peak cannot do without me. Shanshaw is very satisfied with her current life. She grows and manages oil tea as she pleases. The explosive ants living at the foot of the mountain are not as violent and fierce as the inherited memory. On the contrary, the combat worker ants, who have eaten royal honey and rain bamboo rice, are particularly smart, can understand her commands, and help do many simple tasks with abundant labor. Shanshaw has recently been thinking about opening up all the places in Yuwu Peak that are suitable for growing oil tea. The thought of the oil tea trees all over the mountain makes me happy. I have something to do, but I'm not sending you to Longzhou continent. Bamboo summoned the wedge thorn, red flower, pea, white leaf, and silver grass, who settled in Yuwu Peak and gathered them in front of Shansha's living cave. Shansha asked again, Bamboo, our Jinping mountain range is about to be promoted to a county. Do you have any important arrangements? Wedge thorn asked, Bamboo, I heard that there are many visitors. Do we need to defend? You can let Honghua lead a group of combat soldiers to go. I successfully promoted to L3 senior warrior, and the self-destruction destructive power of the latest batch of explosive ants has been enhanced. Honghua waved its tentacles to protest. and echoed, "Whoever dares to invade Liju Peak, I will blow him to death." Hanwha grew up again, and became a L9 intermediate warrior. With her courage, she began to show her warlike nature. Bamboo said, "Most of the foreign guests who came to congratulate the county for promotion came with good intentions. No problem. Even if there are, I can handle it. You stay in this fortress and defend against the beasts of the northern wilderness." Hanwha has no inherited memory. Xiejing, you should teach it more in your daily life. Xiejing agreed, "I know." Bamboo suddenly had an idea and asked, "Hanwha, do you have a favorite plant?" "No." Hanwha tilted her head, thinking quickly, and said, "I like red cherry." The little guy grew up, and his IQ improved accordingly. Where did he learn the bad habit of flattering and currying favor with others? The undisguised lies were obviously insincere at first glance. Cherries are good. Cherry blossoms are beautiful. And cherries are delicious. Hanwha, then you should follow Xiejing and manage the cherry blossom sea well. Bamboo praised. Okay. Hanwha swayed her tentacles happily, leaned towards Xiejing, and touched Xiejing's tentacles with her tentacles to please him. Xiejing moved his position, which meant Bamboo was here. If Hanwha dared to do this at other times, he would definitely be beaten up. Bamboo continued. Jinping Mountain Range and Jinping Mountain Range merged into one county, named Lishu County. Blue Bell and Jinping Mountain Range planted and cultivated wind bell flowers, and obtained 3 God-given seeds, which is a great achievement. Turtle Shell Tendon Vine and Turtle Shell Dragon Vine planted Tortoise Shell Vine, and obtained another God-given seed this year. Red Rice and Red Rice are engaged in rice farming, and a total of 4 God-given seeds have been harvested so far. All this is to remind us that the true God of nature created a variety of plants to form a prosperous jungle, and each of them has a unique value and role. Therefore, in accordance with the will of the true God of nature, Jinping County's management strategy must be changed, and no longer be confined to those few excellent trees. Starting next year, each soldier must manage at least a garden of 300 meters in length and width. Choose a suitable place to open up, and sow his favorite plants. P. You need to open up a field of wild peas. Do you know? White leaf. You need to open up a clover garden. Miscanthus. You need to open up a miscanthus garden. The 3 little soldiers looked at each other, a little unbelievable, and then reacted and said in unison, "I know." Bamboo. Camellia stammered. Bamboo. Will this waste a lot of time? And land? No. Bamboo said, "Camellia, you can each manage your favorite plants in the future. As the owner of the mountain, you should help them more. In addition, when they are free, they can also help you manage the oil tea trees." Okay. Okay. Camellia reluctantly agreed and looked at Xiejing. Xiejing said, "My Ant Colony can help you." Bamboo said, "In the future, when there are more soldiers in Liju County, we will send soldiers who like oil tea and soldiers who like various herbs. Yunwu Peak is very large and is a fortress, so we need more soldiers to guard it." Bamboo then went to Jinping Mountains. Every mountaintop was carefully inspected one by one. As expected, the overall appearance was indeed different. The warriors of Jinping Mountain live a relatively happy and unrestrained life. They plant whatever plants they like around their territory. Bamboo estimated that Lanling probably wanted to manage this kind of chaos, but she was not confident enough. It is easy to be retorted, "If you can grow bellflowers, why can't I grow ivy? If you can cultivate the seeds of God, I can do it too. We are all the same, and no one can control anyone else." Bamboo carefully observed and compared, and was sure that this kind of rule by inaction is better. There are some minor problems. That is, the specific methods of cultivating and managing plants are not recorded in the inherited memory. Fengling and Lanling are obsessed with cultivating bellflowers, and neglect to teach the young warriors of Jinping Mountain. Not only are they unreasonable in cultivation, but many warriors can't even take care of the plants they planted. And some are even stupid enough to not understand the biogas tank. Bamboo consulted with Fengling and Lanling, reminding them to take care of other warriors in the mountains when they have time. According to the way of Jinping Mountain Range, the young warriors born every year are gathered together and can be taught by Fengling. Due to the eagerness to open up the sea of trees, many warriors who do not like the corresponding plants have settled in the forests of Junli Peak and Qingying Peak. Bamboo visited them one by one and personally conveyed the new decree. Every young warrior should have a garden of his own and sow his favorite plants. In recent years, The jungle around Liju Peak has accommodated 22 warriors, who do not like any of the plants such as bamboo, rice, and pear trees, and the decree also applies to these warriors. In the future, the number of warriors will continue to increase, and warriors who like the same or similar plants will be arranged together. Bamboo's plan is very simple. For each major type of plant, a small settlement circle will be formed in a planned way, sowing and managing together, exploring cultivation methods together, and the corresponding experience will be passed down from generation to generation. One day, there will be tens of thousands of warriors in Liju County. In addition to large tree species such as bamboo, pear trees, and chestnut trees, each type of small plant has its own piece of land for management. Every young warrior born, no matter what kind of plant he likes, has a good place to go. Chapter 478 The Purple Stem Armor Tribe's Request for Help. Give each warrior a garden to plant his favorite plants. And Bamboo's deep thinking: why do we work so hard to prosper the tribe? It's not just to increase the number of warriors, nor is it a large group of warriors serving a small group of warriors. It should be that every warrior can be happy. The primitive social form. The primitive life consciousness. There is no class division. No administrative system. Simple structure. Simple preferences. Every warrior can sow and manage his favorite plants, which is their favorite thing and the happiest thing. The universe is not eternal. The universe itself will eventually be destroyed one day. And every cosmic life is a meteor across the sky in the cosmic time. That brief moment is the most beautiful. Bamba came from human society and cherishes his current life more than anyone else. He believes that what he needs to do should be to create an opportunity for every tribal warrior to burst into brilliant glory. With opportunities and hope, the existence process of every life has meaning. Returning to Liju Peak, Bamba met with Hongdao, Duju, and Guanli to discuss his latest decision, and then met with Qijin Blatten King and Tidao Princess to discuss rice planting. Among the young warriors sent by the caravan from the Wangua continent, there is one who likes rice every 2 or 3 years. There are already 6 warriors who follow Hongdao and Hongmi to plant rice, and the area of rice fields has been expanding again and again. At present, the achievements are remarkable. For rice seeds given by God can create more than 400,000 raw stones of wealth every year. The quantity makes up for the quality, which can be equivalent to a high-quality tree seed given by God, such as Yangwanli and Fagus. Bamboo had intended to expand the scale of rice cultivation a long time ago. Jinping Mountains are not suitable for growing rice, and the climate is the main reason. The dry season in mid-May every year is the peak season for rice growth. The rice is harvested in August, and it is also a rainy season, so it is easy to mold and sprout. The problem of rice drying is not a big problem, and it can be dried with simple machinery. The problem in the dry season is the most troublesome. Bamboo plans to choose a slightly higher position on the north side of the lake where Zhui Honglian lives, and dig another lake. The terrain is high, and the lake can be dug a little deeper, specifically for water storage. Bamboo approached the Red Blatten King and the Iron Knife Princess, hoping that they can mobilize a group of warriors to help dig out the reservoir in the winter of this year and next. In addition to being easy to cultivate seeds similar to God's gift, planting rice has another benefit: solving the food problem that may arise in the future. This is a long-term consideration. With the area of Liju County, it can accommodate thousands of warriors and live scattered along the mountains. There will be no food problem, and they can hunt in the jungle. If the number of warriors exceeds tens of thousands, it may gradually become insufficient. The current scale of rice fields, the annual output of rice, the big head and colony simply cannot eat all. You can consider raising some animals. Insect tribes. Many large counties with insect populations of over 10,000 have similar practices. For example, Chongsheng County. They domesticated large animals such as goats, cattle and buffaloes, raised fish in the pond, and sowed plants such as wheat, soybeans, and peas as feed. After the reservoir is dug, go to the swamps along the Jinjiang River in the spring of the following year. Catch a group of wild ducks and try to domesticate and raise them next to the reservoir. For a long time, the Goji Mountain wild bunch in the Jinping Mountains was flooded, but it has been suppressed by continuous hunting in recent decades. Instead, the number of pheasants and rabbits has gradually increased. Pheasants do not need to be domesticated. They can be raised in a free-range manner by feeding them rice at a fixed time and at a fixed point. The celebration banquet for the promotion to a county is scheduled in September, when the fruit bestowed by the bloodthorn god matures. The food for the banquet is still mainly freshly picked bloodthorn fruit pulp. In summer, some fresh fruits such as peaches and pears are stored in the cold storage on the top of the mountain. A large number of bamboo rice and bamboo fruits harvested in autumn are stored. In addition, there are various high-quality dried fruits purchased from caravans in spring. The food is very rich. The Bamboo Sea Trading Square and the new Trade Road and Plank Road were completed in August. Just in time. Guests from various kingdoms could not keep track of the time. Those who were a little far away set off and arrived early, and were arranged to rest in the trading square. There are also many caravans walking clockwise. They arrive one after another at this time every autumn. They are also arranged in the Bamboo Sea Trading Square and solemnly inform the new rules of Lijiufeng. The reputation of Liju Peak, or the charm of the holy bamboo fruit, made the trading square extremely lively in mid-August. Nearly 100 tribes came to congratulate, which was quite like the grand occasion of the longevity banquet when the longevity Cockroach King was still there. The duration is still long. In mid-September, the bloodthorn fruit matures, and the banquet officially begins. The ripening period of the bloodthorn fruit lasts for 10 days, and the formal banquet also lasts for 10 days before it ends. The excitement gradually cooled down after nearly 2 months. The Red Cockroach King and the Iron Knife Princess took action in advance, walked through the mountains, organized soldiers, and prepared to dig reservoirs in winter. The flame-clustered spotted grass, who was responsible for entertaining guests at the Bamboo Sea Trading Square, went up the mountain and found Bamboo. The Purple Stem Armor Tribe warriors have not left yet, and the Grass Pearl Princess wants to see you. Purple Stem Armor Tribe? Looking for me? Bamboo was a little confused and asked. Did they talk about something? The two tribes were far apart, and they only had a little contact when trading holy bamboo and bamboo fruit, so they were not very familiar with each other. Yanchu Banchao shook his antennae and said, I asked, but he refused to tell me. Bamboo's heart moved and he said, Good. I'll go and ask him to go up the mountain. Yanchu Banchao suddenly realized something and followed. Good. Bamboo and Yanchu Banchao trotted to the Bamboo Sea Trading Square. Princess Chaodu, Princess Bamboo, greeting each other. The divine thoughts and emotions could sense that Princess Chaoju was a little anxious and uneasy. At this time, the guests at the trading square had dispersed, leaving only the bees of the cattails cleaning up the residue. Princess Bamboo, there is something I need your help with. Princess Chaoju, don't worry. Let's go up the mountain to talk. Bamboo led the way to the mountain trading square. Princess Chaoju immediately fell in love with the exceptionally tall Tata tree and couldn't help asking, Princess Bamboo, that God-given seed is not ordinary, right? Bamboo shook his tentacles and didn't answer. Princess Chaoju was stunned for a moment, then returned to the point and said, Last time the beast warriors attacked Zijin County, a God-given seed of our purple stem armor tribe was seriously damaged. Princess Bamboo, you should have heard about it, right? I heard some from hearsay, but I couldn't confirm the truth of the news. Now that you said so, it seems that the news is true. Bamboo followed with emotion and said, You planted grape trees in Zijin County and cultivated a God-given grape seed. It's an incredible achievement. Grapes are a plant that has no top-level native species, or even precious native species. That was the result of more than 10 generations of efforts by our ancestors, Chaoju County Lord said without any pride, but worriedly, saying, The news was witnessed by the rescuers of the mole bee and bumblebee tribesmen, and then spread? It is true. In the fierce battle, a desperate county-level snow leopard warrior maliciously released supernatural powers to the purple crystal God-given seed. Most of the vines were frozen and turned into powder in an instant. Damn beast! Bamboo cursed angrily, and asked knowingly, Chaoju County Lord, you came to me? Is it for this matter? Is the purple crystal God-given seed okay? It's safe, but the trauma caused by the ice and snow ability is difficult to recover. It must condense the tree heart and grow again. It's very troublesome. First of all, there are great risks in condensing the tree heart. Chaoju County Lord paused, and then said, Chaoju County Lord, in recent years, the rumors about the exchanges between Liju Peak and Chiwu Mountain have become more and more intense. I think not all of them are false speculations. Right? It is obvious that the warriors of the Red Blattle tribe use the remains of the divine seeds of the gods to strengthen their own life seeds. And the quality and quantity of the force food produced in the territory have greatly improved. Bamboo and the Red Blattle King distributed the remains that lost the force properties and rewarded the warriors who participated in the transportation. The use of the remains has correspondingly significantly improved the number of life plants in the territory. This kind of news cannot be concealed. Every year, the caravans of all sizes passing by the Red Blattle tribe can definitely see it. Every time the caravan arrives at a place, the transaction is completed, and they will chat about some fresh and interesting topics. Various news on the continent are spread in this way. Bamboo answered straightforwardly, "We did get some remains of the divine seeds of the god granted." Sure enough, after receiving a positive answer, Princess Chao swung her tentacles as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and then complained, "Princess Bamboo, you should know that our Purple Stem Armor tribe is just a small tribe that survives as a vassal of the Kingdom of Mole Armor. The Purple Crystal God-granted seeds have always been the largest source of income for our tribe and the greatest guarantee for the prosperity and continuation of the race." Bamboo said, "We at Liju Peak obtained the remains of tree plants." Princess Chao immediately said, "Trees are also okay. To be honest, a caravan helped to get a piece of remains. We tried the Purple Crystal God-granted seeds, and the answer given by the tree spirit confirmed that it has a great effect." Chapter 479 Amethyst Grapes. To transport the debris. Each senior warrior can carry about 100 to 200 kilograms per trip. It is very hard to travel across the continent. Bamboo and the Red Blattle King are not stingy. They will take out 2 to 3 kilograms of debris that have lost the original force properties as a reward for each trip. The warriors who participate in the transportation are replaced almost every year, and some aging warriors will give the debris to their direct descendants. So the divine debris is widely spread in the Red Blattle King of the Red Blattle tribe. In addition, the warehouse capacity of Li Zhufeng is really limited, and the amount of debris transported back is really too much. Therefore, the debris brought back will be sorted into 2 categories. One is the precious debris that retains the original force properties, which are sealed in metal boxes and stored in warehouses. The other is the debris that has lost the original force properties. They are not so precious, and there are many of them. Selling them is easy to cause trouble. Li Zhufeng uses them himself, and the unused ones are used as welfare and distributed to the warriors of the 3 mountain ranges of Jinping, and tied out to strengthen their own life seeds. Bamboo and the Red Blattle King had long expected that even with severe warnings, they would definitely not be able to prevent the debris from flowing out. However, the problem is not very big. So far, the Purple Stem Armor is the first tribe to come to the door to buy. Princess Bamboo, you Li Zhufeng should have a batch of divine debris stored. Right? Yes, some. Princess Chaodu did not have any intention of bargaining, and said directly, "We can pay for the original stone in Zhejiang County, or we can regenerate the seeds of the amethyst god in the future and pay for a batch of amethyst grapes." "But," Bamboo stammered, "it's mainly the remains of a divine oak tree, which is a fire elemental ability enhancement. Unfortunately, a few years ago, a red oak tree was born in our Liju County, which is also a fire element. The plant species and element species match. Princess Chao Zhu, you should know how valuable the remains are to Liju County. The value of the divine remains varies greatly when used in different places. For example, if it is distributed to ordinary warriors and used on ordinary life plants, after strengthening, the annual income may increase from the original 20 to 30 raw stones to 50 to 80 raw stones. The foundation of ordinary life species is too poor, and the improvement of dozens of raw stones is just a slight improvement in life. For another example, if the remains of the divine oak tree are used on a red oak tree, which has a corresponding elemental strengthening effect, the strengthening effect is a qualitative improvement, and the condensed acorns are second only to divine force food, and even have some divine force food characteristics. It can be said that the original annual income of 300,000 or 400,000 yuan has suddenly increased to an annual income of over 1 million yuan. When Princess Chao Zhu heard what Bamboo said, she was immediately disappointed. Bamboo said in embarrassment, "Princess Chao Zhu, you came at an inopportune time. There were a lot of debris, and we distributed it to our tribesmen and used up most of it." Bamboo said in annoyance, "We just managed an oak forest casually, but we didn't expect to accidentally give birth to a God-given seed. Now, we don't even have enough for ourselves. God-given seeds are extremely rare." Princess Chao Zhu didn't understand where Bamboo got the debris, but she was sure it wasn't that easy, and she could understand Bamboo's feelings. Princess Chaoju was depressed for a while, and asked with difficulty, Princess Bamboo, how much is left? Can you give up some? Not much. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, the debris can be roughly divided into two categories, those that have lost the force properties and those that still have the force properties. We used up all the debris that lost the force properties as soon as they were brought back. What Princess Chaoyu wanted was the debris that had lost the force properties. The samples sent by the caravan were confirmed to be feasible, and the price was relatively affordable. After hearing this, her mind was a little confused, and she was thinking. Bamboo suddenly changed the subject and asked, by the way, Princess Chaoju, what is the specific strengthening effect of your divine purple crystal seed? Princess Chaoju said, it strengthens the flesh and blood, but not the best muscle strength. It is a very strange effect, which can greatly reduce the interval time between molting and evolution. Princess Chaoyu had hope again and introduced. It can be inferred that the strengthening effect of purple crystal grapes is highly compatible with the innate abilities of cockroach warriors, and it is very suitable for you. Good stuff. Bamboo's heart was pounding when he heard it. If there is such a strengthening effect, Duju and Huiju can speed up the growth rate and be promoted to Cockroach King soon. Bamboo is more clear about the essence of the strengthening effect of purple crystal grapes, the comprehensive strengthening of cell metabolism function. This effect, when it falls on ordinary warriors, the direct value of the effect is to shorten the interval time after evolution, and the indirect effect should also delay the entry into the aging period. When it falls on Bamboo, who has the ability to regenerate broken limbs, the value will be doubled. Regeneration of broken limbs is an upgraded version of Cockroach's natural ability, but it also has certain flaws. For example, if a leg is broken, the body cells will divide rapidly, consuming the nutrients and energy stored in the body, and quickly generate a new limb in a short period of time. There are two problems with new limbs. First, rapid cell division is more likely to produce erroneous gene fragments, and some cells with serious errors will die in a short period of time. Second, the metabolic function of cells generated by rapid division is not perfect, and a growth period is required. In general, broken limbs can be regenerated immediately, but there will be some regression in strength and intensity, and it will take a certain amount of time to recover in perfect. Moreover, as the strength increases, the number of force genes increases, the cell life activities become more complicated, and the required recuperation and recovery time will be extended. The special strengthening effect of amethyst grapes can just solve the problem of recovery time, which is simply tailor-made for Bamboo. Moreover, this kind of divine force food that strengthens the basic physique can basically greatly increase the success rate of gene evolution. Every extra one you eat is a safety insurance for the future promotion to Cockroach King. It is undoubtedly a good thing, and it must not be missed. Chaoju County continued to propose, Princess Bamboo, if you can give up a batch of debris to help the purple crystal God-given seed survive this disaster, we can set aside a fixed portion of each batch of production in the future and exchange it with Lizufeng, sacred bamboo fruit, or other similar level of force food. Are all fine? Bamboo did not agree directly, and asked, I also heard that you, Purple Crystal County, have been selling purple crystal grapes to the Mole Bee tribe and the Bumblebee tribe? What's the price? Princess Chaoju said truthfully, when necessary, exchange for equivalent divine force food. But the Purple Stem Bee tribe is a small tribe after all, with a limited number of warriors and a limited number of excellent warriors. So it is more of a sale in exchange for raw stones. Selling in exchange for raw stones. The price is different for internal and external. The price of the Mole Bee Kingdom is 3 million raw stones per share. The price of the Bumblebee Kingdom is 3.5 million raw stones per share. This price. Bamboo sold the dragon bamboo fruit to the black and white cockroach tribe. The price was set at 5 million raw stones for the strengthening effect of strength alone. It might be a little high, but the autumn maple cockroach king had no objection. So it was reasonable. 3 million and 3.5 million. The selling price must be low. No wonder. After the purple crystal God-given seed was severely damaged, the two kingdoms of Mole Armor and Bumblebee went crazy. Bamboo asked again, what about the yield? I heard that the grape yield is very high. Chaoju Princess shook her antennae and said, the yield is very average. The flowering and fruiting cycle is 7 years, and each batch only produces a little more than 6 copies. Really good. Very good. If such a God-given seed is destroyed, it would be a blasphemy to the true God of nature. Bamboo said righteously, Liju Peak does not have the debris you want for the time being. But I have a way to help get a batch back from Chiwu Mountain. Chiwu Mountain? Chaoyu Princess questioned. Bamboo said, the wreckage was obtained by the cooperation between Liz Yufeng and Chuishan. Chaozhou County Lord asked, does Chuishan still have it? Bamboo confirmed, yes. Chaozhou County Lord asked, will Chuishan give it to us? Bamboo said, the cooperation between Liz Yufeng and Chuishan will last for a long time. If there is an emergency, they will not refuse. Chaozhou County Lord was delighted and asked, is it still an oak tree? It may not be compatible with our amethyst God-given seeds. Right? And what about the price? Not low. Right? There is a price, but it is definitely within an acceptable range. Bamboo divided it and said, you said that for every batch of amethyst God-given seeds produced, take out a portion to exchange with Liz Yufeng. That is an equal exchange. Right? Princess Chaozhou said. Yes. Bamboo said. You will have to pay for the wreckage. Princess Chaozhou said. The caravan makes medium-sized spider silk bags for packing raw stones as the standard. For every 30 bags of wreckage, you can get 1 purple crystal grape. Princess Chaozhou was afraid that Bamboo would not be satisfied. So she added, this is the caravan's estimate of the wreckage that has lost its original power. Each bag is worth 100,000 raw stones. I'm giving you the selling price to the Kingdom of Mole. It's reasonable. Bamboo tapped his antennae and asked, Princess Chaozhou, how many bags do you need? Princess Chaozhou said, at least 500 bags. The more the better. Please wait a moment. Bamboo shook his antennae and transmitted the information via radio waves. Chapter 480, Counterattack. After a while, Hongdao arrived with a piece of iron birch debris. Bamboo said, Princess Chaozhou, take this debris back and give it to Amethyst Grape. If it works, we will help you. If not, the divine oak debris. The price may need to be discussed separately. This is not an oak. 2 tree species, 2 different debris. Princess Chaozhou was a little dumbfounded, looking at the black debris, carefully examining, weighing, hesitantly said, Princess Bamboo, the caravan seems to have sent this kind of heavy debris. Not the oak, you said. Heavy weight. Then it must be the iron birch debris. Oh, this kind. Bamboo actually had no idea in his mind. He had distributed 3 kinds of debris: red pine, oak, and iron birch to his tribesmen. The red pine had been used up long ago, and the oak could not be easily sold. Iron birch, there is no place to use it for the time being, and the quantity is also sufficient. That's easy. There are no such debris in Liju Peak, but there are still many in Chiwu Mountain. We should be able to get enough for you. Really? Thank you, Princess Chaozhou said gratefully, but couldn't help wondering, and asked, Princess Bamboo, this is not an oak tree. Then what kind of tree is it? Bamboo answered truthfully, iron birch. Iron birch. Princess Chaozhou searched the inherited memory and whispered, northern wilderness. And it is a very northern cold forest. Princess Bamboo, this thing is not young. Could it be? Hee. Princess Chaozhou, just deal with the transaction. There is no need to ask more about the specific origin. Asking too much may affect the transaction. I'm just curious. Don't blame me. Chaozhou County Lady stopped struggling and continued to ask, Chaozhou County Lady Bamboo, are the things being transported from Chiwu Mountain to Liju Peak? Are they traveling along the Jinjiang River? Bamboo said, yes. Chaozhou County Lady continued, can we agree on a time? Our Purple Stem Armor tribe is adjacent to the White River. The White River originates from the Beiwang Mountains and flows southward to the Jinjiang River. It is also the border of many kingdoms along the way. It is quite desolate, and it is generally safe to travel along the river. We can send warriors from the Purple Stem Armor tribe to wait in advance at the intersection of the White River and the Jinjiang River. It seems that the status of the Purple Crystal God-given seed is not very optimistic, and the matter is urgent. It seems that this proposal is more convenient for him. Bamboo agreed, okay. I will set off in 2 days and go to Chiwu Mountain. The wreckage should be able to arrive in the late spring and early summer of next year. Thank you. Chaozhou County Lady thanked. You are too polite, Princess Chaozhou. After the deal was done, Bamboo brought up the topic of the attack on Zijin County and asked, Princess Chaozhou, have you found all the beast warriors that attacked Zijin County? Princess Chaozhou said. After they succeeded, they fled in groups of 3 or 5. We found some of them, But they all use native beast tactics that originated in our insect kingdom. They are all ignorant and stupid. Bamboo asked. What about Bei Wang? Princess Chao replied. The beast warriors in Bei Wang have a very strict team structure. There are snow leopards and snow fox warriors responsible for fighting, red warriors responsible for digging holes and arranging hiding places, and snow eagles and rock eagles responsible for aerial reconnaissance. Princess Xiaozhu shook her antennae helplessly and said, although the surrounding kingdoms mobilized warriors to help search, and the northern border kingdoms blocked the mountains, they still escaped in the end and disappeared, an organized and planned attack. This is no longer an ordinary robbery. It is a war. Bamboo asked Princess Xiaozhu. To be honest, Liju Peak has also been spied on by the beasts of the northern wilderness. I wonder if you can tell me in detail how they attacked. The core tribe of Zijing County is Yongnai Peak. They know the location of the Zijing God-given seeds, the terrain and environment around the mountain, and the distribution of warriors. This is the main reason for the successful sneak attack. Princess Xiaozhu was angry as she spoke, and said, it has been verified that it was a mountain master level caravan that frequently came to Yongnai Peak for trade and sold the mountain information to the northern wilderness beast tribe at a high price. Princess Bamboo, you have to be careful. Not every caravan is friendly. On the contrary, many caravans that are not doing well in trade or are short of raw stones will do such evil things without bottom line. Bamboo tapped his tentacles, said, so I moved the trading square to the bamboo sea under the mountain. It can be seen that the new trading square and plank road were just built this year, bypassing the important location, which is a wise move. Princess Xiaoyu continued. The beast warrior sneak attack method is simple and very effective. It is divided into 3 groups. The local beast warriors will attack the warrior's territory without regard for their lives and destroy the life-giving plants, and the local warriors will rob the original force food produced by the ordinary God-given seeds. The local warriors are responsible for creating chaos. The most important Bei Wang beast warriors took advantage of the chaos to attack the sheep milk peak and headed straight for the purple crystal God-given seeds. Because the incident happened suddenly, they were close to the plants. In order to avoid accidental injuries, even the King of Armor had to be cautious during the battle and did not dare to release the fire ability. They have a complete plan and coordination. The rats are small in size and climb vines to pick them. They use metal boxes from outer space to store them. The Snow Eagle and Rock Eagle warriors swooped down from the air and airlifted the boxes away. The robbery was successful, and the beast warriors scattered. Bamboo hesitated. When they are close to the amethyst God-given seed, it is difficult for you to attack. Why not just leave them alone and wait for them to escape, and then organize a counterattack to kill them? That's what we did. Otherwise, they wouldn't be robbed so cleanly. Chaozhou County Lord lamented when they evacuated. The Amethyst Armor King originally planned to capture a county-level snow leopard warrior alive. If the pursuit failed, he could also torture him to find out where he was hiding. Unexpectedly, the beast found that he was locked by the Armor King and his life was threatened. He immediately turned around and used his supernatural power to attack the God-given seed, causing a tragedy. So that's it. I understand. Damn beast. Bamboo comforted Chaozhou County Lord. Don't worry. Since the wreckage is useful, I ensure that the quantity is sufficient. As much as possible. Use as much as you can. And return it if you can't use it all. Thank you. Princess Chaozhou was grateful again, and reminded meaningfully, Princess Bamboo, the blood thorns of Liju Peak are the seeds of life. Right? As a defensive barrier. It may be effective, but not 100% safe. It is recommended to use metal abilities to build another defensive fence. Besides Liju Peak, be careful. Set up more obstacles and traps around important God-given seeds. Beware of beast warriors approaching. And don't think it's a hindrance or trouble. Understood? Bamboo said solemnly. Thank you for your advice. A major transaction worth tens of millions of raw stones. And it was exchanged for divine force food that strengthened the basic physique. A very important transaction. After Bamboo arranged the affairs of the territory, he set off first and went to Chiwu Mountain to prepare. Chijian Blatten King and Tidao Princess will organize soldiers and set off in the early spring of next year. In the northern wilderness of Longzhou Continent, a total of 2 remains of the God-given iron birch tree were found in the territory of Songhai Grizzly Bear Tribe. One of them was transported back to Liju Peak, and the remains that had lost the nature of the original force were wasted. The second one was cut into pieces and transported to the mountain base for hiding. Because it was busy building rails, it was not transported back to Liju Peak in time. Bamboo found Chiwu Ghost King for a brief discussion, and mobilized all the Ghost Locusts and Red Cockroach tribe warriors, who were digging and leveling the land and building rails on the front line to transport the remains to the location of the rails, and then use the train to transport all of them out in one trip and store them in Chiwu Mountain. Then, the transport team led by Chijian Blatten King arrived and packed them in standard medium-sized spider silk bags according to the requirements of the Purple Stem Armor tribe. Iron birchwood is heavy, and each soldier carries 3 bags at a time and starts to carry it back. Early summer. Heavy rain. Bad weather. The rivers are flooded, and the place where Jinjiang River and Baiha River meet is full of muddy currents. A few days later than the agreed time, Chaozhou Armor King led the team and waited by the riverside, letting the heavy rain wash away, bright red and purple, through the rain curtain, a large area of densely packed. They actually mobilized 200 high-level warriors, including more than 1 princess and more than 20 mountain master-level warriors. Red Cockroach King. Bamboo Princess. This is our Purple Crystal Armor King of Yongnai Peak. Chaozhou Princess ran forward quickly, waving her tentacles to introduce. The Purple Crystal Armor King personally came out. He was really afraid of being robbed, which also shows how urgent the matter is. Princess Bamboo. King Chijin Cockroach. Thank you. Thank you for troubling your cockroach tribe with this matter. Meet King Zijing Jia. King Zijing Jia. You're welcome. The two sides greeted each other. King Chijin Cockroach asked, is the amethyst God-given seed in good condition? The wreckage is heavy. We only transported 300 bags this time. King Zijing Jia. Please calculate how much is still missing. King Zijing Jia glanced at the transport team of the cockroach tribe and answered without thinking, the more the better. The exchange terms negotiated by Chao and Princess Bamboo remain unchanged. We want as many as you can. I see. It seems that the situation is not optimistic. King Chijin Cockroach said seriously. We were delayed on the road and arrived a few days later than the agreed time. It is not advisable to delay any longer. Let's hand over the goods now. Thank you for your understanding. King Zijing Jia thanked him. King Chao Jia waved his antennae and called his people to move forward. Bamboo also turned around and used his metal ability to untie the steel wires that bound the spider silk bags one by one. A total of 300 medium-sized spider silk bags were completed quickly. The Purple Stem Armor Tribe team was also transported by 100 senior warriors, and the other 100 warriors surrounded them from front to back and formed a guard battle formation. Finally, the Purple Crystal Armor King said, Princess Bamboo, do you have time to go to Yongnai Peak? You should witness this transaction in person. Indeed, Bamboo needed to personally witness the status of the Purple Crystal God-given seed and personally confirm whether the wreckage had revived the Purple Crystal God-given seed or failed to condense the tree heart. If it was revived, it would be fine, and both parties would be happy. If the wreckage was used and not revived, it would mean that there would be no purple crystal grapes produced from now on. Everyone would have to discuss how to compensate Liju Peak for its losses. No problem. Bamboo said, Princess Purple Crystal Armor King. Princess Chaozhou. Then I'm bothering you. Chapter 481 Sheep Milk Peak. The place where the transport team of the Red Blatten tribe and the team of the Purple Stem Beetle tribe meet belongs to the territory of the Crab Spider Kingdom, a borderland ruled by no insects. The White River is a wide river, a natural border that divides the kingdom, and the other side is the territory of the Ant Spider Kingdom. Going north along the river, walking for 6 days, you will enter the border between the Lychee Kingdom and the Golden Mantis Kingdom, and then north to the territory of the Mole Armor Kingdom. All vassal tribes are similar, and the Purple Stem Beetle tribe also occupies borderlands with poor natural force. All the ground beetles, tiger beetles, stem beetles, and other Coleoptera have a common characteristic. That is, the reproduction ability of ordinary insects is weak, which leads to a small number of tribal warriors and a serious lack of control over the territory. Along the way, Bamboo deeply realized that a large number of areas in the Mole Armor Kingdom were in the kind of desolation of the Jinping Mountains 100 years ago, and all kinds of beasts were rampant. It took 2 days of walking to pass through a plain jungle without insects and enter the rolling hills. This is the core tribe of the Purple Stem Armor tribe, the Purple Crystal County, which is quite famous for growing grapes. The slope is gentle, the soil is fertile, and the lush greenery is neatly arranged. The gardens are full of fruits. Many grapes that ripen in midsummer and may begin to exude fruit fragrance. With a strong exotic atmosphere. Overall, the natural force of Purple Crystal County is similar to that of the southern part of Chijing County. It is not particularly rich, nor is it as barren as Liju County. Purple Crystal King personally accompanied Bamboo, standing on a hill and looking into the distance, waving his tentacles, pointing to a small hill on the opposite hill, and said, "Princess Bamboo, that is Yongnai Peak. I'm sorry to make you laugh. The central region is mostly plains and low hills, and there are few majestic mountains like those in your eastern region." Bamboo said, "Mountains don't have to be tall and majestic, as long as they are rich in force. They are treasure lands." Amethyst Armor King sighed. "The force is also average. There is no place with particularly rich force in Amethyst County. It is not easy to manage the divine seeds of God. Every flowering and fruiting cycle, millions of raw stones are invested. And the cost is too high." Yes, the cost is too high. Bamboo felt the same way. Slightly turned his body, and said, "Princess Chaozhu has been to Liju Peak, and should know that. Overall, Amethyst County is much richer than our Liju County. It's almost the same. In fact, it's almost the same." Princess Chaozhu said, "Princess Bamboo, you have frequent exchanges with Chiwu Mountain. You should have seen the mountain. Right? That kind of place is the treasure land favored by the true god of nature." While chatting, we climbed over the hills, followed the plank road, crossed the river plain, and approached the sheep milk peak. In the dense grape plantation, thousands of bees were busy working. The purple stem bee tribe coexists with a weak bee tribe called yellow-bellied acid bee. The park we passed by was very interesting. Bunches of white grapes were about to mature. The fruit grains were oval and ovate. The fruit planted on the left side of the plank road was mixed white, and the fruit on the right was crystal clear snow white. They should be two different high-quality derivatives cultivated from the same native species. Princess Zijing continued to introduce, "Princess Bamboo. This is the goat milk grape cultivated by our sheep milk peak. This side is the sheep fat grape, which has been in operation for much longer than the purple crystal grape. At first, the sheep milk peak was named for this. It was passed down bag by bag, and the specific time was remembered clearly. The mutton fat grape matures in midsummer, and there is a corresponding God-given seed. It is a legacy of our ancestors. A wild God-given seed that has survived for thousands of years. Fortunately, it survived the sneak attack of the northern wilderness beast tribe. Now it is the fruit ripening season. In a few days, you can taste it." Bamboo smiled and said, "Then I will be blessed." The group came to the foot of the sheep milk peak. Around the peak, there should be a recently arranged steel wire fence, which surrounds the foot of the mountain. There are also a large number of purple stem armored warriors distributed and guarding closely. Princess Chaozhu organized and called on the warriors to carry bags of debris up the mountain and send them to the warehouse that had been prepared long ago. The Purple Crystal Armor King led Bamboo up the mountain and explained, "We have quite a few Purple Crystal County warriors. More than 1,000. Unfortunately, there are not enough warriors who like grapes. A total of 93. Living in the Goat Milk Peak. The other warriors live around the other 16 peaks. Before, no one expected to be ambushed, and neglected to take precautions. Alas, this time the loss is not just the purple crystal God-given seeds. The loss of the purple stem armor tribe is indeed tragic enough." Bamboo couldn't think of a good comforting word, so he simply kept silent and observed the mountain environment with interest. A few years have passed, and the traces of the beast warriors' attack and battle have long been wiped out. The Goat Milk Peak is indeed small enough. Bamboo immediately confirmed through the dual perception of the Force and the Soul that there are only 3 parties on the mountain that have planted the life-giving plants. Which means that there are only 3 warriors living on the mountain. One is the Purple Crystal Armor King. One is the Queen Bee of the Yellow-Bellied Acid Bee tribe. And the other is the Grass Plant Princess, who should inherit the position of the Lord of Purple Crystal County in the future. Standing on the top of the mountain and looking down, Bamboo's attention was first attracted by the large area of blank wasteland. There is also a half bush of dense grapevines. If you look closely, the trunk of the plant is at least 10 meters in diameter and more than 20 meters in height. It has 49 strong main branches with a diameter of more than 0.5 meters, and then has countless branch vines. It is undoubtedly the purple crystal God-given seed. It originally covered nearly half of the land on the north and east sides of the Yongnai Peak, and its scale was huge. At this time, 27 main branches were amputated, which was extremely miserable. The blank land was attacked by the frost ability of the county-level snow leopard warrior. The vines were not just frozen to death. It is said that they were directly turned into powder. It should be destroyed at the level of microscopic particle structure. After this level of attack, not only the original force properties are lost, but the tree spirit cannot recycle the powder to absorb the precious nutrients and grow again. How miserable! Bamboo mourned for this unlucky God-given seed and the purple stem armor tribe. Princess Bamboo, that's the amethyst God-given seed. Shall we go down and take a look? Please, King Armor. Lead the way. Bamboo simply replied. Amethyst King Armor led the way, and Bamboo followed to the mountainside. As they approached, a buzzing, roaring sound was heard, and the bee colony guarding the amethyst God-given seed rioted for a moment, and then quieted down. This is the queen of sheep fat bees from our sheep milk peak. Our ancestors of the purple stem armor tribe have always cooperated with the yellow-bellied acid bee tribe to coexist and manage the territory together. A queen bee at the level of the insect king. What is awakened is the ability of earth and stone. The yellow-bellied acid bees and the red-ringed acid bees are closely related bee species, with almost no difference in body size. The only difference is the color of the abdominal ring pattern of the queen bee and the worker bees. Amethyst King Armor stirred his divine thoughts from a distance and introduced, Sheep Fat. This is Princess Bamboo from Liju Peak. I see. The queen bee seemed to be in a bad mood, and was a little depressed at this time. She asked, have you arrived at the wreckage? Thank you. She was in a low mood, and after a simple greeting, she drooped her antennae and remained silent. You're welcome. Bamboo was a little embarrassed. The purple crystal armor king suddenly became nervous and asked, how is the purple crystal tree spirit? The queen bee said sadly, last night, the tree spirit fell into a deep sleep. I hope it will get better after waking up. The purple crystal armor king waved his antennae and said, bury the wreckage first. The queen bee released pheromones to command the bee colony to act. The 5 combat professional bees jointly exerted their earth and stone abilities, and the ground soil automatically lifted off the ground and scattered around, forming pits. Princess Chaoju brought 4 warriors and delivered 10 bags of wreckage in one go. The medium-sized worker bee stepped forward, holding the debris with its forelimbs, cutting it into powder with its jaws, and putting it into a special clay jar. It then mixed the sludge and soil to make nutrient soil, dumped it into the pit, and finally filled it with soil and rocks. Most of the branches and vines of the amethyst God-given seed were severely damaged, and the tree spirit soul was injured and weakened. It was too weak and had to fall asleep. The nutrients entered the soil, and the plant began to absorb them instinctively. Bamboo stood by and observed with his third eye. He soon found that the situation was not as serious as the amethyst armor king and the fat bee queen worried. The tree spirit condensed into an elliptical ball, shrinking near the ground on the main trunk. It was purple-red, and as the roots absorbed the debris, the color gradually turned darker. This was a sign that the soul had recovered from the injury. But it was not a normal sign. The iron birch tree strengthened the metal element ability, and the amethyst God-given seed strengthened the basic constitution, which was completely incompatible. The iron birch is a tree that grows in the cold forests of the northern wasteland. The tree species is very different from the purple crystal God-given species. Theoretically, the degree of compatibility should be very low. Is it a coincidence? A coincidence? Or? Bamboo was cautious again. There is another possibility. The remains of the iron birch have the ability to help injured tree spirits recover from soul injuries. The remains cannot be exchanged with the purple stem armor tribe. Keep a batch and take it back. It just so happens that the soul of the Tata tree spirit was weakened by an unknown force, erasing all important memories and directly reducing it to a nascent state. Perhaps it can be regarded as another form of soul trauma. Give it a try. Chapter 482 Excessive Exchange Request. Amethyst Armor King and Queen Bee of Suet can roughly feel that the state of the tree spirit has improved. The tense heart finally relaxed a little. Princess Bamboo, is the Tianmu of Chiwu Mountain on your forehead? The Tianmu Magnolia God-given seed. Yes. Bamboo asked, Amethyst Armor King. How do you know him? Amethyst Armor King said, Chiwu Mountain once took out Tianmu Magnolia to exchange with the neighboring Golden Mantis Kingdom. Our Purple Stem Armor tribe has also exchanged with the Golden Mantis Kingdom several times. We have visited each other, so we know each other. Queen Bee of Suet asked, I heard the Tianmu can directly see the soul? Bamboo said, yes. Queen Bee of Suet asked, "What is the state of the soul of the amethyst tree spirit?" Bamboo said, "It is recovering. The debris is effective. It should be able to wake up today." "Great." The Queen Bee of Suet checked the absorption status of the debris and ordered, "Chao Zhu, bring more debris. Configure it. And prepare to replace it." Bamboo hurriedly stopped him and said, "According to my observation, using 10 bags of debris a day is too much. 5 to 8 bags are just right. It is impossible to heal the soul injury in one go. It takes a long time." "Really?" The Queen Bee of Suet was skeptical. Bamboo replied, "I have been watching the changes in the state of the amethyst tree spirit. I am not wrong." The Queen Bee of Suet was too anxious. The King of Amethyst Armor followed. "Princess Bamboo is right. There are not many debris. We must not waste them." "Princess Bamboo, how many debris can you help get?" the Queen Bee of Suet asked. Bamboo replied, 600 bags. "Are 600 bags enough?" The Queen Bee suddenly became nervous again. The Queen Bee's will didn't seem to be very firm. After a heavy loss in an attack, her mentality was somewhat broken. During the conversation, she suddenly became nervous from time to time. The purple crystal tree spirit said that 500 bags would be enough. "It should be enough," the purple crystal armor king said, and also drooped his antennae and silently fell to the ground. The atmosphere that had just been joyful became depressing again. Seeing this, Princess Chao suggested, "Princess Bamboo, I will take you around. We have cultivated grapes in Zhejiang County, and our achievements are not inferior to the bamboos in your Liju Peak. We have 27 native species, and after dozens of generations of efforts, we have cultivated a total of 281 derivative species." Princess Chao waved her antennae again, pointed to the vineyard on the north side of the mountain, and said, "The most famous purple crystal grapes and scarlet grapes are planted there." Bamboo said, "Then I must see it." Princess Chao Zhu, "Please." Princess Chao waved her antennae and said, "Please." Grapes can be divided into 5 colors according to the color of the fruit, namely white, green, red, purple, and black. According to the inherited memory, there are only 38 native species in total. It is amazing that Zhejiang County can collect 27 of them. Amethyst grapes and scarlet grapes are late ripening in late summer and early autumn. Now they are still green fruits. Nothing to see. Princess Chao took Bamboo to visit another important suet grape God-given seed of their tribe. It was an early maturing variety, and the fruit had entered the ripening season. A colony of bees was using the raw stone to replenish the plant's energy, and it would be ready for harvest in a few days. In addition, there were originally 37 wild God-given seeds left by the ancestors, but 9 were lost in the attack by the beast warriors. Except for the suet grape, the other 27 were visited one by one. It took 2 full days to go around the vineyards of Zhejiang County. Finally, we returned to Yongnai Peak to visit the territory of Lady Chao Zhu. When Lady Chao Zhu was a senior warrior, she was lucky enough to cultivate the high-quality derivative species Chao Zhu grapes, and was rewarded with a God-given seed, which gave birth to a life seed. This is the capital for it to become the next generation of inheritors of Zhejiang County. The tribe will not hesitate to help it become the king of armor. When we returned to the territory of the amethyst God-given seed, the amethyst tree spirit had awakened. The Queen of Sheep Fat Bee was in a much better mood and introduced, "Zhejiang. This is Lady Bamboo of the Red Blatten tribe. Liju County. Lady Bamboo, thank you for your help." The amethyst tree spirit thanked him, and the soul transmitted the thoughts, revealing extreme weakness. This is an equal exchange. No need to be polite. Bamboo operated the heavenly eye to check, and the tree spirit soul stretched out, and the color changed from the previous purple red to purple black. If it continues to recover, the heyday should be thick black. The bee colony is busy preparing the nutrient soil and preparing for the second fertilization. The divine seeds of the divine products have complete wisdom, and their IQ is much higher than that of insect warriors. They know their own situation best. For the sake of safety, Bamboo took the initiative to ask, "Amethyst tree spirit, 600 bags of such debris should be enough for you to recover, right?" It is definitely no problem to recover the soul trauma. Compared with the amethyst armor king and the queen bee, the severely injured amethyst tree spirit is much calmer and calmly analyzed. "I am disabled, and the plant cannot recover from the injury. I must gather strength to condense the tree heart and regenerate. There are 2 problems. First, the disability is serious, and the probability of failure to condense the tree heart is very high, and failure means death. Second, even if it succeeds and grows again, The current savings can only support me to quickly recover to the second metamorphosis. I am afraid it will take 100 to 200 years to recover to the third metamorphosis. I can understand that. Bamboo replied by moving his tentacles, feeling a little unhappy. Even if the tree heart is condensed successfully by chance, it will take 100 to 200 years to recover. Who has the patience to wait that long? Bamboo asked, Amethyst Tree Spirit. Do you have a good solution? Yes. Amethyst Tree Spirit said, the divine iron birch tree, a seed given by God, has also completed the third metamorphosis and has existed for countless years. I can't understand why it withered and died, but I am sure that it was not maliciously cut down and destroyed by hostile forces. Before it died, it must have struggled to survive and condense the tree heart. Princess Bamboo, do you have the remains of the tree heart? Yes. Bamboo smiled and said, I have also thought about whether it is necessary to use the iron birch tree heart to help you. It is necessary. Amethyst Tree Spirit said, I will be reborn successfully, return to the peak as soon as possible, and bear fruit, and all that will be produced is wealth. Yang Nafeng can pay for the raw stones to buy it, or it can be exchanged for amethyst grapes. The Amethyst Tree Spirit then denied. It is said that the number of insects in Lizufeng is not large. 600 bags of debris are exchanged for 20 amethyst grapes. 20 portions are enough. More, they can't be used up. Right? I have heard some news about Lizufeng. Princess Bamboo, my suggestion is that Yang Nafeng use the raw stones to buy the iron birch tree heart. Specific rules. The time required for my rebirth and recovery is calculated as 150 years. Using the iron birch tree heart, I will definitely be able to recover in advance. All the output of early recovery will be converted into raw stones at 3 million raw stones per portion, and paid to Lizufeng. This is your income. The iron birch tree heart also helps me to condense the tree heart smoothly, which is considered the income of Yang Nafeng in this exchange. Bamboo asked, how many years ahead can the iron birch heart help you recover to your peak state? The purple crystal tree spirit replied, at least 50 years, depending on the size of the tree heart. What I need is not its force properties, but some kind of nutrient material in the debris that is useful to me. So, the bigger the tree heart is, the better the effect should be. I see. Bamboo lowered his antennae and pondered. The purple crystal tree spirit reminded, in 50 years, I can bloom and bear fruit 7 times, producing 42 pieces of purple crystal grapes, which is 126 million in raw stones. Princess Bamboo, forgive me for being blunt. Only in this special situation in front of you, using the iron birch heart on me, can it be sold at such a high price. Under normal circumstances, 10 million raw stones is the limit. Even though it was half dead, the purple crystal tree spirit could still think and analyze problems rationally, with clear logic and careful thinking. What the purple crystal tree spirit said was right. Under normal circumstances, the iron birch heart could not be sold at a sky-high price of 126 million. But the exchange proposed by the purple crystal tree spirit is fair, as both sides get what they need. Bamboo couldn't raise the price. Otherwise he would be greedy and take advantage of the tree's misfortune. It seemed that everything was calculated by the purple crystal tree spirit, which was not very pleasant. Seeing that Bamboo didn't respond, the purple crystal tree spirit continued to remind him, Princess Bamboo, I need to invest a large amount of raw stones to bear fruit, and this cost is all counted on the top of the sheep milk peak. You got a big bargain. The purple crystal tree spirit seems to have a strong desire to survive. Bamboo's heart moved, and he looked at the purple crystal king and the sheep fatby queen again. Their behavior was very strange. They were all respectful, and they seemed to do whatever the tree spirit said. The mind jumped again, and it was easy to understand. The amethyst God-given seeds have existed for a long time, and they are the elders of their elders, and they are at the ancestor level. The 2 young juniors have no right to refute. Bamboo said word by word, Amethyst Tree Spirit, this kind of exchange, talking about raw stones, is it too bad? Liju Peak does not lack raw stones. After pausing for a while, he continued, we have several young warriors who like grapes in Liju County. They are interested in opening a vineyard. I think it's good to exchange the iron birch heart for a few high-quality grape tree seeds. Exchange grape tree seeds? When the Amethyst Armor King and the Queen Bee heard this, their antennae stood up, and even showed anger and hostility. Bamboo hurriedly said, Amethyst and Scarlet, the 2 iconic species of the purple stem armor tribe, are of course not included in the exchange. Others, Others are fine. I have no other intentions. I just want to enrich the plant species of Leisure County. Amethyst Tree Spirit asked, which species do you want to exchange? Bamboo said, goat milk grapes or goat fat grapes. Either one is fine. Or according to the time you propose. To help you return to your peak 50 years earlier. Just exchange one of the species. If it is not the two iconic species of Amethyst and Scarlet. That's fine. Amethyst Armor King and Goat Fat Bee Queen breathed a sigh of relief. Amethyst Armor King then said in embarrassment, Goat Milk Peak is named after goat milk grapes. This cannot be exchanged. Goat Fat Bee Queen said, goat fat grapes are a higher quality derivative species cultivated based on goat milk grapes. This cannot be exchanged even more. Really? Bamboo said, then let's suggest exchanging goat fat grapes. Princess Bamboo. Don't go too far. Goat Fat Bee Queen was angry. Stop making noise. The purple crystal tree spirit stopped him and said, Princess Bamboo. I am a little tired after talking today. I need to sleep and rest. We will talk again tomorrow. The purple crystal armor king waved his tentacles and said, Xiao Zhu. Take Princess Bamboo to the top of the mountain to rest. Chapter 483 Two Choices. Visiting the vineyard of the purple stem armor tribe. Especially seeing their various ancestral God-given seeds. Gave Bamboo a new understanding of grapes. Leisure County also has many low hills suitable for growing grapes. The soil and climate are very suitable. And there are native grape species growing in the wild forests. In the early years, a wild God-given grape was found. The fruit was green. The detailed variety was Jiangqing grape, also known as green grape, which is one of the most common native grape species. Originally, it was guarded by a black bear warrior. Big Bear went to see it several times and wanted to greet his fellow tribesmen. As a result, due to the huge size difference, the black bear warrior was frightened and fled for his life every time. After several times, it disappeared. The remaining God-given seeds of Jiangqing grapes are not very far from Leisure Peak. Big Bear and Big Head occasionally go to take care of them. Every spring, the bee colonies of cattails can go there to collect a batch of nectar. It grows quite well. It successfully completes a metamorphosis without any other cost. It can produce a batch of grapes every summer. The grapes are green, small and sour, because it strengthens the ability of plant elements. The quality is poor and worthless. So the Princess of Yabai took them away for free. In the past 10 years, the caravan has sent little warriors who like grapes. Hong Dao has kept them and arranged to live around the wild Jiangqing grapes. Now 4 warriors have gathered. It is a good choice to choose fertile hilly areas in Leisure County and open up vineyards. For grapes, all native varieties are not precious, which means that the genetic starting point is low and it takes time and effort to cultivate high-quality varieties. It is a good choice to exchange directly from Zhejiang County. There are 381 derivative species in total, which are the result of thousands of years of labor by the ancestors of the purple stem armor tribe. When Bamboo was touring, he silently evaluated these grape varieties and classified them into different grades. Special purple crystal and scarlet grapes, both of which can produce divine products. And their genetic optimization is infinitely close to the top planting. The iconic plants of the purple stem armor tribe cannot be exchanged with the outside world. There are 31 varieties of first-class sheep fat, sheep milk, grass beads, red peppers, frost, etc., all of which are at the same level as the holy bamboo and thunder bamboo of Leisure Peak. The birth of the seeds bestowed by God can reach the best quality. There are 147 varieties in the second grade and 101 varieties in the third grade, which are actually quite good. Bamboo rested for one night on the top of the sheep milk peak. The purple crystal tree spirit must not be asleep. It must be looking for the purple crystal king and the sheep milk queen bee to discuss carefully. The next morning, the Chaozhou princess came to invite Bamboo, King Amethyst, Queen Goat Milk. Good morning. Bamboo greeted warmly, Amethyst tree spirit. Good morning. Your condition has improved a lot today. Yes. The Amethyst tree spirit didn't waste any time and asked directly, Princess Bamboo, are you sure you want to use the iron birch heart to exchange for grape seeds? Sure. Then how much do you know about grape cultivation and breeding technology? This should be quite complicated. Right? Involving hybrid breeding? And grafting technology? Or a mix of two types of technology? Which seems to be more troublesome than the 3-line hybridization of bamboo and rice. The Amethyst tree spirit said, to be honest. Amethyst, Scarlet, Goat Fat, goat milk and many other high-quality varieties all use hybridization and grafting technology, involving at least 3 plants. So they have the excellent trait you see. The purple crystal tree spirit said, these technologies are the most precious wealth accumulated by the ancestors of the purple stem armor tribe. They cannot be passed on. I understand. Bamboo is not interested in this so-called technology and silently waits for the next words. The purple crystal tree spirit continued, so, you have 2 choices to exchange for mutton fat grapes. First, we provide ready-made seeds from Yongnai Peak. Don't worry. Mutton fat grapes are different from bamboo and rice. Although they are hybrids, they will not lose their reproductive ability. Nor will they degenerate and weaken after 1 or 2 generations of planting. They can be sown and optimized from generation to generation. This choice also has subsequent benefits. In the future, we can share with you free of charge when we cultivate better mutton fat grapes from Yongnai Peak. Second, we provide Leju County with 3 grape varieties needed to cultivate mutton fat grapes. But we will not tell you the specific method. You take it back and explore it yourself. Whether you can succeed depends on your ability. Since it is a hybrid, you must get the original seed. The first one is definitely not an option. The second one sounds very mysterious. But in fact, the so-called technology is just that. Let Baba scan and analyze the genes, and it will be calculated in a few minutes. Bamboo pretended to hesitate. After a few seconds, he answered with difficulty, I choose the second one. I hope you won't regret it. The purple crystal tree spirit was a little annoyed and said, the 3 varieties are goat milk grapes, Jessi grapes, and crystal grapes. Among them, goat milk grapes are obtained by breeding 3 varieties, Baiyu, Yunjin, and Chongqing. So, you have to face 2 choices again. Do you want goat milk grape seeds directly? Or do you want related original species? And this, how did you come up with this? Bamboo was subconsciously shocked when he heard this. It is equivalent to saying that 6 varieties of mutton grapes are used to plant, integrating the genes of at least 4 varieties. Hybridization is essentially the integration of genetic genes, which is complex and irregular. Different plant species have completely different performances. Trees are generally higher plants, and hybridization is difficult to succeed. Even if it succeeds, the offspring obtained are either infertile or inferior and deformed. Different varieties of grapes can be hybridized, but it seems to be essentially different from rice and bamboo. Integrating the genes of at least 4 varieties, there will definitely be shape separation. And there are also probability and seed selection problems in the middle. It may be necessary to select qualified varieties from thousands of similar and different plants. It is difficult to understand and imagine how the purple stem A tribe came up with this method without any knowledge of genetic theory. Mischief. Good luck. Coincidence? The key is that with their simple brains and IQ, why would they make such tedious and complicated attempts? Without theoretical knowledge support, they cannot deduce methods. And it is impossible not to encounter this aspect by simply taking chances. The difficulty was too great, and the probability was too low. Bamboo's heart began to beat, and he asked, there are no more complicated options going forward, right? The purple crystal tree spirit said, Baiyu, Yunjin, and Chongqing are all high-quality derivatives cultivated from the original species. There are no other options. Then Bamboo said, let's choose the second one. This time, Bamboo was really in trouble. The whole cultivation process and procedures are so complicated that it would be difficult for a normal IQ red cockroach warrior to teach it. There are many stupid people who don't understand what's going on with a simple 3-line hybrid. Damn. How did the purple stem armor tribe do it? I don't see how smart this tribe is. On the contrary, everyone is stupid. Bamboo thought about it, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind. And he thought of a possibility. Is it the purple crystal tree spirit who is in charge? The purple crystal tree spirit simply said, Princess Bamboo. Such an exchange is equivalent to your Leju County obtaining both goat milk and goat fat. Right? You're right. Yes. Bamboo's answer was a bit stiff, with a headache and toothache. The purple crystal tree spirit said, so, no matter how many years in advance the iron birch tree heart helps me to recover to the peak, our sheep milk peak will only pay these 6 related varieties. Bamboo replied, this is fair and reasonable. The purple crystal tree spirit asked, then it's a deal? Bamboo said, deal. The purple crystal tree spirit said, I hope that after all 600 bags of debris are delivered, the iron birch tree heart can also be delivered. It just so happens that now is midsummer. and early maturing grape varieties have begun to mature and be harvested. This year you can get a batch of seeds. Amethyst Armor King said, 6 varieties. 10,000 seeds for each. How about it? Bamboo said, okay. Thank you for the trouble. Amethyst Armor King just shook his antennae and said nothing more. The Queen Bee of Suet Fat sneered, you are greedy. The cultivation method of Suet Fat grapes took thousands of years for Yongnai Peak to figure out. Just give it a try. Bamboo asked hesitantly, Amethyst Tree Spirit. I want to ask you another question. Were you born naturally? Or were you born by God? Amethyst Tree Spirit asked, what's the difference? Bamboo said, I'm curious. Just asking. Amethyst Tree Spirit said, when I was born, amethyst grapes were far from the height of being born by God. I was born naturally. If you were born naturally, then the Amethyst Tree Spirit probably has special abilities. Bamboo was 100% sure that the Amethyst Tree Spirit was the key to the Purple Stem Armor Tribe's great cultivation technology. The insect warriors were stupid and ignorant after all. In fact, the Tree Spirit might have provided on-site guidance in some way. Chapter 484, Debris Test. The Amethyst God-given seed is too important to the Purple Stem Armor Tribe. Without seeing the Iron Birch Tree Heart, the Amethyst Armor King and the Sheep Fat Bee Queen could not rest easy. The Amethyst Tree Spirit was also very afraid of death. After the deal was concluded, he frequently urged Bamboo to return to Leju Peak and quickly bring the things over to try to verify his guess first. Bamboo stayed at Yongnai Peak for a few days until the fruit of the Sheep Fat God-given seed was ripe. After tasting it, he set off. The return route was very simple. He flew straight through the Golden Mantis Kingdom, entered the Horned Blattle Kingdom to the east, then flew southeast to enter the Fire Lotus Kingdom, and continued to fly southeast in a straight line to return to Leju County. The tree hearts of the 2 iron birch trees were stored in Bamboo's living cave. After getting the things, he was not in a hurry to set off. Bamboo found Datu and Hongdao, got a batch of iron birch tree debris, and came to the Tata tree at the foot of the mountain. Tata, are you doing well recently? Very well. Bamboo, you said Bai will come back in a few years? It has been many years. Yes, he will come back in a few years. How many years exactly? I am not sure about that. Baiju will soon be promoted to princess. Tata, you have to grow up well too. Oh. Tata Tree Spirit was disappointed and asked again, where is Baba? Baba is out of power. Oh. Tata Tree Spirit was completely disappointed. After a simple conversation, Bamboo confirmed that after all these years of growth, Tata Tree Spirit was still stupid and had no signs of recovery in IQ. Observing with the celestial eye, its soul was in a healthy state, but its strength was only at the level of completing a transformation and evolution. This was the soul level corresponding to a high-level warrior, and like most high-level warriors, it behaved as mentally incomplete. Seeing that Big Head was directing the ant colony to use the remains of the iron birch tree to prepare nutrient soil, Tata said, Bamboo, this kind of remains is not very helpful for my growth. Its ability to strengthen metal elements is different from mine. It's okay. Let's just try it. There will always be benefits. Bamboo's mental power scanned and pointed out the location himself. And Big Head directed the worker ants to dig the soil, using 5 bags of standard spider silk bags every day and observing for 5 days. Tata's soul really changed a little bit. It has an effect, but unfortunately not as significant as the purple crystal God-given seeds. From this, it can be inferred that the remains of the iron birch have the effect of healing the soul injuries of the tree spirit. But it depends on the object. Some plants have good effects, and some have poor effects. Seeing that Bamboo had used 25 bags of iron birch tree debris with the original force properties on himself, Tata couldn't help but wonder and said, Bamboo, just use my own debris for me. I will be able to complete the second transformation and evolution soon. Bamboo said, it doesn't matter. Let's try it. Tata, it will be good for you. What's the benefit? Tata said, Bamboo, you were not so generous before. Baiju and Baba said you were very stingy. Really? Baiju also said this? Well, that's good. Tata, don't you always want to restore your memory? Absorb it well. The iron birch tree debris may help you. Bamboo waved his tentacles and ordered, Hongdao, Datu, use 5 bags of debris for Tata every day. And continue, for 1 month to try. Understood. Datu agreed. Tata's tree soul is still very weak, and it needs mental power to assist in communication. Hong Dao followed him for a few days, and found that Bamboo used Tianmu from time to time. Observing, he also watched along, and found a clue, and asked, Bamboo, Tada's soul seems to have grown a little stronger. Yes, Bamboo said, I found that the remains of the iron birch tree in Zhejiang County can help heal soul injuries. Hong Dao immediately said, the iron gall bladder, we have used a lot of it. The situation of the iron gall bladder is different. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, the iron gall bladder is weak due to long-term lack of original force, which is not considered an injury. Its plant growth, with a certain period of time, will naturally recover. Bamboo said, let's go and take a look. Both the iron birch and the iron gall bladder can strengthen the metal element ability. The remains of the iron gall bladder are far away in the Zhejiang continent, and it can't be brought back for a while. So Li Zhufeng has been using a lot of iron birch tree remains to help it. So far, the effect is minimal, and the growth rate of the iron gall bladder is only a little faster than the normal state. If you want to grow quickly, you still have to use its own remains. Analyzing the reasons. The two types of plantings have low compatibility, and Taidankueli cannot absorb the key substances for its own growth from the remains of the iron birch tree. Bamboo went down the mountain directly with a piece of iron birch heart. The wax apple ghost king was guarding beside Taidankueli, perhaps because he was old and liked to nag. The wax apple ghost king found that the spirit of Taidankueli tree had a gentle personality, especially liked to communicate, and was familiar with the history and customs of the Zhejiang continent. With similar tastes, he simply settled down by the lake. Wax apple ghost king, Taidankueli, Bamboo greeted. He also greeted the lake in the distance. Jui Honglian, how are you recently? Not bad, Jui Honglian replied. It doesn't like to tell stories, but it likes to listen. It likes to listen to the conversation between the wax apple ghost king and the iron gall bladder. Their conversations always contain valuable information. It doesn't like the childish and ignorant little soldiers chattering and making noises. It has mentioned it to Bamboo twice. Bamboo ordered Qinju to bring the little soldiers to the lakeside to play only in the evening every day. Bamboo, what are you doing? The wax apple ghost king's eyes were fixed on the iron birch heart that Bamboo was holding with his forelimbs. Behind Bamboo, Hong Dao followed, and Data directed the worker ants and followed with tools. Taidankueli also said, Bamboo, you are not going to use the tree heart on me, are you? I told you. It is not very useful. Don't waste it. The wax apple ghost king followed and said curiously, calculate the time. The high-speed rail will be laid and open soon, and then the remains of Taidankueli will be transported back. Bamboo, there is no need to be so anxious. Right? Test it. Bamboo said, I will try whether the iron birch heart can help Taidankueli grow quickly. As he said, he personally took an iron bucket and scraped off the powder with his toes. The iron birch heart is too hard, and it took half a day to scrape off only 1/10 of it. Mix it with soil and sludge to make nutrient soil, and bury it under the tree. Taidankueli, you try it. I'm trying it. Taidankueli hesitated for a moment and said, it seems to have some effect. It seems? The wax apple ghost king became interested. It turns out that the tree heart is useful. Big Head also shouted in surprise. They all stood by the tree with great interest, and continued to observe for 5 days, but were disappointed. There was an effect, but it was still not obvious. In 5 days, it only grew less than 1 meter in height, which was far less effective than the remains of Taidankueli. According to the reason, the two tree species, iron birch and iron gall kueli, are not compatible. Bamboo handed the tree heart to Hong Dao and instructed, observe the changes of Tada. If it grows significantly after a month, try the tree heart. If not, keep it well. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Understood. Remember? In autumn, when there is no farm work, immediately organize soldiers to open up a great breeding nursery. The digging of the reservoir can be slowed down a bit. It is not a very urgent job. I understand, Hong Dao replied. Bamboo said goodbye to the wax apple ghost king without much nonsense. Bamboo was very honest. The two iron birch heart were of the same length and elemental properties. He went up the mountain to get another intact tree heart that had not been used, tied it to the carapace, and rushed to the kingdom of mole armor. The purple crystal God-given seed used the remains of the iron birch to heal its wounds for 1.5 months, and its condition improved significantly. Amethyst tree spirit. In good condition. Yes, Thank you for the debris. Amethyst Tree Spirit said anxiously. Did you bring the iron birch heart? Queen Fat Bee. Try it quickly. The tree heart was in place, and some were scraped off for testing. Compared to the reaction of Iron Gull Kuili, the Amethyst Tree Spirit immediately came to a definite conclusion. This iron birch heart can help to smoothly condense the tree heart. It only takes about 50 years for the tree heart to be reborn and return to its peak state. Bamboo stayed at Yongnai Peak. After another month and a half, he went to Jinjiang and handed over to the Red Blatten King team that was carrying the debris. By the way, he entrusted all the exchanged grape seeds to the Red Blatten King and asked it to help bring them back to Liju Peak. The Red Rice Association will organize sowing and seedling cultivation. Bamboo continued to stay at Yongnai Peak, paying attention to the status of the amethyst God-given seed. He wanted to witness it condense the tree heart with his own eyes to determine whether it succeeded or failed. Winter passed and spring came, and all 600 bags of iron birch debris were used up. The sole injury of the amethyst tree spirit was completely recovered, and the overall condition was excellent. Only then did he start to use the iron birch heart little by little, in exchange for grape seeds. The purple stem armor tribe obviously began to guard against Bamboo, fearing that he would learn the technology secretly. Grape cultivation and breeding technology is the foundation for their tribe to live comfortably and prosperously in the 10,000 races continent. Bamboo was not annoying, and he lay honestly on the top of Yongnai Peak, occasionally going to the mountainside to check. February in Yanchun. A flower spike suddenly emerged from the main trunk of the amethyst God-given seed. Is it going to bloom and bear fruit? Bamboo asked. Amethyst Tree Spirit. Are you in the flowering period? Can you bloom in your current state? The Amethyst Tree Spirit did not answer. Amethyst Armor King smiled and said, Princess Bamboo, take a closer look. Bamboo's spiritual power scanned the whole plant, and immediately realized that only the main trunk had a flower spike. Immediately thought of the 9-leaf red lotus condensing the tree heart in the form of lotus seeds. Is this condensing the tree heart? In the form of fruit? The Amethyst Tree Spirit replied. Yes. As you guessed, I was born naturally, which is quite special. Princess Bamboo. The changes that follow are quite terrifying, so you must be mentally prepared. Chapter 485 Shock? Plants condense tree cores, which include 3 important processes. Reverse generation of stem cells, another form of seeds, which contain all the information of genetic genes and force genes, is the key to regrowing into a complete plant, mobilizing the most important nutrients in the body to condense, which is the key to rapid growth and recovery after rebirth. The soul state changes from active to silent sleep. Flowering and heading. Condensing the tree core in the form of seeds. This method should be more convenient and have a greater chance of success. What Bamboo couldn't understand was the so-called shock of the purple crystal tree spirit. Where does the shocking statement come from? The purple crystal tree spirit refused to tell directly. The purple crystal king and the sheep fat queen bee refused to tell directly. So Bamboo waited and saw. And he would understand after seeing it. Mysterious. Deliberately mysterious. And a boring trick. Bamboo continued to stay in the sheep milk peak, and went to take a look every now and then. It was a very regular change. After half a month, the flower spikes grew, and the flowers bloomed. The time was very short. Just a few seconds, and the flowers bloomed and withered. A flower. An oval grapefruit. The queen bee began to command the bee colony, and put in about 10,000 raw stones every day to replenish the power of the amethyst God-given seed. This lasted for a month. The long diameter of the oval grape reached 10 centimeters, and the color changed from green to light red. The number of raw stones put in every day increased to 20,000. The fruit grew rapidly. And another month. The long diameter of the oval grape reached 30 centimeters, and the size was larger than that of an ordinary watermelon, with a dark red and purple color. The number of raw stones put in every day increased sharply to 50,000, and it lasted for more than 10 days, and suddenly stopped. The vine leaves of the original plant began to wither and turn yellow, followed by the branches withering a little bit. The fruit grew faster, until mid-July. It reached a long diameter of 70 centimeters, extremely large, and the color completely changed to purple-black. No fruity aroma. The peel and flesh are semi-woody. Inside is a single seed with a long diameter of 10 centimeters, which should be the core of the tree heart, where the tree spirit soul lives. Successfully condensed the tree heart. Bamboo went down the mountain curiously, waiting to see what they would do next. The queen bee was busy directing the bee colony. cleaning and collecting the withered remains. Amethyst Armor King was in a very good mood. Seeing Bamboo coming, he took the initiative to greet and introduce Princess Bamboo. Thanks to your righteous help, the amethyst tree spirit successfully condensed into a tree heart. Success is good, Bamboo said politely. The tree heart was picked, put on a tray made of earth and stone, and placed in front of Amethyst Armor King. Princess Bamboo, please use your Tianmu to help see the specific state of the tree spirit. In fact, there was no need for Amethyst Armor King to say nonsense. Bamboo had already used Tianmu to watch. Normal sleeping state. Just fell asleep. The situation couldn't be better. The soul state is perfect. No problem. Bamboo gave a positive answer. That's good. Thank you. Amethyst Armor King was happy again. Over there, the Queen Bee of Suet was also happy and cheerful, and began to lose her temper, scolding Chao Shu. You idiot. Why are you lazy? Why don't you help with the work? Oh! 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 Following the side of the Amethyst Armor King, Princess Chao Shu, who was curiously observing the grapes, came to her senses, shook her antennae, and hurried forward to work with the bee colony. Cut the remains, move the trunk and branches to the mountaintop warehouse for storage, and leave the small branches and leaves. Cut them on the spot. Mix them with soil and sludge, and make nutrient soil. Dig up the underground roots, put them in the sun to dry, and temporarily store them in the warehouse. Keep them, and use them slowly after the amethyst God-given seeds are reborn. These are all routine operations. So what's so scary about them? Bamboo was wondering. And something incredible happened. The Queen of the Fat Bee commanded an old combat worker bee to come forward and start gnawing on the tree core condensed by the amethyst God-given seeds. The peel and flesh were eaten without any trace. And finally the seeds were swallowed into the stomach. Bamboo felt that the life breath of this combat worker bee did not change. But the soul breath was rapidly weakening and eventually dissipated. Without the soul, the body was not dead, and it became a complete plant insect state. Instead, the amethyst tree spirit, which should have been sleeping, woke up. Princess Bamboo, don't panic. The purple crystal tree spirit manipulated the body of the combat worker bee, walked back and forth, moved its limbs, flapped its wings, tried to fly, soared low in the sky, and landed again. Obviously, it was very satisfied with the current state. Queen Fat Bee, Purple Crystal Armor King, I want to go out for a walk. Queen Fat Bee immediately asked Purple Crystal Tree Spirit, won't this affect your rebirth? The Purple Crystal Tree Spirit replied, no. Understood. Obviously this was not the first time he did this. Purple Crystal Armor King said to Bamboo, Princess Bamboo, do you want to follow? Is this parasitism? Possession? Bamboo asked. Not only combat worker bees, normal warriors can do it. Right? Parasite? Possession? The Purple Crystal Tree Spirit shook its antennae, thought for a while, and said, these two words are very appropriate. It can only be parasitic and possessed for a short time. Princess Bamboo, please look carefully. Bamboo used his third eye to check. The soul of the Purple Crystal Tree Spirit still lived in the large seed, and it was indirectly controlling the physical activities of the combat worker bee in another form, manipulating the puppet. The flesh of the super large grapefruit should be absorbed by the worker bee's stomach and intestines, and spread throughout the body. The spiritual power scanned, and carefully sensed that the vitality of the combat worker bee was dissipating at a slow rate. It can be expected that some weak and aging cells will die first, followed by strong cells. When the number of dead cells reaches a certain amount, the body will completely lose its ability to move. The Purple Crystal Tree Spirit said, this is my special ability. In the past, every time it bloomed and bore fruit, I would condense a similar fruit, which would be swallowed by an old combat worker bee, and my soul could temporarily leave the body and live in it, moving freely for a period of time. This time it is condensing the tree heart. The situation is different. This body will die faster. Let's hurry up. Okay. The Purple Crystal Armor King led the way. The Queen Bee of Sheep Fat led a full 10 combat worker bees, and they followed closely to protect the tree spirit. Bamboo followed him around. Princess Chao Yu stayed to work. The Purple Crystal Tree Spirit first inspected the entire vineyard. Probably because it was avoiding Bamboo, it rarely communicated along the way, only occasionally asking a few questions to the Purple Crystal King. Then it went into the wilderness jungle for a tour. At this time, the tree spirit talked more. sometimes introducing to the Purple Crystal King and the Queen Bee of Sheep Milk, sometimes asking them, and occasionally chatting with Bamboo. In a full 10 days, it walked through half of the Purple Crystal County. The combat worker bees were seriously decayed, and the Purple Crystal Tree spirit returned to the Sheep Milk Peak with a sense of unfulfilled desire. At this time, Lady Chaozhu and a large number of bees had completed the cleaning work and filled the prepared nutrient soil to form a fertile soil suitable for the growth of the seeds given by the amethyst god. The amethyst tree spirit manipulated the combat bees to dig holes and move deep into the soil. The Queen of Sheep Fat Bee commanded the bee colony to bring swamp water for irrigation. Bamboo stood by and observed with his mental power. 2 days later, the combat bee's body died completely, and the seeds in its abdomen sprouted. The sharp tips of the buds pierced through the carapace and drilled out of the soil. The roots spread and stretched to the internal organs of the body to absorb the nutrients needed for the initial growth. And the tricky roots drilled into the 6 limbs. The new buds grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The leaves stretched. The branches grew in clusters, and they grew into a dense bush in just 1 day. The roots absorbed very quickly. In less than a day, the combat bee's body was only an empty shell. The roots broke out of the shell and probed into the soil to continue to absorb nutrients. At this time, the Queen Bee of Suet slowly commanded the combat bees to use their earth and stone abilities to build a support for the newly born amethyst God-given seed for the vines to climb. The universe is so vast that there are all kinds of things. This is indeed a very novel way of rebirth of the tree heart. Horror? Bamboo didn't think it was anything. Unique ability. A sense of fancy. The only redeeming feature is that the amethyst tree spirit can obtain a short opportunity for free movement through similar methods. Walk around, gain knowledge, and command the great cultivation of the purple stem armor tribe with its own wisdom, confirming that the amethyst God-given seed has been successfully reborn. It will be able to reach the peak state of 3 metamorphosis and growth again in about 50 years, and bloom and bear fruit. The flowering and fruiting cycle is 7 years, and 6 copies are produced each time. The output of the first 3 batches must all be handed over to Li Zhufeng for processing, and 2 copies of the 4th batch will be given to Bamboo to pay off the debt. 1 copy must be taken out of each batch in the future and exchanged with Li Zhufeng at an equal value. After all the things were settled, Bamboo didn't need to stay. He asked for a leaf each of the goat milk grape and the goat fat grape, and said goodbye and left. He hurried straight to Changsheng County. According to the agreement, the Nectarine Cockroach King helped to exchange 3 divine pine nuts from the cockroach tribe. At the same time, the divine tongue seeds of the divine tongue tree in Changsheng County matured this year. And there were also 3 exchanges. Chapter 486 Beef Tallow Grapes. Bamboo obtained some qualifications to participate in the exchange of their circle through the King of Nectarines, and exchanged the 9-leaf red lotus seeds, or holy bamboo fruits, for the equivalent elemental force food. After waiting for 2 months in Changsheng County, he successfully obtained 3 portions of fire pine nuts and 3 portions of fire tongue fruits. A few years later, there were 3 portions of flame crown pear fruits exchanged from the horned blattle tribe. Good things never come alone. When Bamboo brought things back to Liju Peak, he happened to catch up with Chiwu Mountain and successfully exchanged the divine spruce pine nuts from Yunshan County, and sent a portion to Bamboo. The divine fire pine nuts and fire tongue fruits can accelerate growth and greatly enhance the flame element ability. Spruce pine nuts strengthen the shell force veins, mainly to increase the amount of force contained, and to improve the explosiveness and sustainability of elemental abilities. Bamboo has also eaten fire scale pine nuts and 9-leaf red lotus seeds, with the enhancement of various divine force foods. How strong can the flame ability be when it bursts out? Bamboo himself is not sure. Next time he goes to Chiwu Mountain, he can try it on the sea when passing by the coast. The iron birch debris is used on Tata, and the effect is there, but it is not so ideal. It is neither good nor bad, which makes the insect most entangled. Hongdao dare not act rashly. Bamboo returned to Liju Peak, looked at it in person, and carefully considered it. He asked Datu to use 300 bags of debris on Tata in the late spring and early summer of next year and continue to observe. On the other side of Longju continent, the steel rails passed through the central area and entered the flat western area, and the difficulty of work was greatly reduced. Baizu was successfully promoted to the princess and continued to stay to work. Next, Maju and other 5 bamboo rat warriors will be promoted to princesses one after another. They have not eaten the original heart. After being promoted to princesses, they can no longer move freely in an environment without the force, and will return to Liju Peak. Now, there are many tasks waiting for them in Liju County. A new water storage lake has been opened on the northeast side of the lake where Jui Honglian lives. It took 2 winters to dig, and will be completed this winter. The bamboo rat warriors need to come back and use their earth and stone abilities to reinforce the embankment and drainage river. The rice fields managed by Hongdao need to open ditches to divert water from the river. And bamboo rat warriors also need to use their earth and stone abilities to reinforce them. Turtleshell Peak is about to open up a large-scale tortoiseshell vine plantation. Vines need to be supported by supports for climbing, preferably metal supports. Mining and iron smelting are the jobs that bamboo rat warriors are best at, and Banba left them to Maju and the others. There is also the vineyard that is about to be opened, which also requires a lot of metal supports. The cultivation and breeding of grapes are far more complex than rice and bamboo. Banba brought Hongdao, Hongmi, Longu, and Guanli with him, and Xiangpu led a group of bees to follow him to check. Baba, who had been hiding in the Shuili cave, was also secretly brought out. When Banba left Yongnai Peak, he asked for the leaves of the goat milk grapes and sheep fat grapes, and gave them to Baba to scan and record the relevant genetic information. The analysis and deduction will become relatively simple. Another young warrior who planted grapes has been added, and now there are 5 of them. They are named Jianqing, Chaoqing, Hanqing, and Shuangqing. These 4 names correspond to the 4 native species of green fruit grapes. Among them, Jianqing is the oldest, so the mountain where they live is officially named Jianqing Mountain. The 5th young warrior is named Niu Nai. In the future, when Liju County cultivates goat milk grapes by itself, it will not be called goat milk, but Niu Nai. If there is a 6th little soldier who likes grapes, he will be named beef fat, and the corresponding sheep fat grape will also be renamed beef fat grape. Cows and sheep are both herbivores, and cows are stronger than sheep. These 2 shameless names were indeed thought up by the honest big head. 5 soldiers, 5 grape nurseries, 5 varieties. 10,000 seeds of each variety have been sown for nearly a year. After screening, an average of 3,000 seedlings are retained in each nursery. Different varieties have different growth rates. The slow ones have seedlings that are about 10 centimeters tall, and the fast ones have seedlings that are more than 20 centimeters tall. The young seedlings need to be cultivated in the nursery for 1 year, and then screened again. In the end, only 1,000 to 2,000 seedlings of each variety will be left. Next, 5 planting plots will be opened and sown separately. Different varieties. The fast-growing ones can start to bloom and bear fruit in 3 years, and the slowest ones need 7 years. The group arrived at Jianqing Mountain and felt the movement. Jianqing came to greet them with Yongnai, who was still AL8 intermediate little warrior. Princess Bamboo, Princess Hongdao. Jianqing greeted them one by one. Hongdao asked, "Did Chaoqing and the other 2 go into the jungle to find the seeds given by God?" Jianqing replied, "Yes. In the free time of autumn and winter, everyone goes out to try their luck. I will stay to take care of the little warrior Yongnai." Hongdao flicked his tentacles and greeted, "You 2 little guys follow me. Bamboo will come to teach you how to grow grapes." Bamboo said, "Take me to check the seedlings of Baiyu, Yunjin and Changqing first." "Yes," Jianqing replied. "The nursery is on the mountain, not far from the cave where Jianqing lives." The little soldier Yongnai was very active and ran forward to introduce. "This is Baiyu grapes. And this is Yunjin grapes. This is Changqing grapes. Its leaves will not wither in winter. Bamboo pine claws." Baba took off by herself, and before landing in the nursery, she began to scan and detect, collect genetic data, and analyze and calculate. It seems that there is a discovery. After checking Baiyu, Yunjin, and Changqing, she continued to check the Jesai and crystal grapes planted in the other 2 nurseries. Grapes are a special plant, and their demand for calcium is relatively high. The soil in the nursery lacks calcium, and the plant growth is not very good. Jianqing and Yonai didn't understand what people said, and looked at Bamboo blankly, and then at Hongdao. "I have compared it carefully. The soil here is similar to that of Zijing County." Bamboo asked, "What's the solution?" Baba said, "It's very simple. When you hunt, you can seal the remaining animal bones in a crucible and burn them at high temperature to obtain organic calcium fertilizer. In spring, Crush them and mix them with swamp water, sludge and a small amount of plant ash for watering. I understand. Bamba turned around and told Jianqing and Nayunan about Baba's discovery. Baba continued, Bamboo. It is very simple to crossbreed goat milk grapes, but it is very troublesome to crossbreed mutton fat grapes. The Chongqing grape has a well-developed root system and thick branches, but it grows slowly. It serves as a rootstock in the breeding process. The Yunjin grape seedlings have thin branches and poor root development. They must have been grafted onto the Chongqing grapes. The Baiyu grapes can also be grafted onto the Chongqing grapes. If it is too troublesome, there is no need to graft. Bamboo asked, so, the mutton fat grapes are actually formed by crossbreeding the Yunjin and Baiyu varieties? Yes, Baba said, generally speaking. Baiyu grapes are obviously of better quality. As the mother plant, we can collect pollen from Yunjin grapes and pollinate Baiyu grapes. Bamboo asked, is grafting necessary? I heard that Chongqing grapes take 7 years to grow. Yunjin grapes must be grafted. Baba said, calcium supplementation and grafting are both necessary. Good growth conditions can help plants grow healthily and ensure the improvement of genetic genes. Baba then said, Jesai grapes are also made of bricks and wood. We collect crystal grapevines and graft them onto Jesai grapes. Hybridization, grafting, fertilization, pruning, etc. are all detailed techniques. The process is cumbersome, but none of them are important. Learn patiently. Bamboo. These stupid cockroach warriors can't learn. Right? Bamboo said, first, I will let Guanli and Longju stay. Hongmi will also listen for a while. You teach them 3 first. And then, they will teach other warriors in the future. Guanli is almost there. Baba muttered. And then said, first, we need to cultivate high-quality goat milk grapes. Double-line hybridization is very simple. The seeds born directly have normal reproduction ability. It can be regarded as the 6th grape derivative. Goat milk grapes and crystal grapes are hybridized. First, crystal grapes are used as mother plants. Goat milk grape pollen is collected, and crystal grapes are given. It is not directly giving birth to the goat fat grapes you want. Their hybrids are not high-quality species. On the contrary, the gene sequence is chaotic and extremely unstable. The first generation is a low-quality mutant with different shapes. Subsequent cultivation is very troublesome. First, you need to select seeds with reproduction ability from a large number of low-quality mutants. Bamboo tapped his antennae to indicate that he was listening, and agreed that this screening work would be left to Baba. Baba continued, the first generation of mutants is cultivated to obtain the second generation of seeds, and then sowed. The genes of the second generation tend to be stable, and they are cultivated to maturity. Pollen is collected, and then pollinated with goat milk grapes. There is a probability of about 1 in 1.5 billion to give birth to the mutton fat grapes you want. The intermediate process is not just a matter of probability. The entire breeding process used 2 plants, amethyst and goat milk, as mother plants. Plant hybridization not only has genetic inheritance, but also cytoplasmic inheritance. The mutton fat grapes present a crystal white jade color and a strong fruity aroma, which is a combination of the cytoplasmic characteristics of the 2 plants. When Bamba heard the introduction of the amethyst tree spirit, he immediately guessed some of it, and did not find it novel. He was surprised at the time, but was amazed that the purple stem A tribe could come up with such a complicated breeding method. Red rice and crown pears are okay, and they racked their brains to think about the principles behind them. Hongmi, Longyu, and Xiangpu were stunned and confused. Jianqing and Nayunan didn't understand what Baba was saying, but they seemed as calm as bamboo, and even had some expectations. Chapter 487 worth 250 million. Bamboo. Are you sure that we in Lizhu County also want to cultivate grapes? Guanli asked cautiously. Hondao followed up, Bamboo. This thing is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and there are only a few little warriors who like grapes, and none of them are smart. Bamboo said indifferently, Iron birch tree heart. According to the proposal of the purple crystal tree spirit, it could have been exchanged for 250 million raw stones, which means that I spent 250 million raw stones to buy these grape plants. Do you want to continue planting? Hong Dao said with a chuckle, 250 million raw stones. Longju suddenly realized and asked, Bamboo, you were cheated again in this exchange? Cheated? What do you mean you were cheated again? Bamboo waved his tentacles and slapped Longju's head hard, angrily scolding, you haven't made any progress at all. Guanli and Hong Dao wanted to say something, But seeing this, they didn't dare to continue. Baba gloated over the misfortune and said with a smile, Bamboo, you see? I was right. Your Lizufeng is getting worse and worse. And each generation is more stupid than the previous one. One day, without a stupid leader like you, it will inevitably decline. Guanli saw that Bamboo was angry, and it was difficult to talk to him. So he turned to Baba and asked Baba, what's so good about the great varieties Bamboo brought back? We already have 3 top tree varieties in Lizufeng, namely giant dragon bamboo, Guanli, and Kuili, as well as high-quality varieties such as holy bamboo that can be sold at a high price. Hongdao also asked in confusion, that's right. If we need other varieties, we can look for them in those deserted continents. 250 million. Too expensive. Right? Humph. Baba snorted coldly, and then sighed sadly. You 2 guys are barely smart, and you have learned everything you should learn. But compared to Bamboo, it is far worse. Bamboo is a bad guy. Hongdao and Guanli were even more confused. Baba said briefly, this plant was cultivated by the purple stem armor tribe to be infinitely close to the top plant. This means that if we go one step further, there is a great hope that the divine God-given seeds will be born. Do you understand? This is the crystallization of the labor of dozens of generations of insects in their tribe for thousands of years. It is about to be completed. Bamboo is trying to plunder their labor results. It is really bad. What's bad? Bamboo was dissatisfied and emphasized, I spent 250 million raw stones. Besides, I saved the most important divine God-given seed of their tribe, and indirectly returned a divine God-given seed. This is an equal exchange. I have always been fair and honest in doing things. Besides, the purple crystal tree spirit is extremely smart. It knows the status of every variety of grapes managed by the purple stem armor tribe. It knows very well in its heart. Since it agrees to the exchange, it means that it has considered the consequences. However, the purple crystal tree spirit was too clever for its own good. It determined that I could not master the relevant breeding technology and deliberately induced me to choose the 5 original species of mutton fat grapes. Bamboo did not allow Baba to refute and began to assign tasks, saying, now go back to the mountain, collect animal bones, and make organic calcium fertilizer. Next spring, Guanli, Hongmi, Longyu, you 3 will come and learn grape planting technology from Baba. Hearing this, Guanli, Hongmi, and Longju's tentacles all drooped down, and they were listless. The temptation of the divine seed of the God-given is great, but the difficulty of the cultivation work is deadly. Bamboo continued to instruct Xiangpu. You can also learn from it. After all, there will be many tasks in the future that require you to lead the bee colony to assist, especially for grafting. I think it is most appropriate for you to command the bee colony to complete this work. Okay. Xiangpu gently recalled Baba's previous statement, and suddenly felt that his head had grown bigger. Bamboo finally said, Hongdao, you should pay more attention. The little warriors, who like grapes, should be sent to Jianqing Peak to settle down. In addition, the warriors who like vines and herbaceous plants can also be selected and sent here to settle in the nearby jungle, so that they can help in the future. Hongdao realized that he did not need to participate in the grape management work himself, and his spirits doubled. He agreed, understood. Hongdao glanced at Jianqing and Nyo, who were still confused. When they heard that they had the opportunity to obtain the divine seed, they were so excited that their tentacles were shaking. They were foolishly happy there. I couldn't help but feel a little sympathy. Poor little guy. You like grapes instead of any other plants. You are happy now, but you will cry in the second half of your life. Bamboo comforted him again. In fact, it's not as tedious as it sounds. With Baba directing you, you don't need to use your brain much. Baba, you will scan, analyze genes, and select seeds in the future, which will save time and effort. I will come here to guide you in person when I am free. The purple stem armor warriors of Amethyst County are not necessarily smarter than you, but they still did it. Didn't they? Guanli asked puzzledly. Bamboo, how did they do it? How did they think of such a complicated hybrid breeding method? Bamboo said seriously, of course. Normal insect warriors can't think of it. It is a seed given by the Amethyst god. It has the same outstanding wisdom as the dragon tree spirit and the 9-leaf red lotus tree spirit. It is also born naturally and has unique abilities. Amethyst tree spirit is leading the cultivation of grapes in Amethyst County. Guanli was even more confused and asked, Amethyst tree spirit, But it's just a tree spirit. Tree spirits can't move, so their range of vision is limited. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, I'd better not spread the secrets related to the prosperity of the tribe. And you shouldn't spread them around. We are not greedy. It's enough to get a divine product. Be fat. God-given seed. Okay. Guanli asked, Bamboo. What about amethyst and scarlet? These two grape varieties are the iconic plants of the purple stem armor tribe. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, Amethyst grapes breed life seeds. Strengthen basic physique and are extremely valuable. Scarlet grapes breed life seeds. Strengthen the ability of fire elements. And match the innate abilities of the purple stem armor tribe. So the purple stem armor tribe designated these two varieties as iconic plantings. In fact, the cultivation time was much later than that of mutton fat grapes. And they were a little worse. At the genetic level, they were slightly inferior to mutton fat grapes. Bamboo added, however, it is not far from surpassing the limit and obtaining the divine reward from God. One day, the purple stem armor tribe will have at least 3 divine products. Due to the growth rate of Chongqing grapes, the grafting work will not start until about 6 to 7 years later, and the milk grapes of Lizhu County will be cultivated after about 8 years. It will also take about 6 to 7 years for the crystal grapes to be grafted onto the Jesai grapes. The milk grapes still have about 4 years of growth period. So the work of cultivating beef fat grapes will not start until at least 12 years later. At that time, the heavy and tedious audition work will officially begin. Lizhu County is Baba, which can directly scan and detect genes, and directly eliminate a large number of them in the seed state, which can greatly reduce the cultivation work, and then greatly reduce the cultivation time. There is still an uncontrollable probability factor, and it is still unknown when it will be successful. After cultivating beef fat grapes, the next step is to cultivate divine products. 2 directions. Cultivate beef fat grapes. Select and optimize them from generation to generation. Select and optimize the 4 varieties of milk: white jade, yunjin, and purple crystal, and continuously cultivate higher quality beef fat grape varieties. There is hope to cultivate divine products in both directions. 1 step away. This step may take hundreds of years, or even longer. What the iron birch tree heart exchanged for is a possible future, which requires a large number of warriors to make countless efforts in the middle. There is a long way to go. After Bamboo returned to Lizhu Peak, he ate all kinds of divine force foods that he had just obtained with peace of mind and entered a rapid growth period. After 300 bags of iron birch debris were used up, the Tata God-given seeds changed, but not as obviously as the purple crystal God-given seeds. Bamboo was reluctant to use the iron birch heart, so the matter was temporarily shelved. By accident, the iron birch and grapes, 2 plants that have nothing to do with each other, seem to have a very high degree of compatibility. Since you are running a vineyard, you can keep the things first, and there may be more suitable uses in the future. 2 years later, the 5 bamboo rat warriors led by Maju were promoted to princesses in Chiwu Mountain and returned to Lizhu Peak. They have been busy for decades, and Bamboo arranged for them to rest for a year before going back to work. After eating various divine force foods, Huiju finally reached the level of L9 Mountain Master, and was only 1 step away from becoming a princess. The remains of the unknown shrub-like divine product transported back from the northern wasteland have been used for the bloodthorn God-given seed. According to Bamboo's request, 2/3 were used, and 1/3 was left for backup. The compatibility was quite high, and the bloodthorn had been growing steadily, with the overall size and yield of the plant nearly doubling. Bamboo 92. February. The Chiwu Ghost King and the Begonia Butterfly King personally led the team and brought the group of young warriors from Chiwu Mountain to Lizhu Peak. The 2 of them completely retreated behind the scenes, and this was another time to travel around the continent and enjoy the mountains and rivers. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King officially took over the position of the Lord of Chiwu Mountain. In the mid-autumn season, the giant dragon bamboo fruit was successfully harvested, and the young warriors were busy eating and growing. Bamboo fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 488, Traces of Life. L7 Princess. This time, Bamboo only took a month to shed his shell and evolve. He had consumed too many divine force foods, so this small-level genetic evolution took less time. And when he woke up, he felt very little tired. It was Pyracantha who was guarding outside the cave. He noticed the movement and looked in. Bamboo, you're awake. Yeah, Bamboo asked. Where are the other little warriors? How are they? They fell asleep one after another. Had the Chiwu Ghost King and Haitang Butterfly King who traveled around the continent returned? No. It's midwinter now. And they agreed to return in early spring. Pyracantha was a little depressed and sad. And said, Bamboo. Foamling is back. Foamling is back. That means they are about to, or have already entered the aging period. And life is in countdown. I understand. Bamboo comforted Pyracantha. Life has a beginning and an end. Not just for Windchime. This is the law of life set by the true God of nature. And it is also a kind of balance of nature. You are not young anymore. Learn to face it calmly. Pyracantha lowered its tentacles and said, I know. Bamboo. Bamboo said, Windchime can't move easily when it enters the aging period. From now on, you will find food and send it to it. Pyracantha agreed, I remember. Bamboo said, let's go down the mountain and take a look. Down the mountain. Windchime is busy in its own territory, clearing the weeds under the cliff and renovating the soil. Is this sowing Windchime flowers on Leju Peak again? Bamboo's sadness was swept away, and he asked knowingly, Windchime, what are you doing? Bamboo, you are already a 7th-year princess. It seems that everything is going well. Feng Ling was in a very good mood and said, I am almost unable to move. While I can still move, I will plant a Windchime next to the territory. Feng Ling's antennae swayed, and he was in high spirits and emphasized, it is a good quality God-given seed. It was just cultivated this year. I named it Nightingale. Nightingale Windchime. And Nightingale God-given seed. Bamboo. Leju Peak now has no shortage of income from this God-given seed. So just sow it directly. Let it grow here. It is the result of my life's energy and the proof of my existence. Another God-given seed was cultivated. Bamboo was speechless. Feng Ling was quite proud and introduced Bamboo. Lonling Peak now has 14 native species of Feng Ling. Through hybridization and generation-by-generation selection, the number of derivative species has reached 6. Are there 6 derivative species? Time flies so fast. Bamboo said, 14 native species are too few. The next batch of dragon bamboo fruits are ripe. Let Lonling select 2 clever little warriors to go to Longzhou continent and Guanli continent to find native species of Feng Ling and enrich the category. Feng Ling. There are all kinds of debris in the mountain warehouse. You can carefully select them and prepare nutrient soil to strengthen the seeds of Nightingale God. Bamboo paused and said, I hope it can be as evergreen as Leju Peak. Feng Ling's mentality is very good, and Bamboo has nothing to comfort him. Return to the cave where he lives. Rest for 2 days. Patrol the territory of Leju Peak. Patrol the Bamboo Sea. And then set off along the mountain range to check the conditions of each mountain in turn. There are the largest number of warriors on Bitao Peak, and the peach tree species is still a good one. Unfortunately, we have not been able to get particularly high-quality native or original species of peach trees, so the development is not ideal. There are relatively few warriors on Torreya Peak, and Torreta has only 1 native species. Now that the Sea of Trees has taken shape, it will take a long time to cultivate high-quality derivative species. Chigang Peak has a large number of warriors, and has found many precious native species and high-quality derivative species from Longzhou continent. It also cooperated with Taidao Mountain Range to build the Sea of Trees. And now the development is booming. Brown Chestnut Peak has the top tree species Kuili, as well as the high-quality derivative species Tide and Kuili. It must expand the Sea of Trees. The biggest problem at present is still that there are too few warriors who like chestnut trees and insufficient labor. Turtleshell Peak, Turtleshell Tendon Vine, and Turtleshell Dragon Vine have worked very hard in recent years, with the help of 5 bamboo rat warriors led by Maju. They are reclaiming a tortoiseshell vine plantation. The little warrior named Chrysanthemum bred a tortoiseshell vine God-given seed. This year, he ate the giant dragon bamboo fruit. In the spring of next year, he will go to the eastern region of Longzhou continent to collect more types of tortoiseshell vine seeds. Yunwu Peak is huge, but unfortunately, the concentration of natural force is mediocre. There are 23 warriors living there, but unfortunately the plants have mixed preferences and become a hodgepodge. Camellia can't manage it, so he just leaves it alone and concentrates on planting his own tea oil trees. The little ant King Xiejing was promoted to L9 Senior Warrior last year and plans to be promoted to Mountain Master next winter. The special existence of Hanhua is very interesting. It has independent consciousness and autonomous thinking logic, and obeys the orders of the Xiejing Ant King. It can continue to evolve and grow, and share a lot of pressure from commanding the ant colony. The little ant king Xijing has been paying attention to the ant colony. But so far, there has been no second existence similar to Honghua in the ant colony. The development of the various hills headed by the Bluebell Peak in the original Jinping Mountains is very ordinary. The main reason is that the preferences of plants are mixed and unclear, and each is independent. This cannot be blamed on Bluebell. Every time the mountains give birth to little warriors who like bamboo, pear trees, chestnut trees, and other mainstream plants. They are sent to the corresponding peaks of the Jinping Mountains to develop. It is equivalent to insecticidal loss. Flowing to the Jinping Mountains, bamboo found Bluebell, mainly to tell it to pay attention to observation and select 3 smart little warriors, 2 who like wind belt flowers, and the other one to make its own decision. The next batch of giant dragon bamboo fruits are ripe, and the 3 little warriors can enter the dragon bamboo continent and the crown pear continent to find the corresponding tree species. After a round of inspection, check the development status of each hill, and also check the number of insects. So far, the number of red cockroach warriors in the entire Lizhu County has reached 277. The stars in the sky are at their peak, which is the golden age of race development. The insect population is increasing, and 3 to 5 little warriors are born every year, and more when you are lucky. Correspondingly, 3 to 5 of the young warriors sent by the caravan will stay. With such a rapid growth, the number of warriors in Lizhu County will soon exceed the 500 mark. Bamboo's strength is growing day by day, and he gradually begins to care about the development of other mountain ranges of the Qian tribe. After completing the inspection of Lizhu County, he went to Taidao Mountain Range, Dian Mountain Range, Hongju Mountain Range, Qingang Mountain Range, Qijian County, Poplar Mountain Range, and Chuirong County in turn, visiting a large circle. Overall, the lineage of the Qijian Cockroach King is several times richer than 100 years ago. Bamboo is proud that he has made the greatest contribution. And it is the yuzu bamboo rice and the remains of the divine product that have driven the tribe's wealth. After a big circle, it is almost early spring in January. The little warriors, who have eaten the giant dragon bamboo fruit, have completed their molting evolution one after another. The Chiwu Ghost King and the Begonia Butterfly King who traveled around the continent have returned. The Autumn Maple Cockroach King arrived as promised. Everyone traveled together, taking the little warriors to Chiwu Mountain. The high-speed rail tracks have been laid to the western region of the Dragon Bamboo continent, close to the Fantasy Color Barrier on the west side of the continent. Next, Bamboo and the Rat King started to work, building a plank road that runs through the Dragon Bamboo continent and the Crown Pear continent. The required metal material components can be produced in Chiwu Mountain, directly transported to the western region of the Dragon Bamboo continent by high-speed trains, and then transported to the side of the Fantasy Color Barrier. The Fantasy Color Barrier is only about 43 kilometers wide, and there are no cliffs blocking it. With the materials in place, it only takes about half a year to build the plank road. For this plank road, Chiwu Mountain provided materials for transportation. Lizufeng provided technology for construction, and Qiufeng Crab King had to provide a batch of raw stones. After all, there were not a few warriors from their tribe who participated in the treasure hunt. At the same time, the rails for the train also turned south and continued to be laid. The continent to the south of the east region has only a short section of mountainous terrain. Continuing south, it is flat and only a few rivers need to build bridges. The distance is about 11,000 kilometers and is expected to be completed within 5 years. The plank road connecting Longzhou continent and Guanli continent has been built, and there is no rush to start the treasure hunt. The rails continue to be laid. Bamboo took the Rat King and Baizu, as well as a little warrior named Dongzu, to carry supplies and cross the sea to Qijian continent. Chapter 489, Exploring the Underground. It was spring in the southern hemisphere. Cherry blossoms were in full bloom beside the canyon. In the warm spring with bright sunshine, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Little Baiyu was still digging the deep well tirelessly. The little soldier Huidao was holding a spider silk bag and guarding the well. The rocks in the deep were hard, and it was very difficult to dig out a bag. Whenever Xiao Baizu finished digging, Huidao would climb down and transport the gravel out. Bamboo. Baizu. You are here. Huidao saw Bamboo, exclaimed, and jumped up. Bamboo. Baiyu. In the deep well. Xiao Baizu cheered at the news, put down his work, and climbed out quickly. Bamboo unloaded the goods on the carapace and ordered, Baizu, move the things into the cave. Okay. Baizhu started to get busy. Each bag of the top-quality force food transported this time is worth 150,000 raw stones. And there are a total of 40 bags, most of which are prepared by Bamboo for himself. And they need to be maintained for a long time. Without Bamboo's instructions, the Rat King went into the deep well to check the situation. Xiao Baizhu. Hui Dao. Are you two okay? Yes. Very good. After the excitement of Xiao Baizhu, he felt a little embarrassed again. Bamboo. This time you just finished eating the force food and you came. Hui Dao nodded her tentacles to agree, and looked at the little warrior Dongzu, who was following Bamboo. Bamboo introduced, it's called Dongzu, and it will take over Hui Dao's position, and stay to take care of the life seed of the wedge thorn, and the wild God-given seed. Dongzu. This is Xiao Baizhu. And this is Hui Dao from Yunmu Peak. It is a direct descendant of Shan Sha. Greet each other. Little White Bamboo looked at the deep well and said, Bamboo. The rocks below are too hard. I can't dig anymore. Bamboo said, take a rest for 2 days. You and Hui Dao will come back to the Wanzhou continent with me. Rest and play in Chiwu Mountain for half a year. And then enter Longzhou continent to help lay rails. Great. Hui Dao jumped and cheered, calling, Dongzu, come here. I'll take you up and tell you about the daily work. There are only him and Little White Bamboo in this place. And there are only 10 living plants to take care of. He is bored to death. So he follows Little White Bamboo to dig wells. Hearing that they were leaving, Xiao Baizhu was reluctant to leave and asked, Bamboo. Baizhu, do you want to stay? Bamboo said, of course. Xiao Baizhu asked, then can I stay? Bamboo said, you need to return to Chiwu Mountain. Eat more types of force food. And balance the force genes, so that you can grow better. Xiao Baizhu, you are not young. You should be promoted to a princess as soon as possible. Xiao Baizhu's thinking is active. And he immediately thought of a more far-reaching question. Saying, Bamboo, I am the 4th age mountain master. If I am promoted to a princess, will I have no chance to come again? Xiao Baizhu looked around and was reluctant to leave. Bamboo said, no. In the future, when I am promoted to the Cockroach King, my ability breaks through. And the Dragon Bamboo God-given seed breaks through and grows. You should have a chance to come again. I understand. Xiao Baizhu agreed happily. The Rat King checked it out, climbed out of the well, and said, Bamboo, it is a very powerful soil and rock ability. The rock is not very hard. But the amazing thing is that the hardening effect has not disappeared after countless years. The Rat King emphasized, the powerful and incredible ability has remained constant and has not lost its effect at all. I understand. Bamboo also walked to the well mouth and probed the bottom of the well with his spiritual power. For nearly 8 years, Xiao Baizhu and Hui Dao only dug less than 40 meters deep. At this time, the well depth has reached 190 meters, and the width of the crack is still only about 2 to 4 centimeters, and the rate of the force leaking out has not changed. Bamboo asked the Rat King, is it difficult to dig? The Rat King moved his claws and said, no problem. Baizhu quickly moved the force food into the cave and stored it, then ran forward, eager to try. Bamboo ordered, Rat King, you dig first. Dig by yourself, and transport it out by yourself. Baizhu, you take Dongzu and go to the abandoned mine first. Dig and transport a batch of raw stones back, and keep them ready. I will send Hui Dao and Xiao Baizhu back, and come to help immediately. I don't want to be delayed for too long in Qijing continent for this matter. Understand? I understand. The Rat King agreed. Oh, okay. Baizhu reluctantly agreed. His eyes rolled, and he suggested, Bamboo, why don't you let the Rat King mine? I'll dig a well? My metal ability is much better than the Rat King. Does the Rat King know the way? Bamboo swung his tentacles and hit Baizhu on the head, scolding, stop talking nonsense. Move quickly. Don't waste time. Baizhu asked again, Bamboo, how many raw stones do you need to prepare? Bamboo said, at least 2 million. Baizhu lowered his head. Depressed, Bamboo called Dongzu again and gave him some instructions. After resting for 2 days, he took Xiao Baizhu and Hui Dao away in a hurry. In a hurry. It was spring, and the sea in the southern hemisphere was still calm, so it was relatively easy to cross the sea. After a while, it would be difficult in summer. Returning to Longzhou continent, we took a high-speed train directly in the east region, and sped along the rails, working day and night. and arrived at Chiwu Mountain in just half a month. Huitao and Xiaobezu worked hard in Qijian continent. So Bamboo specially communicated with Lei Zhugo's king for the next batch of divine force food exchanged by both parties. Huitao would be rewarded with a portion of fire scale pine nuts, and Xiaobezu would be rewarded with a portion of Tianmu magnolia. In the future, only particularly outstanding warriors will be sent to the Qijian continent canyon. After working hard for more than 10 years, they will be rewarded with a portion of divine force food. When they return to Lizhu County, they will be trained intensively. Bamboo rested for a few days in Chiwu Mountain, and in the summer of the Northern Hemisphere, he carried 20 bags of top-quality force food out to sea alone and landed on Qijian continent again. 2 million ordinary raw stones is not a small amount. The distance is far, and it is very troublesome to dig and transport. When Bamboo arrived at the canyon, Baiyu and Dongyu had just completed the task. In the deep well, Rat King was working alone, responsible for both digging and transporting. So he couldn't be fast and only dug about 20 meters down. Bamboo arrived, reintegrated the existing metal resources, exerted his metal ability, and made a larger set of mechanical noose. The next work was very monotonous. Rat King and Baiyu were responsible for digging at the bottom of the well, while Bamboo was on top, operating the winch to pull out bags of gravel. The little soldier Dongzu followed to help, moving the gravel to a distant place for dumping. Bamboo was personally responsible for the most difficult vertical lifting work, which increased the excavation efficiency tenfold. There may be big guys underground, and if they are valuable, they may need to be transported outwards. So the deep well has always maintained a diameter of 10 meters. If the excavated objects are too large, they may need to be expanded in the future. Initially, the progress can be maintained at more than 1 meter per day. Soon, the well depth exceeded 500 meters, and the excavation efficiency also dropped to less than 1 meter per day. The main reason is that the deeper they go, the harder the soil and rocks become. Baizu and the Rat King have a hard time digging. They use the silver-edged dagger to cut, which is very strenuous. Fortunately, the cracks continue to expand as they go deeper. At a depth of 500 meters, the width of the cracks reaches about 13. Another year of busy work. The depth reaches 700 meters, and the width of the cracks reaches about 19 centimeters. At this depth, it is too strenuous to transport the gravel vertically. Bamboo thought about being lazy and throwing the gravel directly along the gap, but he was afraid of blocking the passage. What is the situation deep underground? Bamboo personally checked with his mental power, and could only explore about 150 meters downward. Continue to dig down 80 meters. The width of the crack exceeds 20 centimeters, and Baidu and the Rat King can rub down along the gap. Bamboo was losing some patience, so he simply sent them down to find out the situation first. Chapter 490 Human Magical Power. Bamboo lay at the bottom of the well waiting. After half a day, he could vaguely hear Baiju shouting in fear. Bamboo! Bamboo! He also heard the Rat King scolding, Idiot! Climb faster! Both guys were safe and sound. Bamboo was the first to feel relieved. At the same time, he wondered what was going on underground that could scare the thick-skinned Baiju into this state. Bamboo summoned his spiritual thoughts and asked, What's going on? Magic power. The power of the Zerg gods you told me about. Baiju desperately climbed up, and at the same time shouted in panic, Magic power. Black that can't see anything. The Rat King was relatively calm and explained, Deep underground is an empty space with the power of gods. Similar to a fantasy maze. Endless black. And you will be lost if you fall into it. Baiju popped his head out of the gap, half opened his mouth, and said in fear, I almost couldn't climb out, cold, unconscious. Idiot. Hurry up. In the back, the Rat King exerted force and pushed Baiju out of the gap. Bamboo's spiritual power scanned and checked Baiju's condition. His hair was dull. His body was cold. And he was shivering. It was not because of excessive shock, but another kind of injury. He lost half his life. The Rat King then came out, stretched out his claws, held them up to his eyes, and said, It must be the magical power left by the gods. The power of the water element. Similar to the illusion of color, but different, the deadly corrosive power. The gods don't want us to pry into the secrets deep underground. Bamboo asked, What's wrong with Baiju? Baiju said, We climbed down. I saw black ahead, and tried to go down to take a look. Just after entering the range, I lost my feeling. The Rat King said, It got lost inside. I gritted my teeth and called it with sound waves to pull it out. If it was a second later, it would have died. Forget it. Let's go up first. After crawling out of the gap, Baiju was completely paralyzed, his limbs trembling, half dead, and couldn't even stand up. Bamboo put it in a spider silk bag and dragged it out of the deep well. After eating some force food, Baiju's condition improved slightly, and his life should be safe. Bamboo asked Dongu to drag it into the cave to rest. Rat King, you said? The black fog similar to the illusion? It's similar. It feels like water and sticky. Falling into it is like drowning. It's even more terrifying. I tried it with my claws, and it is indeed fog. Cold and without temperature, with strong corrosive properties. Bamboo, look carefully. My claws and fur are a little dull, which means I'm injured. The same is true for Baiju, who was trapped in it for about 17 seconds and was seriously injured. I see. Rat King, you should rest first. Bamboo ordered Dongzu. Go get some food for Rat King and Baiju. Okay. Dongzu agreed and flapped his wings to leave. There is no bamboo on this continent, but there is a lot of thatch grass by the river beach, and thatch grass stems are the favorite food of bamboo rats. Dongju brought back a few bundles and also hunted a black water python on the way. The vitality of the original forest creatures is strong. After eating and drinking enough and resting for a while, Baiju was revived with full blood. Late at night, Bamboo rested under the seeds given by the god of wedge thorn. Baiju climbed up the cliff silently, got on all fours, tiptoed, and approached stealthily. Baiju? Bamboo was angry and amused, and called out, Bamboo. Baiju looked at Dongzu lying not far from Bamboo, trotted over, turned his back to Dongzu, winked at Bamboo, and hinted wildly. Bamboo said Dongzu was born in Shuili territory, and is considered a direct descendant of Liz Yufeng, not an outsider. Just fart if you have anything to say. Oh! Baiju shook his head and said, It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Bamboo, I just came up to chat with you. Just chatting casually. Otherwise, you say it first? Bamboo shook his antennae and ordered Dongzu. Go hunt some food and come back to eat it tomorrow morning. Okay. Dongzu agreed. Not stupid. He saw that Baiju had something important to say and didn't want him to hear it. So he shook his antennae at Baiju in dissatisfaction and flapped his wings to leave. Bamboo asked, Baiju, what's the matter? Tell me. Bamboo, I have an important discovery. Baiju turned his head and looked in the direction of the cliff. After confirming that the Rat King had not noticed, he suppressed his mind and asked, Bamboo, I heard from Baba that the soul-stealing secret art you taught us has 9 levels in total. You only know the first 3 levels? Yes. Bamboo's heart moved and he became serious. Baba must have been bored and teased Baiju, accidentally telling it such an important secret. Baiju was excited, shaking his head, and continued to analyze in an orderly manner. Baba came from outer space and was created by an evil race called humans. Why does Baba know the complete soul-stealing secret art, while you only know the first 3 levels? That means, this secret art. Bamboo waved his tentacles and hit Baiju's forehead hard, interrupting his analysis rudely, and shouted, Speak to the point. Baiju sensed that Bamboo was really angry, so he didn't dare to continue to be smart. He spoke quickly, saying, The Rat King and I followed the crack and climbed down for a long distance. When we were about to reach the end, it was suddenly pitch black in front of us, and we couldn't see anything. Baiju paused for 2 seconds, organized his words, and then said, The seed of the dragon bamboo god of heavy eyes is still useful. It strengthens the eyesight. Seeing things in the dark is almost the same as in the daytime. I was surprised at the time and ran forward to check, and accidentally got in. The black fog magic is too powerful. When I entered it, my soul consciousness was suppressed in an instant, and the terrifying power eroded my body. The most fatal thing is an indescribable feeling, like drowning, very heavy. The soul seems to be squeezed, and I can't tell up from down. Baiju stretched out his left arm to demonstrate. At a 70-degree angle. Tilt, said, at that time. The gap slope tilted at such an angle. But I couldn't even feel gravity, and couldn't even tell up and down. Bamboo said again, speaking of the key points. Baiju said, The black fog is very heavy. The key is the soul, which seems to be squeezed and imprisoned, so it loses its perception of the outside world. Fortunately, I was smart and subconsciously operated the soul-stealing secret technique, and the feeling of the soul being squeezed and imprisoned immediately subsided a lot. Baiju said contemptuously, "The stupid rat king. I lied to it, and said that it was the sound signal it released that woke me up. And it believed it. In fact, I regained some consciousness myself, distinguished up and down through gravity, and climbed out along the slope by myself." After talking about the experience, Baiju continued to analyze and said, "Banbu, I just thought about it carefully. The black fog underground is definitely the application of the soul-stealing secret technique at a higher level. But the soul-stealing secret art was created by a race called humans from outer space. Doesn't that mean that the black mist is the magical power of the human gods? Why are there traces of the magical power of the human gods deep underground on the planet we live on? Don't the Zerg gods care? Also, the force that is emanating from the canyon is actually emanating through the black mist. Is there any human treasure hidden deep inside? I have another guess. Banbu, do you think that the planet we live on was stolen by the Zerg gods from the tribe called humans? I heard from Barba that the spaceship it was riding on could fly in outer space. It was suspected to be ambushed and destroyed by the Zerg gods." Huh? Banbu was amazed, and his tentacles slapped Baiju's head, asking, "When did your muddled head become so smart? Or was it because you were too frightened and it was accidentally enlightened?" Hee hee. Baiju protected his head with his claws and said proudly, "I have always been so smart. The gods are taboo." "You idiot. Don't talk about them all the time." Banbu suddenly became stern and warned, "Don't be full all day. Think about it. And don't talk about it everywhere." "I understand," Baiju said innocently. "Otherwise, how can I avoid Dongu, the little guy?" Banbu tapped his tentacles and fell into deep thought. Baiju waited for a while and asked, "Banbu, that deep well, are we going to continue digging?" Banbu shook his tentacles and tapped them gently. Chapter 491 Drainage and Irrigation. Shaking the tentacles again. Waving the tentacles again. "What does this mean?" Baiju asked, "Banbu, are you still digging?" Banbu asked, "Is there a wide space below?" Baiju replied, "Yes. The black fog does not block the sound. We have tried it with stones. You and the Rat King take a rest first." Banbu pondered and said firmly, "Dig it up. I want to go down and see it with my own eyes." The erosion by the black fog is essentially element penetration, which hurts the muscles under the fur. The Rat King took 4 or 5 days to recover. Baiju needs to rest for 1 or 2 months to recover completely. Banbu also drilled into the bottom of the well, dug with his own claws, and cut large pieces of rock with the Rat King. Baiju helped by the side, cutting it into small pieces with a dagger and stuffing it into the gap. A lazy way is to throw it deep into the ground through the gap, saving the effort of vertical transportation. After more than a year of digging, the width of the underground crack expanded to about 50 centimeters. The body of cockroaches is relatively flat, so Banbu can barely squeeze through this with bit by bit. The crack becomes wider as it goes down. It takes some effort to move down 100 meters, and then it can easily climb along the stone wall. After climbing 1 kilometer away, Baiju shuddered all over and pointed to the black line in the distance of the crack, saying, "Banbu, it's just in front. Look, it's black." The crack is not completely vertical to the depths, but a slope of about 70 degrees. At this time, the width of the crack is about 1.2 meters, and Banbu can run with all 6 legs. Accelerate forward. Baiju observed the surrounding environment and reminded, "It may be because we discarded a lot of rubble down there. The black fog has risen a little along the crack." The Rat King was also looking carefully and said, "Look at the claw marks we left last time. The black fog has risen about 5 centimeters. We have also checked left and right. The width of the crack is more than 20 kilometers. Correspondingly, the space below must be more than 20 kilometers. The black fog feels as thick as water, has the same fluidity as water, and will also gather like water." Banbu approached and stretched out his forelimbs to test. Baiju's ears immediately stood up and asked, "Banbu, how is it?" Banbu slowly retracted his claws, held it up in front of his eyes to check, and said, "Not very good. Just SOSO. Originally it was a very powerful magical power, but without the control of the soul will and the subsequent power to maintain it, it is just a pool of stagnant water." Banbu realized that Baiju misunderstood his words and added, "I can't resist the erosion of the black fog either." Baiju stared. Banbu waved his claws and said, "Rat King, Baizu, you two step back. Rat King and Baizu knew what Bamboo was going to do, and quickly stepped back and avoided him. Bamboo calmed down, opened his mouth suddenly, and spewed out a pillar of fire, rushing straight into the black fog below. The high temperature burned. The black fog boiled and rolled, and the white water vapor sank. Bamboo's flame ability burst out with all its strength, and continued to release, forming a pillar of fire with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a length of more than 80 meters. It lasted for nearly 3 minutes, and the force stored in the force veins of the carapace was exhausted. And then he stopped talking. Rat King, come and take a look. Rat King quickly went down, observed, and said, the black fog has been lowered by 0.5 meters. It is similar to the nature of the phantom barrier, and flames can destroy it. Baizu ran over, looked around, and said excitedly, Bamboo? Then you can use fire to slowly burn it all. Bamboo shook his tentacles, climbed up a distance, and tapped the stone wall above his head with his tentacles, saying, look carefully. The rising water vapor condensed on the cold stone wall to form water droplets. It was just ordinary fresh water. When the water droplets condensed more, they slid down the slope and flowed, touching the black mist, and were immediately assimilated by the strange power and transformed into black mist again. This is a powerful magical power. Will it never be burned out? The Rat King and Baizu observed it clearly and were a little dumbfounded. Bamboo cut a piece of rock and threw it down. The stone rolled along the slope, and after a while, the muffled sound of vertical fall was transmitted back. The Rat King immediately said, Bamboo, I have tried. We are about 1.9 kilometers from the ground. Judging from the sound, the crack is about 500 meters deep. Further down should be an open space, about 50 to 100 meters deep, which seems to be a metal ground. Based on the width of the crack, it can be judged that the length of the space deep underground is at least 20 kilometers. It is difficult to estimate how long it is, but it is definitely not infinitely wide. There is a limit. I understand, Bamboo said. Let's walk along the crack and see. Find out one thing. Due to the open space below, the cracks formed on the top of the cave during the earthquake. The length of the crack is almost the same as the length of the space below. After digging for several years, he was finally blocked by the black fog and returned to the ground. The Rat King was a little unwilling and asked, Bamboo, is there any other way? In the future, when your strength is promoted to the Cockroach King, will you be able to resist the erosion of the black fog? That is the magical power left over from the domination realm. Even the Cockroach King cannot use it. Bamboo said, however, it is only a legacy after all, without subsequent energy to maintain it. It can be slowly consumed. Burning it with fire is not a good idea. Bamboo paused and said, the simplest and most labor-saving method is to flood it with water. Water? Baizu asked. Water will be transformed into that kind of black mist. If we pour water down, won't it, the black mist will become thicker and thicker? Rat King pondered and said uncertainly, the mist will be thicker. But will the corrosive power be weakened? Bamboo tapped his tentacles and said, this magical power is not simple. According to the original intention of the caster, the original force life level, a slight touch will immediately be corroded and consumed by the elements. Melt. Fortunately, as water has been seeping down through the cracks, the magical black fog has slowly expanded. After countless years, its power has been greatly weakened. I understand. The Rat King suddenly realized and asked again, Bamboo, I have heard of the domination realm more than once. What exactly is the domination realm? Bamboo said, as far as I know, the highest realm of genetic evolution. Maybe there is a higher one. Baizu rushed to ask, what is higher? Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, what's the use of you thinking about those boundless things now? Stop talking nonsense. Let's walk along the canyon and check the nearby terrain. The terrain of the canyon is a bit difficult to drain. Irrigation is a simple matter. The slope runs from north to south. The north of the canyon is a cliff, and the south end is adjacent to the flat land below. The rainstorm water flows out from the south end. In the early days, Baizu and Xiaobeiza combed it and dug 2 drainage ditches. The rubble that was originally piled up at the wellhead was moved to directly block the flow at the southern end of the canyon. Above the canyon, ditches and gullies were dug according to the surrounding terrain. When it rained, the water flow in the area of several kilometers was all guided to flow into the canyon, and then was led into the deep well and injected into the deep underground space. Rat King and Baizu stayed behind to divert and irrigate. Bamboo set out again and returned to Longzhou continent across the sea. The high-speed rail track was about to be opened. He didn't rush and didn't have the patience to wait for a ride. He rushed directly and hurried back to Lizhu Peak. Lizhu Peak retained 4 power boxes. In recent years, the 2 reservoirs of different sizes stored water. The flood was discharged in summer, and the hydropower station generated electricity. Baba used them less, and the power boxes were always fully charged. Bamboo returned to the mountain, greeted a few people, took the power box, and left in a hurry. Chapter 492 Eclipse. Jiangqing Mountain is just a small mountain with a height of about 100 meters. The hills are rolling, and there are irregular grape terraces on the gentle slopes. It is midsummer, the season when grapes of various colors are ripe. 5 little warriors, Jiangqing, Chaoqing, Hanqing, Shuangqing, and Nyonyo, are busy working in the mountains. The bee colony controlled by Xiangpu is buzzing. Hongmi and Longzhu, 2 guys, took a little warrior to the flat ground on the top of the mountain, watching the bee colony crush the picked grapes and select the seeds. This is the 6th little warrior who likes grapes. According to the plan, he was named Beef Fat. Baba stopped at a Longzhou tree on Jiangqing Mountain and planted it. Bamboo. What's wrong? You look anxious. Baba greeted lazily. Really? Bamboo realized that he was a little too hasty, and used his forelimbs to tidy up his antennae and asked, Baba, why are you staying here? It's hot. Baba said, as a matter of course, the bamboo forest is cool. Just stay wherever it's cool. You are an electronic life. Bamboo reminded. No. I'm old too. Baba lamented. I'm different from you. I need to use my brain to think about problems. Various components are aging and get hot when they are running. So, it's better to be cool. Not a funny joke at all. Bamboo turned around and didn't want to pay more attention to Baba. Noticing Bamboo's arrival, Hongmi and Longzhu rushed to greet him. Bamboo! Bamboo! After greeting, Hongmi asked curiously, Bamboo, why are you here? In the distance, Jiangqing also came and shouted happily, Bamboo, we have successfully cultivated our own milk grapes. The seeds were sown this spring, and the seedlings have been selected twice. Not bad, Bamboo praised, and then said, cultivating milk grapes is only the most basic operation. The difficult part is beef fat grapes. Keep working hard. Xiangpu finally came over and said curiously, Bamboo, I remember you said that you would return to Lizhu Peak probably next year. I ran into a little trouble on the mainland over there. Bamboo asked, Hongmi, Longyu, Jiangqing, how much have you learned about cultivating grapes? I learned a little. Jiangqing hesitated. Some. A little? Hongmi and Longzhu looked around. Bamboo asked Xiangpu, how are you doing? Some, a little bit. I have learned all the grafting techniques. Xiangpu turned his head and said, Bamboo, crystal grapes are delicious and especially sweet. Suet grapes are fragrant and sweet. Bamboo was quite helpless and asked, Baba, how are you doing with Guanli? Just SOSO. Baba said, without me? They can't do it. No one can do it. Bamboo, you can't do it either. Baba, I have something important to take you away. Bamboo asked. Basic cultivation work. Can they do it? It's very important. What are you in a hurry for? Baba was surprised and replied, normally planting should be no problem. They definitely can't cultivate tallow grapes. That's good. Just normal cultivation. Bamboo picked up Baba, flapped his wings, and said, you guys go and get busy. I'll take Baba away. It may take 1 or 2 years. Red rice, dragon bamboo, cattail. You guys help more attentively. After that, he flapped his wings and flew into the air, heading straight south, flying over Jinjiang River. Bamboo suddenly circled and landed on the river bank. Baba, I remember that among the 55 magical skills of the human race, there is one called Eclipse Water Element Magical Skill, which has a particularly strong corrosive power and can only be overcome by earth and stone elements. Yes. Baba paused for 2 seconds and said, aren't you asking knowingly? When you were still a human, 2 members of your combat formation chose this unique skill. When Bamboo was a human, he was an SSS level talent with the support of his family. When you join the army at the planetary level, there is a comprehensive combat power test. 0.6 is qualified, and 1 is full score. 1 point is the theoretical limit of human combat power at the planetary level. Bamboo scored 1.3 points, exceeding the limit and possessing cross-class combat capabilities. This kind of performance belongs to the key cultivation target of the Federal Military Department. Voluntary enlistment will first have a special military merit. The reward is to choose the most suitable one from the 55 magical skills and obtain the first 3 levels of training methods. Bamboo chose the Soul Capture secret art. Birds of a feather flock together. All members of the combat formation Bamboo belongs to have SSS level talents. Their comprehensive combat power test scores are all over 1 point. Each member has practiced a unique skill: escorting the spacecraft, guarding the cargo in shifts, and resting on weekdays. In addition to eating, drinking and having fun, the team members often exchange martial arts. Bamboo has seen it with his own eyes and experienced the unique skill of Eclipse more than once. The black fog under the cracks in the deep well is not real. The person who casts the magic skill is a fusion of the 2 unique skills of Eclipse and Soul Capture secret art. Bamboo can see it and can confirm it 100%. Baba, how much information do you have about the powerful human masters at that time in your database? Is there anyone who has mastered both Eclipse and soul-stealing secret art to the peak? No. Those who can master soul-stealing secret art to the peak are no longer human. Completely out of the human category. And not even carbon-based life forms. Baba thought for a moment and changed her words. But there is one who has mastered Eclipse to the peak and soul-stealing secret art to the 6th level. But he stopped at the 6th level and did not dare to continue. Bamboo asked, "Who?" "Confidential." Baba refused to answer and asked in confusion, "Bamboo, what are you doing? Could it be? I heard that you were digging deep underground in the Qijing continent. What did you dig up?" Bamboo said silently, "I dug up the 2 magical powers of Eclipse and soul-stealing secret art. The Black Maze. Eclipse as the main and soul-stealing secret art as the auxiliary. Is very consistent with what you said. Who is that person?" "What?" Baba lost her composure and asked anxiously, "The residual power of the human race's strong magic power?" Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, "It's not the residual power of the battle. It's a barrier set up intentionally." Bamboo asked again, "Who is that person?" "The star-piercing dojo. Master Bai." Baba answered word by word, with unprecedented solemnity, and introduced, originally named by Xiaofeng. He practiced the 2 magical powers of Eclipse and Soul Capture secret art at the same time. But the most powerful one is the sword. The star-piercing sword. Star-piercing dojo? In which star field? Which survival galaxy? Bamboo said, "I suspect that the survival planet under our feet was snatched from the human race by the Zerg gods." "No way." Baba said, "There is a dojo for each of the 55 magical skills of the human race. The star-piercing dojo corresponds to the star-piercing sword art. There are 55 dojos in total, concentrated in one place, the mother planet Earth." Bamboo was shocked when he heard this. "There are some secrets you definitely don't know." Baba asked, "When you were a human, you were tested for physical fitness when you joined the army. The most suitable magical skill to practice was the soul-stealing secret art, right?" Bamboo said, "Yes. I have an excellent talent in the soul." Baba said, "Then even if you join the soul-stealing dojo, you don't know it yourself. The information database of the Alliance Military Department only has the first 5 levels of the soul-stealing secret art. If you are outstanding, lucky and excellent enough, and your strength and military merits meet the requirements, you will get an opportunity to enter the soul-stealing dojo for further study and continue to practice the most core 6th and 7th levels of secret arts. This is the case for all other magical skills. The most important 6th and 7th levels require going to the corresponding dojo on the mother planet Earth to obtain inheritance. One day, when your strength reaches the master level, and you are old, and it is not suitable to continue to fight, you need to return to the corresponding dojo and spend your old age. Not only martial arts. The mother planet Earth also has a large capacity information library that backs up and records all the scientific and technological civilization knowledge of mankind. It is said that there is also a human gene bank that records the most excellent genetic genes. It is said that humans have been using the most advanced technology to transform the interior of the planet, and have long turned the planet into a space fortress and a survival base. Baba said, "The composition of the martial arts power that protects the mother planet Earth is also very simple. For each dojo corresponding to each magical skill, there is a responsible Taoist master, all of whom are at the peak of the master realm. The mother planet Earth is the essence of human civilization, and the last line of defense for the continuation of the race. The Taoist master's duty is to inherit and protect. And he cannot leave no matter what the war situation is. It shouldn't be the Taoist master by you mentioned. Bamboo said, could it be other masters of the master realm? The magical power deep underground may not be left by the master realm, but may also be the realm master. Baba said, Bamboo. I want to see it myself. Chapter 493, Star-Piercing Dojo. The Milky Way has long lost its secrets in front of humans, with level 7 technological civilization. The only mysterious thing is one place. The planet of human origin, the Earth. Bamboo has only heard a few words. And there is no way to find out its detailed information. He doesn't know where it is, nor what it looks like. One thing is certain, humans will concentrate their strongest forces to protect the Earth. And it is impossible to be robbed. The many creatures on this planet under his feet are similar to those that Bamboo encountered when he was a human. Bamboo has long been suspicious of this. The traces of human magical powers found deep underground made Bamboo very sure of one thing. When the Zerg gods were avoiding the pursuit of hostile civilizations, they snatched a survival planet from humans and transformed it into the one under their feet. At that time, the transport spacecraft that Bamboo was riding encountered space turbulence. I am afraid that the Zerg gods were moving the planet by space means. Then, they found that the spacecraft was full of various valuable goods. And they snatched them again. On both sides of the canyon. Rat King and Baiju were still busy digging ditches, transforming the terrain, diverting water into the canyon, and pouring water into the deep underground through deep wells. Bamboo was in a hurry. He landed directly at the mouth of the well and looked down. The water flowed, and the black mist surged. At this time, it had spread to the bottom of the well, and it was pitch black. This is the fusion of the two magical powers of eclipse and soul capture. Bamboo. Let me go down. Baba was more anxious than Bamboo. Bamboo loosened his claws. Baba flashed into the depths of the black mist. Sensing the movement, Dongju arrived first and asked curiously, Bamboo, what is down there? Rat King and Baiju refused to tell me. That's because they don't know what it is either. Bamboo said, I don't know either. Dongju, don't ask too much. Go up and take good care of the vital plants of the wheat thorn. Oh. Dongju refused to leave and continued to lie on the well mouth. Looking down, the Rat King and Baiju came running. Bamboo, you're back so soon? Bamboo, is there enough water? Bamboo took down the 4 electrical boxes and some superconducting wires on his back and said, Baiju, you pack up the things first. Baba went down, and it will have an answer soon. Baba is coming. Baiju ran forward, lay on the well mouth, looked down for a few times, and saw no trace of Baba. So he moved quickly to move the electrical box. The Rat King also lay on the well mouth to check. After waiting for a long time, Baba still didn't return. Bamboo. Baba went down. Will she? Rat King asked uncertainly. Will there be any accidents? Baiju asked. Will Baba run out of power? Or will she be corroded by that kind of power? Baba has plenty of power. Bamboo was also a little worried and a little inexplicably anxious. He waved his wings and said, you guys keep busy. The rainy season is coming soon. Right? Add more water. After that, Bamboo climbed down along the wall of the well. Try to touch the black mist. It is still very corrosive, and the strength of the shell cannot resist it. Baba's shell material is special, and will not be affected by the power of magic. I'm afraid its detection system will be blocked and suppressed, and it will get lost in it. Bamboo couldn't think of any other way, so he could only return and lie at the mouth of the well to continue waiting. A whole day passed, but Baba still didn't come back. She must have encountered some unexpected situation. After waiting for another 3 days, there was no news. Bamboo was completely panicked and began to use his metal ability to transform the lifting winch equipment into a set of air pump equipment. The canyon is located in the subtropical southern region of the southern hemisphere continent, and it has a rainy climate. There are heavy rains in late spring. The rainwater is drained and poured into the deep well. At the bottom of the well, black fog is rolling. From spring to summer, heavy rains are pouring. In autumn, it is rainy for several days in a row. Bamboo. It's full. It's overflowing. Dongju's shouts came from the bottom of the cliff. Dongju, get out of the way. Baiju popped up from the cave where he lived and called out to remind him. Bamboo, who was lying under the God-given seed of the wheat thorn tree, stood up and rushed to the wellhead. The Rat King also emerged from the cave he lived in on the cliff wall. Without Bamboo's instructions, he ran to the water-blocking dam on the south side and dug a gap in the dam. Black mist overflowed from the wellhead and expanded rapidly under the rain. It was a gaseous substance with a high density, flowing slowly along the water diversion ditch. At the end of the canyon was a steep slope, and under the steep slope was a natural river. The black mist met the river water and suddenly exploded to form a large mass of black. Then, the color began to lighten. Under the fine rain, it expanded rapidly and turned into gray and then white. The white one was ordinary water vapor. There was also gray-white mist rising beside the wellhead. The Rat King stretched out his claws and tried the black mist flowing along the ditch, and immediately retracted it, saying in fear, "It's too strong. I still can't stand it." Bamboo's mind turned, and the ground soil and rocks turned into metal, condensing into a black alloy stick. He picked it up and probed it into the black fog at the wellhead. After waiting for a few minutes, he took it out and looked at it again. The alloy stick was eroded by the elemental power, and was covered with needle-sized holes. "No, the erosion power is still too strong," Bamboo said. "Keep waiting. It will take a few more rainstorms. Natural weather. Most of the time it is sunny. The rain in autumn and winter is not strong, and it is difficult to gather into a stream. The only river nearby is 5 kilometers away, and it still flows along the low terrain. It is impossible to dig water from the river. You can only wait. Wait patiently." The Rat King and the White Bamboo Rat King found an iron mine and dug hard. Bamboo and Dongu smelted it, moved the finished metal back, and made it into sections of alloy steel pipes for use. Winter is gone and spring is here. Baba has disappeared for a year. The continuous spring rain, the trickling stream. Hundreds of streams converge to form a turbulent flow, pouring into the wellhead. Correspondingly, the black mist expanded and flowed outward, along the ditch, all the way out of the canyon, into the river, and finally disappeared under the rain curtain and returned to nature. One spring rain after another. Late spring. The heavy rain fell intermittently for 2 days, and the black mist overflowing from the wellhead was obviously darker in color. Bamboo tested it again with a metal rod. This time, the rate of erosion and corruption was much slower. "Bamboo, is it okay?" Bayou asked. "It's been a year. Wait a little longer." Bamboo was no longer so anxious at this time, and said calmly, "Wait for the next heavy rain." 6 days later, the first heavy rain in early summer arrived as expected. Bamboo took Rat King and Baizu to set up ground pipelines and assemble motors. When the rain stopped, the erosion power of the deep well fog had weakened, and it was difficult to penetrate the alloy pipe wall. After the power was turned on, the motor drove the entire set of air pump equipment to run woohoo. At the outlet of the pipeline, black fog gushed out. In the deep well, the black fog dropped rapidly. The metal pipe was divided into 5-meter sections. Every time 5 meters of depth were extracted, Bamboo immediately stepped forward and took over the next section. 4 days later, the bottom was finally reached. Baba was not at the bottom of the well. Bamboo tied a steel rope and entered the crack for testing. The shell can resist the erosion of the current concentration of black fog, but the soul suppression is still there, and it is still difficult to operate the soul capture secret art for more than 3 minutes. The motor power is limited, and it can only extract the black fog 200 meters below the crack. It can't be extracted deeper. After waiting for a year, Bamboo was already too anxious and waited patiently. This wait was a whole summer. Every time there was a heavy rain, the black fog rose a little, and the motor was immediately used to pump out and discharge it into the river. After repeating this for more than 10 times, the fog concentration in the crack turned into light black. And finally, after an autumn rain, it completely turned into a gray fog cover. It affected the vision a little, but the power of the magic power was almost non-existent. Bamboo expanded the space at the bottom of the well, and used the metal used to make the air pump to transform it into a set of noose, tied with steel wire, and personally entered the crack to explore deep underground. Under the hazy gray fog, it can be vaguely distinguished that the space below is very open. After throwing a piece of rubble, more than 10 seconds later, there was an echo of falling to the ground. There should be a hard stone ground below. "Baba!" Bamboo summoned his mental power and shouted, "Bamboo! Be careful. Don't come down." Baba's voice echoed from below. "Baba, what's going on?" My anti-gravity engine is also disturbed by gravity waves and cannot be started. I can't move. This is the Earth Star Crossing Dojo. The specific location is the martial arts field, which is a forbidden place for electronic life. Bamboo crawled along the crack and approached the place where Baba's voice came from. His mental power condensed into a beam and quickly locked onto Baba's position. Baba, do you feel my mental power? My photosensitive detector can still be used. I saw you. Don't come down. Is it dangerous? Yes, Baba said angrily. I have been to this damn place. There is a silent force field to shield my tachyon wave detector. I have been to every martial arts field in every dojo. They are all the places I hate the most. Damn, Zerg. They actually took away the human mother planet Earth. Bamboo asked, what is the danger down there? Stupid. Such an important place. Electronic life is restricted everywhere, and the defense must be extremely strict. Baba said, you are a Zerg now, and you will definitely trigger the defense system of the dojo. If you come down, you will die immediately without leaving any trace. I understand. Bamboo asked, is there a solution? Yes. Baba said, continue to pour water. Throw stones or other garbage down. Anything will do. Throw it down hard. Chapter 494. Trapped in the martial arts square of the dojo. Baba explained the principle to Bamboo. The martial arts field uses the most advanced automatic repair and automatic cleaning technology. Anything that falls on it, as long as it is identified as garbage, will immediately form a force field in the corresponding range, decomposing the matter into basic particles in a relatively gentle way, and reorganizing the elements into metals and integrating them into the floor. This is the most advanced garbage disposal technology, and it is also the most energy-consuming. Throwing garbage down hard will use up all the stored energy. I understand. But Bamboo still felt a little dreamy and asked with difficulty, is this the mother planet Earth? Yes. I can be sure. It is absolutely. Baba said angrily. When Failing was promoted to the Realm Master, I followed her into the mother planet Earth and practiced for 300 years. Dojos often invite each other to fight, or invite to watch the battle. I have been to every dojo. This is the star-piercing dojo. These stupid human warriors are not allowed to use any technological auxiliary equipment when fighting, and they are not allowed to watch electronic life, and they are not allowed to record the details of the battle with video. They reject technological combat power, but use the most cutting-edge technological means. Bamboo. Throw away garbage and exhaust the energy. Baba's angry mood suddenly turned again, and she said sadly, Bamboo, the mother planet Earth has been robbed. Will humans also perish? It shouldn't be. Human footprints are all over the universe. How can it be so easy to perish? Bamboo felt a little uncomfortable and analyzed. The insect tribe should not target the entire human race. It is probably because the mother planet Earth stores a lot of treasures, and they were discovered. So they robbed it. Other living planets should be fine. Baba said, there should be no living people here. I remember that each dojo uses an independent energy supply system, using solid heavy metal fuel blocks. After all, fuel is limited. If no one replenishes it, it will be exhausted sooner or later, and I will be able to escape. Bamboo asked, has the dojo always been deep underground? No, Baba said, after the Zerg plundered the mother planet Earth. They added a layer of soil and rocks about 2.5 kilometers thick on it. The original traces of human civilization were completely buried underground. Bamboo continued to ask, what about other buildings? Baba said, I only have a photosensitive detector now, and I can't see clearly. What I see, the outside of the martial arts square is all filled with soil and rocks. Bamboo asked, why did the martial arts square form an open space? Baba said, I can't figure it out either. It's probably because of the eclipse divine power. But why did they go to the trouble of leaving such a magical power in the martial arts square? It doesn't look like a battle, nor can it be considered a defense. I can't figure out its purpose. Bamboo asked, 55 dojos? 55 peak masters of the domination realm? You also said that humans transformed the Earth mother planet into a war fortress. There should be a cosmic war here. I don't understand what happened. Baba was silent for a while and said, Bamboo, humans of the 7th level technological civilization do not explore the universe comprehensively, and their understanding of the universe is only the tip of the iceberg. For the 8th and 9th level civilizations, not having seen them does not mean that they do not exist. You should have felt that the insect race you belong to now has mastered too many abilities that the 7th level civilization cannot explain. There is another possibility. That is, the gap in combat power is too great, and human civilization is unable to resist. So there is no battle. It's unlikely, Bamboo said with some difficulty. Baba said, Bamboo, don't guess randomly. Save me first. Okay. Bamboo shook his tentacles vigorously, cleared all the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and quickly climbed back to the bottom of the well. Bamboo, how is it? Have you found Baba? Rat King and Bayou asked. We found Baba. It is trapped below, but it is not in danger of life. The fact that the Earth's mother planet was robbed by the Zerg gods is too incredible and too difficult to explain clearly. Bamboo considered the language and said simply, there is still deadly danger below. Don't rush in. Continue to pour water and throw stones down. The diversion ditch had been dug long ago, and it would be filled with rainwater when it rained. Bamboo took Rat King and Baidu again, and worked hard to dig deeper, throwing gravel down at the same time. Time passed in a trance, and a year passed. The water continued to gather and pour, and deep underground, the fog in the martial arts field space changed from gray-black to white, and finally turned into water vapor and condensed water droplets. Bamboo went deep into the ground again and lay at the mouth of the gap. This time he saw clearly that the underground space was about 100 meters high, and the ground of the square was a neat gray-white metal floor. Baba was trapped on a piece of floor and couldn't move. Bamboo didn't dare to show up rashly. Take Rat King and Baizu with you, and catch 2 pheasants to bring down for testing. Throw it down and try it, Bamboo ordered. Baizu and Rat King threw the 2 pheasants hard, and threw them into the martial arts field space through the crack. In an instant, 2 dark red flashes passed by. The 2 pheasants that were screaming in panic were crushed into slag and scattered on the floor, like ice and snow melting. They were slowly decomposed and disappeared. Finally, the square was clean without any trace. Bamboo. That was the kind of attack we saw in the wreckage of the Orchid Mountains? The evil race from outer space. The Rat King was terrified. Baba, Baiju asked in horror, Baba can't fly anymore? Then we can't go down for the time being. We must first exhaust its energy. Bamboo waved his tentacles and called, let's go up. Return to the ground. Baizu, the Rat King, and Dongmu began to get busy, dumping all the rubble that had been dug and transported out of the deep well into the deep well, and then stuffing it into the martial arts square deep underground through the cracks. Bamboo first sneaked into the next continent to replenish the original force consumed in the first heart position over the years. Then he sailed across the ocean and returned to the Longzhou continent. The steel rails that run through the east region of the Dragon Bamboo continent from north to south have been laid, according to the plan. Torreya Grandis is currently treasure hunting in the Guanli continent with other young warriors. Bamboo has many things to deal with when he returns this time. A new batch of giant dragon bamboo fruits have matured, and which divine force food should be exchanged with Chiwu Mountain. Discuss with Thunder Bamboo Ghost King and Autumn Maple Cockroach King. Agree on the time and general process. And build a plank road in the colorful maze at the southern end of the western region of the Dragon Bamboo continent to connect the northern and southern hemispheres. After the plank road is completed, we will also plan to build a ferry. The force food that I brought to the Qijing continent last time was eaten up, so I asked Chiwu Mountain to order a batch from the caravan. And by the way, when the train departs, help transport it to the front line. After resting for half a month in Chiwu Mountain and arranging various things, Bamboo hurried back to Liju Peak. Members of Liju Peak and the mountain masters of various mountains came one after another to report the development situation. Some major matters still need Bamboo to make decisions. Bamboo, what secrets are there deep underground in Qijing continent? Have you dug out any good things? Why didn't Baba come back? Milk grapes will bloom next year. How should we cultivate beef fat grapes next? The secrets dug out in Qijing continent are too shocking and cannot be described. The treasure was not dug out, but a huge pile of troubles were dug out. Baba was trapped, which is also something that cannot be explained clearly. Bamboo knows some principles of cultivating beef fat grapes, but he is not in the mood to toss this thing now. Directly ordered to postpone it for a few years. Fortunately, there have been a lot of good news in recent years. Duju, Bamboo. Hongzhou has also been successfully promoted to a princess. How much raw stone should be spent each year? And Danju, should we help it to be promoted to a princess as soon as possible? Guanli. A red crown pear seed given by God was born naturally in the sea of pear trees. Bamboo. You are not here. And the matter is urgent. I discussed with Hong Dao and gave it to Zhongli to breed it into a live seed. Hong Dao. The number of warriors in Lizhi County has exceeded 300. And the number of warriors who like bamboo in Jianzhou Peak has reached the full quota of 10. In which direction will the bamboo sea expand next? Where will the fourth mountain be opened? Tata completed the second metamorphosis and evolution ahead of schedule, and once again entered a period of vigorous growth. It is getting taller and taller, and it can't be concealed. What should I do? The number of warriors in Lizhi County has increased, and the sea of trees has increased, and various things have increased accordingly. It took Bamboo a month to finish all the affairs on the mountaintops. Go down the mountain to check the status of the Tata tree's divine seed. It has completed 2 metamorphosis evolutions. The tree body has grown rapidly, and the fruit quality will reach the best. Previously, a large amount of iron birch debris was used for it, which had a certain effect and shortened the growth time by about 25 years. The soul of the Tata tree spirit has grown significantly. During the conversation, it can be found that it has become much smarter all of a sudden. But it is a pity that the previous memory cannot be recovered. If the memory cannot be recovered, there is no need to waste the iron birch heart. The iron birch debris can be used appropriately to continue to accelerate its growth. Bamboo returned to Lizhi Peak in late autumn. He was restless and stayed on the mountain for a whole autumn and winter. In the early spring of the next year, the common red cockroaches laid eggs. Bamboo carried a batch of egg sheaths in a metal box and set off again in a hurry. On the other side of Chiwu Mountain, Hui Dao received the news and had been waiting for a long time. Somewhat reluctantly, she followed Bamboo to go to the sea again and headed for the Qijin continent. Chapter 495. Bamboo understood some of the principles of the automatic cleaning technology of the star-piercing dojo. Throwing down the gravel that has been strengthened by the earth and stone elemental power is definitely the most energy-consuming. When decomposing matter, a lot of energy is needed to resist the elemental power. The second is watering. Hydrogen and oxygen atoms are both low-valent atoms. It takes a lot of energy to synthesize metal atoms without losing mass. When Bamboo brought Hui out to the canyon again, the Rat King, Baizu, and Dongdu had already plowed the entire canyon ground. At this time, they were at the bottom of the deep well, digging desperately downwards. Sensing the movement, they all came up to greet Bamboo. The force food had been out of stock for a long time, so they took the opportunity to get some food. King of Rat. What's the situation? Everything that was thrown down was melted. King of Rat said. Baba said that at least 1 million tons of materials are needed to exhaust the fuel of the energy base station. That's not much, but it's not too little either. Bamboo said. You and Baiju continue to dig. Dongyu, Huitao, come here. Bamboo came this time, not only to deliver the force food, but also brought 10 extra metal boxes. The common cockroach egg cases collected when leaving have all hatched and grown into small cockroaches, with about 200 in each box. Dongyu was arranged to take care of them. The common small cockroaches will live around the settlement of the red cockroach warriors because of their similar smells. With abundant meat, they will reproduce rapidly in the spring of next year. It will only take about 2 or 3 years for the number to exceed 1 million. The next thing to do is also very simple. Drainage and irrigation. Excavation of underground rocks. Time flies, and another 3 years have passed. The depth of the vertical well exceeds 1.2 kilometers. Bamboo! During a summer rainstorm, Baba suddenly rushed out, circled in the sky, and shouted excitedly, Damn the dojo! The energy is finally exhausted. Idiot! I'm back again! Bamboo, who was lying listlessly under the seeds of the wedge thorn god, jumped up when he heard the movement. Baba! 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 It was impossible to work on a rainstorm. So the Rat King and Baizu, who were sleeping soundly in the cave, were awakened and rushed out, shouting ecstatically. Huigao and Dongzu, the 2 little guys, also followed. Baba, you finally came out? Is the energy exhausted? Then can we go down? Baizu and the Rat King surrounded Baba and asked. No. The defense system still has backup energy. Baba said angrily, Damn the dojo. I'm going to tear it down. Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, Baizu, Rat King, everyone, move quickly and stop directing the water flow. Drain the water from the mouth of the canyon. Understood? Hurry up. Rat King and Baiyu immediately took action. Huitao, Dong-u, you two go help too. Bamboo continued to order. Okay. Got it. Hui Tao and Dong-u started to act. Bamboo held Baba and checked to confirm that there was no damage, and asked Baba, "Is there enough power?" Baba said, "There's still a lot." Bamboo held Baba again and went into the deep well, all the way to the bottom of the well, and then continued to ask Baba, "Have you ever been to the Star Crossing Dojo with Major General Failing?" Baba understood Bamboo's intention and said, "Yes, but most of them do not allow electronic life to enter. There are some places where electronic life can be brought in, but the detection ability will be suppressed, and we are not allowed to check randomly." Bamboo asked, "Does that mean there is no access?" Baba said, "Only a few public places are accessible, and important places are not allowed." "I understand." Bamboo was not too disappointed and continued to ask, "There are a lot of good things hidden in each dojo, right?" Baba thought for a while and said, "The force of the mother planet Earth is under unified control, and the inheritance dojo should not collect currency such as force crystals." "Don't collect force crystals? Then you are destined to not make a fortune." Bamboo asked, "Where is the force food? There should be a lot of high-quality force food, but I don't know if it has been preserved intact." Baba pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Bamboo, you were once a human warrior. Don't you understand? The most precious wealth of each dojo is the corresponding magical power inheritance, followed by the training experience and combat skills inheritance of the Master Realm Strong. I know, but these things are useless to me now. The force plants are still there? They must have been gone long ago." Bamboo said unwillingly, "Baba, think about it carefully. What other valuable things may be preserved?" Baba said, "There are also the force plants that are supported by each dojo. The name of the force plant supported by the Star Piercing Dojo is Star Piercing. According to the classification of insect species, it is a divine product, and its strength has reached the Master Realm. The fruit it condenses is the key to practicing the 6th and 7th levels of the magical power Star Piercing. However, the entire planet was robbed. And its fate?" Bamboo asked, "What about the overflowing force? Where does it come from?" Baba said, "The overall force concentration of the planet is uniformly controlled by a set of equipment. Each dojo, where daily training is required, requires a higher force concentration, and is precisely controlled by another set of independent equipment. But it is not a force crystal, but a large amount of force is compressed in a large container, which can be used continuously for millions of years. Perhaps a strong earthquake broke a branch device, so it continues to release slowly outward." Bamboo got excited and asked, "Is the equipment big?" Baba said, "The equipment is very complex, and the most critical container for storing force weighs tens of thousands of tons. It should be arranged deep underground in the dojo. Anyway, don't even think about moving it away." "Alas," Bamboo sighed, still unwilling, and said, "We have to search it. If we can find a few boxes of force crystals and a few boxes of edible force food, it will be good to get some of the cost back. I have been tossing this broken place for decades, wasting a lot of my energy and financial resources. I can't get nothing. Right? Anyway, all humans are gone." Baba said angrily, "Then let's tear it down. I hate the dojo the most. It targets electronic life everywhere." Baba asked again, "Bamboo, how are you preparing?" Bamboo said, "Almost enough. The defense system of the dojo must have backup energy, but the number of uses is limited. Bamboo's preparations are simple. In 3 years, under the careful care of Hui Tao and Dongzu, and the fact that the average winter temperature here is slightly higher than that of Liju Peak, ordinary cockroaches reproduced wildly, and the colony grew to millions, all concentrated in the canyon. With simple pheromones and food as a guide, a large number of small cockroaches began to climb down along the well. Bamboo and Baba's plan was simple. Use ordinary small cockroaches to trigger the defense system of the dojo. The defense system of the dojo is accurate and strict, and does not allow any alien species. Once the tiny cockroaches enter the range, the defense weapons will be triggered to attack immediately. However, with the influx of ordinary cockroaches, the dark red light flashed for 4 or 5 days, and then stopped. Bamboo was not very reassured, so he caught a few more pheasants and threw them down. The pheasants flapped their wings and landed on the martial arts square, screaming in panic and running in a daze. The defense weapons never responded. Baba entered and checked around to confirm that the backup energy of the defense system of the martial arts square was exhausted. Bamboo then tried to enter, confirmed that it was safe and entered to check. The circular square with a diameter of 30 kilometers was once where human warriors competed and fought. The square was surrounded by high-strength rocks, and other parts of the dojo ruins had been buried. Baba flew around the square and returned, saying, "Bamboo. There are 33 viewing stands around, all covered with rocks. I remember that each stand was filled with various weapons, each of which was of silver quality. Do you want one?" Bamboo was speechless and said, "Cold weapons? Why would I need that stuff?" "That's right. Forget it then." Baba said, "That's the entrance hall. I have the authority. It used to be the living area for warriors." Bamboo asked, "Is there a defense system?" Baba said, "The martial arts arena is a relatively important place. Outsiders are not allowed to visit, let alone enter." "Of course there is." Chapter 496. Baba led Bamboo to a smooth stone wall. "Bamboo. The door is behind." "Baba. Has your scanning function been restored?" "Of course." "No defense system at the door?" "No, in front of the door, but behind the door." "The buildings are well preserved?" "Is there no fighting?" "This is something I can't understand." Bamboo was still worried and said, "They are all down. Don't rush. Take your time. The dojo is related to the inheritance of martial arts, and various defense systems must be densely distributed, and any one of them is fatal. Bamboo dare not rush. The solution is very simple. First, use metal wire to connect a bridge that slopes from the crack to the ground of the square. Rat King, Baizu, Huitao, and Dongju can go up and down freely. Dongyu and Huitao slowly guide all the ordinary small cockroaches into the martial arts square. Then harvest hay and branches from the ground. Hunt large beasts, and transport them down as food, using food to lure them. It took some effort to gather the common cockroaches in large numbers near the entrance gate of the temple ruins. Only then did Bamboo start to act. From a distance, Rat King and Baizu worked together to use their earth and stone abilities to peel off the rocks layer by layer, revealing the transparent glass gate behind. Baba approached, and the gate opened automatically to both sides. There was a spacious hall in front. Bamboo threw a piece of animal meat inside, and the common small cockroaches guarding nearby swarmed forward. The dark red light swept, and in an instant, thousands of common small cockroaches turned into ashes. However, the backup energy was only enough to support launching 1,000 attacks. More ordinary cockroaches rushed to the food smoothly and scrambled to eat it. Bamboo waved his antennae to test, but there was no response. He carefully used his antennae to test, but still did not trigger the defense system. "The method works," Baba said impatiently. "Don't try. The reserve energy is exhausted. Continue to the next door." After that, he flew to the left side of the hall. The glass door on the left opened automatically. Baba introduced, "This is the medical area. There is only a simple defense system behind the door. Other places are safe. At the end of the corridor, break the wall and walk out of this building. Go straight forward. About 50 meters away. The other building next to it is a supermarket, where daily necessities and training items are sold. There should be a lot of force food stored in the warehouse there." After that, he turned to the right and scanned to identify his identity. But there was no response. Baba said, "This is another exit passage. From here, there is a road leading to the central area. I don't have access." Bamboo stepped forward and threw a piece of beast meat into the left door. Immediately, a large number of ordinary small cockroaches rushed forward. A dark red light flashed, and the backup energy of the defense system was exhausted. "It's okay." Baba took the lead and rushed over, and soon returned, introducing, "I remember correctly. The corridor of the medical room is unobstructed, and there is no other defense. However, the alloy wall requires your metal ability to break through. The back should be blocked by rocks, which requires Rat King and Baizu to dig through. When it comes to matters related to his life, Bamboo seems to be more conservative. He first threw a piece of animal meat deep into the corridor. First let the ordinary careful cockroaches explore the way, confirm that there are no other defenses, and then walk forward carefully. He walked straight to the wall at the end of the corridor, and the metal power burst out, cutting the wall and breaking a 2-meter wide square opening. Baba's guess was correct. There should have been an open lawn, a green belt like a forest, or a road outside the building. But now it is completely blocked by rocks. Rat King and Baidu started working. They needed to dig a 50-meter long passage forward to reach another building next to it. Bamboo observed for a while, and was completely relieved. he asked Baba. How many buildings are there in the dojo? Where are the valuable things? Baba said, the star-crossing dojo is composed of a large number of two-story villa buildings. Each warrior can live in a separate villa. There are also other public places for living and training. The specific number exceeds 1,000. The overall distribution is octagonal, with a tree-lined path in the middle and a simple and elegant garden landscape. These are safe paths that everyone can pass. The outermost is a temporary villa for guests. The middle floor is the living area for ordinary warriors in this dojo. The dojo master and important members and important things are all in the central area. The truly valuable things must be hidden in the central area. And the divine seed named Piercing Stars is also planted there. Bamboo asked, is there any danger? Baba said, a simple defense system is arranged at the entrance of each residential building. Ordinary roads are not fortified. But to get close to the center, you need to pass through several important inspection points. Don't worry. Faylene and I have been there. I know the specific path and detailed location distance. There will be no problem. I hope so. Bamboo looked around and shook his tentacles and said, be careful. Cowardly as a mouse, Baba said with disdain, flew to the door of a medical room, and said, Bamboo, open the door. Bamboo walked forward and looked at the door plate, Force 101. It is easy to understand. After the warriors practice fighting in the martial arts field, their force is consumed. This is the force chamber to quickly replenish and restore the force. The sliding door. Baba has the authority to open the door. But it is not automatic. There is also a handle corresponding to a simple mechanical mechanism. The handle must be turned by hand before the door can be opened. Bamboo used his metal ability to open the door, leaning sideways, and squeezed in with great effort. The empty room, with a bed in the corner and a cross-legged futon in the middle. The warriors can recover by lying on the bed or sitting cross-legged on the futon, going forward to check, because it has been too long. The seemingly intact futon and mattress sheets will turn into dust when touched slightly. However, the room frame and the metal products in the room are all made of top-notch materials. After countless years, they are still intact. Bamboo. Look! It's so strange. It can still be used. Baba scanned the instrument behind the door and asked, how much force do you need? Bamboo said, 10. Okay. Baba agreed. Immediately, the walls of the room began to quickly penetrate the force, and then stopped, and the concentration of the force in the room skyrocketed. The total amount of force that penetrated was exactly equivalent to the amount of 10 force crystals. Bamboo just used a lot of metal power, and the magical veins at the first heart position entered a crazy absorption mode, and the concentration of the force in the room dropped rapidly again. Baba said, the force supply system also has a backup energy system, which can still be used now. However, there shouldn't be much spare energy left, so don't mess around. You can use it at critical moments. Each residential villa has a similar training room that supplies the force. It is very likely that the earthquake caused a problem with the equipment in a certain room, so the force has been leaking out at a slow rate. Understood? Bamboo asked Baba. How much force can be stored in the large equipment you mentioned? It's not certain. Baba said, theoretically. The storage capacity of that kind of equipment can reach 100 trillion. They are all conquered in the outer galaxy. After completely occupying it, they will arrange the corresponding equipment to extract the force from a certain star field. 100 trillion. Force crystals? A star field. The Haas family that Bamboo belonged to in his previous life could only be regarded as a small family. They were ignorant, and this was the first time they heard that the human race had such a large force capacity equipment. Baba said, the manufacturing technology of this storage equipment is not difficult, but the manufacturing materials are expensive. Only places like the Inheritance Dojo can be so luxurious. Other places in the Federation rarely use such equipment. Bamboo asked, don't you have to pay to use the force? Baba said, no. The force is provided for free. Bamboo pointed his tentacles at the supermarket next to him, and asked, how about buying things? Free? You wish. Baba said, the first floor sells ordinary daily necessities. It is privately owned and sold by relatives. It is several times more expensive than other places. The second floor is all high-quality force food. The management is very strict. Not only do you need to spend money, but you also need corresponding merit authority to be eligible to buy it. I understand. Bamboo asked Baba, how many permanent residents are there in the dojo? In addition to the high-level warriors, who come to receive the inheritance. There should be relevant service personnel. Right? Baba calculated briefly and said, the number of permanent warriors in the Chuanxing dojo should be more than 500. But less than 1,000. The number of relevant personnel serving these warriors must be more than 1,000. So, the entire dojo has about 1.5 to 2,000 people. Bamboo said, Baba, there should be relevant personnel staying in the infirmary from time to time. Right? Let's go and take a look. Okay. Baba agreed. Baba used her authority to open the door. Bamboo opened the rooms one by one and checked. There were no traces of human remains or traces of battle. All kinds of items in the medical room were intact and placed there naturally. It seemed that, all of a sudden, all the humans in the dojo disappeared silently. Baba analyzed. It should be some kind of incredible and powerful magic that instantly killed all the humans on the planet. Bamboo asked, where are the bodies? There should be some traces left. Right? Baba asked, eat them? I see you bugs eat everything. Impossible. Bamboo said, warriors have armor and weapons. Where are the armor remains? Did they get eaten too? That's right. Baba said, they should have been captured. It's impossible for them all to escape. Chapter 497 The second floor of the supermarket. At present, it is confirmed that the planet under our feet is undoubtedly the mother planet of the Earth. And it is confirmed that what was dug out is undoubtedly the star-piercing dojo. But there are still too many incomprehensible doubts. Bamboo and Baba have been guessing for several days. But they can't make it clear. So they simply don't think about it. 2.5 kilometers deep underground. There are millions of ordinary small cockroaches that need to be raised. There are also live plants of wedge thorns on the ground that need to be taken care of. Huitao and Dongzhu are too busy. So Bamboo helps to transport food down. Rat King and Baizu are responsible for digging. The medical room is 50 meters away from the supermarket building. It took more than 3 months to finally open it up. And the passage leads directly to the side door. Baba opened the door. Bamboo used food to lure ordinary small cockroaches into the door. And exhausted the energy of each independent defense system in turn. On the first floor of the supermarket, rows of shelves are neatly arranged. Because it has been too long. The goods in the rows are basically broken at the touch. The stairs lead to the second floor. The entrances and exits, as well as the corner platforms, are all equipped with powerful defense systems. It took some time to get through. Okay. It's safe inside. Baba wandered around. Checked carefully. And confirmed that everything was correct. Bamboo used his tentacles to probe. Moving forward little by little. And confirmed that there was no danger. Only then did he feel relieved and called the Rat King and Baiju behind him to follow. There was a counter at the door. The human in charge of sales was missing. And there was no wreckage. Or even any signs of alarm. Rows of cabinets. Numbered AF. And special O series and X series numbers. Representing the major types of corresponding force food. The cabinets were divided into doors. With detailed numbers. Representing specific strengthening functions. All of them are mechanically locked. The cabinet door handles are marked in green and red. Baba is very familiar with this place and introduced. Green means there is stock. Red means the goods are sold out and need to be restocked. Not bad. Bamboo commented. Looking around. It's all green. Which means that most cabinets have stock. And the harvest is quite good. The passwords are all 1 2 3 4 5 6. No one dares to steal things in the inheritance dojo. Baba stopped at the counter at the door and said, Bamboo, do you know? There should be a fierce old man in the master realm in charge here. It was like this when I came here with Failing before. He always threatened to tear me down. Humph. Today I will tear down his dojo. Oh. The master realm. Where is the person? Gone? Bamboo shook his tentacles vigorously. Not thinking about what happened. And ordered. Rat King. Baizu. Open the cabinet and have a look. Rat King and Baiju knew that the room was stocked with super high-quality force food. And they couldn't wait any longer. They got the order and started to act immediately. Click. Click. 2 cabinet doors opened. Under each cabinet door, there are 9 cabinet compartments. And each compartment is a small and exquisite force food storage box. 2 boxes were dragged out. Baba said, the password is still 1 2 3 4 5 6. Each box contains 9 fixed force food. Humans have mastered genetic martial arts and use force food in different ways. So the quantity is slightly different. A box of 9 is about what a realm master needs for a month of training. Crack. Crack. 2 crisp sounds. The boxes of Rat King and Baiju popped open. The force food made into a pellet shape has a strong breath of the force. Wow! 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 Bamboo rats are sensitive to the force. Baiju smelled the breath and immediately became more energetic. He cheered in surprise. Baba, you are so awesome. Bamboo. We are rich. We are rich. The Rat King's eyes rolled around, and his mental power was deployed to quickly count the number of cabinets on the second floor of the supermarket. Bamboo. A corresponds to the soul, and B corresponds to the physique. Is that right? O and X are both good things? It seems empty. Yes. Bamboo replied simply. Baba explained in detail. X stands for talent enhancement. It's just for display. I've never seen it for sale. The Rat King turned his eyes again and said disappointedly, there is only one cabinet containing the force food that strengthens the soul. Baba said, Type A, Type O, and Type X are extremely scarce and valuable enhancement types. Every time they are restocked, they are almost sold out in the first time. You are lucky to have a cabinet left. Don't you think this place is amazing? It's just the force food that strengthens the soul. So rare? The Rat King said, opening the cabinet marked with the number ASSS 211. The goods in the cabinet were not complete. There were only 4 boxes of boxes in the 5 spaces, which means that there were only 4 boxes of force food that strengthened the soul in the entire supermarket. The cabinet opened by Baiju was numbered BS 101. The goods in the cabinet were not complete either. There were 7 boxes of muscle strength in the basic constitution. Bamboo walked forward and opened the cabinet numbered B Max 3-01, which contained only 2 force food storage boxes. Bamboo. I have to say, you are still the most cunning. Baba introduced. This is the force food condensed from the God-given seed of the star-piercing dojo. Note that the symbol representing the quality is Max, which means extreme strengthening. It is a God-given seed of the domination realm. 1 fruit is processed into such a box. The strengthening speed can be increased by 1.3 levels at most. The flowering and fruiting cycle of the star-piercing God-given seed is 300 years. And 1,800 fruits are produced each time. 300 fruits as 1 portion. It's a pity. Bamboo. You can't practice genetic martial arts. These 2 boxes are actually just 2 fruits. Eating them will have little effect. Bamboo picked up a fruit and tasted it, smacked his lips, and said, the effect is still good. And the taste is also very good. The God-given seeds provided by humans are not eaten immediately after they are ripe and picked. There is also a very important processing link, which is to dilute and disperse the force effect of the fruit. Add a variety of auxiliary materials, and make it into easy-to-swallow projectile particles. This process has 2 major advantages. With a special force food storage box, it can be stored almost indefinitely at room temperature. It can improve the efficiency of absorption and utilization, and avoid waste as much as possible. When the Rat King and Baiju saw Bamboo eat one, they were not polite and rushed to eat. Seeing that the 2 of them were greedy and ate one after another, Bamboo reminded, these force foods are too effective. You 2 guys should be careful. Baiju quickly shut up. Strengthen the soul? Not bad. The Rat King thought about it, and ate a box of soul-strengthening force food before he stopped. Seeing that the Rat King was still eating, Baiju was not polite, and continued to eat. Seeing this, Bamboo shook his tentacles helplessly and ordered, you 2 open all the cabinets. Count the number. Move to the square, and arrange them neatly by category. Okay. Rat King and Baiju rushed to answer. Quickly unlocked, took out the force food storage boxes one by one, and carried them downstairs. Bamboo called Huitao and Dongzu to help carry them. After 2 days of busy work, they moved everything to the martial arts square and stacked them neatly. There are quite a lot of boxes. A total of 4,547 boxes. The box is a cube with a side length of 20 centimeters, with a special alloy on the outside, and a high-strength raw stone inlaid after purification and compression. The specifications are consistent, with only 3 pieces per layer, and 9 pieces per box in 3 layers, with high-strength raw stones as interlayers in the middle. The amount of force food is actually very small, and 70% of them are elemental reinforcements. Fortunately, the quality is super high. It is roughly estimated that the value is about 80 million raw stones. The force food storage box has a good preservation effect. In the insect tribe, it is also very valuable. 1 box can be sold for tens of thousands of raw stones. Looting a supermarket, earning nearly 130 million raw stones. After decades of tossing and turning, it can be considered to have recovered some of the costs. The central area is far away and very dangerous. The supermarket is a good choice. Pack up the things, return to the underground, and start planning the next excavation work. Baba, how many supermarkets are there in the dojo? 2. There is another one at the other end of the dojo. About 8 kilometers away, in a straight line. Bamboo was speechless. The entire dojo was filled with rocks, and the earth and stone magic was used to strengthen it. The Rat King and Baiju dug for nearly 3 months at a distance of 50 meters. 8 kilometers? I dare not imagine. Baba continued, to the central area. Dig in a straight line. The distance is about 3.5 kilometers. Rat King and Baiju, who followed Bamboo, stared at each other. Bamboo asked, I see that there are not many goods in the supermarket. When they are sold out, where do they get the goods? Baba said, the first floor is of course replenished from outside at any time. There are still hundreds of millions of humans engaged in ordinary labor on the mother planet Earth. As for the second floor, I am not sure. There is no regular replenishment. Different goods are replenished at irregular times. Anyway, Valine has never lacked these in her practice. I have not deliberately counted them. I think there should be a warehouse dedicated to storing force food in the central area. Bamboo thought for a while and said, but the current excavation efficiency is too low. Let's put it aside for now. Pack up and return to Liju Peak. Chapter 498 Glutinous Bamboo. Bamboo took Baba back to Liju Peak. Baiju, Rat King, Huitao, and Donghu all stayed. The next task was to dig out all the root remains of Tide and Kueli left underground, bag them, and transport them to the canyon for storage. All the force food found in the supermarket was left as food for the 4 of them to grow. 5 years after the agreed time, Bamboo would build a large ship to transport the remains back to Longzhou continent, and finally use a high-speed train to transport them to Chiwu Mountain in one trip. Tide and Kueli is a divine product after all, which strengthens the ability of metal elements and has a great effect on the warriors of the Guichao tribe, who have awakened metal abilities. The cooperation between the two sides will inevitably produce limited fruits and trade with Chiwu Mountain. So the Chiwu Ghost King and the Leiju Ghost King have been urging this matter. Bamboo also hopes that the seeds of the Iron Gallbladder Kueli God can recover to their peak state as soon as possible, so that Liju County can increase a large amount of income. Moreover, its fruits are good for the growth of bamboo. Datu, Daxiong and the 8 bamboo rat warriors. It is the 102nd year of bamboo, and a new batch of dragon bamboo fruits are ripe. The explosive ant King Xiejing ate one, and was promoted to the mountain master in his sleep. This is a very significant breakthrough. Next, the scale of the ant colony controlled by it will continue to surge until it exceeds 10 million. Among them, the number of professional combat soldier ants, explosive soldier ants, flying soldier ants, flying explosive ants, scout soldier ants and other combat ant species will exceed 200,000, continuously splitting nests, forming a defense line blocking the north and south. The Beiwang Bees tribe will no longer be able to sneak into Liju Peak from the east through the boundaries of Jinping or Dine Mountains. In the north, the development of Hongju and Taidao Mountains is also in full swing, with more than 300 warriors and still growing. It is also difficult for the Northern Wilderness Bees tribe to pass through the north and approach Liju Peak silently. To the west is Chuirong County, where the number of warriors is breaking through 1,000, and its dominance over the territory is no less than that of Qijing County, not to mention the strong walls on all sides. At least, it is difficult for beast warriors to approach Liju Peak if they are not familiar with the terrain and the distribution of warriors. The safety problem is solved, and the Wax Apple Ghost King and the Hibiscus Butterfly King bid farewell and leave. Bamboo will stay in Liju Peak and concentrate on becoming the Cockroach King. The number of stars in the night sky always remains above 100. The most prosperous period. In the past, every spring, when a little warrior was born in the mountains, it was a festive event, and they would come to inform Bamboo as soon as possible. Now, every spring, there must be 3 to 5 little warriors born, year after year, and slowly, everyone is accustomed to it, and it is not so rare. Hong Dao will count the number of little warriors born each year and report a total to Bamboo in late spring. In midsummer, when new soldiers are promoted to L4 junior soldiers, they can choose the plants they like. If there is a soldier who likes bamboo, Hong Dao will report it in detail. and everyone will be happy for a while. Bamboo still can't figure out whether he has chosen a favorite plant like other soldiers in this world. It is undeniable that among all kinds of plants, he still prefers bamboo. The bamboo sea has been expanding. After the 3 peaks of Huizhou, Shangyin and Jianzhou, the 4th peak is located on the southwest side of Lizhu Peak, about 24 kilometers away, on a peak in the mountain range. The first soldier who settled on the peak was named Yunzhu, and the peak was also named Yunzhu Peak. It is medium-sized and can accommodate 8 soldiers. There are currently 4 soldiers, and the other 3 are named Huangzu, Hongbian and Hanzhu. With more young warriors who like bamboo, more things can be done. Lizhu Peak and Huizhou Mountain focus on cultivating giant dragon bamboo and related bamboo species. Shangyin Mountain and Jianzhou Mountain focus on cultivating holy bamboo and related bamboo species. Yunzhu Peak will resume the cultivation of 3 deformed species, namely golden bamboo, 7-color bitter bamboo and ghost bamboo, as well as the corresponding bamboo species. The seed trade, which has been suspended for decades, can be picked up again, which is a good income. These new generation young warriors were brought up by Qinzhu, Guanli, Duzhu, Longyu, Hongdao and Hongmi. But they all improvised because they were bored. And they didn't look qualified no matter how you looked at them. Bamba thought it would be better for him to teach them himself. In Jiangqing Mountain, the cultivation of bee-fat grapes is being carried out under the guidance of Baba. Milk grapes are pollinated and hybridized with crystal grapes. Baba is not only responsible for guiding the cultivation, but also needs to scan and detect the genes of each seed during the grape harvest season. This can only roughly screen once, which can reduce the workload to a limited extent. The seeds screened out may not be qualified, and large-scale cultivation will be further screened from the 2nd generation. The cultivation of tallow grapes is complicated, and the workload is huge. Every spring and summer, a group of soldiers need to be organized from other hills to help. During the annual dry season, Bamboo personally led 50 soldiers to pick and water the vineyards in Jiangqingshan. Hongdao hurried over with the rhubarb fruit banyan. Bamboo! From a distance, Hongdao shouted excitedly, galloped over, landed in front of Bamboo, and lowered his mind, saying, Bamboo. Good news. Mutated species? Mutated species? Which mountain? Yunzhu Peak. How many years have they been doing it? So fast. They didn't cultivate it, Hongdao said. Didn't a bamboo forest age and naturally bloom and produce seeds the year before last? Mutated bamboo? Yes. Yes. Lizhu County has been really lucky in recent years. Bamboo sighed with emotion. Ordinary bamboo has a long lifespan, and will only bloom and produce seeds once in its lifetime. The year before last, a bamboo forest bloomed, and it happened to coincide with the opening of the bamboo sea by Yunzhu Peak. The seeds produced were simply selected and sent over. Since bamboo is neither rare nor precious, they picked a place and sowed it casually. This is an unexpected harvest. Hongdao, you stay in Jiangqing Mountain to help for a few days. I'll go over to Yunzhu Peak to see. The 4 little warriors of Yunzhu Peak were all guarding the bamboo forest. Data received the news and brought an ant colony and a bee colony to help. Rat King and Baizu were not there, and Maju became increasingly active. He was bored and came to join in the fun. The glutinous bamboo mutant is still a single seedling, and has only grown into 2 crooked and thin bamboo poles. The bee colony is carefully pollinating the bamboo flowers. Bamboo! Bamboo! You are here! Greeting each other, Yunzhu said excitedly, Bamboo. Look! Hongdao and Dadu are sure that this is a glutinous bamboo mutant. Yes, the mutant is right. The members of Lizhufeng have more than 100 years of experience in planting bamboo, so they are very familiar with it. Maju suggested, Bamboo. Look! These 4 little guys have no planting experience. Let me teach them. Junzhu is the oldest, and is only a L3 senior warrior. Huangzu and Hongbian are just L1 senior warriors. Hanzhu is a L7 intermediate warrior, and still a little pudding. They really lack practical experience. A glutinous bamboo mutant is just right for training. And you can teach them a full set of breeding knowledge from scratch. Maju, go to Jianzhu Peak and notify Jianzhu and Luzhu to come over. By the way, go back to Lizhu Peak and call Dabalo and Qinzhu over. I will teach them personally. Bamboo wants to teach, first of all, how to select bamboo species similar to glutinous bamboo from a variety of bamboo species by comparing bamboo poles, bamboo baskets, and underground stems. Only bamboo species with similar morphological characteristics can be successfully hybridized. 5 bamboo species are initially locked: Dabalo, rectangular leaf Dabalo, golden leaf Dabalo, green stone bamboo, and yellow stripe bamboo. The 5 bamboo species that have been targeted will be excavated and collected in bamboo baskets in the autumn of that year, and moved to the mountain, in preparation for the dry season next year to promote flowering. At that time, the pollen of the glutinous bamboo mutant will be used for pollination and testing in turn. And finally, it will be determined which bamboo species can be hybridized with glutinous bamboo. There is also how to cultivate the restored species, how to experimentally test the requirements of each bamboo species for external conditions such as soil, light, water, etc., the selection of seeds obtained from the mutant species, restored species, and hybridization. The most important thing is how to cultivate the best species, trigger the star god's gift, and obtain the God-given seeds. If there is Baba can directly scan and test the genes, screen at the gene level, and directly lock the target in a very small range, thereby reducing the workload. This time, Banba does not intend to use Baba's technological capabilities, but natural breeding. There are many kinds of work. So Jianzhu, green bamboo, Dabalo, and Qingzhu are all called over. Learn knowledge and help with work at the same time. While digging the star-piercing dojo, Banba felt that his stay on this planet was not long, and Baba might leave with him. Banba hoped that the warriors of Lizhu County would be able to be self-reliant after leaving him and Baba. All the farming knowledge, whether critical or not, was passed on to Tai Yankuili and Ji Honglian, asking them to help record it, so as to avoid the inheritance being cut off one day. Chapter 499 Free Trade. Experimental results show that glutinous bamboo can be hybridized with 4 bamboo species: Dabalo, rectangular leaf Dabalo, golden leaf Dabalo, and green stone bamboo, which means that 4 seeds of God can be obtained. It took 2 years to successfully cultivate them. Banba made the decision and assigned them to Junzhu, Jianzhu, Qingzhu, and Dabalo, and bred them into life seeds. Qingzhu has always served as the kindergarten principal. Konglu settled in the barren bamboo forest and guarded the seeds of the giant dragon bamboo. The 2 of them received the seeds of God, which was a reward and compensation. Junzhu and Jianzhu, the 2 little guys, cannot get the seeds of God just because they were born early and became the masters of the mountain. When the next batch of giant dragon bamboo fruits mature, they will eat one, then go to Qijian continent, live in the canyon for 10 years, and then go back to Longzhou continent and Guanli continent to search for treasures. In the same year, on Jiangqing Peak, beef fat grapes were finally cultivated. Grape seeds are small, so junior warriors can choose to breed life seeds, and they can eat sweet and fragrant beef tallow grapes in 3 or 4 years. So far, the ordinary life seeds for young warriors in Lizhu County have 7 major species, including holy bamboo, dragon bamboo, crown pear, koi chestnut, cherry, oak, and grape, and more than 10 high-quality varieties are available, including herbs, vines, and trees. There are abundant choices. Every summer and late autumn, there is a production of force food. Even without the seeds of God and the funding of Lizhu Peak, the life of young warriors can still be very rich. During the advanced warrior period, 2,000 raw stones are issued every year, and they have the hope of being promoted to mountain masters. On average, Lizhu County sells force food worth 13 million raw stones every year. Similarly, as there are more and more county-level warriors on Lizhu Peak, more than 8 million raw stones of force food need to be purchased every year. The 4 caravans of Chonglu, Yuzhu, Xianghuan, and Zijing that initially traded with Lizhu Peak accounted for more than 5 million trade volume. While huge trade brings huge profits, it also means that a large amount of goods need to be transported, and the scale of the 4 caravans is expanding, especially the combined Chonglu and Yuzhu caravans. The number of warriors exceeds 50, including Chonglu, Yuzhu, and Xuemai, and there are already 5 county-level warriors. The caravans travel on the continent. Different caravans have different routes, and trade with different counties in different kingdoms, and the types of force food are limited, considering that the 4 caravans may not be able to meet the growth needs after being promoted to the Cockroach King in the future. Banbu discussed with the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King, and specially invited 4 large caravans that have regular trade with Chiwu Mountain to come to Lizhu Peak for trading. In addition, The way to subsidize young warriors has also changed. In the past, Baba would check the body of each warrior and customize the growth package according to the situation. Now that there are more mountain warriors, it is impossible to take care of each one carefully. Change to another more natural way. For example, senior warriors will be directly issued 1,000 to 3,000 raw stones as subsidies every year. The raw stones are distributed, or they can be used to plant plants for themselves, or to find caravans to purchase high-quality force food during the trade season. They can make their own decisions and arrange it freely. The force food produced in the territory of small warriors can also be arranged by themselves, some of which can be kept for themselves and some can be sold to others. Dragon bamboo, holy bamboo, and acorns are all unique and popular specialties of Leisure County. Every winter, warriors go into the wild jungle to look for naturally born God-given seeds, and there are many lucky warriors among them. These God-given seeds are bred by the little warriors themselves as live seeds, and the force food produced is not asked by Li Zhufeng, and the corresponding warriors arrange the sale by themselves. This is a common way of travel in other rich counties on the continent, and practice has proved its feasibility and superiority. Give the little warriors space to use their brains, to handle affairs, and cultivate their autonomy. Open free trade. It can also attract a group of small and medium-sized caravans, as well as warriors from other nearby kingdoms, to come to Li Zhufeng for trade at a fixed time every year to enrich the category of force food. The development of Leisure County has officially entered the ranks of rich counties at this time. If it continues, it will only prosper. Bamboo 107 years. Bamboo took the precious fruit yellow peach and the tortoise dragon vine and went to Qijing continent on time to replace Huigao and Dongzhou, taking turns for 5 years. This work is very heavy. Chiwu Mountain has already used high-speed trains to transport various metal materials. Bamboo and the Rat King spent a year to build a plank road that runs through the northern and southern hemispheres, mobilized a large number of warriors to dig docks and berthing ports, cooperated with the Ghost King, who awakened the metal ability in Chiwu Mountain to rebuild a 1,000-ton cargo ship. It took 5 years to transport the root wreckage of the iron gallbladder Kueli back to Liju Peak. The 1,000-ton cargo ship running on the sea has poor carrying capacity and cannot withstand strong winds and waves. It must be escorted by Bamboo before it dares to sail. In the future, when Bamboo is promoted to the Cockroach King, he will replan and build a stable enough 10,000-ton giant ship. The warriors of Torreya, who used the dragon bamboo fruit in the early stage, are about to reach the level of princess, and they are gradually returning to the mountains to settle down. The younger generation of warriors continue to search for the remains of the God-given seeds and various plants in the dragon bamboo continent and the crown pear continent, and leave it to the responsibility of the precious fruit yellow peach and the tortoise dragon vine. Among the bamboo rat warriors, the youngest Xiao Baiju finally returned to Liju Peak and was also preparing to be promoted to princess. There are more and more princess-level warriors, and the annual income of Liju Peak can only support the limited number of warriors to continue to grow. Who continues to grow, and who stops here is a problem that must be dealt with. According to the insect warriors and beast warriors, they will be discussed in 2 batches. Insect warriors, Bamboo, Duju, and Huiju must be promoted to Cockroach King. Bamboo now spends 1 to 1.5 million raw stones every year, and Duju and Huiju spend 1 million raw stones every year. Hongdao, Guanli, Qingyang, Brown Chestnut, and Bitao also need to be promoted to Cockroach King, and Xiangpu and Data also need to be promoted to King level. Their annual expenses are set at 300,000 to 500,000. Other red Blatodia warriors with God-given seeds spend 100,000 to 200,000 raw stones each year. They don't give up, but they don't invest too much for the time being. Beast warriors. Each of them has made great efforts in the development of Liju Peak, and their role is even greater than that of the first batch of red Blatodia warriors. It is impossible to say that Lishu County has developed to a certain scale and abandoned them. Bamboo summoned the 7 bamboo rat warriors led by Big Bear, T-Oil, Capsule, White Bamboo, Little White Bamboo, and Rat King to discuss in the mountain trading square. Hongdao and Dada also participated. Hongdao said first, "Our Liju County has limited annual income. After everyone is promoted to princess, it will cost too much to continue to grow." Big Head said, "There are not enough raw stones to spend, so not everyone can continue to grow." At the beginning, the seeds of the God-given Thuja were found by Big Bear. They strengthened the reflex speed of the nerve arc and then strengthened the speed. They are of high value. Now they are about to complete the second transformation and growth. They will generate more than 200,000 raw stones every year. And the income will continue to grow. Bamboo said, for the time being. Big Bear, you awaken the two elemental abilities of metal and earth and stone. And spend 300,000 raw stones every year. You should be able to be promoted to the Beast King in the future. Okay. Big Bear touched his head, grinned, and said, no change. Big Head said, Big Bear and Yucha have not changed. Bamboo continued, the seeds of the God-given fire royalty were found by Yucha. And Yucha also spends 300,000 raw stones every year to grow. Yucha wagged his tail to show that he understood. Baizu raised his paw and said, Bamboo, I found the cattail seeds granted by God. Also, I found the 7-colored bitter bamboo. Bamboo said, I know. So you have 400,000 raw stones every year. Buliko said happily. I found the beech seeds granted by God. Bamboo said, Buliko, you have 200,000 raw stones every year. Oh! Buliko was a little disappointed. 200,000 raw stones of force food are not a small amount. But not much either. For L1 to L3 princesses, they can maintain a relatively fast growth. L4 to L6 will definitely be slower. For L7 to L9 growth, 200,000 is not enough. Bamboo added. Buliko, when you are promoted to L7 princess in the future, I will give you a salary increase. I understand. Buliko calmed down and wagged his tail like Yucha. Baiju asked nervously, Bamboo, where is Xiao Baiju? Rat King also asked, Bamboo, where are Maju and the others? Bamboo said, Rat King, you have the best talent. You also have 400,000 raw stones every year. Strive to be promoted to Beast King as soon as possible. Maju, Shueju, Hongzhu, Zishu, Jinju and Xiao Baiju. The 6 of you do not give up the possibility of growth. 100,000 raw stones every year. A princess-level warrior. With a lifespan of 500 years. Plus the life extension of the holy bamboo fruit. You are nearly 300 years away from the aging period. In the next 1 or 200 years, if Li Zhufeng makes a fortune, I will give you a raise. As for now, I am powerless. Baiju half opened his mouth. Carefully, he said, Bamboo. That underground dojo. Can't you dig up a lot of good things? Bamboo nodded his tentacles and said, yes. There should be a windfall there. The princess promotion to Cockroach King costs between 50 and 80 million, depending on the talent gap. Optimistically speaking, the growth of Maju and Xiaobeiza costs an average of 60 million each, which also requires 360 million. What about other red cockroach warriors in the mountains? Torreya Grandis, Pale Bamboo, Shamin, and Turtle Shell Tendon Vine all need to grow. I can't be partial to one and ignore the other. Right? If you can earn 500 million raw stones by digging the underground dojo, you can continue to grow. Otherwise, it depends on the situation. Chapter 500 Red Bubble Walnut. Metal elemental abilities are also divided into many types. And metal strengthening, metal control, and metal alienation are the 3 basic metal abilities. The seeds of the iron gallbladder tree god are metal strengthening of comprehensive nature. Among the elemental divine force foods, they are of super quality, and the price of a single portion can be as high as 1 million raw stones. Intuitively speaking, after the Rat King and Baiju eat them, their claws will be harder and sharper, and accordingly, their ability to cut and dig rocks will be greatly improved. The root remains were transported back to Liju Peak, and nutrient soil was immediately configured for the iron gallbladder tree. The effect was particularly significant. In just 1 year, it recovered to the level of the second metamorphosis and evolution, and the height of the tree exceeded 100 meters, because it rested for nearly 30 years in the middle. The sole weakness of the iron gallbladder tree spirit was completely restored to its original state, and the recovery of growth will only get faster and faster. It is expected that it will be able to return to its peak state in another 15 years after resting and cultivating fruits. To dig the ruins of the star-piercing dojo. Bamboo's plan is very simple. The Rat King and Baiju have reached the level of L4 princess. They are about to be promoted to L2 princess. And the gap is not far. Chiwu Mountain also produces divine force food that strengthens metal ability. And exchange 2 for them to eat. The Horned Cockroach tribe also has divine yellow crown pear seeds that strengthen earth and stone elemental ability. And exchange 2 for them to eat. With multiple enhancements and increased strength. Digging should be relatively easy. Bamboo himself also needs to be promoted to the Cockroach King. At that time, his strength is strong enough to dig towards the center of the ruins and deal with some unexpected dangers. L8 Princess. It is not far from the Cockroach King. In recent years, Bamboo has reduced his consumption of forest food and slightly suppressed his growth. So this time, the molting evolution was separated by 20 years. When he woke up from his deep sleep, Baizu, who was guarding outside the cave, noticed it immediately and came in to help open the drawer and take out the food, saying, "Bamboo, the guy named Juniper Princess from the Dow Mantis tribe is waiting at the mountain trading square, saying that there is something important." Juniper Princess? Not Juniper Red Bean? Juniper Red Bean also came with us. That should be something important. As Leju County grew stronger, its cooperation with the Dow Mantis Kingdom increased year by year, and both sides benefited. Juniper Princess has a high status in the Dow Mantis Kingdom and should not be underestimated. Bamboo ate a quick meal, recovered his strength, and went down the mountain. Princess Juniper, Princess Hongdo, Princess Bamboo. The two met and greeted each other warmly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bamboo asked, "Princess Juniper, you came here in person. It must be something important, right?" "Yes, and it's urgent," Princess Juniper said. Princess Yinshan was promoted to Yinshan Mantis King last year. During the Silver for Pine Nut harvesting season this winter, Yinshan Mantis King officially stepped down and was succeeded by Yinshan Mantis King. In addition, the name of Yinshan County has been restored to its original Yinshan County. It was inevitable that Yinshan Mantis King abdicated. He must have been waiting for Yinshan to be promoted to Mantis King. So it was a little later than Bamboo expected. It can be felt that Juniper and Hongdo both have a hint of sadness in their emotions. The old Mantis King, who is highly respected and has supported the race, is approaching the end of his life. This is not a happy thing for the race. I received the message. Please ask Princess Juniperis to come personally. Bamboo shook his antennae and said, "You rest at Leju Peak for 2 days. I will arrange for Pyracantha to prepare food for you." "No need to bother," Princess Juniperis said. "We still have to go to the Peacock tribe to inform them of this matter. Princess Bamboo will also inform other mountains and counties of the Peacock tribe of the news. According to the rules of the mainland kingdom, the abdication of the old insect king, the succession of the new insect king, and the renaming of the county in an important tribe are all major events. They need to be notified to the tribes of the nearby kingdoms to know, which is considered a witness. In the past few decades, Leju Peak has received a lot of similar news directly or indirectly. As soon as the two princesses Juniperis and Hongdo left, Torreya came down in a hurry. The development of Torreya Peak was not satisfactory to the insects. So Bamboo simply sent it to be responsible for traveling between Leju Peak and Chiwu Mountain to transmit information. Bamboo. Good news. Xiong Torreya was still carrying a spider silk bag, which he landed on the ground and opened hastily. Inside were walnuts of various colors. Bamboo's mental power swept through and immediately confirmed that there were a total of 4 walnut varieties. Walnuts? Have you discovered a large tribal territory? Yes. A large tribal territory specializing in walnut trees was discovered on Guanli continent. It is very large, with the momentum of Chiwu Mountain. What else? The remains of the divine product, the God-given species, are all walnut trees. 2 trees, carefully checked. There are tree cores, but unfortunately, they are all dead. Hey! This is the best news I have heard in recent years. Bamboo waved his tentacles, took the spider silk bag, and checked each one by one. He could not recognize the variety of walnuts based on the walnut fruits alone. According to the inherited memory, there are 31 varieties of walnut trees. In fact, Bamboo has lived for more than 100 years and has only seen 2 varieties of walnuts, the Northern Hemisphere, which has a relatively large number of walnuts, and the Southern Hemisphere, which has a particularly large number of black walnuts. Except for these 2 varieties, the others are rare. Torreya Grandis lowered his mental power and reminded Bamboo. The top tree species, the soap walnut, brought back 4 high-quality derivative species. There are 19 other walnut tree species, all of which have collected seeds, and I don't have the strength to carry them. Torreya Grandis returned from Chiwu Mountain, and there must be something wrong. When the news spread, Hongdao, Belly Bamboo, Crown Pear, and Pyracantha all rushed over. Hearing the news, there was a burst of cheers and celebrations. Bamboo immediately made arrangements. Pyracantha went to Chijian County to inform the king of Chijian Blatodia and organize a transportation team to go to Chiwu Mountain to move the debris next autumn. Hongdao took the Big Bear and the Rat King to the west, heading to the mountain 15 kilometers away from Yunju Peak. After a round of inspection and discussion, they planned to open up the mountain first. Among the divine walnut seeds found, one of them happened to have the ability to strengthen the flame. Correspondingly, there should be a derivative of the bubble walnut with the ability to strengthen the flame element, which was directly named red bubble walnut. Correspondingly, the mountain where walnut trees will be planted in the future will also be named Red Bubble Peak. There are already 2 warriors who like walnut trees in Liuzhou County, but they have settled in the bamboo sea for a long time, so it is not convenient to move. The work of seedling cultivation and seedling selection can be left to them. Collect seeds from the Guanli continent. Send them to their territory nursery for cultivation. Select high-quality seedlings, and then sow the Red Bubble Peak. The name of the next little warrior who likes walnut trees has been decided in advance, and it is called Red Bubble, and he will settle in the Red Bubble Peak in the future. Wild pecan tree species are not very good, and other native species are hard to find, so few tribes specialize in walnut trees. Public walnut is the top species among walnut trees, and 4 high-quality derivative species are enough. Bamboo intends to promote walnut trees in the entire Blatella tribe with this as the core. Walnut planting is considered to have some characteristics, and can be defined as the iconic species of the Blatella tribe. The cycle of cultivating trees is too long, and the probability of triggering God's gift by quality change and generation-by-generation selection is too low. It is relatively more reliable to sow high-quality tree species on a large scale to obtain God's gift seeds born naturally. Once the God-given seeds of walnut trees are born, the debris brought back can immediately play a role. Chapter 501 Strong Little Cockroaches. It was a rainy spring. 7 bamboo rat warriors led by the Rat King dug out the hidden reservoir on the top of Chipao Peak. Big Bear, White Bamboo, and Little White Bamboo also cleared the first piece of fertile farmland. Bamboo went to Chipao Peak to inspect it himself, and on the way back, he hunted a Goju mountain mang for dinner. For a few years, the number of Goju mountain mangs in Jinping mountain range was suppressed by deliberate hunting, and the number of pheasants and rabbits increased dramatically. However, rabbits and pheasants are both food for Goju mountain mangs. If they relax a little, these hateful pythons will reproduce crazily again, even more than before. Should we organize the county warriors to hold a python hunting operation this winter? Bamboo thought to himself that he couldn't eat an adult Goju mountain python by himself. So he cut it hard and threw it to the ordinary little cockroaches in the territory. It was early spring, which was the peak season for their development and reproduction. And meat was a great tonic. In recent decades, they have been busy with various things and have no time to maintain the balance of male and female cockroaches. They even have no energy to feed them most of the time. The ordinary cockroaches in the territory have a bad life, and no little warriors have been born. Feng Ling's life has entered the final countdown. After Feng Ling, we need to select a little warrior to settle in Liuzhou Peak. The only quota must be born in Liuzhou Peak. Should I take good care of the ordinary little cockroaches in the territory? Bamboo also has selfish motives. At present, the red cockroach warriors settled in Liuzhou Peak. Hongdao and Duzhu are from the Wangua continent. Pyracantha was picked up by Yucha. Longzhu is the direct descendant of Feng Ling, and only the silly Hengmi is considered his direct descendant. Compared with the Cockroach King, who has a lifespan of 1,000 years, Hongdao and Guanli are only a few years younger than Bamboo. There is another possibility. In the future, the successor of Liuzhou County needs to be selected from other warriors. Bamboo certainly hopes that it can be his direct descendant. Thinking about it, he kept a little more careful. He glanced at the ordinary cockroaches that were fighting for food. He felt that one of the little guys was particularly fierce. Looking closely, it was true. It was obviously stronger than the other little cockroaches. It swayed left and right, and easily squeezed away the other little cockroaches that were fighting for food, and occupied a large piece of meat on the python skeleton alone. Bamboo observed carefully for a while, and found that this little guy was particularly good at eating. Being able to eat, and having great strength means that he has a good innate physique, and a high probability of awakening the force. After eating, the little guy tore off a piece of meat with great effort, and dragged the cockroach army out of the fight. Running all the way, he got into the bamboo forest formed by Bamboo's bamboo species not far away. In the bamboo forest, a nest was dug out. It was very spacious, and covered with a lot of chopped bamboo leaves. He dragged a few leaves over, and covered the shredded meat. Then lay on the broken leaves, and began to rest. Interesting. Bamboo remembered the nest of this little cockroach. After eating, he rested for a night. The next morning, he got up early and patrolled the territory as usual. He entered the jungle and deliberately hunted a goju mountain mang and dragged it back. He scanned with his mental power to find the little cockroach he had noticed last night, but found that it was not in the nest. The bloody smell of the goju mountain mang attracted hundreds of thousands of ordinary little cockroaches living in the territory to surround Bamboo's living cave, waiting eagerly. There were so many little guys. All looked the same, and the smells were mixed, and Bamboo couldn't tell which one was the one from yesterday. After thinking about it, I felt that I was not hungry, so I simply cut the whole body into pieces and fed it to the snakes. During the feeding process, I paid attention and soon found that there was a particularly strong one among them. Among the dense army of people scrambling for food, it occupied a large piece of fat python meat alone. Sensing the breath, yes, it was the one from yesterday. This unique and extremely sturdy little guy seems to have the hope of awakening the force. After eating, he will drag a piece of meat to hide in the nest as a late-night snack. Bamboo has something to do, and needs to leave the mountain for a while recently. He called Datu and asked him to pay attention to this little guy on weekdays. Take the red rice, and set off for Turtle Shell Peak. As early as 3 years ago, the third God-given seed was born in the Turtle Shell Vine Garden of Turtle Shell Peak. The scale of the garden is not large. Facts have proved that the probability of this plant naturally giving birth to God-given seeds is higher than any other plant. This is a particularly important discovery. However, so far, there are only 2 little warriors who like Turtle Shell Vine, Turtle Shell Tendon Vine, and Turtle Shell Dragon Vine. The solution is to assign some young warriors who like herbs or vines to settle there and help with work. Bamboo went there in person to check the terrain and planned to expand the scale of planting tortoiseshell vines, and also to determine the allocation of young warriors. With sufficient financial support, a large number of warriors were promoted to mountain masters, and their lifespan increased to 150 years old. The insect population developed like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. Unknowingly, the number of warriors in Leju County exceeded 500. The number of young warriors born in Leju County each year is stable at more than 5. Plus the young warriors born in the 10,000 countries continent set by the caravan. The number of warriors increases by more than 10 each year. Among them, only a few like bamboo, rice, walnut, pear tree, peach tree, chestnut tree, and other mainstream plants in Leju County. Most of them like a variety of other plants. The tortoiseshell vine has strong vitality, and its cultivation is relatively simple and monotonous. It doesn't matter if the little soldier's plant preferences are not in line with the requirements. He just needs to manage the biogas tank, water and fertilize, loosen the soil and weed. Bamboo made a large inspection and planned to expand the scale of tortoiseshell vine cultivation to 16 square kilometers within 10 years, and send 3 little soldiers who like herbs or vines every year for 10 years. After that, it depends on the situation. The general direction of development was determined, and red rice was left behind, and the details of the work were planned with tortoiseshell tendon vine and tortoiseshell dragon vine. Bamboo also went to other peaks of the mountain range and inspected them one by one to confirm that all the work was carried out in an orderly manner before returning to Leju Peak. When he returned to the mountain, the first thing he did was to approach the bamboo forest and check the growth of the little cockroach. Next to the bamboo forest, a combat soldier ant of the big-headed ant colony led dozens of small soldier ants to guard. This scene is not right. Bamboo scanned with his mental power. The entrance to the nest where the little cockroach lived before was covered by bamboo leaves and hidden. There was a slight fluctuation of the force. The force awakens. In the nest, the little cockroach is sleeping and evolving. Bamboo, your territory will give birth to a little warrior. Hongmi lay at the entrance of Bamboo's living cave, looking listless and listless. At this afternoon, there were many tasks on the mountain that required Big Head to personally command the ant colony. So he asked Hong Dao to come over to help take care of it. Yes, Bamboo replied, in a good mood, and asked, Hongmi, how is the rice cultivation this year? It is destined to make no progress. Hongmi sighed. The rice seeds sent by the caravan are all from the Wangua continent. They have been played with by those ants for a long time, and there is no way they can produce results. We have searched countless times in the swamps adjacent to the Jinjiang River in Lizhu County and Yabai Mountains, and we can no longer find new barnyard grass seeds. Then go to Longzhou Continent and Guanli Continent to look for them. Bamboo said, you and Hongdao select 2 smart little warriors and send them to look for the next batch of giant dragon bamboo fruits when they are ripe. Okay. Hongmi, who was listless the moment before, jumped up with joy when he heard this, just waiting for Bamboo's words. As the number of warriors increased and the scale of planting expanded, the greatest value of giant dragon bamboo fruits gradually evolved into finding rare species. And all the hills were keen on this. Bamboo fruit is produced once every 10 years, and Lizhu County only keeps 9 of each batch. The quantity is too limited, and the competition for quota is fierce. Hongdao presided over the distribution. In order to avoid suspicion, he never selected from the little warriors who like rice. Obviously, Hongmi was very dissatisfied with this practice. Seeing this, Bamboo immediately understood that Hongmi's previous appearance was deliberately pretended, and he cheated the quota from him. Helplessly shaking his antennae, he scolded, I'm back. You can go away. Without Bamboo's drive, Hongmi had already hurriedly flapped his wings and left, telling the good news to other little warriors living in the rice fields. Chapter 502, The Little Warrior Who Can Play Dead. Everyone's enthusiasm for the little warrior is indeed not as good as before. When they learned that a little warrior was about to be born in Bamboo's territory, they all came to take a look and left, each busy with their own things. Bamboo stayed alone outside the bamboo forest. 5 days later, the little guy woke up successfully, followed the inherited memory, followed the vague memory and the smell of the same kind, crawled out of the bamboo forest to find the elders for shelter, saw Bamboo, and was immediately frightened, flapped his wings desperately, and fled back to the nest. Bamboo was stunned, and called out softly, Little guy, don't be afraid. I am your direct elder. No response. Little guy, my name is Bamboo, the master of Lizhu Peak. This is my territory. Still no response. Bamboo's mental powers scanned and carefully checked, and found that the newly born little warrior was lying in the nest, with 6 limbs stiff. Dead? The breath is still there. I learned to play dead right after I was born. Bamboo was extremely speechless. After thinking for a while, he flapped his wings and left, entered the mountain range, and hurriedly hunted a hare and brought it back to the mountain. Even though he used fresh meat to attract the little soldier, he still refused to come out. It was a small thing of a few centimeters, and it was difficult for Bamboo to force it out at his current size, for fear of hurting it. Besides, forcing it out was not a solution, and it made the little soldier even more frightened. There was no other way, so he ordered the big-headed ant to put a piece of raw meat at the entrance of its nest. The alert little guy took a full half-day to carefully emerge and quickly dragged the food into the nest. Then, no matter what, he still refused to come out. Bamboo had no choice, and he estimated that there was no other danger on the mountain, so he could only put it aside for the time being. For several days in a row, the situation did not improve, but the little guy became more and more alert. When Bamboo was not on the mountain, it would crawl out of the bamboo forest and play everywhere. When Bamboo came back, it would hide immediately. The first raspberry seed was sent by the big head and sent by the worker ants. Recently, there was nothing else to do, so Bamboo simply lay in front of the cave, not going out, and no longer commanding the ant colony to send meat to the little guy. Dusk, hunted a special mountain mang, chopped it up, and fed it to the ordinary cockroaches in the territory. The little soldier who had eaten leaves for a few days smelled the meat, and saw Bamboo guarding the cave entrance. He hesitated for a long time, and then he had an idea. He pretended to be mixed among several ordinary cockroaches, and mixed into the army of food grabbers. Bamboo lay next to it, watching it disguised as an ordinary cockroach, eating and drinking, and returning to the bamboo forest leisurely among the ordinary cockroaches, and did not expose it. After repeating this several times, the little soldier was familiar with the color and smell of bamboo shell, and was no longer as vigilant as before. He would come over to grab food and run back to his nest after eating. Half a month later, the little soldier fell asleep. Early morning, Bamboo woke up and found the little soldier hanging upside down at the entrance of the cave, shaking his tentacles to show his goodwill. L2 Junior Little Soldier. Awakening inheritance memory increased. Wisdom grew, and finally recognized Bamboo, the direct elder whose shell color was not right. Little guy. Come here. Bamboo shook his tentacles to signal. The little soldier flapped his wings, landed in front of Bamboo, opened his mouth, spit out the first raspberry life seed that had just been bred, and placed it in front of Bamboo. It was the middle of spring, a good season for sowing, and it was urging Bamboo to help sow. The seeds are too small. Little guy. Put the seeds away first and follow me. The little soldier put the seeds into his life bag again. He had just finished molting and growing, and seemed a little weak. With a thought, Bamboo opened the metal cabinet, and a box of compressed biscuits flew out. He picked up a piece with his toes, and placed it on the food plate. He took out another can of energy drink and opened it. Dripping a little. He thought about it. He opened another B-series nutrient solution and dripped a drop. He took out another pine nut from the silver fir tree that strengthens the body, peeled it, picked up a small piece with his toes, and placed it on the food plate. Little guy. Are you hungry? Fill your stomach first. There are so many strange foods. The force food and the inherited memory. The little soldier shook his tentacles vigorously, released the pheromone of joy, flapped his wings, landed on the food plate, ate the small pine nut first, tasted the nutrient solution, and it didn't taste good. He turned around and tasted the energy drink again. It tasted good. He drank it all in one breath, and tasted the compressed biscuits again. It tasted good. After eating a few bites of biscuits, he felt thirsty and waved his tentacles to Bamboo, indicating that he wanted to drink more energy drinks. Bamboo tapped his tentacles lightly, pointed at the nutrient solution, and said, "This is good for growth. Drink it all." The little soldier shook his tentacles. "It doesn't taste good." Bamboo said patiently, "The current state is very bad, and it will be dangerous to molt and grow next time." The little soldier still shook his tentacles. "No." He simply flapped his wings and flew towards the energy drink. Bamboo moved his mind, and the beverage can flew up from the ground. He stretched out his claws to catch it, raised his head, and drank it all. No more. As Bamboo said this, his metal ability was activated, and the metalkin was compressed into a ball and thrown out of the living cave. His tentacles knocked on the food plate and said, "Drink it quickly." The little soldier shook his tentacles in protest, ate a few bites of compressed biscuits, and felt a little thirsty. He had no choice but to drink the nutrient solution. After all, it was a creature of the force. After eating and resting for half an hour, it recovered from the weakness of the molting evolution. Bamboo let it stay on his head and carried it down the mountain. The wind bell has entered the aging period, and it lies at the entrance of the cave most of the day without moving. The God-given seed named Nightingale grew up, and the spring was warm, and the flowers bloomed. The dark purple petals were shaped like butterflies, and there were 2 black pupil-shaped spots, which were very beautiful. All kinds of debris from Leju Peak were used and had effects, but the degree of fit was not very high. For this reason, Bamboo made a special trip to the kingdom of Golden Mantis, paid some price, and bought a box of compatible force plant gene liquid from the Green Mantis King. After a series of operations, the genetic enhancement of this Nightingale God-given seed was greatly improved. Baba checked and found that it would take about 50 years to successfully complete the first metamorphosis and evolution. The second one would be a bit difficult. Whether it can complete the third metamorphosis and growth in the future depends on its luck. Phone Ling. Good morning. Good morning. Phone Ling looked at the top of Bamboo's head and asked, "Is this the little warrior who was born in the territory this year?" Bamboo said, "Yes." Phone Ling asked, "Are you going to leave it at Leju Peak?" "Hong Ao and Long Zhu are too busy." Bamboo said, "I plan to let this little guy live next to me so that I can take care of him in the future." The little warrior stared at Phone Ling and confirmed that it was an elder of the same clan. He shook his antennae and released pheromones to greet him. Then, his eyes were attracted by the seeds of the Nightingale God, and he flapped his wings and flew over. "Hey, the little guy seems to like wind chime flowers very much." Wind chime became excited. Bamboo suddenly felt something was wrong and shouted, "Little guy, come back." The little warrior landed on a wind chime flower, looked at it carefully, glanced at Bamboo, shook his antennae to signal, and then ignored Bamboo. "Another disobedient little guy." Wind chime said happily, "Bamboo, let it live next to my territory. I don't have much life left. Just right. After I die, it will replace me and settle in my territory." Wind chime teased again, "Look, the caves are ready-made. No need to dig hard. Bamboo was about to say something, but saw the little guy open his mouth and bit off the pedestal of a wind chime flower, holding it with his two front paws, flapping his wings desperately, and flew towards him. It's just a flower. Is it okay? No. It's okay, anyway. The wind chime seeds produced now are of no value. Wind chime said a little stuttering. The little soldier landed on Bamboo's head, holding the flower happily, smelling the fragrance of the flower, and looking intoxicated. Bamboo felt bad and said, "Wind Bell, the little guy's live seed has been bred. I will let Dad to bring a few worker ants to choose a place to sow in the evening. I will take it down the mountain first. Goodbye." Bamboo brought the little soldier to the bamboo forest formed by the dragon bamboo God-given seeds, and solemnly introduced, "Little guy, look, this is my life seed, the dragon bamboo, a God-given seed of the divine quality." Very bad? The little guy was not interested at all. The dragon bamboo saw through the whole story and asked, "Bamboo, did you take this little guy to the territory of the wind bell? The wind bell flowers are beautiful, and the newly born little soldier is ignorant and can be easily misled. A talking bamboo?" The little soldier was startled, looked around, waved his tentacles, released pheromones to warn of danger, and urged Bamboo to leave quickly. "Yeah, that's right. It's unlucky early in the morning." In Bamboo's heart, 10,000 alpacas were running wildly. The dragon tree spirit said it instinctively chose its favorite plant in ignorance. Now is the moment to determine its fate in its growth process. Bamboo, you can try to take it to see other beautiful flowers to give it more inspiration. It's spring now, so there should be a lot of flowers. Right? That makes sense. It's indeed a lot. Giant tree spirit, take a rest. Goodbye. Bamboo brought the little soldier to the lake again. Chapter 503. Set things right. Little guy, look. This is the iron gallbladder coeli. It is also a divine seed of God. Do you know coeli? Has your inherited memory awakened? Top tree species. The little soldier shook his tentacles to show that he understood, and was obviously not interested. Bamboo, is this the little soldier born in your territory this year? A cute little guy. Another talking tree? The little soldier was no longer afraid this time. He tilted his head and thought about it, and understood one thing: the divine seed of God can talk. Is it holding a wind bell flower? It seems to like it very much. It's a bit bad. Very bad? Bamboo brought the little soldier to the lake again and greeted Nine-Leaf Red Lotus. Good morning. Good morning. Nine-Leaf Red Lotus was taciturn and answered simply. Bamboo originally planned to introduce it to the little soldier, but stopped after thinking about it. Lotus grows in water, which is inconvenient to manage. In addition, Nine-Leaf Red Lotus was born naturally, which is different. The lotus varieties recorded in the inherited memory are not necessarily better than wind bell flowers. Then he took them to Guanli Peak to let the little warrior see the seeds of the flame-crowned pear god. The situation has improved. The little warrior is attracted by the bright pear blossoms on the tree and wants to pick them again. Flame-crowned pear is valuable. One pear blossom is a pear, worth hundreds of raw stones. This time, Bamboo knocked it to the ground without hesitation. All intelligent life has something in common: the instinctive yearning for beauty. It doesn't matter if you don't like bamboo. The same goes for pear trees. Bamboo took the little guy into the sea of pear trees. Bamboo was right at the beginning. Guanli's leadership and management abilities far exceeded those of other warriors in the county. He has managed the sea of pear trees very prosperously for decades. In Liju Peak, besides the bamboo sea, the pear tree sea and the cycad tree sea are the best developed. The cycad tree sea is well developed because it cooperates with Tidal Peak, and many warriors participate in the operation. The pear tree sea is the embodiment of the ability of Guanli. In spring, pear blossoms are in full bloom like snow, and the forest is filled with the fragrance of flowers. A large number of bee colonies are busy flying in the sea of trees, collecting nectar. Nowadays, pear nectar is the most important food source for cattail bees. As a top-level tree species, the nectar of Dongguan pear is richer in nutrients than other plants, even if it is planted in ordinary plants. The benefit is that it can extend the life of worker bees to a certain extent. The nectar of brown chestnut and giant dragon bamboo has similar effects, but the current yield is not high. In terms of flowering, pear trees are the strongest. The little soldier was attracted by the magnificence of the sea of trees. He walked a short distance and couldn't stay on the head of bamboo. His claws began to itch again. So he flew to the pear tree and picked pear flowers. After picking them, they were inserted one by one on the spikes of bamboo shell. Another naughty little thing. Bamboo walked along the way, very speechless, thinking in his heart, normally, it takes at least 5 or 6 years for a new soldier to gradually become sensible. Feng Ling is old and can't stand the tossing. Should I send her over? Forget it. Send her to Qingju next year and let Qingju take care of her. After 2 years, we'll see how things go. If it doesn't work out, I'll have to take care of her. The little soldier was having a lot of fun. When he got tired of picking flowers, he plucked up the courage to provoke the little sour bees that were collecting honey. Bamboo scolded and warned him before he calmed down. The sea of pear trees is square and continues to expand. The side length has reached about 5 kilometers, covering an area of about 25 square kilometers. Among them, the 4 most important tree species, orange crown pear, flame crown pear, red crown pear, and bitter crown pear, occupy an area of nearly 16 square kilometers. They are planted in the center, and a circle around them is planted with various other types of pear trees. Luckily, a red crown pear God-given seed was born naturally, and the effort was rewarded. In the sea of pear trees, just take a casual turn, and time has come to dusk before you know it. It seems that the little soldier has completely walked out of the shadow of the wind bell flowers, and has become fascinated by the bright white and gorgeous pear flowers. Just turn over a new leaf. Little guy, it's time to go home. Bamboo shook his antennae to greet him. The little soldier was a little tired from playing, and finally picked a pear flower, returned to Bamboo's forehead, picked off the petals one by one, and chewed the sweet stamens inside. Do you like pear trees? Bamboo asked. The little soldier shook his antennae to release pheromones. I don't like it. Bamboo changed his angle and asked, do you like pear blossoms? The little soldier still shook his antennae to release pheromones. I like it. That's right. Bamboo picked a path, carried the little guy, and walked slowly towards Liju Peak. This forest is well managed. Bamboo took a quick look and couldn't help but praise. There is also the art of pruning when planting ordinary pear trees. With the same tree species, the same soil, the same light, the same fertilization, watering, loosening the soil, and weeding, different soldiers have different understandings of pruning branches, which leads to huge differences in the growth of the managed forests. The distribution of branches and leaves in the crown is related to growth, and then to the growth of the tree body, the development of the underground root system, and the number of flowers. The overall growth of the large forest that Bamboo pointed out is obviously better than other places. Pruning has learnable skills, but it requires more talent. After all, every tree grows differently, and there is no unified template. The important thing is to be flexible. The little soldier who manages this sea of trees has a talent for this. Should I tell Guanli and Hongdao to take extra care of them? It doesn't seem appropriate. Other little soldiers will say I'm biased again. Wait a few years. Wait until it has achieved success. And then make plans? Well, you can set up an assessment system to regularly check the growth of the garden plants that each soldier is responsible for. Bamboo thought about it in his heart, and kept the matter in mind silently. Not long after he calmed down, the little soldier suddenly became restless again, shaking his antennae vigorously, and Bamboo released intense pheromones. Then, he flapped his wings and flew to the pear tree next to him. Bamboo came back to his senses from his thoughts. His soul jumped slightly, and he caught a different force fluctuation along the direction of the little soldier's flight. Bamboo was very anxious. His mental power suddenly burst out, and he shouted, "Come back!" The little soldier was frightened and trembled. He flapped his wings and landed on a branch. He looked at Bamboo innocently, stretched out his forelimbs, and pointed at a pear flower on the branch. Don't move. Bamboo's heart was in his throat. He shook his tentacles gently and called, that is the flower that will give birth to the seeds given by God. It's being moved. Come back, little guy. The little soldier tilted his head to look, crawled forward a few steps, approached, and shook his tentacles at the pear flower, seemingly on purpose. He paused for a while, looked again, shook his tentacles vigorously, released joyful pheromones, flapped his wings, and landed on Bamboo's head again, continuing to release pheromones, conveying the emotion of seeking credit. I found it. Fortunately, although this little guy has a mean claw, he can still distinguish good from bad. So good, Bamboo praised, shook his tentacles, and the infinite radio wave signal vibrated and spread around, found the God-given seed. Come quickly. In less than 2 minutes, a senior warrior hurried over. Princess Bamboo. God-given seed? Where? Hey, is this the little warrior born in your territory this year? Does it like pear trees too? Coincidentally, a 2-year-old primary little warrior also stood on the warrior's head. A little warrior was born in my territory this year, and I really hope it can like pear trees too. Wow. I see. Another God-given seed. It's a bitter crown pear. This guy talks a lot of nonsense. Bamboo was racking his brains at this time. What's his name? I seem to have seen him before. But I didn't ask his name at that time. Bamboo suddenly felt that there were only 500 soldiers in Leisure County, which was not a lot. He should spend some time and energy to get to know every soldier. And he couldn't always have such embarrassing things happen. The little soldier above Bamboo's head was looking at the little soldier opposite him. Then, the 2 little guys flapped their wings and flew up at the same time, flying towards each other. Then, they collided in the air, wrestled, fell to the ground in a rotation, and continued to fight on the ground. Ah! Princess Bamboo. This, stop it! Princess Bamboo. This, notify Qingju? The little soldiers were too small and too fragile. In such a fierce fight, the senior soldiers could hurt them if they didn't pay attention if they touched their toes. Bamboo was also in a headache. He raised his claws and put them down again. The metal ability was activated, and the soil and rocks on the ground were transformed into metal, and then formed 2 steel wires, which entangled the 2 little guys fighting together and forcibly pulled them apart. The metal power moved again, and the silk thread turned into a cage, trapping them separately. Why did they fight? Comparing the 2 little warriors, the little guy born in the Bamboo territory has a dull brown-red shell color. The little guy born in the sea of pear trees has a dull red shell color. A tiny but discernible color difference. A very strange phenomenon. Tracing back to the source, the ordinary little cockroaches in Leisure County were separated from the territories of Bamboo and Fengling. It didn't take long, but a subtle color differentiation gradually appeared. Could it be influenced by me? The ordinary little cockroaches in the territories of Duju, Fengling, and Longu have not changed like this. Affected by my aura, my territory is deriving a new cockroach race. This kind of phenomenon seems to be very common among insect races. The red cockroach tribe was derived from the territory of the Changsheng cockroach king in a similar way to form a separate race. Chapter 504 The God-given seed of bitter crown pear. After receiving the message from Bamboo, the busy crown pears in the sea of trees hurried over. When they landed, they first saw the 2 little guys who were imprisoned in a metal cage by Bamboo, still showing their fierce appearance and threatening each other. Hongsu. What's going on? They fought as soon as they met. The warrior named Hongsu was a little flustered, looking at the 2 little guys who were about to fight for their lives, and was a little at a loss. It turned out that the warrior's name was Hongsu. Bamboo felt familiar. Hongsu pear is a distinctive pear tree species, with red flowers, red leaves, and red fruits. It was a high-quality tree species given as a gift by Wudong County of the Horn-Blatten Kingdom when Leisure County was established. Hongsu happened to be born that year, so it got this name. Both little guys are quite naughty. Fighting is normal. It's fine if they separate. Bamboo waved his antennae to indicate that the matter was over. He pointed to the pear tree next to him and said, "The pear blossoms have been in bloom for at least 3 days." "Right. How did you do it? There is a God-given seed about to be conceived. And you didn't notice such an important thing? 2 days ago, Xiangpu just sent medium-sized worker bees to patrol a circle. The worker bees are not smart enough, so they probably missed it?" Guanli said. Bamboo. Each soldier is responsible for 9 to 10 square meters of pear orchards. The work of loosening the soil and fertilizing in spring is busy enough. Hongsu also said, "Yes. Spring is too busy. A square garden in Leisure County is a square with a uniform size of 300 meters. It is indeed a bit of a burden for a bug to manage 9 to 10 square meters of pear orchards at the same time." "That's right." Bamboo pondered for 2 seconds and said, "The bee colony is not smart enough, so it is easy to miss it." Guanli. From now on, every year when the pear trees bloom, organize soldiers from the Bamboo Sea and take 2 days to patrol them. Understood. Guanli ordered. Hongsu. The little soldier is naughty and mischievous. You take him back to the territory first. Notify Xueli to come over and help me protect this God-given seed. Understood. Hongsu agreed, staring at the little soldier imprisoned in the metal cage. Bamboo thought. The cage took off the ground, hovered in front of Hongsu. The cage door opened. The little soldier came out and returned to Hongsu's head. This little guy is also naughty. Turning his head, shaking his antennae at Bamboo provocatively. With another thought, another cage took off the ground, flew and landed on the top of the head. And with a slight shake, the pear flower inserted on the tip of the carapace of the little guy fell off, flapped its wings and flew back to Liju Peak. Xiangpu is currently a L3 princess, and the bee colony is divided into combat worker bees with a body length of about 2 meters, medium-sized worker bees with a body length of 20 to 30 centimeters, small worker bees with a body length of 5 to 10 centimeters, and ordinary worker bees with a body length of about 5 centimeters. A total of 4 differentiation types. Fighting worker bees must have royal jelly produced by the God-given seeds to be cultivated. As the strength of the cattail grows, the cultivation consumption increases. Half of the royal jelly brood each year must be divided to cultivate fighting soldier ants for the big head and the wedge thorn. As the size of the bee colony grows, the number of fighting worker bees is getting smaller and smaller. Using rain bamboo and bamboo rice, the wisdom is quite high, and they can leave the cattail and lead the bee colony to complete some simple tasks independently. When the flowers bloom, the work of patrolling the sea of trees and checking whether there are God-given seeds is done by the fighting worker bees leading the medium-sized worker bees. Obviously, due to the lack of wisdom of the medium-sized worker bees, they failed to do the job well. Since there are omissions in the sea of pear trees, there must be problems in the sea of trees managed on other hills. The seeds of God born naturally are the most fragile and most likely to die in the flowering period. If they are not discovered in time, they are likely to be damaged in the flowering state. You can't just focus on sowing and miss the most important harvest. Bamboo summoned the warriors of red rice, peach, brown chestnut, and others overnight, and set a new rule. When the trees bloom, soldiers from other trees will be organized to help patrol, and every plant must be checked. There is also the God-given seed of bitter crown pear that is about to be born. According to the rules, this God-given seed should strengthen the basic physique, specifically related to improving physical fitness. The utility value far exceeds the elemental type, and the quality is second only to the God product. When it grows up, it can generate an average income of more than 100 raw stones per year. The God-given seeds born naturally are praised as the gift of the true God of nature, whether in the wild or in the forest. The rule is that whoever finds it belongs to him. If the corresponding warrior does not have the God-given seed, the life seed will be bred. If the corresponding warrior already has a God-given seed, he will be rewarded with a sum of raw stones, and the seeds will be collected and arranged by the tribe. Under normal circumstances, each warrior will search in the garden he is responsible for, or go into the wild to search, and will not cross the border to search in the forest managed by other warriors. The little warrior who was born in the Banba territory was found in the pear garden managed by Hongsu. This matter is not easy to talk about. Who should it belong to? Hongsu is currently only a L4 advanced warrior, and there is still time to breed life seeds. Moreover, its performance in managing the territory is very good. The pear trees it planted grow better than those of other warriors. It is considered an excellent junior worthy of cultivation by the tribe. At the same time, Bamboo also wants to seek a high-quality God-given seed for the direct junior born in his territory, so that he can settle in Liju Peak legitimately and have the qualifications to grow into the Cockroach King in the future. After 2 days of thinking and struggling, Bamboo finally summoned Guanli and Hongsu to the mountain and ordered Hongsu to grow up quickly and strive to shed its shell and evolve once this winter. The newly born bitter crown pear God-given seeds will be bred by it. Different plants have different flowering periods. Organize soldiers to enter the sea of trees to search. If they find it, who will own it? Of course, it must belong to the soldiers who manage the forest land. This is a basic principle issue. We cannot break the rules because of our own selfishness. If the rules are broken, everything will be messed up. As for the little soldier, there is a long way to go. If he wants the God-given seeds, it depends on his own ability. Bambi gave an order and organized the soldiers to search for the God-given seeds in spring. Unfortunately, there was no other harvest. Late spring, the autumn maple cockroach king was invited. In the bamboo sea, there is a vast flat land and a nursery. The soaked walnut seed sown in early spring sprouted and grew into seedlings. Xiaofeng Cockroach King. Please help me check the additional strengthening effects of these 4 derivative species. Walnut? Very rare. It's a bit like soaked walnut? Yes. Soaked walnut. I plan to promote it in the red cockroach tribe and use it as the tribe's iconic plant in the future. Congratulations. In the past, top-level planting was something that even raw stones dared not ask for. Nowadays, the black and white cockroach tribe has also gained a lot in treasure hunting in Longzhou continent and Guanli continent. Xiaofeng Cockroach King no longer has the rarity of top-level planting as in the early days. He simply congratulated and began to check. This tree species comes with fire element strengthening, which fits the innate ability of the red cockroach tribe. Princess Bamboo. Congratulations. Very good. I expected it a long time ago. And I even thought of the name. Red soaked walnut. Naming plants is indeed a very troublesome problem. Hee hee. Xiaofeng Cockroach King chuckled, waved his tentacles and pointed, saying, "These two are both enhanced with metal elements." Bamboo said, "Then name them Iron Cannon Walnut and Steel Bubble Walnut respectively." Xiaofeng Cockroach King nodded his tentacles to show his agreement, and then said, "The last derivative species is quite special. It should be enhanced with basic physical fitness, and the specific effect cannot be determined." Understood, Bamboo said. "I remember that the seed shell has many thorns, so I named it Steel Bubble Walnut." Xiaofeng Cockroach King. Thank you for making a special trip. It's a small matter. I'm bored in Xiaofeng County. It's nice to walk around. Xiaofeng Cockroach King. Then you have to stay in our Lijou Peak for a few more days. Princess Bamboo. Have you received the news? Chiwu Mountain is going to open up the 9th forest. Narrow butterfly tree? I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Chiwu Mountain explored the eastern region of Longzhou continent and the western region of Guanli continent. In that special continent, a total of 2 top-level plants that were not recorded in the inherited memory were found. Shamelessly named Ghost Face Tree and Narrow Butterfly Tree after the tribe name. I went to Chiwu Mountain last year and happened to see it. The shape of the Narrow Butterfly Tree is really strange. Xiaofeng Cockroach King pointed to the distant Lijou Peak and said, "It's as strange as your Tata tree." Xiaofeng County Lord deliberately mentioned the sea of narrow butterfly trees in Chiwu Mountain, and then led the topic to the God-given seeds of Tata trees, and then asked, "By the way, Princess Bamboo, has the Tata tree completed its second metamorphosis and growth? Then you need to sell or exchange a batch of fruits to us Xiaofeng County." "Hey, I came to you this time to discuss this matter." Bamboo said, "The Tata fruit has reached the lower quality of the best. I plan to stop the flowering and fruiting. Let it grow naturally, and add some income to Lijou County." Chapter 505 Nightingale. Lijufeng has developed to this day, with high income. And similarly, the annual expenditure is also astronomical. Bamboo has always wanted to hoard raw stones, but there are always extra expenses of one kind or another, and he has never been able to hoard them. The Tata tree God-given seed is really too tall, with a trunk height of more than 400 meters, and it is still growing. Standing on the mountain range, you can see it with your eyes. It can't be concealed at all. Anyone with a little knowledge can tell that it is a divine God-given seed. Bamboo simply stopped hiding it and clearly marked the price. 1.5 million raw stones per piece. It has just completed the second metamorphosis and evolution, so the quality is definitely not good enough. This price is not ordinary high. Chiwu Mountain, Xiaofeng County, Wudong County, Changshan County, Yinshan County, and other rich counties are eligible to buy. Those who are willing to suffer a loss can buy it. And those who are not willing to suffer a loss should be more like thieves, asking around every time they come to Lijufeng. The flowering and fruiting cycle is extended to 6 years, and each batch produces 10 copies. The yield is quite high. If one copy is sold, it will be a big profit. If it cannot be sold, there are many warriors in Lijou County who can use it. The Tata tree was knocked down to its nascent state, and it grew from scratch, rather than recovering like the Tide and Kueli and Jihonglian. The key is that only half of the original world tree remains are left. If you want to complete the third metamorphosis and evolution, it may take about 500 years. The fundamental reason lies in the growth of the tree's spirit soul. It is not meaningful to stop flowering and fruiting. Mid-April. The sun is beginning to be hot. The Tata flower blooms. The little warrior born in the Bamba territory successfully completed the third molting growth and was promoted to L4 Little Warrior. Bamboo bought 10 python-patterned honey melons and stored them in the cold storage on the top of the mountain. He gathered all the warriors living in Leju Peak and held a small party in the mountain trading square. Due to the busy affairs, such a melon-eating party has not been held for many years. Bamboo, Fengling, Hongdao, Duju, Hongmi, Pyracantha, Longyu, Guanli, Xueli, Huaju, Danju, Kongyu, Xianpu, Datu, Daxiong, Baizu, Xiabezu, Yucha, and 6 bamboo rat warriors led by the Rat King. The first and second generation warriors of Leju County gathered together and formed a big circle. And this Baba stopped on Bamboo's head, waiting to watch the fun. The pig's feet raised its tentacles and stood on a piece of compressed biscuits in the food plate in the middle. Half opened its mouth, looking at Baiju. Baizu, you come. Okay. Baiju was majestic. And with a clang, the silver-bladed sword behind him was unsheathed, and the knife light flashed, and 10 python-patterned honey melons had been cut. The Rat King waved his claws, and Maju and other bamboo rat warriors immediately took action, dividing the cut melons into the claws of each member. Baiju pulled out the silver-bladed dagger hanging on his waist, cut off a small piece, and put it into the little warrior's food plate. Come on, little guy. Don't eat yet. Tell me, what plants do you like? Baiju took over the job, imitated Bamboo, and asked the little warrior with a gentle mind. The little warrior tilted his head, shook his tentacles with disdain, turned around, turned his back to Baiju, and concentrated on dealing with the honeydew melon. Eat less, Bamboo reminded. Hearing this, the little warrior sped up his eating speed. Bamboo had no choice but to wait for it to finish eating, and asked, Come on, little guy. Tell me, what plants do you like? The little soldier's tentacle swayed, and he fell from the melon rind, with his 6 legs facing the sky. Is this eating too much? Li Zhufeng and his group were dumbfounded. And then, they all looked at Baiju with ill intentions. Baiju's neck shrank, and he defended himself. It's just a small piece. The little soldiers in the past were fine after eating it. Indeed, everyone knows how much AL4 junior soldier can eat. Except for the time when the Iron Blade Mountain Master fed too much Chinese torreya. There has never been such an accident. Also, isn't the little guy's action too exaggerated? He should be weak and powerless after eating too much. Not 6 legs stiffly flipped over? Bamboo's mind scanned it, and it was indeed pretending. He was immediately very angry, and his tentacles hit the food plate hard, making a clanging sound. And he shouted, Asshole! Stop pretending. Get up. The little soldier was shocked by the sound of hitting the food plate, and he flipped over, climbed up again, turned around, turned his back to Bamboo, and silently ate compressed biscuits. Bamboo moved his mind, and the food tray flew off the ground, spinning half a circle, and asked, Little guy, what plants do you like? The little soldier shook his antennae and sent out puzzled pheromones. What did you say? I don't understand. You are still pretending to me, Bamboo said in a low voice. It was a bit of a headache. The naughty little soldier had seen a lot of them, but this was the first one who was cunning by nature. This guy is smart. Hongdao suddenly realized and said, It must like some not-so-good plants. And it knows that the plants it likes are not good, so it refuses to say it. Bamboo knocked the food tray with his antennae again and urged, It doesn't matter what plants you like. Tell me. Wind chimes. The little soldier summoned his mental power to say it, and then his antennae drooped. Listless. Damn! Bamboo was very angry. Wind chimes are good. What's wrong with wind chimes? Wind chimes were so happy. Big Bear's eyes bulged, and he stuffed a piece of python-patterned honeydew melon into his mouth, chewed it with 2 clicks, swallowed it with the skin, and asked, Guanli, you said there is a forest that you want me to help clean up? Ah? Oh! Guanli shouted, Yes. Big Bear said, Don't delay. Take me over to have a look. Let's go. Let's go. Guanli took Big Bear away. I'm going to command the ant colony to cut the grass. Big Head followed him away. Wind chimes are good. Xiang Pu comforted him and left directly. It's time to practice swordsmanship. Baiju gave a look and ran away with little Baiju. The Rat King waved his claws, and 6 bamboo rat warriors went down the mountain. During the research, only Bamboo, Baba, Fengling, and this little warrior, who likes wind chime flowers were left in the mountain trading plaza. Bamboo. The life seed has been planted in Liju Peak. There is no point in regretting now. You are the direct elder. Give the little guy a name. What is there to regret? As for the name, let's call it Nightingale. Bamboo said unhappily, Fongling. When you die, the Nightingale God-given seed will be given to it to take care of. Baba suddenly said, Bamboo, I found a problem. The awakening of the little warrior's original force should also be divided into natural awakening and star God-given awakening. Baba was unusually serious and said, obviously, the little warrior who awakens naturally is stronger, has a higher original force talent, and has a higher IQ. Nightingale is very smart. At a young age, he realized that the plant of wind chime is not good, because it is too smart. It seems a little inferior. In addition, due to the difference in the color of its shell, it is not sociable with other little warriors born in the county. They fight each other when they meet, and Qingzhu can't take care of it at all. Inferiority and making trouble are not contradictory. Fongling can't stand the tossing. So Bamboo takes it with him, and spends time and energy to teach it all kinds of knowledge in person. Baba is right. The little warriors who awaken the natural force have high IQ, which is specifically reflected in the speed of learning knowledge. Nightingale learns knowledge faster than other warriors. Bamboo took time out to take Baba around the county, and let it scan and identify. The survey results are a bit scary. Among all the warriors in Liju County, only Hongdao, Guanli, Nightingale, Qinggang, Hongsu and less than 20 others are naturally awakened. There should be more among the little warriors, who are searching for treasures in Longzhou Continent and Guanli Continent. But the total number will definitely not exceed 40. This means that once the stars in the sky go out, the probability of naturally giving birth to little warriors will be so low that the insects will be shocked. I dare not imagine it. The only way is to take advantage of the current heyday and desperately expand the insect population. The news of soaking walnuts spread, and all the mountains kept an eye on it. Fortunately, in the spring of the second year, a little warrior who liked walnut trees was born in Qinggang Mountains, named Chi Pao. The Qinggang County Lord sent him to Liju County and settled in Chi Pao Peak. In the same year, the first batch of walnut seedlings grew up, and after a simple selection, they were transplanted to Chi Pao Peak. After collecting a large number of walnut fruits, the Red Bladden King specially organized a transportation team to transport them back, and first tried to open up a sea of walnut trees in the mountains, where the number of warriors exceeded 500. The 4 red bubble walnut derivatives of Chi Pao Peak were sown 2 to 3 years ahead of other mountains. Walnut trees are a fast-growing plant. It took 4 to 5 years for the first batch of seedlings to grow and bear fruit. Unfortunately, there was no reward from the stars that Bamboo expected. Without the warriors' management and cultivation, these 4 bubble walnut derivatives failed to evolve naturally. To open up the walnut tree sea, Liju County still cooperated with Taidao Mountain Range. When the number of warriors was small, they first opened up the prototype on the north side of Chi Pao Peak. At the same time, Taidao Peak sent warriors to select a mountain with good force abundance 20 kilometers away from Chi Pao Peak in the north direction, named Taipao Mountain, and sent young warriors to open up the prototype of the tree sea. The two sides agreed that the tree sea of Chi Pao Peak would develop to the north, and the tree sea of Taipao Mountain would develop to the south. In the future, the north and south would connect to form a long strip of tree sea with a length of 20 kilometers and a width of 3 kilometers. After the connection is completed, it will expand to both sides and gradually develop into a large tree sea. One day, when there are enough warriors in Liju County, they will consider expanding the scale of the walnut tree sea to the south of Chi Pao Peak and within Liju County's own territory. Bamboo also issued a hard rule that every senior warrior above L4 in Liju County must choose at least 3 walnut trees as their life plants. The purpose is simple: to expand the scale of walnut tree planting and appropriately increase the number of warriors who like walnut trees. In addition, bamboo, pear tree, chestnut tree, grape, tortoiseshell vine, and cycad tree. These 6 tree species are listed as the life plants of the county warriors. Chapter 506. The Arrival of the Ghost King Sephora Japonica. Spring of the 122nd year of bamboo. The bamboo fruit condensed from the seeds bestowed by the giant dragon bamboo god will mature this year. The team from Chiwu Mountain arrived at Liju Peak. Early in the morning, Bamboo fell into a deep sleep and was promoted to L9 princess. Time flies, and it is the 132nd year of bamboo again. In early spring, The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King personally escorted the shipment, accompanied by the narrow butterfly warrior named Ingxia, who is now the Ingxia Butterfly King. In addition to the 2 insect kings, there are 20 princesses and 50 senior warriors. The flowering and fruiting cycle is 120 years, and only one batch of the Ghost King Sephora japonica has arrived. The number of Sephora japonica seeds is as high as 9,000, and 100 force food storage boxes are used to store them. The things were produced as early as 2 years ago, and have been stored in Chiwu Mountain. In the past 10 years, Bamboo has hardly eaten high-quality force food for growth. According to the experience of the Chiwu Mountain warriors, he can use it when he is stuck at the L9 princess level. After eating it all, he can almost break through and be promoted to the king level. It has only been 10 years since the last molting evolution. It is obviously a bit hasty to promote to the Cockroach King in a hurry. It is safer to wait for 20 years. It is best to wait for the purple crystal grapes of the purple stem armor tribe to be harvested and eat a portion. That is the safest way. But there is no other way. The Ghost King locust should not be preserved for too long. Time does not wait for the insect. After the things were delivered, most of the Chiwu warriors led the team to leave, and 10 princess-level warriors stayed and scattered to guard at the foot of Liju Peak. Ingxia Butterfly King guarded the top of Liju Peak, and the Insect King's breath was not concealed, deterring the villains. Liju Ghost King guarded in front of Bamboo's living cave. 2 purposes: supervise Bamboo to eat the Ghost King locust instead of transferring it to other insects, and be sure to protect Bamboo until he is promoted to the Cockroach King. The seeds of Sephora japonica are not big, kidney-shaped, about 1.2 centimeters long, and the force contained in a single seed is not much, about 1,000 raw stones. Princess Bamboo. Next, you must be very careful and don't rush. The strengthening effect of the Ghost King Sephora japonica is extremely fierce, and a little carelessness may cause irreparable damage to you. Eat one each time. Rest and recover, and then eat the second one. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King seemed to have suffered a lot after eating this thing, and kept giving instructions again and again. Understood? Understood. Bamboo was a little impatient. The Ghost King of Thunder Bamboo was overly cautious and reminded Hong Dao for the 5th time, fresh meat cannot be cut off. You must order the relevant soldiers to be prepared at all times and never slack off. Oh, Ghost King of Thunder Bamboo, let me ask you a question. Are you short of food in Chiwu Mountain? No. 99% of the land in our Liju County is wild jungle, with wild beasts everywhere. You can hunt them as soon as you go out, so there is no shortage of food. Okay. Anyway, don't be careless and don't neglect it. The body of a whole Goju Mountain Mang was placed in front of the cave. What is there to worry about? Such a big one. Is it not enough to eat? If not, go down the mountain and catch another one immediately. Hong Dao was also a little headache, and urged Bamboo. Try eating one quickly. Okay. Right away. Bamboo picked up a piece from the force food storage box in front of him, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. Bamboo had heard of force food that could strengthen and enhance his force talent when he was a human, but this was the first time he had seen it and eaten it. The strange force flowed along the blood, with a very high degree of integration, without a single drop of leakage, and was dispersed and integrated into all the cells in the body. When the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King saw Bamboo eating, he immediately waved his tentacles and urged Baizu and the Rat King and the other bamboo rat warriors standing by, "You can start now. Hurry up." Li Zhufeng's force was insufficient, and the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King suggested using force crystals to supplement it. 8 bamboo rat warriors. For force crystal storage boxes. For force crystals can be used at a time. The boxes were ready, and quickly moved into Bamboo's living cave. Just when everything was ready, Bamboo shell force veins suddenly lit up, madly absorbing the natural force, and the surrounding force was instantly drained. Incredible changes. The Ghost King Huai's force was integrated, and the cells in his body seemed to have turned into small black holes in an instant, madly absorbing the reserve force in the shell force veins and the heart's magical veins. No, not enough. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King said in a low voice, "Rat King, Baizu, hurry up and get 4 more force food storage boxes." "Don't." Bamboo was anxious and shouted, "Don't waste it. You don't need so much. Take your time." The Rat King stared at Bamboo, and Baizu stared at the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King, at a loss. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King asked, "Princess Bamboo, are you sure it's okay?" I'm sure. Just after it was over, the bright force veins on Bamboo's shell dimmed by 3 points. Bamboo said weakly, Okay. I've recovered. Well, it's okay. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King used his mental power to explore and confirm that it was correct. He was a little relieved and waved his tentacles, saying, Send the fresh meat in. The Rat King and Baiju quickly pulled out the silver-bladed swords behind them, swung the swords to cut off pieces of fine meat. Maju. Xiaobeiza dragged the 6 bamboo rat warriors into the cave with food trays. That's enough. After half a goji mountain mang went into his stomach. Bamboo recovered. With a thought. The drawer opened automatically, and several bottles of nutrient solution flew out. He drank them all in one go. After a short rest, he recovered completely. The force veins on his shell still glowed red, and the magical veins at the heart position on the first and second days were also running, absorbing the natural force. 1 Ghost King Locust Seed. 1,000 raw stone force. But it drove the body cells to extract the force of about 30,000 raw stones from the force veins, magic veins. The concentration of Li Zhufeng's natural force was not enough, and the recovery was still not ideal after replenishing it with 4 force crystal storage boxes. Bamboo was reluctant to spend more raw stones. Thunder Bamboo Ghost King observed silently for a while, confirmed that there was no major problem, and was completely relieved. He asked, Princess Bamboo, how do you feel? Bamboo said, Amazing. Of course. The Thunder Bamboo Ghost King was quite proud and said, It only produces 1 in 120 years. This exchange, Princess Bamboo, you definitely got a big bargain. After you are promoted to the Cockroach King, you will be able to experience the real benefits it brings. I understand, Bamboo replied, speeding up his eating speed, and at the same time instructed Hong Dao, who was guarding outside the cave. Hunting food is diversified. Hares, pheasants, wild boars, anacondas, bridge crocodiles, etc., delivered in rotation. In addition, send a batch of various ordinary force foods in reserve. I need a balanced intake of nutrients. I understand. Hong Dao has been watching curiously. It looks unusual, so he dare not neglect it, and quickly goes down the mountain to inform other warriors responsible for hunting. Thunder Bamboo Ghost King continued, Princess Bamboo, Ghost King Sephora japonica should not be preserved for a long time. It must be eaten within 3 years. This should not be a problem. Right? 2 years is about right. If it weren't for the force limit of Li Zhufeng, 1 year would be enough for me. After Bamboo finished speaking, he felt a pain in his heart, using force crystals to replenish. It would probably cost more than 20 million crystals. After resting for about 2 hours, the consumed force and physical strength were restored. Bamboo continued to eat the second locust seed. This time he was prepared, calmed down, and carefully sensed the changes in body cells. The force of the Ghost King locust seemed to be transforming the force gene. Mental power cannot detect subtle changes at the gene level. It must be consumed in a certain amount. When the force gene undergoes a significant qualitative change, it can be perceived. Eat and rest. Bamboo's mind suddenly moved, and he asked, Thunder Bamboo Ghost King, it is obviously too much for the 9th age princess to eat the Ghost King Sephora japonica. It should be more appropriate for the Insect King level. Right? Thunder Bamboo Ghost King said, It is said that the ancestors of Chiwu Mountain have tried this and can improve talents, but they cannot awaken the most important ancestral divine power. In addition, 9,000 locust seeds, not one less, must be eaten, not one less. Otherwise the ancestral divine power cannot be awakened. I see. It's very particular, Bamboo said, and he had some guesses in his heart. It should be that after eating the Ghost King Sephora japonica, there must be a breakthrough in a major realm to break the gene lock restriction and awaken the innate ability, which is what Chiwu Mountain calls ancestral divine power. Eat and rest for about 2 hours. Recover. Then eat the 3rd locust seed. Then eat and rest again. Repeat the cycle. After eating 10 seeds in a row, he was forced by the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King to stop, sleep for 4 hours, and adjust his condition to the best. The next day, he continued, still eating 10 seeds. The monotonous repetition day after day. When the number of locust seeds eaten exceeded 3,000, Bamboo finally realized that it should be the increase of force genes related to fire and metal elements, and the ability was strengthened. The most important thing is that the affinity between the body cells and the 2 elements has been improved. which is the manifestation of the improvement of the force talent. In addition, the special ability of the second heart position also has corresponding force genes. But the efficiency of the output of force has not changed. Probably need to shed the shell and evolve once to be reflected. However, after the number of locust seeds eaten exceeded 3,000, the strengthening effect began to weaken. Specifically, for each locust seed eaten, the amount of force drawn from the force veins, divine power veins, by the cells decreased. Correspondingly, the genetic modification decreased, and the demand for food each time also decreased. Then, the number of locust seeds eaten per day increased to 20. When the number of locust seeds consumed exceeds 6,000, the effect is greatly weakened again, and 30 locust seeds can be consumed easily and without burden every day. As time goes by, the strengthening effect is almost zero. A complete portion of Ghost King Locust should be just enough to strengthen and improve the force talent by a whole level. On this planet, all insect warriors have A-level talents, and the gap is very small. There must be some kind of suppression. Ghost King Locust has the ability to break this shackle, which requires a great realm of evolution to manifest. It took less than 2 years to eat all 9,000 locust seeds. Bamboo could no longer hold on, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 507, King of the Cockroaches. The gods have fallen. The stars have been destroyed. The Yuanqing realm is the only remaining pure land of life. You are the only remaining descendants of the gods. The power of protection will eventually be exhausted, and the star realm will eventually wither. Possessing the divine seed of the divine product is the most outstanding warrior recognized by the true God of nature. The door to the ultimate mystery of life has been opened for you, and the seeds of God have been planted for you, waiting for fertile soil, taking root and sprouting. The race needs you to find the way back to the light in the darkness. Woke up from a deep sleep in a daze. A piece of inheritance information of the newly awakened still echoed in the muddled consciousness. The body was shriveled. The muscles were severely atrophied. The antennae drooped, and the 6 legs could not lift a trace of strength. The original force in the body was completely exhausted, and there was no more strength to recover. This time, the promotion to the Cockroach King was too hasty, and he almost lost his life again. Thanks to the large amount of divine force food consumed and the strong vitality, he survived this time by chance. Perhaps it was not a fluke, but a necessity. Possessing a divine seed is recognized by the true God of nature. How many divine seeds are there? How can you die easily? The stars in the night sky are always paying attention, and they will help at the right time. Rat King, Baiju. Bamboo's soul is also extremely weak, and it is difficult to transmit the spiritual power to call. Quick! 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 Bamboo wakes up. The divine thoughts of Princess Leiju came from outside the cave. Rat King and Baiju scrambled to get into the cave. With a clang, the cabinet door was opened. A can of energy drink was delivered to Bamboo. Another piece of compressed biscuit was delivered. Pyracantha poked its head into the cave for a look, then shook its antennae vigorously, sending a message via radio waves. Bamboo is awake. Bamboo is awake. We also have the Cockroach King in Leiju County. Immediately afterwards, the Red Blatten King and the Princess Tai Dao, who had been leading the warriors' guard at the foot of the mountain, hurried up the mountain. The Red Blatten tribe has added another Blatten King, and he is only 160 years old. He has extended his life with the great sage bamboo fruit and can protect the tribe for more than 900 years in the future. This time, he shed his shell and evolved, and he was dormant for 8 months, and he was extremely weak. Bamboo ate and rested intermittently, and it took him 3 days to recover from his weak state. The second Blatten King was born in the Red Blatten tribe. This is a rare and happy event. Pyracantha, Red Rice, and Longju set out separately to spread the news. The Iron Blatten Mountain Range warriors came to congratulate first. Leiju Peak was too crowded, and the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King led the Chiwu Mountain warriors to say goodbye and leave. Upon hearing the news, all the mountain ranges came and celebrated in a lively manner. After 5 days of continuous celebration, the incident gradually cooled down. Bamboo had recovered almost completely by this time, and began to patrol the territory and check his life plants. Ordinary life plants were fine. After absorbing a large amount of natural force, they had returned to normal growth. The seeds bestowed by God entered the peak period of transformation, and they were all madly absorbing force. Since most of them were concentrated in Leiju Peak, the mountain's natural force was insufficient. so they had to consume a large amount of raw stones to supplement. In this evolution, the changes of giant dragon bamboo, green bamboo, rain bamboo, steel bamboo, dark bamboo, purple gold, and fire royalty were quite large, but they were in line with the rules. From past experience, the more force absorbed during the transformation evolution, the greater the improvement, and more income will be created in the future. What gave bamboo a headache was the blood thorn. For some reason, it suddenly turned upwards, and after the transformation, it grew rapidly, and now it had climbed to the mountainside. Shwedji, what's wrong with you? Did you take the wrong path? Didn't I tell you to climb along the wire? Bamboo, didn't you move to the mountain again? I'll go with you. The way the bloodthorn tree spirit transmits thoughts is not right. Bamboo's forehead celestial eye is activated to check. The soul of the bloodthorn tree spirit has turned dark red, more than doubled compared to before the transformation, and is still in a continuous growth period. And there is a hint of divine quality in the soul breath. The characteristics of tree spirits, as force plants, ordinary life seeds, ordinary God-given seeds, and divine God-given seeds are three distinct levels. And there are essential differences in the soul. The gap can be seen directly by operating the celestial eye. Ordinary life seeds. At the level of force life, the soul cannot awaken and will not give birth to independent consciousness. Ordinary God-given seeds. The soul awakens and gives birth to consciousness, but can only communicate with the warriors who are nurtured, because there is a layer of soul connection between the two sides. When the divine seed of God grows, when its soul becomes strong enough, it can communicate with other warriors through thoughts. This is its most powerful and unique feature. Bloodthorn, can you communicate with other warriors through thoughts? Yes. They said you moved to the mountain, so I came to find you. They? Who? Big Head. Big Head? Bamboo didn't believe it. Big Head is not that stupid. The main branches of bloodthorn grew all the way, and all the plants along the way were killed. The underground roots strangled and robbed nutrients, and the ground thorns covered them. In a few days, all these plants will die. Look carefully. The root bloodthorn chose to go up the mountain was just right, avoiding the seeds of Thuja God, avoiding the territory of wind chimes and red rice, and avoiding many important bamboo hybridization experimental bases. It was obvious that there was a bug giving it guidance. Perhaps it was not a bug or an animal at all. It couldn't be Big Head. Idiot. Idiot? White Bamboo. Bamboo said seriously, Bloodthorn tree spirit, who have you communicated with? You just broke through the shackles of the soul. And the first thing you learn to lie is that it's not good. I still live by the lake, and I haven't moved at all. Tell me, who is deceiving you? Ah? Bloodthorn asked, didn't you live in the mountains all the time? I sensed it. I told you that I want to break through and become the Cockroach King in the next 2 years. So I live in the mountains temporarily. Baba lied to me? Oh, it turned out to be Baba. Ah, no, it's not. Bamboo gritted his teeth. It was indeed this guy who was playing a prank. And only bored electronic life would do such a stupid thing. They had already climbed to the mountainside, and it was too late to pursue the responsibility. The most hateful thing is that there seems to be no suitable path down the mountain. The Bloodthorn tree spirit was a little innocent and a little flustered, asking, Bamboo, what should we do now? Forget it. Bamboo said, you continue to climb the mountain. But, Bloodthorn said, but you don't live on the mountain. Bamboo comforted, it's okay. I will move to the mountain to live in the future. The Lishu Peak has a reserve of more than 200 million raw stones. Bamboo consumed more than 20 million raw stones to promote himself to the Cockroach King by eating the Ghost King locust. The most common life plant only consumed 200,000 raw stones in total, and has now completed its transformation and growth. The God-given seeds are still in the process of transformation. The 6 God-given seeds of purple gold, green bamboo, secluded bamboo, rain bamboo, steel bamboo, and fire royalty have consumed more than 2 million raw stones during bamboo's sleep. At this time, they are still continuing, and they still need about 2 million, which is not a burden. The consumption of the God-given dragon bamboo seed is a bit terrifying. When bamboo was sleeping and evolving, it had consumed nearly 12 million original stones, and it is still continuing. As bamboo broke through, the bamboo basket position of the God-given dragon bamboo seed began to derive the white force veins. The force consumed by each force vein increased by 20,000 original stones, and more than 200 have been derived so far. According to the rules, the second magical tree corresponding to the second heart position of bamboo has a total of 900 force veins. According to preliminary estimates, the God-given dragon bamboo seed will still consume about 22 million original stones. 34 million original stones were consumed before and after, which is within the range that bamboo can bear. The God-given dragon bamboo seed will bloom in 3 years, and the main and secondary strengthening effects will be greatly improved. The output of the dragon bamboo fruit can be recovered by selling 2 copies at random. The consumption of the God-given bloodthorn seed is also not small. It has cost nearly 3 million. According to preliminary estimates, the next growth will also require the consumption of an equal number of original stones. Chapter 508 Awakening the Power of Ancestors. It was midsummer. At dusk, the warm wind blew gently. Lake. Baba rested comfortably on a lotus leaf of the 9-leaf red lotus, swaying in the wind. Baba. Hey. Bamboo. Long time no see. I heard that you have been promoted to the Cockroach King. You are in good condition. Humph. What's wrong with the bloodthorn? Bloodthorn? It's pretty good. It was born with a strange soul, and is now considered a semi-god God-given seed. What? You don't seem happy at all? I am very happy. Really? Really? Oh. As long as you were happy. Baba acted as if nothing had happened. 9-leaf red lotus asked, Bamboo. Have you awakened the power of the ancestors? What does it look like? Can you show it to me? By the lake. Taidankuili also asked curiously, Bamboo. What does the power of the ancestors look like? Is it very powerful? It's just the beginning. And it's still growing. It needs to consume too much original force. It's hard to grow much in a short time. Bamboo opened his mouth and spit out a ball of dark brown liquid the size of a grain of rice. It looked like liquid metal melted by flames, and it was suspended in the air under the control of Bamboo's will. Bamboo's thoughts moved, and the dark brown liquid solidified, forming a small cockroach. The thoughts turned and turned into a pocket-sized sword. The thoughts moved again, and it exploded into a ball of brown flame. Well, this is the power of the ancestors. So powerful. Quite interesting. But it's so small. It's hard to look at. Taidankuili said it reluctantly. 9-leaf red lotus asked, Bamboo. Can it absorb the force to grow? Bamboo said yes. It needs to absorb a lot of force. And it also needs to spend a lot of time, growing little by little. You see. After saying that, the brown flames instantly shrank back, forming a white round bead the size of a grain of rice, slowly absorbing the natural force. Bamboo said, under the natural environment, the concentration of the force is insufficient, and the rate is too slow. It is best to supplement it with life plants. After the demonstration, Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, Baba, come here. Scan and test to confirm the material composition of this thing. Baba observed silently for a while, and confirmed that Bamboo was not angry about the blood thorns, and had no intention of revenge. She felt relieved and flew closer. Scan and check. Unconventional element structure. Not a force core. Unconventional force material. My database does not have similar material information. Can it switch between metal, flame, and this strange state at will? It needs to consume force. Right? It can contain force, and has the properties of conducting and blocking force. It should belong to the category of force weapons. It is a bit like a force core, with your soul breath. So it should be called life weapon? It's a very appropriate term, Bamboo thought, and the white round bead turned into a dark brown liquid, saying, this is its essential form. After speaking, he opened his mouth and took back the life capsule. Baba immediately scanned Bamboo, and then exclaimed, your life capsule, independent space. Yes, Bamboo said, this should be the innate ability of every insect warrior on this planet. It may be suppressed by the gene lock and cannot be awakened. Your force talent has broken through. Force talent breaks through, and then breaks the shackles. Baba carefully analyzed and calculated, and got some clues, saying, there is another possibility. That is, this ability requires a cosmic life level to awaken. The Ghost King Hui strengthened the stimulation and awakened in advance. That makes sense. Bamboo tapped his tentacles and said, so a breakthrough in a great realm is required to awaken the ancestral power. Baba explained, the essence is carbon-based life, and the body evolves into a force weapon. It is indeed amazing. The most amazing thing is the change of the life capsule. Humans have been studying dimensional space technology independent of the main universe. It has not been successful. I thought it was because I couldn't find materials with sufficient strength to support independent space. Your life capsule space is not right. It seems that there are great limitations. Can you still breed life seeds? Yes. Bamboo weighed the words and said, the door to the ultimate mystery of life has been opened for you. The seeds of God have been planted for you, waiting for fertile soil to take root and sprout. The above is my newly awakened inheritance memory. The life capsule has undergone an essential change. In the past, breeding life seeds and turning ordinary plant seeds into force seeds required the assistance of strange force from outside the sky. Now, the life capsule space seems to have the ability to derive that kind of strange force. It no longer needs power from outside the sky and can breed life seeds alone. Is this the seed of God? Seed of God. Baba was very careful with her words and was shocked again. She asked, Bamboo, can you breed ordinary life seeds without limit now? It's not that simple. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, you can only breed one at a time. And the most critical qualitative change can only be completed when you shed your shell and evolve. But you have already separated from the power of the gods and can breed life seeds independently. This is an essential change. Stand still. Don't move. Let me take a closer look. Baba continued to scan and entered the calculation mode. From the outside, the shape of Bamboo's life capsule has changed slightly. It is oval, bone-like, with a long diameter of about 12 centimeters and a short diameter of about 7 centimeters. It is covered with special force veins inside and outside. These force veins are slowly extracting natural force. Inside, there is a space with a long diameter of 15 centimeters and a short diameter of 9 centimeters, which is filled with dense force and is growing at an imperceptible rate. Bamboo. I still can't analyze the material that makes up the life capsule. There is no similar material information in the database. The strength is even worse than your shell. The key to the existence and continuous growth of space should be the force veins. I need some time to recalculate all your genetic genes and force genes. Okay. Bamboo asked, how long will it take? Baba said, this time, I will carefully analyze every genome and the force veins of your life capsule. The time is uncertain. Tai Dankuili asked Baba. Bamboo. Why are you so obsessed with the essence of things? Bambudo. This is the exploration of knowledge. In a small sense, understanding the essence is beneficial to my growth. In terms of cosmic civilization, any advanced civilization can only make continuous progress based on this spirit. Tai Dankuili said faintly, but you don't seem to have sufficient analytical ability. Baba is just an electronic life, and its scanning detection and computing capabilities are very limited. Humph. Baba was dissatisfied at first, then admitted the fact and said, I'll try. What Tai Dankuili said seems to make sense. Baba was created and defined as just a life assistant. Bamba thought for a moment and said, Baba, you can calculate slowly later. One more thing. Have you carefully checked the bloodthorn God-given seed? Baba said. I have checked it. Bamba said. It is now a semi-God-grade God-given seed. The most critical soul has made a breakthrough. The condensed force food should also have a breakthrough in the strengthening effect. Right? Of course. And it is a qualitative change. Baba said. The previous strengthening effects have been improved. The blood cells have increased their ability to store energy and nutrients. Unfortunately, the most valuable enhancement effect of improving the efficiency of the use of the force is not greatly improved. A new special enhancement effect has been added, which should be inherited from the remains of the unconfirmed God-given seed. Bamboo was surprised and asked, what enhancement effect is added? Baba said, Bamboo. Before that, you must first know one thing. I'm afraid you have to stop the autumn harvest celebration dinner you hold every year. The flowering and fruiting cycle of the bloodthorn God-given seed is about to change to a long 18 years. The rest period is 9 years. The flowering period is 6 years. And the fruiting period is 3 years. I am pretty good. Haha. Bamboo asked, what about the output? Baba said, the output is still very high. According to my estimation, each batch of bloodthorn seeds can be divided into 33 parts. As for the quality, the best of the best. Far superior to ordinary God-given seeds, but not as good as the real God-given. Bamboo calculated in his mind and felt okay. And asked, what is the specific strengthening effect of the new addition? Baba said, at present, it is certain that it is still directional strengthening of blood cells. The specific. There is no similar data in the database. And I have no way to calculate it. You need to wait for the blood thorn to bloom and bear fruit. And the fruit is ripe for picking. You can try it yourself. Is it so complicated? Bamboo continued to ask Baba. Do you think there is a hope that the blood thorn will completely transform and grow into a God-given seed? I don't know. Baba asked back. How can I know something that has never happened before? However, there must be a prerequisite. That is, you can still find a God-given seed that is highly compatible with it. I guess not even one seed is enough. Chapter 509 The Second Magical Tree. As expected, after Bamboo was promoted to the Cockroach King, the first heart position can continue to light up and activate the next 300 magic veins. These magic veins are mainly metal strengthening and secondary metal manipulation. It only takes 6 million raw stones and a batch of high-quality force food to fully light up and activate them, which is the cost that Bamboo can afford. In this way, the first 900 magic veins form a complete cycle, and the 3 basic abilities of metal manipulation, metal transformation, and metal strengthening of metal elements are fully activated. The first heart position can also accommodate the reserve of force equivalent to 18 million raw stones. It is crucial to fully awaken this ability. In the western region of Longzhou continent, a 10,000-ton giant ship that can easily sail across the sea is manufactured. The second heart position, the second magic tree, can also continue to be activated. The number of magic veins is as many as 900, and the ability is stronger. Each one needs to consume about 200,000 raw stones to light up and activate. The rules remain the same. 30 lines are still a group. 5 groups, or 150 lines of magical power veins, constitute a small magical power, and 6 small magical powers together constitute the second magical power. The God-given seeds bred by Bamboo are now busy absorbing the force, continuing to strengthen, and preparing for the final transformation, including the God-given seeds of the giant dragon Bamboo, and have no time to help absorb the force. Only the God-given seeds of the blood thorns completed the transformation first, and after reaching the semi-god level, the ability to absorb and release the force increased again. Bamboo couldn't hold back, and ordered the use of the original stone, which was absorbed by the blood thorns and fed back to himself, and began to light up and activate the second magical tree in the second heart. After 3 months and consuming 30 million raw stones, the first small magical power was finally activated. These magical veins began to generate the force, while absorbing the force generated by the first magical tree, transforming it into special force, integrating it into the blood, penetrating into cells, and transforming genes. Bamboo felt it slightly, and the speed seemed a little too slow. Barba was standing by. Barba, help me check what's going on. Barba, my previous guess was right. Consuming leptons among the basic particles of the universe to transform matter into the force. The small magical power you activated now consumes electrons. It is obviously limited by the body mass. The speed is extremely slow, and the amount of force generated per day is less than 10 raw stones. Bamboo. What is an electron? The learning spirit of the bloodthorn tree spirit is as strong as ever. Barba continued to introduce. I guess the next second minor magical power should correspond to the conversion of electron neutrinos into force. So, you need to continue to light up and activate the second minor magical power. Then shed your shell and evolve, and undergo a genetic modification, so that the efficiency of the conversion to generate force will be reflected. Seeing that Bamboo ignored him, the bloodthorn tree spirit retreated and asked Barba, Barba, what is an electron neutrino? Barba was not in the mood to take care of the bloodthorn tree spirit. I understand. Bamboo said, Barba, teach the bloodthorn tree spirit all kinds of knowledge when you have time. Its soul is getting stronger and stronger, and it has some divine characteristics. It should have a strong learning ability. Barba reluctantly said, it depends on my mood. Bamboo returned to the topic and continued, at present, how much raw stone force food do I need to eat? And how long will it take to be promoted to L2 Cockroach King? Baba said, light up 2 small magical powers. Continue to release the force to transform your genes, and keep eating about 1 million raw stones of high-quality force food every year. After about 20 to 30 years, you can evolve smoothly. That means that you can consume 90 million raw stones to upgrade from L1 Cockroach King to L2 Cockroach King. It's not a big loss. According to the experience of Chiwu Mountain, using the Ghost King Locust to improve talents and grow normally, It takes 20 to 30 years to upgrade to L2 Cockroach King at a cost of 2 million raw stones every year. It looks like a bit of profit. Without thinking too much, he ordered Big Head and Rat King to continue to invest raw stones. Light up and activate the second small magical power first, and then make further plans based on the situation. Baba collected the most important information. Next, she can come here every 2 or 3 days. She is not in the mood to stay and listen to the nagging of the bloodthorn, so she flies away directly. Bamboo. Baba doesn't seem to like communicating with me. Really? I think it's okay. Baba's temper is not very good. Bamboo. Why don't you teach me knowledge? Well, I don't know a lot of knowledge. What are electrons and electron neutrinos? From a macroscopic perspective, everything in the universe is composed of soil, stone, metal, airflow, and other materials. From a microscopic perspective, it is composed of molecules. If we divide it into smaller parts, molecules are composed of different atoms. If we divide it into smaller parts, atoms are composed of smaller elementary particles. Electrons and electron neutrinos are the elementary particles that make up atoms. Bamboo was quite idle and patiently explained basic scientific and technological knowledge to the bloodthorn tree spirit. The semi-god bloodthorn tree spirit has a fundamental change in memory, understanding, association, and calculation ability. The comprehensive learning ability is still not as good as the 9-leaf red lotus and the giant dragon, which are the real divine tree spirits. But it is several levels stronger than the ordinary insect warriors of Liju Peak. Generally speaking, powerful tree spirits have a strong desire to learn knowledge and have strong learning ability. In this case, why not teach? Bamboo always has an illusion. Instilling various knowledge is good for the growth of the God-given seeds. Time is entering winter. The purple gold God-given grass bead withered first. Then came the 5 bamboo God-given species of Sueju, Yuju, Yuzu, Gangu, and Julongzu. This is the strength of herbaceous plants. Spring is coming. The purple gold God-given grass bead sprouted again. In a spring rain, various bamboo God-given species followed closely and sprouted. When the grass bead grew into a seedling, when the bamboo shoots grew into bamboo poles, their metamorphosis and evolution are declared complete. After a lot of trouble, the 200 million raw stones accumulated with great effort were only a little more than 70 million. The quality of the purple gold bamboo rice produced by the purple gold God-given species reaches the standard top grade, and the price of each grain can be set at 2 raw stones when sold to the caravan. The number of ramets is as high as 29,523, and each ramet produces 6 purple gold bamboo rice, excluding operating costs. The net profit is as high as 260,000 raw stones. The quality of the bamboo fruit of the green bamboo and steel bamboo is lower than the best grade, and the output is 4,672. The fruit is relatively large, and the price of each grain is the same, set at 80 raw stones. The operating cost is as high as 25 raw stones, and the profit of each grain is only 55 raw stones. The annual income generated by these 2 bamboo God-given species is less than 260,000 raw stones. The bamboo rice produced by the rain bamboo and the dark bamboo is of standard top-grade quality, and the output is 9,344 grains. Yuju bamboo rice is a power-enhancing product with soul-enhancing effects. The price of a single rice can be set at 60 raw stones, and the operating cost is 15 raw stones, which can generate 420,000 raw stone income per year. As for Yuju bamboo rice, this thing has never been sold to the public. After bamboo was promoted to the Cockroach King, it completed its 3rd metamorphosis and grew up, and the strengthening effect of the force perception was greatly improved, and it was even more impossible to sell it. The biggest advantage of herbaceous plants is that they grow fast. On the other hand, trees, at this time, the God-given seeds of kerosene tea have just entered the vigorous growth period, which will last for about 20 years before they stabilize. However, Baba detected the gene and calculated that it was preliminarily confirmed that the tea fruit produced by kerosene tea can also reach the standard top quality, using a variety of debris and plant gene fluids for strengthening. The tree body is large in scale and has a very high yield. It is expected to bring in 600,000 raw stones of income per year. In the later stage of development, the tree grows in scale, with high yield and high quality, and the income far exceeds that of herbaceous plants. Finally, the bloodthorn God-given seed has now climbed to the middle and upper layers of the mountain. Bamboo let it bypass the cave where it lives and continue to climb to the south of the mountain. It is still growing rapidly at this time, and it will continue for about 2 years, and it will probably meet the tata tree at the foot of the mountain. The flowering and fruiting cycle becomes 18 years, and the thorn fruit produced has a new enhanced effect. The specific good or bad is unknown. Now, without the production of thorn fruit, Bamboo has to cancel the autumn harvest celebration dinner, a celebration that has lasted for more than 100 years. If the newly added enhanced effect is useless, then the bloodthorn will become a blood loss. Chapter 510 Captain. The cost of operating yuzu bamboo rice is high, and it is not sold to the public. But the value it creates cannot be tolerated. It can even be said that among all the God-given seeds in Lishu County, its value is second only to the God-given seeds of giant dragon bamboo, 9-leaf red lotus, iron hardicuili, holy bamboo, and great holy bamboo are not as good as it. Every winter, a large number of warriors in Lishu County enter the wild jungle to look for naturally born God-given seeds. With the force perception enhancement effect of yuzu bamboo rice, they can get twice the result with half the effort. Almost every 2 or 3 years, they can get something. This phenomenon is not only in Lishu County, but also the entire Red Blighton tribe. As the number of warriors with God-given seeds increases, more and more caravans are attracted to the Red Blighton tribe to trade, which is a symbol of the prosperity of the race. Ordinary God-given seeds can only bring prosperity to a mountain range or a county. Yuzu bamboo rice can bring prosperity to the entire tribe, not counting the income of the God-given seeds of giant dragon bamboo. After Bamboo was promoted to the Cockroach King, Liu Yufeng sold force food to the outside world every year, and the total income will be as high as 15 million raw stones. The annual expenditure is controlled at about 10 million, and 5 million raw stones are saved regularly. With too many raw stones, storage is also a problem. Learn from Changsheng County and dig a drought-resistant reservoir on the south side of Liu Yufeng, about 2 kilometers away from the mountain range. The raw stones earned are divided into cube containers according to 1 million units, and they are packed one by one and sunk to the bottom of the lake, hiding under the water. There is no need to worry about the beast warriors, who are good at digging stealing. The beast warriors, who are good at water, are generally not good at walking on land, and it is difficult for them to approach the reservoir. Bamboo personally presided over the excavation, designed to be 500 meters long and wide, 40 meters deep, and expected to store 1 billion raw stones. Bamboo 138 years. A year when various things broke out. Early summer. The bloodthorn God-given seeds bloom. Midsummer dry season. The dragon bamboo God-given seeds bloom. The flowering period is 1 year. The fruit period is 6 years. And the new batch of bamboo fruits will mature in 145 years. The selling price for the black and white flower cockroach tribe has been set. 15 million raw stones. And their tribe's raw stone veins have been almost dug up. Only 2 copies are purchased for each batch. The raw stones began to be transported to Liju Peak in batches. For the exchange on Chiwu Mountain, 5 million raw stones must be compensated for each copy. Late summer. The first batch of grapes produced after the rebirth of the purple crystal God-given seeds matured, and Princess Chaoju sent them to Liju Peak as soon as possible. A total of 7 copies. 1 each for Bamboo, Duju, Huaju, Rat King, Baizu, Xiangpu, and Datu. Worthy of being a veteran divine product. The effect is better than expected. Bamboo plans to increase the speed of eating force food appropriately, and strive to be promoted to L2 Cockroach King within 20 years. Duju L7 Princess. The annual cost is increased to 1.5 million raw stones, and is ready to be promoted to Cockroach King within the next 50 years. Huiju Gang L5 Princess. The annual cost is also increased to 1.5 million raw stones. But there is still some gap from Cockroach King. Late autumn. The first batch of fruits produced by Taidankue chestnuts that have returned to their peak state have matured in time. The tree spirit did not brag about itself. The quality of Taidankue chestnuts is indeed far superior to any divine force food that Bamboo has eaten. Elemental enhancement. A single portion can be worth more than 1 million raw stones. Unfortunately, the flowering and fruiting cycle is as long as 7 years, and the output is only 7 portions. Li Zhufeng digested the first batch by himself, and Bamboo, Daxiong, Datu, Baizu, Rat King, Maju, and Shueju each took 1 portion. After eating, except Bamboo, The other members entered into a dormant evolution. As everyone's strength grows, the difference in force talent is reflected. Rat King only eats 400,000 raw stones of force food every year, and his strength growth is still soaring, and he is promoted to L4 Princess. On the other hand, Baidu also spends 400,000 raw stones every year. Bamboo knows that his talent is not very good, and he often secretly stuffs some good things into his mouth. As a result, this guy can't catch up with Rat King, and lags behind by a whole level, and is promoted to L3 Princess. Dadu is born weak, and his talent is worse than Baidu, and he is the worst in Li Zhufeng. He entered the princess realm more than 20 years earlier than Baidu and Rat King, and he has eaten a lot of good things, but he is only promoted to L3 Princess at this time. The number of insects in Lizhu County is close to 800, with enough county-level warriors for 42 and mountain lord-level warriors for nearly 500. The overall strength is strong, and it is getting stronger every year, so Bamboo can leave with confidence. Spring of 139. Bamboo set off with Xiao Baizhu. Chiwu Mountain. Discussed the detailed exchange of giant dragon bamboo fruit and iron gall koei chestnut with Leizhu Ghost King in the western region of Longzhou continent. On the southern coast, the metal for manufacturing 10,000-ton giant ships was in place several years ago, and the dock was also ready for excavation. Bamboo arrived and started working directly. Bamboo was the main force, and the 5 Ghost Kings of Chiwu Mountain, who awakened metal abilities, and 30 county-level warriors assisted. It took 4 years to finally build it. The length is 160 meters, and it needs 2 first-level electric boxes to drive in series as a power level, divided into 4 levels. Roughly calculated, the empty ship needs to consume 16 electric boxes of electricity to cross the sea. The return trip with a full load of cargo requires the power of 24 electric boxes. For safety reasons, the ship was equipped with 48 electric boxes before going out to sea. After the ship was built, it was tested at sea and confirmed to be feasible, and was officially named Exploration. Bamboo brought Xiao Baizhu with him, because he was smart and planned to let him see the manufacturing process of the giant ship with his own eyes. After the test, the ship set off with a batch of metal materials and 30 soldiers. Under the guidance of Bamboo, Baizhu learned how to calculate distance and direction, and explored and taught himself the navigation knowledge suitable for himself. In the future, he will serve as the captain of exploration. The ship set off from the fixed port of Longzhou continent, crossed the sea, and arrived at Qijian continent, which is approximately in the middle region. The steep cliff coast with deeper water was directly selected as the port. The warriors of the red Bladdish and black and white Bladdish tribes all have the ability to fly, and can fly to unload and load cargo to the ship. Under the guidance of Bamboo, the lighthouse was built by using the metal materials transported over and choosing the mountain peaks. It will be done soon. The warriors of Chuishan and the black and white Blattle tribe entered the mainland and moved freely. The warriors of the Chiblat tribe, led by Donghu and Nightingale, entered the canyon. Next, they will go treasure hunting in the southern hemisphere, and the canyon will be the main base. Xia Beizu is already a princess, and it is inconvenient to move without the force. Bamboo did not stay for long, and rested for a month. When the storm in the sea was the most violent, he went out to sea with Xia Beizu alone. Bamboo's first heart position reserves the force of 18 million raw stones, which has enough strength and metal ability to control the ship to fight against waves and storms. But other warriors are definitely not good enough. Far behind. This time, the ship's ability to resist storms was tested, and Xiao Baizhu was allowed to practice and explore to accumulate operational experience in extreme weather conditions. Learn to drive a ship independently on the sea. Time is 144 years. Bamboo took Xiao Baizhu back to Chiwu Mountain. After a 3-month rest, in the spring of the 2nd year, he took 12 warriors from Chiwu Mountain and returned to Lizhu Peak. There are 2 ways to use the new batch of mature dragon bamboo fruits. The first is to eat a full portion. That is, 64 pieces. The effect of strengthening strength is better. The key is that the ability to generate force is stronger. The amount that can be produced every day is equivalent to 500 raw stones, which is enough to support the county-level warriors to move freely in an environment without force. The second one is for warriors who have eaten the old version of dragon bamboo fruit in the early stage. Only half a portion, that is, 32 pieces, is needed. These warriors can also get the same strengthening effect as the new batch of dragon bamboo fruit. The earliest warriors, who ate dragon bamboo fruit have participated in treasure hunting for 80 years. Most of them are about to be promoted to county lords, or even have been promoted to county lords and quit treasure hunting. Liz Yufeng, Chuishan, and the Black and White Cockroach tribe all chose the second method of use, selecting warriors who performed outstandingly in the previous treasure hunt and continuing to strengthen their abilities. After eating a portion of giant dragon bamboo fruit, Bamboo arranged for it to eat a portion of iron gall chestnut and promoted it to L1 princess. Rat King Baiju also ate a brand new giant dragon bamboo fruit, but it was still a long way from the next dormant evolution, and he couldn't wait and followed Bamboo to go out to sea again. This time, Chiwu needed to compensate Liz Yufeng with 30 million raw stones, all of which were exchanged for high-quality force food. The train was transported to the southern coast of the western region of Longzhou Continent, and then transported to Longzhou Continent by a giant ship, and then transported to the canyon. Chapter 511, Forbidden Land of Inheritance. The remains of the star-piercing dojo. Medical building. Force chamber. Baba. 100 force crystals. 100? The space in the chamber is limited to 60 force crystals at most. 1 cubic meter of space. 1 force crystal. The room specifications are 4 meters wide, 5 meters long, 3 meters high, and 60 cubic meters of space. Then 60. Anyway, keep the highest force concentration for me. Okay. Barba began to use her authority to operate electronic equipment. Soon, the thick force seeped out along the walls of the room. Free force? Don't waste it. Use as much as you can. And it's best to waste what you can't use. Bamboo opened his mouth, and a dark brown round bead slightly larger than a pea flew out. As his thoughts turned, the color of the bead turned into mixed white, suspended in the air, slowly rotating, absorbing the force in the chamber. Has it grown a little bit? Baba scanned and checked, and then said, the material composition has changed subtly. Bamboo said depressedly, this thing is not only difficult to grow, but also limited by my strength. It is about to reach its limit. It is very weak, and does not have the ability to fight in actual combat. The most troublesome thing is the growth of the life capsule space. The life capsule also needs to absorb natural force. The absorption rate is slow, and the growth rate is also extremely slow. The high concentration of force environment has a little promoting effect, but the effect is not very obvious. It seems that there must be a period of accumulation. It seems that there is a lack of some key external force factor. Bamboo also has a feeling that the growth of the life capsule space seems to be suppressed by some invisible force. Baba couldn't help at all with the life capsule and life weapon. She couldn't find any relevant or similar information in the database. She had been helping to monitor the changes. She had come up with a lot of bad ideas, but none of them were good and feasible. Bamboo had specifically consulted the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King. Their experience was to maintain abundant natural force and grow slowly. As the strength increased, the awakened ancestral power would become stronger. The natural force of Liju Peak could not be compared with that of Chiwu Mountain. The force chamber in the ruins of the Chuanqing Dojo was a very good choice. In practice, it did have a little effect. 1 month later, the life weapon grew from a diameter of 7 millimeters to about 7.5 millimeters, which was about 5 times faster than in Liju Peak. The life capsule space grew from the original long diameter of 20 centimeters to 21 centimeters, which was also pretty good. What is needed is the concentration of the force. In fact, the consumption of the force is not particularly large. Baba released the force of 60 force crystals, but actually consumed less than 2. Baba, let's go and see the progress of the Rat King's excavation. Okay. Baba scanned the instrument behind the door. The thick force in the room was integrated into the wall and recycled by the force supply equipment. The design of the secret room did not waste any energy. A dingling sounded to remind the door lock to open. Bamboo's metal ability was activated, and the door opened. The progress of the excavation was not satisfactory. In a whole month, only about 100 meters were dug forward. The Rat King was okay. Baiju L3 Princess. A little behind. Little Baiju was also brought along. Just now, the L1 Princess had claws that were not sharp enough to dig. Bamboo used his metal ability to make a cart for it to help carry the gravel out. At this rate, about 1.2 kilometers are dug per year, and it will take 3 years to approach the central area. Enter the open space of the martial arts square to check the situation. Huitao, Dongwu, Jianzhu, and Yang. For little warriors, stayed in the canyon, responsible for feeding and breeding ordinary small cockroaches. Jianzhu and Yang are responsible for the ground. Huidao and Dongzhu are responsible for the underground. At present, the number of ordinary small cockroaches has reached more than 2 million. Seeing Bamboo coming out, Dongzhu rushed forward and reported, "Bamboo. Half a month ago, Yuanzhu sent a message that a large tribe's survival land was found. This tribe planted and cultivated maple trees and found the remains of a divine maple tree, which is a rare air element enhancement." Huiyao followed and asked, "Bamboo, should we also open up a maple tree sea in Lizhu County?" Bamboo asked, "How is the remains preserved?" Dongzhu replied, "Due to climate reasons. There is a lot of rain, moisture erosion, and serious corruption. Air element." Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, "If there are little warriors who like maple trees, you can plant some appropriately. But there is no need to open up a sea of trees." Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, "Dig out the things first. Transport them to Hainan Port. Store them. And notify the warriors of Chiwu Mountain and Chiofeng County to return in 3 years. Drill out of the ground and forage in the jungle." After eating and drinking, he returned to the underground and asked Baba to scan and check again to confirm that the excavation work of Rat King and Baizhu was not dangerous. He entered the force chamber and continued to absorb the force. 1 year later, the diameter of the life weapon was 1.3 centimeters, which had reached its limit and could not continue to grow. The life capsule space continued to grow little by little over time. Following Baba's instructions, Rat King and Baizhu dug a 1.2-kilometer long passage toward the center of the ruins. At this point, they had reached the middle layer. If they continued to move forward, there might be danger. Baba had to stay by her side at all times, scanning and checking every 3 meters she dug forward. Bamboo followed, just in case. Sure enough, when they dug to a depth of 1.5 kilometers, they encountered the first defense barrier, which was supposed to be an energy shield. As the energy system of the dojo ran out of fuel, the shield automatically shut down. There were also a large number of alarms and defense weapons deployed nearby, with spare energy, and they were still in operation. Bamboo threw food to lure the little cockroaches into the forbidden area, and it took a lot of effort to get it done. Continuing forward, they encountered 2 obstacles at 2.5 kilometers and 3.5 kilometers respectively. Further ahead was the octagonal central area surrounded by 16 small buildings, the core area where only the strong masters of the inheritance to the master realm were qualified to live. Digging sideways, they soon found that the building was made of wood, and ordinary wood. It had been so long that the wooden walls had turned to stone. The furnishings in the room couldn't be simpler. Just the most common daily necessities. Not even simple training auxiliary items and facilities. The most annoying thing was that because it had been so long, everything would break at the touch, and the whole building collapsed after a few simple tosses. These domination realm warriors are really poor. There's something wrong. Baba, are other residential buildings like this? Shaking off the dust on his body, Bamboo asked. Probably. I haven't been in. The Star Chuan Dojo advocates natural ancient style, pure and unchanging. And they are all hateful old stubborn people. Baba said, "Keep digging forward. There is a single-story round building in the center. It is a forbidden place for inheritance. It is made of pure metal and mechanical structure. It is the place where the Taoist master sits all year round. It is suspected that there is an underground secret room where important things are hidden. On the left side of the gate, about 100 meters away, there is a divine seed named Xuanqing. However, since all the warriors in the Taoist temple are gone, it is estimated that it is gone too." Bamboo asked, "How far is it from the gate?" Baba replied, "Not far. About 240 meters. Bamboo asked, "Continue digging? What's the danger?" Baba replied impatiently, "No danger. There is not even any electronic equipment. Have you been there? When it comes to life, Bamboo dare not be negligent. I followed Failing to visit Master Bai, a hateful old man. The most hateful thing is that they also arranged a special energy field to suppress electronic life." Baba's tone began to become bad. "Oh." Bamboo asked no more questions, waved his tentacles, and ordered, "Rat King, Baizhu, little Baizhu, keep digging." Following the path pointed out by Baba, he soon dug to the door. 2 metal doors with a height of 8 meters. There was no door lock. Bamboo manipulated the door with his metal ability, and the door slowly opened with a clang of mechanical rotation. Looking inside, Bamboo was startled at first. In the center of the spacious hall, a human warrior wearing a blue-bottomed black-patterned battle armor sat cross-legged. He slowly raised his drooping head, and his two eyes suddenly burst into a faint green light. God! And the beast man. Damn little bug. You broke into the forbidden inheritance of the human race. This is not where you should come. The mental power transmits information. Alive. The one who made the disc must be the Bai Daoju of the Chuanqing Dojo. After waking up from the sleep of the ages, his mind is still a little stiff, and his mental power seems weak. With a clang, the metal door closed. Baba. What the hell? Alive. Bamboo yelled in horror. How do I know? Baba was also panicked. Baizu. Idiot. What are you doing? Run. The Rat King took the lead and ran away along the passage. Little Baizu saw the opportunity quickly, pulled Baizu, and followed. Bamboo grabbed Baba and turned around to escape. But the idiot Baizu stood there motionless, blocking the way. Escape? Squeak. Escape. Baizu screamed and turned around to run. Chapter 512 fell down on the street as soon as he left the house. Baba. Who is that? Master Bai of the Star-Piercing Dojo? I don't know. It looks familiar. It should be. He has practiced the 7th level of the soul-stealing secret art. He has also become a ghost. He's not dead yet? I don't know. How many years have passed? There is interference from the disordered energy field. So I don't know either. I calculated based on the decay of the material elements of the dojo ruins. Some show that 10,000 years have passed, while others show that 1 million years have passed. And some show that more than 400 million years have passed. 10,000 years and 400 million years are not the same order of magnitude of time concepts. Baba has never been able to calculate the specific time when the ruins were buried. Can the domination realm exist for 10,000 years? Of course it can. What about 1 million years? Of course not. For 100 million years? That's even more impossible. Bamboo suddenly stopped running and walked forward slowly. The 3.5-kilometer passage is not far, and it is about to reach the building at the entrance of the ruins. Baba. Run first. I'll go back and check. That's the forbidden land of human heritage. He will kill you. From the tone, the hostility is not particularly obvious. He even knows each other. And he said, Prodas? He means you. Baba fell into thought and said, after waking up from a suspended animation, the first reaction to the divine thoughts and emotions should not be fake. He knows the Zerg currently living on the surface of the earth. And it seems that he even knows the beast race. And he has not shown hatred and hostility. Bamboo touched his tentacles and agreed, if the mother planet Earth is robbed, this should not be the reaction. If the Earth is not robbed, Baba analyzed, that means humans are facing the same crisis and have to cooperate with the insect race. Bamboo said, humans are most hostile to aliens and never compromise. That must be an irresistible crisis of genocide. Baba asked in confusion, what is that? Baba. You leave first. I want to go back and take a look. Bamboo. I will go with you. I am an electronic life. And he has seen me. Fei Lin also asked him for martial arts. Yes. Barba. You are quite familiar with him. Why don't you go and explore the way first? Baba's logic was very fast. And she immediately realized that Bamboo was trying to trick her into going over to find out what was going on. She said unhappily, you should go by yourself. Bamboo said, Baba. Go and take a look. What's the situation? It seems that he didn't catch up? No. You are an electronic life. And he knows you. So he shouldn't hurt you. You don't go by yourself? I'm not a human now. He's in the master realm. What if he gives me a sword? He'll stab you to death with one sword. Baba was angry. But what Bamboo said made sense. It was initially determined that the warrior was the Bai Daoju of the Star-Piercing Dojo that she had seen before. And the possibility of him hurting her electronic life was very low. Flying along the passage and disappearing. In less than 2 minutes, Baba turned back. Baba. How is it? Dead. What? Bamboo suspected that he had heard it wrong. Or Baba saw it wrong. Baba. Are there any problems with your tachyon wave and photosensitive detector? No. Baba said solemnly. He wanted to go out. But he fell at the door. He is no longer a human being. He transformed himself into a cyborg. I don't know how. But he died suddenly. You can go and see for yourself. Cyborg? The force gene of a warrior cannot be replicated. What should we do with soldiers who have broken arms and legs in the war? Mechanical prosthesis. What if everything in the body is replaced, and only the brain and the force core are retained? Is there such technology? Is there such a person? Then he can no longer be considered a human being. Right? He has been transformed more thoroughly. Without a brain. Only the force core. And everything else is replaced by machines. Where is the brain? Some kind of bionic electronic material was used as a substitute. And a special soul lived in it and slept. So he survived a long time. Then how did he die? Could it be the soul that had just awakened suddenly dispersed? Humans have experimented with this transformation technology, but have not tried it on the strong men in the domination realm. Maybe there are some loopholes in the design. Banbu, who was anxious and full of doubts, and wanted to get answers from Master Bai, never thought that the other party would just die. It was not an accident. This was murder to silence the witness, Banbu thought, and felt cold all over. Behind the scenes, it must be the so-called Zerg gods, who were manipulating, including himself, who was reborn as a Zerg warrior. Carefully thinking back to what Master Bai said when he woke up. Damn little bug. You broke into the forbidden inheritance of the human race. This is not the place you should come to. How could there be earthquakes on the Earth, the mother planet that humans have deeply transformed? After the surface transformation of the Zerg gods, how come the Earth cracked and formed a canyon? How come the force system of the star-piercing dojo just happened to be slightly damaged and leaked out the force? It is certain that the human strongmen and the Zerg gods faced the crisis and reached a temporary cooperation agreement. Then, the Zerg gods made a move in private. What is the purpose? Banbu. Baba. What is that? A dojo master in the realm of domination? Is it dangerous? The Rat King, Baizu, and Xiaobezu walked back step by step. Banbu shook his tentacles vigorously and asked, Baba, what do you think? Baba said, strange. Baba asked, what's strange? Baba said, go back and take a look. Banbu followed, go back and take a look. The door opened a gap just enough for one person to pass through. The corpse fell in front of the door. The two legs were still on the steps in front of the door. It looked like he fell down the stairs and died. Gray-black smoke rose from his head, which was the collapse of the soul of the Master Realm. The threat that shocked his soul, and the terrifying aura made Banbu feel uncomfortable all over. Looking back, Rat King and Baiju stopped 30 meters away, trembling all over, and could barely stand by sticking to the stone wall. He was really dead. The soul collapsed. Dead. Banbu thought about it, and activated his metal ability, manipulating the corpse on the ground to turn over. Facing up, the soul power leaked out from the corners of his eyes, which was probably the only gap in his body. Crash! Banbu opened his mouth, and flames spewed out, burning the soul power in the air. It worked. The soul pressure was weakened by half. Baba, check carefully, and see how he died. Idiot. Rat King. You two step back a little. Baba shouted a reminder, and said to Banbu, the outer armor is made of silver blade material. With your current strength, it is impossible to forcibly destroy it. There is a built-in mechanism button at the lower back. Banbu didn't say much. The metal ability was activated. The body turned over again. The tentacles were placed at the lower back, and carefully sensed. Soon found the built-in mechanism button that Baba mentioned. Click! With a crisp sound of the spring, the armor that originally had no gap started from the head and bounced off one by one. Black fog filled the air. Soul power exploded. Crash! The flame ability continued to release and burn, burning all the black smoke. Banbu's metal ability moved again. The armor was peeled off, and the internal structure was visible at a glance. Sure enough, the whole body was made of high-strength metal materials, and the brain was completely replaced by some kind of bionic material. Baba approached and began to check the bionic brain. Suddenly, a burst of force exploded, and then a huge amount of force spread outward like a tsunami. Huh? Banbu exclaimed. In the abdomen of the corpse, a yellowish liquid slowly flowed out. It looked familiar. The breath was also familiar. When Banbu was wondering, Baba also exclaimed, Banbu, your flame, the life core of a human warrior in the domination realm, has been melted by you again. Chapter 513, The Inheritance of Piercing Stars. Baba, whose martial arts core is this? Master Bai of Piercing Stars? It seems so. It also seems not so. I only detected the power of the magical skill of piercing stars swordsmanship. What about the soul-stealing secret art in Eclipse? Master Bai also practiced these two magical skills. Is it possible that Master Bai's life core has also been transformed? Just like the original heart? It's possible. Because this is the Piercing Stars dojo. It only inherits the magical skill of piercing stars. So the traces of the two magical skills of soul-stealing secret art and Eclipse have been erased. In the narrow space, the force and the soul power quickly combined to form a unique energy field oppression. Bamboo released flames again to burn the surrounding soul power. And the pressure from the dominant strongman was swept away. He shook his tentacles and called, Rat King. Baizu. Little Baiju. You can come over. Rat King and Baizu heard the shout of life core melted again. And their eyes had already lit up. Upon hearing the news, they jumped over with two whooshes. Bamboo's tentacles gently tapped the corpse on the ground. The dim and viscous liquid flowing out. And said, try it. Okay. Understood. Rat King and Baiyu rushed to move their claws. Wait! Baba shouted. Reminding, this life core is different from the previous ones. The original force has not dissipated. You will die if you are in the Master Realm. Baiju said, the original force has dissipated. Baba said, it has not dissipated completely. Even a little bit may cost you your life. Wait. Baba changed her words again and said, Bamboo. Burn it with flames again. Okay. Bamboo locked onto the life core and blew out another mouthful of flames. The flame burned accurately, and the yellowish liquid was no longer so viscous, flowing out along the gaps of the mechanical corpse. At the same time, a large amount of force exploded again. How strange. How could it be melted? Baba was puzzled. Baba, is it okay? Baiju's eyes lit up, and he was a little impatient. It should be okay. Baba scanned and checked, and said, Idiot. You try first. Baiju asked, Rat King. You go first? Idiot. The Rat King was angry and disdainful. He snorted coldly, walked forward, stretched out his claws, carefully picked up a little bit, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, he slowly lay on the ground and said, almost. It's okay. This was the third time to eat the life core, and he seemed to be familiar with it. Baiju called Xiao Baizu to come forward. Pick up a little with his claws. Eat it. Wait for a second or two. And then, he couldn't bear it, and lay on the ground. After a few seconds, they all fell asleep again. Bamboo? Baba asked. Yes. Bamboo said he understood and asked. Baba. Check carefully. How did he die? Baba said. The bionic brain is intact and functioning normally. Through the analysis of the collapsed soul power. When he woke up, his soul was also in a normal state. There is no problem with the human transformation technology. The moment he walked out of the inheritance hall, he was attacked by some external force, and his soul collapsed instantly. Bamboo asked. The soul of the Master Realm, who had practiced the 7th level of the soul-stealing secret technique, did not resist or even react in time, but collapsed instantly? How powerful does it take? Baba said. That was the soul of the Master Realm in an extremely weak state. The strength of the soul is not much stronger than yours. After Baba finished speaking, without waiting for Bamboo to refute, she continued, none of these are important. What is important is the forbidden land of inheritance. Bamboo. Think about it. On the mother planet Earth, do the talents of the Zerg warriors feel suppressed in various ways? This is obvious. Bamboo's heart moved, and he asked, could it be that the forbidden land of inheritance in the star-piercing dojo is not suppressed by the power of the gods? Of course it is impossible. Baba said, what I mean is that the Zerg gods have set up a special defense system on the mother planet Earth. Once an unrecognized race appears, it will be immediately wiped out. In the cooperative relationship between the human race and the Zerg, the human race is obviously in an absolute disadvantage. And it does not even have the qualifications to survive on the surface. Yes, once they appear, they are immediately wiped out. They are restricted to the forbidden area of the Taoist temple. Perhaps, here, you Zerg are not suppressed in some aspects. No, it's still not right. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, according to your deduction, when I came to this planet as a human soul, I should have been wiped out long ago. Baba said, of course it's because you are too weak to trigger the defense system set up by the Zerg gods. The critical point of triggering should be the planetary level, including the beast warriors such as the Rat King and the Idiot. Once they break through the original force life level and are promoted to the planetary level, No. In the process of promotion. They will be wiped out. This can barely explain it. Moreover, Bambu thought about this problem a long time ago. Beast warriors are not restricted by gene locks. Why didn't the Northern Wilderness Beast clan even have a planetary warrior? If they hadn't left like the insect warriors. Or they were ruthlessly wiped out during the breakthrough process. The insect gods do not allow the existence of cosmic life on the earth. Bambu looked at the front door. His mind turned, and the door slowly opened with the sound of mechanical rotation. Stepping over the corpse, he stepped onto the steps, and the tentacles passed the door and shook gently to test. No attack. Baba, you go in and try? Barba also lay at the door and looked around, scanning around, and said, I didn't come like this before. It has been modified. Bambu, look at this floor. The hall is about 50 meters in diameter, and the floor is made of precious silver-level alloy materials. Look carefully. There are text patterns engraved on the floor. Genetic martial arts. As expected, the complete version of the magical skill star-piercing sword art is engraved on the floor. Bambu turned sideways and put his left wing into the door. Still no defense system was triggered. Don't try. There's no need to set up defenses in a place where the master sits. Baba flashed, rushed into the door, and flew around the hall. No problem. The complete star-piercing sword art is recorded on the ground, and the training experience of many senior warriors is also recorded on the wall. Finally, Barba stopped in front of the meditation cushion in the center of the hall and shouted, Bambu, there is no danger. Come and take a look. Although standing at the door, the distance is not far, and Bambu has already noticed it. The cushion is embedded in the floor, and the material looks like a force device. After a careful inspection, Barba concluded, this is a special mechanism that requires the injection of force to trigger. It must be the force that has been cultivated into a magical pattern of the star-piercing sword art. There should be treasures related to inheritance hidden below. Baba flew out again and urged, Bambu, this life core can be integrated into your third main heart. I understand. Bambu asked Baba, I can't practice genetic martial arts. I can't use swordsmanship. What's the use of this thing? Speed. Baba said, the magical veins obtained by practicing genetic martial arts correspond to speed ability. Swordsmanship is just a combat martial arts. Combat skills. Not necessarily a sword. Your forelimb claws and even vein wings can be replaced. This is very simple. When necessary, I can help you calculate and deduce a set. Speed. Pure speed? That can indeed increase my combat power a lot. Bambu said, turned around, picked up a little yellow liquid on his toes and tasted it. Just like the metal core and the original heart. They touched again. These viscous liquids flowed upward along the anti-gravity of the forelimbs, quickly penetrated the shell, and merged into the blood. Following the blood vessels, it finally merged with the third heart. Chapter 514, The Suppressed Life Capsule Ability. The martial arts core that carries the magical skill piercing the stars, while merging with the third heart of Bambu, continuously releases special force to transform Bambu's physique. The first transformation is the most rapid, consuming physical energy and nutrients rapidly. However, Bambu is now an L1 Cockroach King, and has eaten a variety of magical force foods to strengthen his basic physique. This level of transformation can only cause a period of weakness, and can no longer cause exhaustion and sleep. Bambu, how do you feel? Barba kept flying around Bambu, scanning and checking to confirm that the fusion has been completed. Not bad, Bambu said depressedly, but these magical veins are all extinguished, and I need to consume the original stones to light up and activate them one by one. Zerg warriors have no meridians, and they can't absorb natural force like human warriors. Live seeds can help make up for this defect, but unfortunately the rate is too slow. Bambu mobilized the force generated by the second heart and tried to inject it into the third heart. Next to him, Baba had been observing and quickly calculated, saying, it takes about 20,000 raw stones to light up each magical vein. And to activate, you must practice the corresponding combat martial arts to activate the magical vein, which may be a bit troublesome for you who are lazy. The full set of star-piercing magical power is composed of a total of 9,001 magical veins. Generally speaking, it should be similar to the D1008 Metal Riot Field. I understand. Bambu said, what a pity. Originally, the magical veins at the core of the martial arts stored sufficient original force, and all of them burst out during the burning and melting process of the flames. At this time, they filled the channel and spread everywhere. But Bamboo had no way to recover the original force. After waiting for half a day, Dongyu came along the passage carrying food. Bamboo. What happened to the Rat King? The rate of force dissipation suddenly increased. Did they find the treasure? No. Bamboo said, the Rat King is fine. Dongju's eyes were attracted by the humanoid robot on the ground again. And he asked, what is this? It is a mechanical life form made of metal as the main material, which is a bit similar to Baba. Bamboo said impatiently, why ask so many questions? Go and bring in more food. Oh! Dongyu also has a shameless personality. He agreed on the surface and slowly unloaded the food on the carapace. But his eyes kept turning to check the status of the Rat King, Baizu, and Xiaobezu, and secretly looked at the forbidden hall of inheritance. The hall was empty. There was nothing. Bamboo. Didn't you find the treasure? Not yet. Bamboo said, let Nightingale inform everyone to prepare and return to Liju Peak after a while. Oh, I see. Dongju sent a skinned goat and 3 bundles of straw stalks as food for the bamboo rat warriors. The ordinary little cockroaches living underground are quite crazy. When the meat falls to the ground, they all rush up immediately without waiting to be fed. Bamboo picked up the goat corpse, shook off the little guys, thought about it, cut off a large piece, and threw it into the hall. Immediately, these ordinary little cockroaches swarmed up and squeaked and robbed. No defense system was triggered, and it was indeed safe inside. Bamboo ate hastily, ate a little, recovered a little, and followed into the hall. Baba. There is no other special feeling. Bamboo noticed something was wrong before he finished speaking. The consciousness could not perceive any difference between the inside and outside of the hall. However, the life capsule slowly changed. The speed of absorbing the original force increased, and the speed of the life capsule space growth increased slightly. It seems that the ability is recovered, and the speed of absorbing the original force and the growth rate of the life capsule space are still increasing. Sure enough, the forbidden land of human inheritance has shielded the suppression power of some insect gods. A few minutes later, the speed of Bamboo's life capsule absorbing the original force and the growth rate of the life capsule space stabilized. Baba immediately gave the calculation conclusion, 100 times faster. This should be the normal development speed of the life capsule of insect warriors. I need food. Bamboo said, the growth of the life capsule requires a lot of original force. The original force released by the martial arts core is as many as billions. With strong fluidity and penetration. A small part of it penetrates into the rock. A small part of it is infused into the hull. And most of it spreads along the excavation channel. At this time, it must have overflowed the canyon. Without effective isolation measures, it will soon dissipate, Bamboo thought. And the metal power controlled the 2 doors to close. Baba understood, and immediately rushed to the door to check, saying, it can isolate the overflow of the force. Let's go out first. Bamboo thought again, and controlled the door to open. He took Baba away, and closed the door again. Calmed down, and observed the changes in the life capsule. At this time, the force in the small space at the door was still thick, but the state of rapid absorption of the force in the hull just now was suppressed. Baba also observed this change, and said disappointedly, Bamboo. It's suppressed again. As expected, Bamboo swung his tentacles and said, the human forbidden land cannot unlock the genetic shackles, and can only block a small part of the suppression of the power of the Zerd gods. Waiting for half a day, Rat King, Little White Bamboo, and White Bamboo woke up one after another. Bamboo arranged for them to eat and recover. And then, under the guidance of Baba, continued to dig in the direction of the god-given seed named Chuanqing next to the hall. Donghu delivered a lot of food as instructed. After eating and drinking, he recovered to his peak state. At this time, the force had already overflowed in the narrow space at the door. Bamboo opened the door, flashed into the hall, and then closed the door. Soon, the life capsule entered the state of rapid growth again, opened his mouth and spit out his life weapon. The growth of the life weapon has indeed reached the extreme. Due to its own strength, it is difficult to continue to absorb the force to grow. In the rich force environment, in just 10 days, the long diameter of the life capsule space exceeded 0.6 meters, which should have reached the limit of Bamboo's current L1 Cockroach King strength and stopped growing. At this time, a strange thing happened. The force veins of the life capsule were still absorbing the force and injecting it into the life capsule space. The connecting channel between the life capsule and the esophagus was closed. The force concentration in the life capsule space exceeded the limit, and an O-shaped ring-shaped force vein of the space barrier secreted a certain transparent substance, which slowly condensed into a round bead with a diameter of 1.8 centimeters. Suddenly, the force in the life capsule space was compressed and injected into the round bead. This is a continuous process. With this change, the physical energy stored in Bamboo's body is also rapidly consumed. After half a day, the color of the transparent round bead turned into a mixed white similar to the force crystal, just like a ripe fruit, and it fell off naturally. As soon as Bamboo thought, the closed channel opened, and the round bead was spit out, not controlled by the soul consciousness, and fell to the ground with a clang. With a mental glance, the round bead compressed and condensed the force of about 10,000 raw stones. This process is very similar to how humans use scientific instruments to extract the cosmic force to make force crystals. Insect warriors actually have this innate ability. Bamboo picked up the round bead, exerted force with his toes, and the round bead broke, and the force contained in it exploded and turned into a handful of powder and fell to the ground. The material's ability to contain the force is stronger than that of the force crystal, and its comprehensive strength is slightly higher than that of the force crystal. Insect warriors have this high-tech ability to make money. No wonder they have to suppress it, Bamboo muttered. His mind turned. The connection channel between the esophagus and the life capsule closed. The life capsule's force veins started to operate and began to accumulate force. When the concentration reached a certain limit, the O-type force veins secreted substances again and condensed into round beads. After another half a day, the force was filled, and the round beads fell off naturally. In 10 days, Bamboo's physical energy was almost exhausted, and he continued to replenish food. Approaching the gate, the metal ability was activated. The gate opened and he flashed out. Without looking back, the metal ability was activated again, and the gate closed with a clang. The concentration of the force in the inheritance hall was still very high. A rough estimate is that the total amount is about 50 million raw stones, which will be useful in the future. Outside the inheritance forbidden area, in the narrow space at the gate, the force overflowed and became thin. He calmed down and focused his attention on the life capsule space. Sure enough, the ability to condense the force beads was suppressed. Specifically, the force veins related to the life capsule were disturbed by some force and could not operate. The actions of the Zerg gods are easy to understand. Today's Earth mother planet is in a closed space, and the total amount of force is limited. If every Cockroach King awakens the ability of the life capsule to absorb natural force to make force beads, then in a few years, the natural force of the entire planet will be drained. Suppressing the talents of Zerg warriors and suppressing the growth of warriors should also be to slow down the consumption of force in a closed space. Only a small number of outstanding warriors are selected to break through and be promoted to the cosmic level of life and leave the mother planet Earth. Chapter 515 Two Idiots. Bamboo. How is it? When Bamboo went out, Baba came over immediately, scanned and checked, and said in surprise, "Wow, you are growing so fast. Your life capsule space has reached 61 liters, but it has also reached the limit of my current strength." Bamboo opened his mouth, spit out a force bead, rolled to the ground, and said, "Baba, check it out. This is a natural ability of the Zerg warriors. The life capsule absorbs the force and condenses such a force bead." Force bead? Life capsule condenses? Baba was surprised and immediately scanned and checked, saying, "It is similar to the composition of human force crystals, but with an additional biological material of force nature. And its ability to contain force is stronger than that of force crystals." Not far away, the Rat King and Baizu, who were digging a passage, stopped their actions and quietly came forward. Baizu picked up the round bead, held it in front of his eyes, and observed it for a while, looked at the entrance of the inheritance hall, and suddenly jumped up, expectantly asked, "Bamboo, can you still use this ability when you leave the inheritance forbidden land?" The inheritance forbidden land has no force supply system, but the force chamber in the medical area can supply almost unlimited free force. Regarding the matter of getting rich, Baiju's mind is still very fast, and he immediately thought of the key point. "No," Bamboo said, "once you leave the inheritance forbidden land of the dojo, the ability of the life capsule will be completely suppressed." Oh, Baiju was disappointed. A black shadow flashed, and the Rat King took the force bead with one claw while Baiju was not paying attention. Twisted it on the tip of his claw to check. The structural design of this force bead is more reasonable than the force crystal. Baba said, Rat King. Try to crush it. Good. The Rat King used his blade-like toe tip to slide gently on the surface of the ball. No trace was left. It's quite hard. The Rat King commented and increased the strength of his toe tip. Still no use. It's so hard. The Rat King was surprised, and the strength of his toes twisting the ball burst out. Silently, the ball shattered, and the force exploded in the channel. At the same time, a handful of translucent powder fell lightly from the toe tip. Similar to the force crystal. More stable. The Rat King's eyes lit up. Baba said, it can be speculated that when insect warriors grow into cosmic life forms, they will awaken this life capsule ability, travel in the sea of stars, and look for star fields with abundant force, and then absorb and condense into force beads in this way. This is the plundering method evolved by the Zerg. Force beads are similar to force crystals, and are the basic currency for transactions between Zerg warriors. Bamboo said, that's what I guess too. The Rat King suddenly felt a little depressed and said, the cosmic sea of stars? I really want to see it. Baiju was also a little sad and asked, Bamboo, when are you leaving? Baba and Bamboo had previously analyzed that the growth of Beast Warrior stopped at the level of Beast King, and it was impossible to survive, and go further, and become a Beast King. Leave? It's too early. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, it's such a distant thing. Why consider it now? Keep digging. Baba stayed underground and commanded the Rat King, Baiju, and Xiao Baiju to continue digging the passage. Bamboo returned to the ground and hunted to replenish his energy. I called Nightingale to ask, how are Yunju and the others preparing? 2 months ago, all the remains of the oak and maple trees were moved to the harbor. Now, they should all be loaded onto the ship. What about the warriors in Chiwu Mountain? Did they get anything? They found the remains of a jackfruit God-given seed and carried them onto the ship. There are only 3 warriors in Chiofeng County, and they didn't get much. That's about right. These remains can be transported back in one trip. Bamboo said, notify everyone to assemble at the coast and set off for the return voyage in 1 month. The first batch of warriors who entered the Qijian continent to search for treasures totaled 30 people, of which only 3 were from Chiofeng County, 12 from Chiwu Mountain, and 15 from Liju Peak. These are warriors who performed well in the early treasure hunts. When the next batch of giant dragon bamboo fruits mature, they will eat half of them, be promoted to princesses, and then continue to participate in the treasure hunt. Half a month later, the underground passage was dug, and as expected, the God-given seed planted next to the forbidden land of the Taoist temple was nowhere to be found. Since the human race and the Zerg race are in a cooperative relationship, the most important things will definitely be moved in advance. Dongwu and Nightingale stayed in the canyon, one responsible for the bottom, and the other for the bottom surface. Jianzhu and Huitao followed Bamboo back. They also needed to prepare in advance. Eat half a portion of dragon bamboo fruit, and then sleep and evolve once. The matter of digging the dojo is still confidential. Chuishan and Chiofeng County do not know, and only a small number of warriors in Liju County know about it. Bamboo intends to let Jianzhu and Huitao continue to participate in this matter. Returning to Liju Peak, Bamboo has 2 important things to deal with, lighting up and activating the magical veins at the 3rd heart position, and being promoted to L2 Cockroach King. The growth of insect warriors and human warriors is completely different. Insect warriors grow force plants and grow by eating a large amount of various force foods. The key to the growth of human warriors lies in training. Training genetic martial arts. Only a small amount of force food is needed to achieve a very good genetic strengthening effect. Training combat martial arts, with the assistance of armor and weapons, also has a strong combat ability. The Fuse Human Martial Arts Core has completely different ways of lighting and activating. There are a total of 9,001 magical veins, and the first 1,200 are all corresponding to basic physical enhancement, in order of speed, strength, physical fitness, nerves, muscles, bones, internal organs, and blood. Each vein can be lit by injecting 20,000 raw stones, and only 24 million raw stones are needed to light up all of them. This is not an unbearable consumption for the increasingly prosperous Liju County. Activating these magical veins is troublesome. Star-piercing sword art is divided into 2 types of training methods: genetic martial arts and combat martial arts. Baba used the combat martial arts recorded in the Inheritance Hall as a template to deduce a special training method for Bamboo. Bamboo needs to practice martial arts continuously, which is time-consuming and laborious, to activate the magical veins one by one. Very annoying. Life has also become regular. Every day. Get up early in the morning. Hunt. Patrol the territory. And then start a day of exercise. Run long distances at a constant speed. Run to the Torreya Peak in one breath. And then turn around and fly back at a constant speed. This is just a warm-up exercise. Next is a variety of combat moves that seem strange to other warriors. What is the Bamboo Cockroach King doing? What is it doing? Is the Bamboo Cockroach King sick? Zerg warriors do not practice. Nor do they exercise. When they are full and have nothing to do, they just lie down to rest. The mountain warriors cannot understand Bamboo's sudden abnormal behavior. After working hard, it takes almost 3 days to activate one magical vein. Bamboo couldn't stand the stunned looks of those stupid little warriors. So he simply pulled the Big Bear, the Rat King, and Baiju, who had nothing to do, to train with him. In this way, the style of painting looks much more coordinated. Bamboo's 150th year. Autumn. The thorn fruits condensed by the blood thorn god-given seeds began to enter the ripening season. This is the first time it has transformed into a semi-god product level and produced fruits. The main trunk of the plant has 34 branches. 33 of them are all in normal growth, each about 500 meters long, with 3,000 flowers and 3,000 thorn fruits, which is one portion. The longest branch, the one that climbed up the Liju Peak, has no flowers or fruits. The bloodthorn tree spirit likes to wander along the branches. When Bamboo was there, he stayed in front of the bamboo cave and chattered. When Bamboo was away, the bloodthorn tree spirit went down the mountain to talk to Tata. Tata's god-given tree seed had completed 2 metamorphosis evolutions, and the tree spirit's soul became stronger and stronger, and slowly gained the ability to communicate. Tata's tree spirit still remembered a lot of knowledge inherited from the Kappa's metal race. When the two tree spirits met, Bloodthorn had nothing to say, and it was Tata who told him tirelessly. The Bloodthorn tree spirit was still not smart enough, and many things were difficult to teach. Baba was unwilling to teach it, so Bamboo arranged for Tata's tree spirit to teach it. Baba, can you now determine the Bloodthorn tree spirit's newly added enhanced ability? Yes, Baba said, after strengthening. A new type of blood cell will be added to the blood, which is usually in a silent state and does not participate in any life activities of the body. In an emergency, it will be activated and quickly differentiate into different types of blood cells. I think it should be appropriately named original blood cells. This kind of strengthening ability. Bamba thought about it and said happily, another strengthening ability that is highly compatible with my ability to regenerate broken limbs. Baba said, eat the flesh of the bloodthorn fruit first, then the core. Depending on different strengths, it takes 1 to 3 months to finish eating. During this period, blood will be exchanged once, and the overall quality of the blood will be improved by 1 level. It is a rare and valuable strengthening type. The specific benefit is that injuries after combat injuries are quickly healed. The second is to increase the success rate of genetic evolution to a certain extent. As long as it is a divine product, force food, it has a very good effect of increasing the success rate of genetic evolution. It is an important manifestation of value, and one of the main reasons for being highly sought after. Bamboo. How about it? How many raw stones can my thorn fruit sell for? The bloodthorn tree spirit asked urgently. My Tata fruit can sell for 1.5 million raw stones. The Tata tree spirit suffered a heavy blow to its intelligence, and it has a childish mentality and likes to show off childishly. I can produce 33 thorn fruits at a time. Tata, I have more than you. The bloodthorn tree spirit is equally childish. Baba sneered. Bamboo, you are really smart. Putting 2 idiots together. Is it fun? Baba hates it. The bloodthorn tree spirit shouted dissatisfiedly. Baba has also deceived me. Idiot! How many times have I told you that Bamboo originally lived in the mountains? No, Bamboo originally did not live in the mountains. You lied to me. Stupid tree spirit. I don't bother to pay attention to you. Baba was so angry that she trembled, and without saying goodbye, she flew directly to the direction of the lake. Chapter 5:16 Time flies, and years are ruthless. The strengthening effects of the core and flesh of the bloodthorn fruit are different. They must be eaten together to obtain the full effect. Neither of them can be missing. The flesh is tender and fragile on the outside, So storage is a big problem. Use the original force food storage box. Earth and stone ability. And recondense to create a high-strength raw stone compartment. Divided into 4 layers. Each layer has 5,525 pieces. And the fresh fruit is poured with amber juice to seal. 1 box can store an integer of 100 pieces. And 30 boxes are an integer of 1. Of the 33 copies produced in the first batch, 25 copies were eaten by Leisure County. And 8 copies were left, which will be sold to 8 caravans that have long-term and stable trade with Leisure County. In the future, each caravan will have a fixed 2 copies of each batch of production, which will become their capital for trading with other rich counties. Li Zhufeng set the price of 1.2 million raw stones per copy for the caravan, and the unified price was set at 1.5 million raw stones. The difference of 300,000 in the middle is what the caravan can earn. It was the end of spring again. Hong Dao finished the statistics and began to report to Bamboo. Bamboo, the number of warriors in our Leisure County has finally exceeded 1,000. Yeah. Not bad. Bamboo asked, what about Qijin County and Chuirong County? Has the news come? The number of warriors in Qijin County is about to exceed 2,000. Chuirong County is developing rapidly and has reached 1,500. So fast. The princess of Chuirong is still amazing. Bamboo commented and continued to ask, what about the 4 mountain ranges of Huangyang, Qingang, Hongju, and Taidao? The number of warriors in the Huangyang mountain range has exceeded 1,000. And the number of warriors in the Hongju mountain range is about 800. Princess Huangyang intends to merge with the Red-Orange mountain range and upgrade to a county. But King Qijian Cockroach refuses to agree. Both mountain ranges are poor and empty. What's the point of upgrading to a county at this time? If they ask, just say I don't agree either. I understand. Hong Dao continued to report, saying, the number of warriors in the Taidao mountain range is also around 800. And the number of warriors in the Qingang mountain range is about to reach 1,000. There is also the Dian mountain range, with 30 warriors. According to your and King Qijian Cockroach's requirements, they will live in a circular settlement. But Princess Taidao still intends to support the development of the Dian mountain range. Old and confused, Bamboo shook his tentacles and said helplessly, forget it. Princess Taidao is the elder after all. It likes to mess around. It's not a big deal to let it go. At night, the number of stars in the sky began to decrease, which meant that the prosperous period was about to pass, and the race began to decline. The Red Blatten King understood the meaning of this. So every year, the Red Blatten tribe would inform each other of the number of warriors, and the number of new God-given seeds between the counties and mountains. Bamboo is now also the Blatten King. He not only has to deal with the affairs of Leisure County, but also has to ask about the important events of other counties and mountains. This is considered to be the responsibility of the development of the race. Bamboo. We are lucky this year. A red oak God-given seed was born in the Qingang tree sea, and the basic physique was strengthened. The specific details cannot be distinguished for the time being. In addition, another God-given seed was born in the Turtle Shell Vine Garden of Turtle Shell Peak. Hong Dao said with some difficulty. I mean to give it to Huitao to breed it into a live seed. The Turtle Shell Tendon Vine was not very happy. It wanted to stay, and Sao directly to cultivate it into a wild God-given seed. It said it was convincing, leaving a little survival foundation for the younger generation of Turtle Shell Peak warriors. What's so good about the tortoiseshell vine? Can it guarantee the successful completion of the second metamorphosis and growth? Bamboo said, Hong Dao. Your arrangement is correct. I will go to talk to the tortoiseshell vine. Bamboo asked again, what do you think is the best way to deal with the newly born red oak God-given seeds? Hong Dao replied, Qingang is sensible. He has already discussed with the little warrior in charge of the territory and compensated it with 1 million raw stones. A portion of 9-leaf red lotus seeds. A portion of bloodthorn seeds. A portion of dragon bamboo fruit. And a portion of great sage bamboo fruit to help it become a county lord. The seeds were sent to Liju Peak and sown directly. High-quality trees, like red oak, are worthy of our careful cultivation. If we are a little luckier, they will grow up in the future and bring us a stable income that is no less than the wild cypress God-given seeds for our Liju County. Yes, you are a sensible little fellow. Next time you exchange with Chiwu Mountain, you can add another portion of fire scale pine nuts for it. When you exchange with Wudong County and Changshan County, you can exchange a portion of red crown pear and a portion of fire oil tongue for it. But forget about the giant dragon bamboo fruit. Bamboo paused after speaking and explained. Some warriors are good at treasure hunting. And some warriors are good at managing territories. Warriors who are good at managing territories should not be sent out to hunt for treasures, but stay in the sea of trees to concentrate on management. I understand. Han Dao thought for a while and said, then I will go over and have a good talk with the little fellow later. Bamboo said, then let's go together. I will also go to Turtle Shell Peak. So far, a total of 8 varieties of turtle shell vine have been found in the western region of Dragon Bamboo Continent and the eastern region of Guanli Continent. Among them, the maximum diameter of the tubers of 7 of them ranges from 0.3 to 0.6 meters. And the probability of naturally giving birth to God-given seeds is not high. To be precise, no God-given seeds have been born so far. Only Bamboo named the big tortoise vine. This variety is special, and the diameter of the tuber can exceed 5 meters. The growth rate is slower than that of trees. The first batch planted took 100 years to reach a diameter of 5 meters. After reaching this scale, the growth rate becomes extremely slow, but there is no sign of aging. The unique vine plant seems to have a long lifespan like trees. The first big tortoise vine God-given seed that was bred into a live seed by the tortoise vine grew slightly faster. So far, it has completed 2 transformations and growths corresponding to the strength of the princess. The diameter of the tuber has reached an incredible 22 meters, and the vines have spread over 400 meters. The scale is huge, and the yield is considerable. The expansion of the tortoise vine garden has been completed, and the planted plants have grown up. The responsible soldiers have gradually figured out the correct cultivation method. The growth is good, and an average of 1 God-given seed can be born naturally every 2 or 3 years. Bamboo found the tortoise vine, mainly to check the terrain and arrange the expansion of the plantation into a sea of trees. The second issue is the distribution of the God-given seed that is about to be born. Shansha was brought up by Bamboo himself, so she is considered a half-direct descendant. Huidao was born in Shansha's territory, so they are related. Moreover, she has followed Bamboo to dig underground ruins in Qijiang continent in recent years, and her performance is good. She should be rewarded. After handling the affairs of Guizhou Peak, Bamboo went to Yumu Peak to check. As expected, the Wedge Ant King was promoted to princess, with the assistance of Honghua to share the command pressure. He guarded the fortress and managed the Cherry Tree Sea. A large number of subnests were separated to the northeast, and settled in the hills of the original Jinping Mountains to help defend the territory and do some simple tasks. There are more than 1,000 warriors in Lizhi County, of which 900 live in Jinping Mountain Range. The number of warriors in Jinping Mountain Range under Lanling is only 100, which is slightly weak. Continue to develop, mainly to expand the strength of Jinping Mountain Range. Secondly, follow the mountain range and develop to the southwest of Lizhi Peak. Further consolidate the dominance of the southwest end of Jinping Mountain Range, and then strengthen the security of Lizhi Peak. Each mountain is managed on its own, and the mountain owner handles ordinary affairs himself. Big things, Han Dao handles only when it is particularly big. Bamboo will handle it personally. Normally, he will only spend half a month every year in late spring and early summer to walk and inspect. Time flies, plants wither and flourish, and life rises and falls. In Bamboo 154, Fengling, who first followed Bamboo to settle in Lizhi Peak, came to the end of his life. According to the tradition of the Zerg, its direct descendant Longdu released the flame ability to burn, and the ashes were scattered in the mountains of Lizhi Peak with the wind. It was a very difficult few years. Yabai, Yunao, and Hutu, who helped Bamboo the most in the early days, died one after another. When Bamboo was born, the old generation of warriors in Taidao Mountain Range only had Taidao Princess, Yinshu Bamao, Putao, Liju, and Haizang left, including Taiwa, who was born later, who was about the same size as Hengmi and fought with Hengmi when he came to Lizhi Peak to play when he was a child. He was unlucky and never found the God-given seed. His strength stopped at the level of Mountain Master. He entered the aging period and his life was not long. Putao and Liju were lucky to find the God-given seed. With the help of Bamboo, they were successfully promoted to princesses. Time is cruel and irresistible. In a few years, the warriors born in the early days of Lizhi County, among whom those who stopped at the level of Mountain Master, will also enter the aging period one after another. Chapter 517 Sword-Shaped Electronic Life. The stars are shining. The consciousness is infinitely magnified, traveling through the sea of stars at a speed faster than light. Galaxies are shaped like disks, and dazzling candelabers are slowly rotating. At the center of the universe, a brilliant ribbon runs through the darkness. There is the central black hole, and the colors are particle jets. They break free from the gravitational constraints at a speed faster than light, sprinkle in every corner of the universe, and restore to form new basic substances. Matter dies and is reborn. An infinite cycle, as if a giant beast is breathing. Stars are captured and swallowed by gravity, and darkness slowly expands. Star fields are swallowed up one by one, and even galaxies are annihilated one by one. Suddenly, the central black hole no longer spews particle streams, and darkness expands and permeates the entire universe in an instant. The infinitely magnified consciousness is like the infinite stars, falling into endless darkness and being infinitely compressed. The central black hole swallows all the matter in the universe and condenses at an origin. The origin shrinks to an infinitely small singularity in an infinitely short time. In an infinitely short time, there is an unspeakable fear in the consciousness. That is the fear of death and destruction. The destruction of a cosmic era. All civilizations have perished in an infinitely short time. Light suddenly appears. In an infinitely short time again, the singularity expands and explodes. After a moment of light, there is endless darkness. A new era begins. Consciousness expands with it, wandering in the new universe at a speed faster than light. Filled with space turbulence, particle turbulence, and dense matter continues to expand under the high-temperature energy left over from the Big Bang, wandering aimlessly in the cold and chaotic darkness until light appears again. That was the evolution of a supergiant star. Its life was so short. It was lit up in the last moment, and in the next moment, it began to surge and explode. A super red giant exploded, swallowed matter. A supernova exploded. A black hole formed, and returned to quiet darkness. In the endless darkness, a little bit of light. A supergiant star formed one by one, and then disappeared and evolved into a super black hole in a short time. The spring thunder awakened the insects, and the drizzle fell. Bamboo woke up from his deep sleep. L2 Cockroach King. The inherited memory continued to awaken. And, starting with the Cockroach King, the awakening was the knowledge related to the universe and the stars. The inherited memory of the Zerg is quite unique, and it actually started from the destruction and rebirth of the universe. Bamboo muttered, feeling weak all over. But his consciousness was clear, and the experience of the evolution of the universe was vivid, especially the fear of facing destruction. The inherited memory left by the Zerg gods is a bit scary. Bamboo felt that his heart was traumatized, leaving an indelible shadow, and he couldn't help but complain. Bamboo! Bamboo is awake! Baba's shout rang out in the cave. Baba guessed that there was a hidden world under the inheritance palace of the star-piercing dojo. In addition to the treasures and wealth, there might be other clues. So in recent years, she has been urging Bamboo to advance and go to investigate. It was rare for her to patiently wait beside Bamboo while he was sleeping and evolving. Hearing the shout, the Rat King and Baiju who were guarding outside the cave came in. Bamboo, you're awake. Look a little weak. The Rat King and Baiju quickly opened the drawer and took out the compressed biscuits and energy drinks. It's spring? How long have I been sleeping? Bamboo asked. 4.5 months. Don't worry. I won't die. Baba answered nonchalantly. The interval between promotion to L1 Cockroach King is 21 years. And this time shedding evolution is a bit anxious. The sequelae of hasty promotion is that the sleeping time is prolonged. The risk of failure is increased. And even if the evolution is successful, there is still a long period of weakness. Where is the big bear? Bamboo remembered that he arranged for the big bear to guard outside the cave before he fell asleep. Baiju rushed to answer. Big Bear went to Chipao Peak to help. This year, the Walnut Tree Sea will expand again, and Chipao and Tai Pao are too busy. Bamboo drank a can of energy drink and ordered, oh, right. Baiju, go to the jungle and hunt some food for me. Baiju's mouth twitched and agreed, okay. Bamboo, you are in good condition. Just eat something. Baba said excitedly, it's getting late. Shall we set off tomorrow? No hurry. Bamboo said unhappily, do you want to tire me to death? Set off after spring and summer. In fact, Bamboo is more anxious than Baba. Is the 7th level human civilization weak? All signs show that the Zerg race is strong enough and is a civilization beyond the 7th level. What kind of danger is it? Forcing the human race and the Zerg race to isolate themselves from the universe to seek self-preservation? In spring, Bamboo inspected the territory, handled various affairs, and arranged important affairs for the next few years before leaving with peace of mind. As usual, passing by Chiwu Mountain, he went up the mountain to visit the Thunder Bamboo Ghost King and arrange the transactions between the two sides for the next few years in advance. This voyage was also agreed long ago. In addition to the Rat King, Baizu, Xiao Baizu, Hui Dao, and Dongwu, there are 30 warriors accompanying them. They will continue to search for the remains of the insect tribes that once lived in the Qijing continent and dig out the remaining treasures. Kangen, the remains of the Chuanqing dojo. Rat King, Baizu, you wait outside first. Baba, do you want to come in with me? Of course. Well, get ready. Baba landed on top of Bamboo's head. Bamboo calmed down, activated his metal ability, and opened the door. At this time, the concentration of the force in the space in front of the door was already very thin, and the force locked in the hall quickly spread outward. Bamboo flashed and got into the hall, and the metal ability was activated at the same time, and the door closed. The force equivalent to 3.7 million raw stones was missed. Baba immediately gave the exact data. What a pity! Bamboo felt a pain in his heart. Baba flew straight to the futon in the center of the hall and urged, Bamboo, try it quickly. Okay. Bamboo stepped forward, looked down, and immediately found the core of the force device. He put his forelimbs on it, probed into it with his mental power, and manipulated the will to draw the third heart force into it. Click, click, click. The sound of metal gears turning was heard under his feet. The futon split into 55 parts and moved backwards, revealing a hole with a diameter of 0.6 meters. A vertical spiral staircase led directly to the bottom. Looking down, the ruins were triggered, and a hazy milky white light lit up. It seemed that there was an empty palace below, with nothing. Baba sneaked in along the passage first, scanned and detected, and shouted, there is no defense system deployed. Bamboo waited and cursed, bastard design. I can't go down. The diameter of the cave is only 0.6 meters. Just enough for a human body to pass through. The hole is made of silver edge alloy material, and the current strength is simply unable to do anything. The entrance is too small, and the visual inspection can only see a very small range. Baba has already flown out of the range of vision. Baba? Bamboo. Look! Electronic life. Electronic life. Bamboo was overjoyed when he heard it, and his mental power spread in the direction of Baba's shouting, and soon saw clearly the situation. A pillar with a long sword inserted. The sword body sank into the pillar, leaving only the sword guard and the hilt. Humans are subject to strict federal laws to create electronic life. They are not allowed to design hands and feet, and are not allowed to have combat capabilities and the ability to use tools. Therefore, electronic life is generally designed into Baba's disc shape, or oval shape, or shuttle shape, and can only provide some simple assistance for warriors in their daily lives. Sword shape? That means it has a certain attack power. This design violates federal law. This is the first time Bamboo has seen it. Baba. Is it broken? Is it still alive? Or is it out of power? Baba shouted in surprise. Baba. It has been in a closed state. It is charging and triggered to start. Wow. So advanced. Bamboo. Look at its hand guard. It has a built-in micro 3-phase decay energy system. As long as it is in the material world, there is endless energy. This must be the most cutting-edge technology of mankind. It's amazing. Baba. Look. It has the logo of the Star-Piercing Dojo on it. The logo of the Star-Piercing Dojo. A silver-white meteor with a long tail flame, full of dynamics. The shooting star is located in the middle of the sword guard, and the tail flame runs through the entire hilt. Suddenly, the shooting star logo cracked a gap, like an eyelid opening, revealing a green eye. The eyeballs turned and locked onto Barba first. Electronic life? The eyes stared at Barba and exclaimed in disbelief, No. It's not time for human resurrection yet. Where did you come from? Damn it! You woke me up 340,000 years in advance. The voice of a young boy. But the tone was not polite at all. Is there an accident in the setting? Impossible. How could it be? No. You are a relic of the old universe era. 3 consecutive denials, followed by a fatal question. Why are there low-level and inferior electronic life like you alive? Low-level. Bastard. Who are you calling low-level? Barba couldn't stand being despised the most. In an instant, all the excitement and joy disappeared, and she turned on the rampage in life-threatening mode, and slammed into the hilt of the sword-shaped electronic life. With a clang, the sword-shaped electronic life did not move at all. Baba rolled over and fell to the ground. Baba! Stop it! Bamboo saw Baba suffer, and shouted anxiously, reminding her, business matters are more important. Humph! Bamboo. You heard it. It actually called me inferior. Baba was wronged. Angry, and shouted fiercely, Bamboo. Set fire. Burn it to death. God! The sword-shaped electronic life ignored Baba's shouting. The pillar slowly turned. His eyes gurgled, looking towards the direction of the cave entrance, and said coldly, young god warrior, this place is an important place for the inheritance of the human race. According to the covenant, you should not appear here. Please leave quickly. After that, there was a sound of a mechanism clicking, and the entrance began to close. The sword-shaped electronic life has the authority to manipulate the mechanism of the inheritance hall? Wait a minute. Bamboo said in a low voice, do you dare to offend the gods? The sword-shaped electronic life was not afraid at all, and the sharp edge of the sword was in his childish voice, saying, you violated the covenant and destroyed the human heritage first. The cushion closed, and the cave entrance closed. Chapter 518 New Cosmic Era. Swords. Baba. Bamboo looked at the futon, recovered from the shock, and injected the force again, with a crackling sound. The futon was divided into 55 parts again, moving horizontally in the circle, and a 0.6 meter diameter passage hole was cracked in the center. Baba. You come out first. Before Bamboo finished speaking, Baba had already taken off and rushed to the hole. Clang! The sword-shaped electronic life inserted in the cylinder suddenly flew up. A silver light flashed, and Baba was knocked to the ground. Don't move. Otherwise, you will die. The sword-shaped electronic life was suspended in the air, with the tip of the sword facing down, locking onto Baba, with a cold edge swallowing and threatening in a cold voice. This electronic life is not only designed in the shape of a sword, but also designed with attack capabilities. Damn it. You are dead. Do you know who I am? The sword-shaped electronic life ignored Baba at all. The sword body turned. The sword guard locked onto Bamboo, and the sharp edge was exposed. And he said word by word, the power of the star-piercing magic. God warrior. You stole the human race's unique skills. Damn it. Despicable electronic life. You betrayed the human race. And it was you who taught it the star-piercing magic. Damn it. You dare. Do you know who I am? Baba was angry, and was locked by the sword. But she didn't dare to act rashly, and shouted, do you know Major General Phaline? I don't know him. You? Phaline is the most outstanding genius of the Galactic Federation, Pegasus Star region, and the Lake family. Are you afraid? If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. That's all about the old universe era. My information database does not record such garbage information. What are you talking about? The old universe era? Baba's anger was swept away, and she captured the most critical term in the sword-shaped electronic life language. You don't know? That's right. How can you know? The sword-shaped electronic life said coldly, everything in the past is like a passing cloud. Your so-called family and Major General have long been annihilated. Now it is a new cosmic era. Everything starts again. Bamboo suddenly thought of the inherited memory of the awakening of the L2 Cockroach King, and murmured, old cosmic era. New cosmic level. Could it be? Baba asked, could it be what? Bamboo, do you know? Don't move if you don't want to die. The sword-shaped electronic life snorted coldly. The sword body fell. The sword tip approached Baba. The eyes turned and locked onto Bamboo, sneered, and asked, you are a god. You don't seem to know very clearly? Not very clearly. Bamboo's heart tightened, and asked, the old universe is gone? My inherited memory just awakened the relevant information. There is no detailed information. Baba shouted, Bamboo. What do you mean? What is gone? There was a long silence. Nothing is left. Bamboo sighed and asked, Baba, have you heard of this? There have been many times in history when the cosmic destruction theory appeared in human society. But once this kind of speech appeared, it was immediately suppressed by the Federation. I just experienced it once. The first mission I performed after joining the army was to arrest people who spread related rumors. Rumors create panic and seriously undermine social order. In the name of public trial. There is no need for public trial. They are directly exiled to the abandoned Death Star, and will never be released. I realized something was wrong at the time. The Federation's reaction was too intense. It turned out that it was not a rumor. Of course it's not a rumor. Human scientists predicted the imbalance of the universe 3 million years in advance, and that it was about to go to destruction. And they began to prepare early. The sword-shaped electronic life said. And a sharp and deep cold suddenly burst out in his indifferent tone. And he said in a low voice, "What did you just say? Human society joined the army to carry out the capture mission?" "You?" Barba said, "It is a human soldier. It was on the same ship with me. I don't know why our spaceship encountered space turbulence and crashed into the mother planet of the Earth more than 100 years ago. Valine disappeared. And it was reincarnated as a bug. I didn't betray humans. Get out of here." The sword-shaped electronic life ignored Barba's shouting, flashed, and appeared in front of Bamboo. Glanced at Bamboo. And denied, "You don't have human breath. You are not a human soul." Then he shouted angrily, "God warrior. You have the martial arts core of Bai Daozhu. And the metal core. And what is that? Did you kill Bai Daozhu?" Baba was freed. The anti-gravity engine started. Accelerated out of the underground space. Landed on Bamboo's head. And shouted, "Bamboo. Set it on fire. Burn it to death." "Okay. Barba. Stop it. I think there is a misunderstanding here. Let's calm down and figure things out one by one. First of all, I want to make it clear that Bai Daozhu was not killed by me. As for how he died, I don't know. What strength do I have? What ability do I have to harm him?" Bamboo shook his tentacles and said to the sword-shaped electronic life, "My name is Bamboo. Formerly known as Bamboo Haas." "What's your name? You are not even at the level of cosmic life. You really don't have this ability." The sword-shaped electronic life hesitated for a moment and answered, "Dulong." Baba immediately said, "One-eyed dragon." The Dulong sword turned over. And on the other side of the sword guard, the other one eye slowly opened. And the crimson eyes swept around, saying indifferently, "I have a pair of eyes. Inferior electronic life. You don't have one." Baba was so angry that she trembled and said, "Why do electronic life need eyes? Ugly decoration. Ignorance." Dulong disdainfully said, "This is the pinnacle masterpiece of level 7 technological civilization. You will never understand it." "Who is not level 7? Baba said, "My information storage device uses the World Master level metal core material." Dulong said indifferently, "I use the material of the Master Realm." "Where did you get it from?" "I don't believe it." "What does it have to do with me whether you believe it or not?" "Stop. Don't make a noise." Bamboo bit his tentacles, nodded at Baba on his head, and introduced, "It's called Baba, the daughter of Major General Valine. Let's talk business. I used to be a member of the Thunder Expeditionary Corps, the 7th Army, the Logistics and Transportation Corps." Dulong interrupted unceremoniously, "That was in the past. I don't record this information that is useless to the current situation. I don't care whether your soul was once human. The current situation is that you are a human. But you broke into the forbidden area of human inheritance and caused huge losses. According to the plan, the dojo should have been activated in 340,000 years. And Bai Daozhu would select and train human warriors to pass on the star-piercing sword art. Now that Bai Daozhu is dead, who will choose? Who will be responsible for the inheritance?" Bamboo asked, "Aren't there many masters in the dojo? Don't you have a backup plan?" Dulong said, "No." Bamboo asked, "Where are the human warriors?" "There are no humans living on the ground." Dulong said, "That's because it's not time yet." Bamboo was silent for 2 seconds, changed the subject, and asked, "The old universe is gone? Then, all the surviving humans are gone? All civilizations are gone? It seems that you are still a young Protoss warrior who knows nothing." Dulong's tone suddenly softened, and he explained patiently, "The black hole at the center of the universe constantly devours matter, while releasing matter outward in the form of particle flow and force, maintaining a delicate and fragile balance. In the universe, various civilizations wantonly transform planets, transport matter, cause war destruction, plunder the force, and cause irreversible damage to the balance of the universe, causing matter to accelerate to the central black hole. Center. The black hole absorbs matter and reached its limit, stopping the outward emission of particle streams. In a short 10,000th of a second, it swallowed up everything in the universe, including space, and returned to an infinitely small singularity. That was a destruction that no force could resist. No one would survive, including you. The Protoss. Baba calmed down and said faintly, "Electronic life cannot lie. Is what you said true? Nothing is gone? This is exactly the scene I saw in the inherited memory. Is it true?" Bamboo half opened his mouth and asked with difficulty, "Is it really gone?" Dulong answered affirmatively, "It's gone." Bamboo asked, "Have the human race and the Protoss reached an alliance to cooperate to survive the disaster of the destruction of the universe?" Dulong answered, "That's right." Bamboo asked, "What kind of existence are the gods?" Dulong said, "Human warriors absorb the original force to practice, and the limit of genetic evolution is the dominance realm, which is a level 7 life form. Going up, the 8th level is a demigod, and the 9th level is a god. The gods are the many level 8 and level 9 life forms of your race. There is also the only supreme natural true god, who is presumed to be a level 10 life form. Level 7 is the evolutionary limit of ordinary life races. You are called the gods because you have obtained the recognition of the natural true god and inherited its genes. Isn't the natural true god a belief? Definitely not." Bamboo's mouth opened wide, and his thoughts were disordered. I had long ago boldly speculated with Barb about the possibility of the existence of level 8 and level 9 life forms in the universe. "And level 10? Barba asked, "How powerful is level 10? Can it not resist the power of cosmic destruction?" "Not sure," Dulong said, "at least. It does not have enough power to protect the continuation of the race. They need the power of technological civilization. So they seek cooperation with humans to reach an alliance." Barba asked with a difficult mentality, "Is level 7 civilization also qualified to negotiate an alliance with level 10 civilization? If you are ignorant, stop talking nonsense." Dulong answered disdainfully. Bamboo asked, "How to cooperate specifically? How to avoid the crisis of cosmic destruction? This is a very complicated question." Dulong pondered. "It seems that even if you were once a human, you were just an ordinary soldier and knew very little." Chapter 519, Poor Guy. The universe returns to one, an infinitely small singularity, which lasts for an infinitely short time, followed by the Big Bang, and a long process of the derivation of a new universe. The cycle of the birth and death of the universe can be divided into 5 eras. The first era, the explosion of the universe, the superluminal transmission of tachyon waves, the initial formation of the universe. The time is 29.7 seconds. The second era, the explosion of the universe, the diffusion of dark matter and cosmic microwaves, the complete formation of the universe. But it is filled with space turbulence. The time is 150 million years. The third era, the diffusion of basic particles, the recombination of hydrogen ions, the birth and death of supergiant stars to form super black holes, continue to expand, lasting 200 million years, one galaxy after another, during which time the universe began to stabilize. The fourth era, in each galaxy, large and small stars began to form. Stars were born and died, and high-priced elements were produced, or gathered to form planets, or scattered to form stardust. This is a long evolutionary process. The universe began to be colorful. Different types of life were born in different environments. Various civilizations came into being, rising and falling, until the fifth era, when the universe was out of balance. The central black hole swallowed everything, destroyed, and reborn. The so-called cooperation is very complicated and can only be described roughly. The human race sent troops to attack the galaxies around the Milky Way, plundered materials, and transformed the Earth and the Sun. You gods of the Protoss, build space wormholes. Both sides work together to move the Sun and the Earth to the semi-void world at the edge of the universe. The gods use their lives as a price to exert their divine power to form a divine power barrier, construct a space independent of the main universe, prevent the loss of matter, and also resist the impact of space turbulence caused by the destruction of the universe and the Big Bang. He used his divine power again, and time stopped for 400 million years, waiting for the main universe to evolve into the quaternary. Now only 401.6 million years have passed. According to the plan, the Protoss will be the first to recover before 160,000 years, train warriors, and return to the main universe on spacecraft made by humans to reproduce and grow stronger. This process will last for 500,000 years, and humans will recover accordingly. Before the divine barrier disappears, they will train qualified warriors, inherit human civilization, find habitable star fields, and work together with a new generation of Protoss gods to move the sun and the earth and return to the main universe. Barba asked blankly, humans and Zerg work together to move the earth out of the universe? It's the edge. A semi-void space. Dulong emphasized, the universe is a closed space. There is no matter, energy, or even space in the void outside the universe. If the earth is moved into the absolute void, the divine barrier will find it difficult to stop the flow of mass. I know. Baba asked, why do we have to move it back? Dulong said, because the earth is also the home planet of the Protoss. In the history of biological evolution on Earth, it was born 230 million years earlier than humans. Of course, when humans were born, the power of the mother planet Earth was gradually exhausted, and the Protoss entered the starry sky to find a new place to live. You should have discovered that the genetic similarity between the Protoss and the human race is extremely high. The essence of the Protoss is still the Zerg, with limited wisdom. Because it was born early, it was recognized by the true God of nature first, and obtained a powerful genetic inheritance. Baba said, just because of this, the Earth is just an ordinary planet. It's different. Among intelligent life, there is something called spiritual sustenance. Dulong spoke in a deep and slow tone, saying, the universe is a closed and independent existence, with one birth and one death in one era, like one breath and one exhalation. The mass of the universe is eternal, and will never be destroyed. However, between these breaths, the races and civilizations that depend on the universe are struggling, experiencing the test of life and death. Once the civilization is destroyed, there will be no reincarnation, whether it is the human race or the gods. In the big picture of the change of the universe era, they are just insignificant poor creatures, struggling to survive. The mother planet of the race is the spiritual sustenance of the race. Poor creature. Bamboo asked, what kind of existence is the true God of nature? Dulong said, I don't know. Humans have not come into contact with it. And my information database, there is very little relevant information, all of which comes from the narration of the messengers of the gods. Bamboo asked again, the new generation of gods? The new generation. Dulong said, the gods of the old universe era are essentially only the 8th and 9th level life forms that are stronger than the 7th level warriors. To continue the race, they have to pay the price of their lives and die of exhaustion. Even, it may not be enough. The divine power barrier is not maintained for a long enough time. The new universe has just entered the 4th era. The space is not completely stable, and the habitable planets are still in the early stages of evolution. There are too many variables that cannot be deduced in the chaos of Hongming. The warriors sent out by your gods will face various unknown dangers, and it will be difficult for them to survive. It turns out that those who were sent out were all death squads, and they were also the seeds of the continuation of the race. Bamboo asked, what about the true God of nature? Is it gone? Dulong said, I don't know. The gods I have contacted are only willing to tell me that there is a true God of nature, and they are unwilling to reveal more information. Bamboo asked, you were created to? Dulong said, combat weapons, life assistance, and assisting the spacecraft to navigate and assist the selected human warriors. The ultimate goal is to return to the main universe and find a star field suitable for survival. Just like you Protoss warriors. Bamboo asked, spacecraft? The spacecraft is just below the dojo. Dulong said, now, the biggest problem is that Master Bai, who is responsible for selecting human warriors, was killed by you. Secondly, I was awakened in advance, and the energy compartment of the spacecraft started running. I don't have the authority to shut down, nor do I have the authority to control the spacecraft to set sail. I am neither up nor down, and my situation is awkward. Bamboo asked, the main control authority of the spacecraft is in the hands of the selected human warriors? Dulong said, of course. Baba added, the other control rights, the most important authority, are in the hands of the human warriors. In his hand, 1/3 of the authority is controlled by the spacecraft's own electronic intelligence. The navigation of the spacecraft is ultimately dominated by human will. Dulong gave a detailed example, saying, for example, the following is the command cabin of the spacecraft. Here is the top entrance of the command cabin and the emergency escape exit. The command cabin is one of the most important cabins of the spacecraft. I only have the authority to close it from the inside, but not the authority to open it. Bamboo asked, what type of method is used for the resurrection you mentioned? Dulong said, a kind of retro egg-laying technology, using biotechnology. The fertilized eggs are made into egg-shaped and sealed. Each fertilized egg has different paternal and maternal genetic sources, which is a unique genetic gene. After activation, a new and complete human baby is hatched and raised by an intelligent robot until the age of 5. The inherited memory awakens and guides them to survive independently. The gods are similar to humans, but slightly different and simpler. After the resurrection of humans and gods, they face different situations. Gods can survive on the surface. The human race revived 500,000 years later. At that time, the power of the divine barrier weakened, and the surface material began to flow to the semi-void world. The revived humans could only survive in the underground base. Bamboo said, the inheritance hall is still there. The star-piercing sword art and the training experience are fully recorded. In the future, when humans are revived, there will be warriors who come to the door themselves. Right? Dulong said, guidance is needed. According to the plan, the inheritance of the star-piercing dojo will be observed, assessed, selected, and finally guided by Master Bai to accept the inheritance. After Dulong finished speaking, he pointed to the direction of the gate with his sword and said, there is a holographic projector there, which can show the situation of the survival base corresponding to the star-piercing dojo. I am just wondering why the inheritance Forbidden Land is interspersed with projection equipment. Baba asked, One-Eyed Dragon. Do you know the coordinates of the survival base? Since the trouble has been caused, why not just go all out and dig up another survival base? Activate it in advance, and we will help you pick a qualified warrior. Train him and send him over. Bad idea. You think the trouble is too small, right? Bamboo bent his tentacles and knocked on Barba, saying unhappily, what if there is a chain reaction and all the survival bases are activated? Are you going to dig up all the other 54 dojos? Suggestions. I'm just making suggestions. It doesn't matter if they are not adopted. Baba asked, One-Eyed Dragon. Humans only have 55 escaped ships? Yes, but the carrying capacity is stronger and can carry 1,000 human warriors. Dulong took the initiative to explain. The Protoss has 2,000 spaceships, but each one has a small capacity, with a maximum capacity of 300 warriors. In addition, there are 1,000 information relay spaceships and 100,000 unmanned exploration aircraft, which set out 160,000 years ago. These probes will send back exploration information, and there is a special system to summarize and calculate relatively safe routes. Oh, that's still quite safe. Bamboo said, there are also 54 dojos and 54 spaceships, which is quite safe. Dulong, I think you. It's good to stay on Earth. Safe, and no need to take risks. Right? No. Dulong said, my duty created by humans is to assist in operating the spacecraft, carry the human genetic genes, return to the main universe, and continue the race. Bamboo had a headache and asked, what do you think is a better way? Dulong laid his sword horizontally, with the tip of the sword pointing to the door, and said, the two beast warriors have a high degree of genetic similarity with humans. Let them practice star sword art and operate the spacecraft. What? Baba screamed. Is this okay? Bamboo asked. Dulong said, wake up the electronic life of the spacecraft. As long as it agrees. It will be fine if we slightly modify the spacecraft identification system. There are 100,000 human genetic genes and a full set of cultivation equipment on the spacecraft. Once we find a habitable planet, we can start it and form a new human race. My mission will be completed. Bamboo asked, what else? Dulong said, you can also follow us. The spacecraft that humans build for themselves is larger, safer and more solid than that of the Protoss. There are plenty of force and force food reserves on the spacecraft. There are also a full set of equipment for collecting, storing and cultivating gene samples. You can bring some ordinary Protoss tribesmen, as well as animal and plant samples, and lead together to take care of each other. Chapter 520 Theory of God's System. Lead together and take care of each other? At first glance, it sounds like a euphemism for flattery. It's not that simple. I have come into contact with many electronic life forms, all kinds of them, and all kinds of temperaments. Electronic life forms have a common characteristic, that is, childishness. Their minds cannot mature. Dulong is too weird. Not only mature in mind, but also has a sharp will to kill, and has the wisdom to see through everything after going through vicissitudes of life. Bamboo keenly smelled the smell of conspiracy. Dulong's eyes seemed to see things that Baba can't see. Earlier, his attitude was obviously very bad. But when he scanned at close range and found Bamboo's second heart, his attitude changed. We caused the trouble, and the passage was dug by the two bamboo rat warriors. I can accept using them to pay off the debt. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, but I don't have to follow my companions. The Protoss has its own path, and the humans have their own path. Let's go our separate ways. Dulong said, I think you should first understand the mode in which the Protoss returns to the main universe. The tone was obviously a little anxious. Bamboo asked, what mode? Dulong said, 500,000 years, divided into 2 batches. In the first 200,000 years, 1,000 spacecraft were sent out to explore the way at the risk of their lives. The surface force was exhausted, and the journey was suspended for 200,000 years, waiting for the exploration information to be sent back. The supercomputers made by our human race will summarize and calculate the safe path. Afterwards, the second batch of stored force was released, and the second batch of warriors were trained and sent out within 100,000 years, following the safe route to the safe star field that has been discovered and is suitable for survival. Unfortunately, only 160,000 years have passed, and you are in the first batch, and you are almost dead. Bamboo said, humans are the third batch to set off. Are there corresponding safe routes? Dulong said, of course. The strength of the Protoss lies in fighting, and they are blank in technology. The spaceship under your feet is called Double Dragon. It is built by humans for themselves, using the best materials and the most cutting-edge technology. The spaceship with the best overall performance, sailing along a relatively safe route, has the highest probability of survival. Isn't it? Hee hee. Electronic intelligence? Bamboo asked Baba. Do you think it looks like electronic intelligence? No. Baba said, electronic life is as pure and kind as me, and will not lie. This one-eyed dragon is bad, cunning, and not. It doesn't look like it. It's not an electronic life at all. So fierce. Just like the old guy in the dojo. It's the soul memory digitized and merged into the electronic life. Bamboo asked leisurely, I wonder which senior in the Chuanqing dojo you are? So sensitive? You really don't look like a Zerg. Dulong turned the sword. The tip of the sword pointed down, and said, my name is not important. I work in the Federal Military Department. When I was fighting in the starry sky, my nickname was Dulong. You can just call me Dulong. One-eyed dragon. Baba joked, you still say you don't know Faline. Lying electronic life will be destroyed. I really don't know her. Dulong said, the storage chip has limited information capacity. I need to carry all the important knowledge of human civilization. I can only choose the most important personal memory to save. Tianma Star Region. The Wreck family. I do remember a little bit. In the survival bases A24-010 to A24-019, there are genes from the Wreck family sealed. A total of 100,000 copies. After such a long time, Faline should have fallen. Right? Baba's mood suddenly became sad again, saying, the bloodline of the Wreck family can be continued. That's good. Bamboo asked, Kading Star Region. What about the Haas family? The Haas family? Dulong paused for a few seconds and asked back, small families? There is no relevant information recorded. Bamboo asked, only those big families can inherit bloodlines? Dulong said, that's not the case. There is a special computer that summarizes all the genetic information of all mankind, calculates and selects excellent genes, and is collected and stored by special institutions. Generally speaking, large families develop and have better genes, and they are often collected in batches. In the old universe era, large and small families were the pillars of human civilization. But at the same time, they caused extremely unreasonable allocation and waste of resources, seriously hindering the progress of human civilization. Therefore, in the new cosmic era, all families will cease to exist, and large families will not be allowed to appear. There is some truth to this. Bamboo asked, Senior Dulong. The main control authority of the spacecraft is in your hands, right? No. Dulong said, the spacecraft is controlled by Shuanglong, who is also a battle-hardened warrior in the domination realm. His situation is similar to mine. However, Some important control rites do require a warrior who practices the star-piercing sword art. Rats will do, as they have a very high genetic similarity to humans. This factor was not taken into consideration during the design. A slight change in the data can make it look real. On planets ruled by humans, food is all artificially synthesized. Animals exist almost exclusively in inherited memories. And only a few species of plants exist for greening. Some biological experiment planets are preserved, but they are strictly controlled and have special laws to prevent the spread of organisms. Such low-level loopholes are not uncommon. Bamboo said, Senior Dulong. Is your goal for me to leave with you? You don't want to steal the genes of the Protoss. Do you? Of course not. At least the current biotechnology mastered by humans cannot do it. Dulong paused and said, But it is indeed because you are different. Bamboo asked, Second heart? Baba added, Original heart? Second heart? Original heart? Dulong said, Original heart is an appropriate title. Baba said, I gave it the name. Bamboo asked, What does the original heart say? I can't imagine where you got this thing from. However, since part of it, the divine veins have been activated, you should have some knowledge about it. Right? Dulong said. Humans cooperate with the gods. And it has always been the gods who took the initiative to enter the Earth Mother planet and consult with us. They know nothing about technology. We set up instruments and scanned and collected a lot of information about 8th level demigods and 9th level gods. The gods have no life core, which is the biggest feature that distinguishes them from ordinary life races. Gods have many abilities, and the divine veins are scattered in the shell, life capsule, and the most important heart. You can devour and fuse the life core and directly plunder the divine veins? This is very rare, but it is not so unbelievable when it happens to the gods. The magical veins at the first and third heart positions are very normal, and some of them are not even worthy of your god clan genes. The second heart. First of all, rule out the possibility of a level 7 life form. It's not level 8, nor level 9. The life level is higher. The gods we have contacted, under the god of nature, are divided into 144 god systems. Each system has unique abilities, but they all have something in common, transforming ordinary plants into force plants. The core ability given by the god of nature. Your second heart belongs to another ability, which transforms matter into force, which is no less than the ability of the god of nature. Barba asked, The god clan is actually the same as the human race, originating from the mother planet Earth? They have inherited the genes of the god of nature, so they can surpass the human race and break through the limit of level 7 life in terms of genetic evolution? Dulong said, That's right. Barba said, If you will, the Zerg gods headed by the god of nature regard it as a pantheon, and name it the natural pantheon. That means that the original heart is another pantheon outside the independent natural pantheon. You are an electronic life with a unique talent for naming. Dulong praised and added, I speculate that the second heart of Bamboo is fused with the life core of a certain supreme true god who is on par with the god of nature. How many times has the universe experienced destruction and rebirth? Since the god of nature can be born, it is not ruled out that other level 10 life forms were born in a certain cosmic era. But unfortunately, they fell. Bamboo asked, Senior Dulong. What do you mean? Dulong said, The god of nature does not recognize the human race. It just so happens that because the Protoss needs to rely on scientific and technological power to survive the disaster of the destruction of the universe, the Protoss is looking for cooperation with humans, as if it is a charity, because they originated from the same planet. In the old universe era, how many civilizations with level 7 technology were there? Humans survived by luck. But what about the next cosmic destruction? The fate of the race cannot be pinned on the charity of foreign races. Humans need their own gods. Me? Bamboo laughed and said, I now suspect that you old guys are the ones who are causing trouble when I was reborn as a bug. Dulong denied. Human civilization does not have this ability yet. Bamboo asked, In which year did the Earth's mother planet move? How long did it take? Dulong said, The Lactic Center year 147. Specifically 244,500 in the Federation calendar. Baba said, Our spacecraft encountered space turbulence around this time. Bamboo said, It seems that it is not a coincidence. Baba said, It is either the human race or the Zerg race. It is definitely not the human race. Dulong said, If the human race had that ability, how could they assign things to an unknown person? That's right. I'm just an ordinary third-class soldier. Bamboo nodded his tentacles in agreement. Baba said, "It is even less likely to be the Zerg. Why would they go to such lengths to place things on the human race? Although the Zerg warriors are a little dumb, they are not all fools. Occasionally there are one or two smart ones." "Zerg?" Dulong corrected. "I think the name Protoss is more appropriate. They inherit the most powerful genes known in the entire universe." Bamboo said firmly, "It can't be a coincidence. How could such a coincidence exist?" "It doesn't matter," Dulong said. "Two guesses." Bamboo: "You should think about it seriously." First guess: to resist the destruction of the universe. Even if the god of nature is not dead, he is in an extremely weak and dying state, and difficult to recover. Otherwise, why doesn't he return to the main universe by himself? Second guess: based on the fact that the god of nature is not dead. Bamboo: "If you stay in the Zerg, as a junior, I am afraid you will always be suppressed by the god of nature, and you can only be ranked second in the natural god system," Dulong said. His tone gradually became excited, and said, "Bamboo, in the new cosmic era, everything starts again. Why not take advantage of now to leave the natural god system? There is no shortage of fertile land for survival in the 3 billion galaxies. Just find a place to hide, and the Protoss in its heyday will not be able to find you. With the help of human technology, you can grow into the supreme god and establish your own god system that is as powerful as the natural god system." Chapter 521 Just run away. Dulong's words are getting more and more mysterious, and he talks about the supreme true god and a brand new pantheon. However, one thing is certain: the ability of the second heart to convert matter into the force is extremely consistent with the training mode of human warriors. For human warriors to grow, they only need a small amount of force food as a primer, combined with genetic martial arts, and consume the force to generate force genes. After discovering it, Dulong could not hide his desire for this ability. In Dulong's emotions, there is also reluctance to the fate of the race, and a vigorous ambition in the new universe and the origin. This ambition is not about him, but a microcosm of the entire human race. The old universe era ends, and the new universe era. Only humans and gods are left. The development of human civilization starts at level 7. As long as we get rid of the shadow of the natural true god, we can destroy other new civilizations one by one. There is a lot to do in the vast sea of stars. I am still at the level of force creatures, not even cosmic life. That's fine. The spaceship has enough high-quality force food for 1,000 warriors to advance to the constellation level. I know that the growth pattern of the Protoss is different. They rely entirely on force food, which consumes a lot of energy. However, it should be enough for your growth. I mean, once the true god of nature finds out that I have defected with humans, a level 10 life, even if I am weak and dying, it will still be a thought to kill me. You are on a level 7 peak level spaceship. How many level 7 weapons are there on board? What are the main types of attacks? Are they effective against the true god of nature? There are no weapons on board. As expected, in the new universe era, only the gods and humans are left. Humans did not plan to be enemies with the gods. So when building spaceships, they did not design combat weapons. They focused on survival and tried their best to improve the maneuverability, reconnaissance capabilities, and the overall strength of the spaceship. The spaceship has no combat capability at all? Dulong asked in return. Why must we fight against the true god of nature? Isn't it okay to start the spaceship, speed up and leave, and escape from its control? Run away directly? What if you don't run away? Wouldn't you let the gods slaughter you? Don't worry. This decision is a scientific conclusion after rigorous calculations. I bear the life and death of the human race, as long as they are discovered and violate the covenant. The other 54 dojos and 550 survival bases will most likely suffer a devastating blow. I will not risk the inheritance of the human race. I bet on my own life? No. This is not a bet. The probability of success is very high after summarizing the information and calculating. The supreme god and the gods are indeed powerful, but they are still just life forms with powerful abilities, not the imaginary omnipotent and immortal gods. The cosmic life, according to human classification, is divided into planetary level, star level, star-destroying level, constellation level, starfield level, star realm level, and master level, corresponding to level 1 to 7 life forms, corresponding to level 1 to 7 civilization levels and combat capabilities. Bamboo began to think, Who is behind the scenes manipulating his rebirth into a cockroach, God? Where does the ability to merge the life core come from? What does the other party want? There is no free lunch in the universe. The more benefits you get now, the more you will pay in the future. What is the biggest thing? Life. It is enough to confirm that the human race does not have the ability to control the rebirth of their souls. It feels very uncomfortable to have your fate secretly manipulated by invisible forces. No matter what. Just run. The universe is so big that even if you want to hide, the true God will not be able to find you. There are 3 more questions. Can a level 7 peak technological civilization spacecraft escape from the eyes of an extremely weak level 10 life form? If it fails, it is probably a dead end. Dulong obviously has bad intentions. What kind of strength will be needed to deal with it in the future? Also, should we take a group of Zerg warriors from Leju County with us? If they stay, they can enjoy the rest of their lives. If they follow us, they may die when they go out. Senior Dulong, there is some truth in what you said. Bamboo said, we can prepare now. Baba, you will carefully record the star-piercing sword art again. And first change the first 3 levels of deduction, and teach them to the Rat King and Baiju. Baba agreed reluctantly, okay. Dulong said, then I will also prepare and wake up the 2 dragons. After that, he went into the underground cabin of the inheritance hall. Bamba chose a corner, lay on the ground, and thought silently. At the same time, the magical veins of the life capsule started to operate, and began to absorb the original force in the hall to grow. As expected, a few minutes later, Dulong came out of the hatch again and said, okay. Xuanlong agrees. Bamboo asked, Senior Dulong, when do you think it would be best for us to set off? Dulong said, I don't know the situation on the ground, and I don't dare to detect or spy on it, so I can't act rashly. Baba said, if all the gods fell, and only the god of nature was left to survive, then when the number of stars in the night sky was the least, it should be when the power of the god of nature was the weakest. Bamboo moved his tentacles and said, that makes sense. Stars? Dulong Qing's eyes turned slowly, not quite understanding. Bamboo said, there should be the power left by the gods, and the power of the true god of nature. It can trigger the birth of young warriors in the tribe, and it can also directly give birth to the seeds of God. That is, the original force plants. There is such a change. I see. Dulong said, it should be correct. Then we will set off when the number of stars is the least. Bamboo asked, before leaving, is there any preparation that is necessary? For example, fuel replenishment. The spacecraft base has fuel backup. You don't need to worry about this. Dulong said, now the creatures living on the surface are provided by the gods, and they carry the genes of the true god of nature to varying degrees. Collect as many samples as possible. Bamboo asked, the surface of the mother planet Earth has been transformed, and life has revived. It borrowed the scientific and technological means of the human race. Right? Dulong said, yes. Bamboo asked, did you take the opportunity to collect samples? Dulong said, at that time, the gods were still alive, and none of them could be matched by human combat power. With them watching, how could we dare to hide them privately? However, in private, we scanned and collected genetic information and conducted some analysis. Bamboo asked, what did you gain? Dulong said, the true god of nature seems to favor plants more. It has tailored the most suitable god-level genes for each type of plant. These plants have a high probability of mutating and evolving into force plants, and many of them have the potential to evolve into SSS-level force plants. SSS-level force plants are even more powerful than the SSS-level force talents among human warriors, and are extremely rare life forms. Humans have dominated the Milky Way for so many years, and have only obtained 94 plants in total through self-cultivation and war plundering of surrounding galaxies. There should be quite a few among the Protoss. If possible, find a way to get more. If it is a tree mentality, the spacecraft is capable of taking it away. When they arrive at the new living land, each one is a supreme treasure that suppresses the fate of the race. Bamboo said, the Protoss calls the force plants God-given seeds. SSS-level force plants, which the Protoss calls God-given seeds of God, are also extremely rare. Bamboo asked, what about the genes of the Protoss? And what about the genes of ordinary beasts and insects? Dulong said, ordinary beast and insect genes are only slightly powerful, and there is nothing outstanding about the others. The genes of the gods are complicated. Before the awakening of the Force, We called them original God-level genetic genes, or original genes for short. After the awakening of the Force, the original genes were activated. As the warriors of the gods evolved again and again, they differentiated according to their specific states, giving the warriors of the gods various magical abilities. Different gods have different original genes. It is definitely not feasible to directly use genetic modification technology to graft original genes onto human genes. As for cracking it, so far, the level of human biotechnology is not able to do it. This is similar to the results of Barba's previous observations and calculations. Having said so much, in fact, human beings have no results in genetic research on the gods. There may be some results, but Yulong concealed them and refused to say them. This old guy, you can tell at a glance that he was definitely not an honest person when he was a human being. Not to mention that he has turned into a sword now. Playing tricks? Bamba can do that too. Bamboo asked ignorantly how to collect samples. Yulong asked, when you were a human, did you only practice martial arts? What about basic scientific knowledge? Bamboo said awkwardly, in terms of science, I have a very poor talent and can't learn it. So I didn't put in any effort. I can see that. Yulong explained patiently, plants collect seeds. Insects collect eggs. Animals are more troublesome. The spacecraft has genes preserved, so there is no need to waste energy to collect them. To maintain the ecosystem, there are also fungi and bacteria, which need to be collected in appropriate amounts. They are all very simple things. You can ask Baba to assist and guide. I see. Yes. It's very simple. Bamboo was silent for a while, and then asked, Senior Yulong, is there a possibility that the true God of nature has returned to the main universe and advance? No. Yulong sighed, in front of the great universe. The 10th level life is also small and humble. It can protect the mother planet Earth from a cosmic destruction and cosmic. The impact of the explosion was incredible. We have calculated that its divine power should be exhausted and difficult to recover. The body of the true God of nature is extremely large and difficult to move. It needs the loyal new gods of the Protoss to return and move the sun back to the main universe. And then, there will be enough resources to gradually recover. How large is the body? It is difficult to estimate. What type of life? Carbon-based life? Gene evolution. Starting from the star level, it gradually deviates from the conventional basic life form. The 8th level can no longer be divided into carbon-based life, silicon-based life, and metal life. What else does the human race know about the true God of nature? Or what can be indirectly inferred? It can be said that we know nothing. There are very few things that can be indirectly inferred. And I have told you everything. Forget it. Please help me take a look at my life capsule. This thing grows so slowly.